show, you'll see the Brabham BT6, driven by the likes of future Formula One champion Denny Hulme back in 1963. It's time now to enjoy the roar of the young lions.
And these cars are really a microcosm of the changing world of single-seater racing at the end of the 50s and into the 60s. Formula Junior, well, at this stage, Formula Ford didn't exist. There was no F4, F3, F2. Formula Junior was where people went to learn racing, how they started driving. And look at them, they look like, well, the Scale Electric cars of the time. And Alistair Douglas, they weren't just a bit like Grand Prix cars, they were a lot like Grand Prix cars, because in this era you've got a 1 litre Formula 3 car, a 1 litre Formula Junior car and a 1.5 litre Formula 1 car. And for manufacturers like Lotus, for instance, we've just seen the same chassis with a different engine was a Formula Junior car, a Formula 3 car and a Formula 1 car.
Versions of the Grand Prix cars at the time, and then as we move through to the rear engine, the later cars, they are, as you say, they are Formula One chassis, just simply with a different engine. And the careers of great drivers such as Jim Clark and John Surtees, Jochen Rindt, etc., was launched in Formula Junior.
Well, we've seen a few of the rear-engine cars. Here is a front-engine car. Now, of course, until 1960, Ferrari was still racing front-engine Grand Prix cars against the likes of Cooper and so on, who brought rear-engine cars from cars that we'll see later on. The 500cc cars were all rear-engine cars, and that rear-engine revolution eventually overtook Formula One and all of racing now. And so rear-engine cars are very much what we see everywhere. And so they look like 1960s Grand Prix cars. The front-engine cars look a little older. They're higher because the engine's in front of the driver. You've then got to get the prop shaft from in front of the driver to behind the driver. So you can see here in this Gemini, the driver is offset. It's an offset single-seater. The prop shaft goes along beside him. When we see 1950s or 30s cars, 50s cars, like for instance the Alfetta and the Ferrari 246 Dino Grand Prix cars, they were so high because the prop shaft went under the driver. But in these juniors, you just didn't have the room for that, and you couldn't carry the weight. And these are absolute flyweight cars, well under 500 kilos, more like 300 kilos of car. And you can see it's a BMC engine, so the same engine effectively as would have been in a Mini in 1958-59 in the front of this Elva. And again, with that rear hump, you see that in things like the van wall with which Tony Brooks was the first British driver to win a Grand Prix in a British car. And so they've got that antiquated look almost, although the cars around them are only 2 or 3 years younger in some cases. And these cars would have started with drum brakes all round, then disc brakes will have evolved and been brought in from Jaguars racing in the 50s into motorsport, and then the rear-engine revolution. And so it's a real microcosm of how single-seater racing, how motorsport changed so dramatically from the end of the 50s and into the 60s. Plus, there are blooming loads of them, which makes for great entertainment. 53 cars going out there. The green car you just seen going through shot that looks basically like a shoebox, that's the Malloch, created by Major Arthur Malloch back in the 1950s. His son, Ray Malloch, is driving that, who's the man who founded RML. And his son, Arthur's grandson, Michael Malloch, is here as well, has provided the safety car for the weekend with RML's latest bespoke creation. But these cars are absolutely fantastic. So historic Formula Junior, first session of the weekend, the first race of each of our race days on Saturday and Sunday, and they get to qualify first. I'm Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas alongside me, and plenty of racing history in Alistair's family as well. The son of a commentator and the dad of a commentator as well. So, I mean, this is, you know, what Silverstone was all about. When the track was opened, these cars were absolutely the cutting edge for ambitious young drivers, weren't they?
They were, that's right. And Formula Junior, quite remarkably, only ran for 5 years. but it was the only way to get into Grand Prix racing effectively. There was no Formula 3. 500cc Formula 3 had basically been replaced by Formula Junior, and it was all started in Italy, but it spread around the world, and you've got cars racing today. They were built in Australia, obviously Europe, in the UK with the big names like Lotus, but you'll get other names you've never heard of. A Birmingham builder named Alex Francis built a car called the Alexis, just because it was an available formula to race in, and it was remarkably successful with, I'm told, somewhere over 100 different manufacturers just for that 5-year period. Amazing success.
And while most of the cars in this field are British engine based, so the BMC, the A series engine, there are a number of others with, and again, having been created by Count Johnny Lurani in Italy, immediately Fiat and Lancia engines again. It's a 1 litre capacity, whatever your power unit is, whether it's in the front or in the back. And so it's a very small, very light and relatively underpowered car, little over probably 100 brake horsepower, but nevertheless these cars are light, nimble to drive, and they each have their own characteristics. Just saw the yellow car there of one of the drivers we fancy for dicing right at the very front, Horatio Fitzsimon, and he was talking about the difference between some of these cars, between things like the Brabham and the Lotus, and the way that they drive. Alex Ames here in a Brabham BT6, so one of Jack Brabham and Ron Toranak's very earliest designs. B for Brabham, T for Toranak. That's where the nomenclature comes in every Brabham car. And of course, Ron came over from the Antipodes a couple of years after Jack Brabham. In fact, his earliest designs, he posted from home to England for Brabham to make. Which, I mean, nowadays, remote working, little easier than that, yes. You have to say.
Well, this car, number 21, Alex Ames Brabham, is actually the very first car ever raced by Mike Hailwood, the great motorcycle racer who, like John Surtees, moved over to car racing very, very successfully, and very quickly successfully as well. And this was his first racing car, and it was run by the British Racing Partnership. It was run with a couple of different engine sizes, but Mike Hailwood immediately made an impression on four-wheel motor racing.
And that balance that is so important on two wheels obviously serves you well. You can see how much the car moves around Alex Ames. Horatio Fitzsimon just behind his yellow machine. That is a very different looking and handling car. It's also a Brabham BT6, but he doesn't always seem to be as sideways and maybe as flamboyant as Alex Ames. Look for Sam Wilson as well. He's another one of our expected front runners. He's been very successful here in Formula Junior in his Cooper. So that is car number 59. I beg your pardon, car number 53, bright green, and Sam Wilson with a lurid green and purple what's the word I'm looking for? Sort of hippie helmet.
Oh yes,
very reminiscent of Porsche's 1970 design.
That's right. Yes, that's a copy of that design, which he loves.
Yeah, and makes him stand out very easily. So fourth fastest at the moment, and this is a car that we haven't seen produce that kind of speed in the last couple of years. Don't remember talking a lot about Spencer Shinner. Now he's in a blue Lotus 22, and again, at the front, we are seeing all the rear-engine cars, and that's why rear-engine cars took over racing, because they were more effective, lower, presenting a lower profile to the air. Just in front, you're getting the shot of... there you are, there's the Malloch. Big Ray.
Spencer Shinner's been doing a lot of Formula Ford racing the last couple of seasons, and quite successful in that. So he's appeared in the Formula Junior entry list, so we are expecting him to be one of the front runners, along with the car we're looking at here, which is Horatio Fitzsimon. We've seen Horatio have some great races at the Silverstone Festival over the last few years, and he he's from America, but spends a lot of time in the UK. But he was racing last weekend at Laguna Seca in a Lotus Elan.
Yeah, it was the big car week in Monterey last week, so he was racing at Laguna Seca, and he was telling us actually that this car he doesn't own. It's owned by a group of enthusiasts in Florida, and he races it for them. Quite what they make of something as tiny as most Floridians, I have to say, if you're in an enthusiast club and you own a Formula Junior, you know exactly what you're on about. Just in this little group there, again, you can see another. Which one is that? The blue car 140. So that is Keith Pickering's Britannia Formula Junior. And again, there are a lot of names in here that are very familiar: the Lotuses, the Brabhams, and so on. Cooper. But lots and lots like Osper and the Donford.
Well, the Britannia you mentioned there was actually designed by John Tajiro, which he appeared in the design team for the AC Ace, and that became the Shelby Cobra with the addition of a V8 engine, and he also designed cars for the Scottish team Mercury Cos. So he certainly was a very, very successful designer, but the Britannia, perhaps not a name that's so well known.
See, I'm more familiar with his later work, things like the Tajero Jaguar that you'll see in 50s and 60s sports car racing. Looking here at 48 with the white and green noseband, and that is Nick Powell in his Cooper T52. So again, rear engine, but with that sort of high Beetle back that you saw particularly in the successful championship winning T59. And behind again, the green car with the white stripes. Now, if you think Mini Cooper, that's exactly where all that came from as well. That was very much the definitive Cooper factory look. So that's 96. And that is Lawrence de Bruyn in a Type 55, a beg pardon, Type 65. So car from 1963, so right at the end of the life of Formula Junior. And again, a similar car like that, you put a 1.5 litre engine in it, or a 2.5 litre engine in it, it's a Tasman car or a Formula One car, or, you know, it was a jack of all trades, a chassis, because the Formula One was such a tiny engine size at that stage. So Horatio Fitzsimon still fastest with a lap that he set several laps ago. He has gone fastest in now. He's been fastest on his current lap, fastest in Sector 1, but he was also fastest in Sector 2 and Sector 3. So comprehensively dialing himself in. He did say the one thing that he would prefer is if they didn't start quite so early every morning. Yes. And that's a man who's just come back from the West Coast speaking. I can definitely relate to that. But he's very much on his toes. Alex Ames second fastest, up to third place now. Car number 175, and that is the Lotus 22 White Lotus of Chris Goodwin. So again, Chris with plenty of experience in a whole slew of different cars. You've got Alex Ames just going out of shot, Horatio Fitzsimon right with him, and of course they were two of the first cars out of the pit lane, and there's barely any space between them.
And a big connection with Chris Goodwin through his father, Dr. Tony Goodwin, who is very heavily connected with Formula Junior, the historic Formula Junior Racing Association, and it's good to see Chris out. He doesn't get out too often, he's far too busy with his day job, but which is all to do with racing and coaching, but nice to see him out this year. I don't think we've seen him at the festival. I can't recall him being out in it, and he'll definitely be a force to be reckoned with. And I think you mentioned earlier, who are we looking out for in terms of faster drivers? Well, the top four: Horatio Fitzsimon, Alex Ames, Chris Goodwin and Sam Wilson. There's your four top drivers, I think, who we'll see somewhere near the very front of the grid.
Now, I mentioned there are 53 cars heading out, 40 rear-engine cars. We're looking at those at the moment because they are setting the fastest times. But there are also 13 front-engine cars, 3 different classes for front-engine alone. Pre-61 front-engine cars with Fiat and Lancia engines, that's Class A. Class B1. Pre-61 front-engine Ford, BMC and others, and Class B2 pre-61 front-engine Ford, BMC and others, 1100cc rather than the original 1 litre. And the fastest of all the front-engine cars, currently 20th fastest, and that is car number 23. and that is Adrian Russell in a blue machine, which stands out from all the others because it is the only one here. It is the Condor S1, which shows the ambition of some of these young car constructing companies, that instead of just calling it the Condor, they called it the S1, therefore in the hope that there would be an S2 and an S3. And to my knowledge, there may well not have been. Some of these cars have been, of course, comprehensively rebuilt many, many times over the years, as we watch Alan Schmidt in his Brabham BT6, the blue and gold colours of, Jack Brabham, a big, leery moment. Is that one of our Lotuses? That's 171, I think, Nathan Metcalf. No, it's not. He's in a red Lotus, so who was that? Oh, there you go. There's a slew of 4 white machines. How many white racing cars do you ever see? And we've got 4 in one shot. 177, and that is Lucas Buchhofer in his. No, his Brabham is red. So I think we might have to change that to white. Chris Porrett in his Lotus 18, and again the Lotus 18/21, the car in which, that's the type of car in which Stirling Moss won the Monaco Grand Prix after overheating in the hot weather. Al Francis, his mechanic, took off the side panels, and there is Big Ray Mallock in the Mallock, the first of a line of many, many, many Mallocks, which have become so successful in clubman's racing over the years. The name U2 famously came from the Charles Atlas bodybuilding adverts, Ask Your Father, which were in magazines and comics even for many, many years. U2 can have a body like mine, and that was Arthur Mallock's way of marketing the cars. U2 can have a car like mine. So here's our fastest front engine car then. On screen at the moment, Adrian Russell's Condor, pale blue car, and as you can see, the driver sits very much higher in that, and that's because he's not offset. He is right on the centre line, so the prop shaft goes between the legs and under the backside.
The Condor was built in Worplesdon in Surrey.
Yes.
A wonderful name, isn't it? Worplesdon. Yeah, so that's a British car.
See, it would have sounded even more historic as the Worplesdon Special. Yeah. They would probably have made an Ealing comedy about it.
Lovely slide there from Adrian Russell.
Massively high roll centre there. That's why he's getting that roll oversteer, because of course he is so. I mean, look at, his backside is almost at shoulder height of the rear engine cars.
He's actually just been passed by Ray Mallock for the fastest in the front engine.
Yes, he has.
We're just seeing now Adrian Russell just winding on a little bit of understeer as he turns into the corner. Then it moves to oversteer, so he drives into the skid and then straightens up. Lovely, lovely shot there of Adrian Russell in the Condor. Gorgeous stuff. Understeer, oversteer, Condoring free. You can have that for free. Feel free to use it or not. And again, because the driver is so high up, they've got that sort of high boat tail rear ends that Grand Prix cars had of that era, and that allowed you to put the fuel tank in without making the car even longer. But of course, the downside of that is that the fuel is higher up, and that adds to the roll of the car. Again, you saw another couple of cars alongside him, which were with that offset single-seater. Again, that's a massive understeer that even a mini driver would feel is rather too much understeer. They're all on the same control tyre, very narrow, what's that, 4.5 maybe, 5-inch wide rims. But again, as you can see them coming towards you, the contact patches are tiny, and given the lightweight and the relative paucity of power, it's not that they're gutless, far from it. Electrifying little things. I can't imagine. I was having a chat with Ed Foster yesterday about Formula Junior, and he said I probably wouldn't even get a leg in, never mind the rest of me. I think there's definitely a sort of enforceable maximum height because these things are so tiny. A couple of changes to the programme. We'll do that actually while we're here. So if you've got your programme
if you've bought your programme, and why wouldn't you? Because it's absolutely packed full of information on what's going on around the circuit as well as on track. You will have a free race card in it, and in the race card we'll have the entry list for all of the races. Just a quick view there of, is that the Tarashi? The offset single-seater Daniele Soldini. No, that's not, that's 1.5, yeah, no, says it is. With that, again, see how much lower the driver is, having that offset single-seater style with the prop shaft running alongside. So, little update to your programme. In the programme, it will tell you that car is green. The Mark 1 human eyeball says that's the greenest non-green I've ever seen, so I'm going to change that to grey. A couple of changes. So there is no car number 3. Mark Bates was one of the reserves in his links. He is not here. You can also scratch number 39, Gary Thomas, in the Kieft. Now that's a shame, because that's again a fairly rare car in any category, and certainly would have been rare here. Again, a mark that sort of survived the 500cc era and just about struggled on into Formula Junior. We've also lost car number 63, Stefan Yerbstel's Lotus, so the Swiss driver does not have his Lotus here. There is no Patrick Daubrey, car number 79, Brabham BT6, and Hans Sears, car number 97, the Lotus 20, that is not here either. The remaining reserves are in the field, bringing us up to a full 53 cars, all of whom have gone out and all of whom have completed laps. And as you correctly say, fastest of the front engine cars is the green shoebox of Arthur Mallock, now being driven by the boy Ray. He hasn't been called that for a while. Alex Ames, first the checkered flag. Horatio Fitzsimon will follow him across the line in a moment or two. Horatio
actually just improved his lap time, so he's gone even further ahead of Alex Ames. 1.3 seconds now, so that's right. For Formula Junior, that's dominant, isn't it? Well,
that is a big margin. And in fact, the top quartet are dramatically spread apart. 1.3 to from first to second, 1.8 seconds back to third place Sam Wilson, and 2.8 seconds, a further 1 second and 8 thousandths back to fourth place Chris Goodwin. And then after that, there is not a single second margin, and lots of very much smaller margins between the remaining cars. But Horatio Fitzsimon has started his Silverstone Festival in fine form. The bright yellow car with the green stripe, 114. He has put the car fastest of the lot. So the yellow Brabham, again an unusual colour for a Brabham, certainly not a Brabham factory.
It's a look entered by Ian Walker Racing. We've got 2 cars actually in the yellow of Ian Walker. And Horatio's still being timed because he hasn't yet crossed the...
So he must have just beaten the flag.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. So we could even get an improvement on this final lap, although a little bit of lappery there. He's having to overtake through the corners. That might slow him down a little.
So he went past the blue car of Stuart Roach, car number 69. That's the Alexis Mark IV. And again, in the programme, orange and black. I would say that's more blue and orange.
That's the Donford, isn't it?
Was that 65? Oh yes, it was. Yeah, Richard Ferris. Yeah.
And Horatio Fitzsimon just coming into the final sequence of corners. Not using the Grand Prix Club corner, we're using the historic Vale, as they call it, which is a slightly less tight version. You might be slightly confused by that if you're used to watching the Grand Prix cars around Silverstone.
Exactly. So, unfortunately for Horatio, traffic was not helping much. Not one of the 3 sectors of the lap was quicker than any he'd previously produced, so no improvement there. And again, you can see him just dialing out a little bit of the understeer, driving into the corner rather than around the corner, and allowing the car to just understeer a little bit further out. He did say actually that the one thing he can't stand in a car is understeer. He prefers them to slide a bit more. He prefers a bit of oversteer. So I think perhaps they might be looking at an adjustment or two for that. But understeer or not, he certainly produced the pace. Coming past as well with the red helmet with the white stripes in the green shoebox. That is Ray Mallock. So he is fastest of our front engine cars, and he ended up in the end in 19th place. So impressive stuff. Okay, so that is qualifying concluded. Fast and furious, and most importantly for them, dry as well for the historic Formula Junior. Horatio Fitzsimon leads an all-Brabham front row from Alex Ames. Former winner here, Sam Wilson's Cooper and Chris Goodwin's Lotus on row 2. Spencer Schiller and Richard Wilson in 2 different varieties of Lotus on row 3. Row 4, Stuart Roach in the Alexis and John Milicevic in his Brabham BT6. Much earlier, Brabham BT2 of Jeff Underwood and Mark Shaw's Brabham are on row 5 of the grid. Lucas Buhoffer's Brabham and Michael Hibbert's Lotus row 6. George Diffie in the 2022 Lotus, 20 updated, ahead of a similar car of Nick Carlton-Smith. And then the front engine and rear engine cars will be mingling all the way down the orders. Condors and Britannias and Donfords, along with Lotuses, Elvas, Brabhams, Stangolinis, the Deep Sanderson. Some fabulous names all the way down the grid. Duncan Rabagliati, the man who puts all of this together every year in his front engine Lexus, in 49th place. So there'll be 4 cars behind him with George Christodoulou, Daniele Soldini, Peter Finichel and Nick Powell. 47 seconds off the pace, that Cooper, possibly not going as well as he might have hoped, but there are your front row men. And that was qualifying for the historic Formula Juniors. They will race twice at, well, crack of 9 o'clock tomorrow morning and on Sunday morning as well. They always get the day off to a sparkling start. So wherever you are, if you're watching us online and are planning to be here at the weekend, getting in a crafty bit while you're working from home or in the office, then there's lots to enjoy in the Formula Junior world, whether you've seen them or not. And actually, one of the delights of coming to a big event like the Silverstone Festival is so much stuff that you won't have seen. But it is not just about the racing. Yes, we've got hundreds of cars and drivers here, but there's so much more. So sunny Northamptonshire, what else is happening around the track? So much. So Foodie Fest, okay, well, lots going on today, including masterclasses from the Cheese and Wine Brigade. Tristan Welch on stage, Matty Edgell as well, live in the kitchen. Wharf Distillery in the tasting tent at 1:15. That sounds like a liquid lunch, but possibly best not for commentators. I don't know. You might have to be the judge on that. I think I've missed really good sausages this morning. Not quite yet. Might have to skip out for a really good sausage this morning. And the Foodie Fest will be going throughout the weekend as well. So if you're here today and fancy something a little bit interesting, or coming on Saturday and Sunday, there will be plenty to see as well. Later on in the afternoon, Tristan and Matty will be joined by Thomas Leatherbarrow on stage in the afternoon. And of course, the Diddley Squat Shop. And we will have our music stage as well here at the home of the British Racing Drivers Club. Live entertainment goes throughout the day, and the evening kicks off with Andrew Cushin, and it will be Natasha Bedingfield, 21 years on from exploding onto the scene, still bringing the vibes to Silverstone as the sun goes down. So let's catch up with our next group of cars and Ed Foster.
Bonamy, Johnny, You two are sort of quite a pairing in this car. I mean, you must know it pretty well by now.
We're getting to know it. We do like it in the dry, don't like it in the wet, so we've got to learn to drive it in the wet and get it sorted out in there, but we're looking like it's going to be a dry qualifying and race, so I think we should be there or thereabouts.
Johnny, just tell me a little bit about, for those that have never driven an historic before, you were so successful in contemporary cars. What was it like when you first stepped into an historic car?
Do you want my honest answer? It was, see, I'm old enough that I came from an era where we still had H-pattern in Formula 3 and stuff when I raced it, so I'm an old fart. But when I first got in it, I found it incredibly tricky to drive. And you can really mess up, you know, you can blow an engine up on a downshift. There's so many, they're actually harder to drive than modern cars with ABS and traction control and paddle shift. So it is reacquainting myself with the art of driving and drifting a car through a corner. And to be honest, after I got my head around it, I really, really enjoyed it. And she's a lovely car. Like Bon says, in the dry, she's fantastic. If you can get her four-wheel drifting through maggots and beckets and everything, it's a real joy of precision to sort of clip the apex whilst drifting the car. So it's a completely different sort of style to modern racing. You can't trail brake in, for example, whereas modern cars you trail brake all the way to the apex. But overall, I love driving her. When it's wet, she can be a little bit evil, I'll be honest, mostly with the braking. But other than that, she's an absolute beauty. And Bonamy, when winning at Goodwood, at Members and stuff like that, we've put a little bit of provenance on the car since we got her. So that's brilliant for Bonamy as the car owner.
Bonamy, is this guy still asking you for tips?
I wish he was. I wish he was. No, Johnny's we were out testing the other day, and I just look at his lap times and the way he four-wheel drifts. It's beautiful to watch. Beautiful to watch. And this is what this is all about, isn't it? Lovely cars, lovely driving, and a great circuit.
Guys, best of luck. Enjoy.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
Cheers.
you very much.
So cars heading out from the collecting area and other cars collecting in the collecting area for two races in one qualifying session. This will be race 2 on Saturday morning. Tomorrow morning it is the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. So these two categories, both for sports racing cars, from the little Lotus 6 to big things like listed Jaguars and everything in between. So we're looking at basically sports racers from the late 1950s, early 1950s and into the 1960s. So as I said, going from something like the Lotus 6 and the Aston Martin DB24, you can just see there the Aston Martin DB2, right up to C-Type and D-Type Jaguars. Second qualifying session of the weekend for the Silverstone Festival 2025, the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. Combined field of cars. Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas. And Alistair, Johnny Molam talking there to Ed about being old enough to have driven manual gearboxes once in his racing career, or in the early days. But this is a very organic field of cars. They are very manual in every way. Hand-built, hand-beaten bodies. There's no composites, there's no fiberglass here. It is all aluminium and steel, and it is a very much hands-on manual kind of driving, so very different from any kind of modern sports racing.
Very much so, yes, and what a wonderful range of shapes we get as well, all principally obviously built around a front engine in most cases and four wheels, but look at all the different body shapes that came up in the design studios. The car number 17 we're looking at there is Gary and John Pearson brothers. Gary Pearson runs Pearson Engineering, which is a very busy preparer of racing cars, and John runs tyre supplies for historic racing, so they're absolutely involved in motorsport through and through. They're in the Jaguar D-Type, which was fielded by Jaguar at Le Mans, and won Le Mans in 55, 56 and 57, and in fact it very nearly won in 54 as well, just 2.6 miles it was second place, so a super successful car. We've also got examples of the C-Type, which was the forerunner to the D-Type, and that won Le Mans in 51 and 52. So Jaguar, huge history at Le Mans and wonderful looking cars. The car we're looking at there, the 94 car, that's Richard Wilson sharing with Will Nuttall in a Lotus 15. So Lotus, I think, throughout this weekend will keep coming up in all classes of racing. Hugely successful under Colin Chapman, of course. And this particular car, number 94, was driven in period by Graham Hill himself. And in fact there are two cars out there. The one that Ed was interviewing, Bonamy Grimes' car, that's also driven by Graham Hill. He was a Works Lotus driver, so it's not surprising that he drove more than one of their cars.
Yeah, and in fact that car won the International Trophy here at Silverstone in the year in which Graham raced at 1959, so it's got history on this track. Now, just to run through the programme while they're getting up to speed and before the times come in. So if you turn to page 10 in your programme, this is taking me right back to being a young lad at the back of a grandstand at Woodcote making notes of all of these. So we'll start with the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy. Those are the top cars. Car number 24 in your entry, Jaguar XK120 Roadster of Steve Ward. Add co-driver Josh Ward, because this can be, but doesn't have to be, a two-driver race. You can be greedy and do the whole thing yourself. Lots of cars are two-driver cars. Add also car number 64, Tim Child, as it sounds, in a Cooper T2425 from 1953. I hope you had your pen poised. That car is burgundy, 1971cc, and that is in Woodcote Trophy Class 2. You can also add two co-drivers. 105, Austria's Michael Bock has got Michael Grant Peterkin along with him in the Fraser-Nash Targa Florio, and James Hansen, car number 144 in the Jaguar D-Type, has roped in Paul Pochciol, P-O-C-H-I-C-O-L. So those are the changes to the Woodcote Trophy. 3 additional co-drivers and a new car for Tim Child. In the Stirling Moss Trophy, Andrew Kirkcaldy in a Jaguar 11. That is
Lotus.
Jaguar, Lotus 11. I did think, even as I said that, doesn't sound right. Andrew Kirkcaldy, car number 5. We also have a scratch from car number 8. Max Lynn driving it on his own. Dad Sean is not in it, but
Andy Wolf is
Andy
in that
Wolf
car.
is it? Oh, right, okay. So that's an addition to the addition. So yes,
thanks to TSL for that. The timing screen showing Andy Wolf as co-driver in that car.
And the other change is the addition of Lawrence De Bruyn to car number 309, the last car on your entry list. That's Tom de Grey's Lotus 11 Series 2 Le Mans. So those, so relatively few changes. It is a two-driver race, and there are quite a lot of cars doing double duty. What am I talking about? Well, if you're looking in your program or at the timing screen, 8th fastest and 11th fastest are Nigel Greensell and John Spears, because Nigel Greensell and John Spears, as has become their habit, are sharing a pair of cars in the same race. And so yes, that means one starts one, the other starts the other, and mid-race they will pit at the same time and swap over. And by pitting at the same time, if you don't pit at exactly the same time, one of your cars is obviously losing a lot of time. There are a couple of other notable double driving duties. Car number 23 in the Stirling Moss Trophy. In the Lister Jaguar Nobly, Alex Brundle is sharing with Gary Pearson, the man who runs the car, and who, with Alex, built the Mustang that we'll talk about later, and a couple of other things. GT40 they've raced recently. Alex Brundle is also racing on his own in a long-nose D-Type car number 78. Now, I'm not sure how he can be racing one car all the way through and sharing the other car. So, yeah. Also notable names, in car number 135, sharing with Chris Ward, the Lister Jaguar Nobly, Vijay Mallya, very much a nearby resident in the years in which he ran Force India just across the road, underneath the behemoth that the Aston Martin team has become. Who else have we seen? Well, we've heard from Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam. Richard Wilson and Will Nuttall going very well at the moment, 2nd fastest at the moment, behind the Max Lynn and Andy Wolf. Lister Costin, Andrew Kirkcaldy, long-time top-flight racer and team boss, particularly McLaren, in his Lotus 11. Who else did I spot earlier on in the Woodcote Trophy? A few touring car names to play with there. Car number 155, Lotus Mark 6. That's the one that looks like a shiny aluminium-bodied Lotus 7, but is just the earlier version. Scotland's own John Cleland driving that. Darren Turner, factory Aston Martin driver, back out with Jonathan Lupton in their Aston Martin, or in Jonathan's Aston Martin DB2. That's car number 65. As we look at Alex Brundle in the long nose D-type. Now, long nose D-type continuation. You'll see if you look at that car closely, it has Jaguar heritage on it, because correct, it has been built by Jaguar heritage. And of course, in period, when the D-types were on the production line, there was a fire at Browns Lane in Coventry, Jaguar's production base, and they lost a number of original D-type chassis that had been laid down. And a couple of years ago, somebody at Jaguar Heritage decided that actually building cars for those missing and as yet untaken up chassis numbers would be a fun thing to do. And judging by the way Alex is peddling it around, looks like a fun thing to drive as well.
I think the answer with Alex trying to drive two cars at once is that the 23 car, as far as I can see on our timing screens, has not appeared. The Gary Pearson car.
Okay, so the Lister Nobly, right.
By the looks of it, they've withdrawn that car, and Alex is going to drive the grey D-type we're looking at on screen.
And in fact, John and Gary Pearson, I can see from the timing screen, as Lotus has had a front suspension collops. That is not as low, or that is lower than it ought to be running, Olivier Gonzalez's car. So that's very disappointing for him. 1957 Lotus 11. Colin Chapman's first really big success in sports car racing with the Lotus 11, multiple winner of the Thermal Index of Efficiency at Le Mans, or Index of Thermal Efficiency at Le Mans, which he perennially stopped French minnows trying to win. Aston Martin DB24, is that DB2? So that's David, no, that's not David Reed's. That's the Lupton Turner car, is it?
I think it might be,
I think that's Jonathan Lupton on the mobile then, is it?
Or Chris Jolly. I think that might be Chris Jolly looking at
yeah, because the maroon DB2 is coming by. Okay, so Chris Jolly, car number 16, yes it is, yes it is.
Yeah, he's you wouldn't have seen that a few years ago. A driver just picks up his mobile phone, rings back to base.
Well, certainly not in period here, but definitely a few years ago when Peter Dumbreck over 20 years ago had that big flying accident in the Mercedes. When the rescue crews got to him in the forest at Le Mans, they were astonished to see, there was a massive debris field, but astonished to see the driver sitting on a tree stump on the mobile phone back to the team. So it wasn't just rallying where mobile phones were an important part of the kit that went into the car. So looking here at Tim Child in his... Is that Tim Child? Or was that 164? That doesn't look like... No. That does suggest it's a Cooper T2425. Much more up-to-date sort of late 50s, early 60s machinery here. 29 or 291 as it's now become. Lotus 15 of Bon Grimes and Johnny Molan. That's Johnny at the wheel. I think now having returned to racing from his 8th or 9th different retirement.
That's the car that Ed was stood by talking to Johnny and Bon, and that's the car, as I mentioned earlier, that Graham Hill drove in period, and it's the Lotus 15.
Just behind him, car number 4, the much bigger and more hulking Lister Jag of Tim Crichton, Lister Jag Nobly.
Number 29, all silver car. That's currently being driven by James Bellinger in the programme. It's known as Billy Bellinger, owned by Keith Arlers, who's sharing with Billy. That is the very start of Lola. That's the Lola Mark I prototype. So it's not even just a Mark I, it's the prototype. And from there, Lola developed into, could you say all-conquering in lots of different formulae?
Yeah.
Certainly. The Eric Broadley designed cars, tremendous success around the world. and there is where it all started, and that car will definitely be a contender for class honours.
And again, you can see the tiny Lola going around the outside of Ben Eastick's long-nose D-type Jag. Even the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit is really a bit under-geared for the Jaguar, or the Jaguar is a bit over-geared for it. Of course, designed for the flat-out blasts of the Mulsanne at Le Mans. And certainly in the 50s, there were no chicanes at Le Mans. Everything was flat out. And Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam have gone to the top of the pile. So Johnny Molam, he might have been an old fart in his own words, but he's still a pretty quick old fart. So it's Bon Grimes, Johnny Molam ahead of the Nigel Greensall and John Spears. 152 is their Lister Knobbly, and so that is the black machine, kind of 152. And here's a colour that is relatively unusual, isn't it, in motor racing circles, that sort of pea green. And that, where are they? Currently 4th fastest, so Max Lynn and Andy Wolff.
And that car, we were talking to Max yesterday, and he was telling us that that car's come in from America. Had some racing history out there. It's not one that I recognised. I saw it earlier this year at a different historic meeting, and that was the first time it had raced in the UK. So, and they've done one race since, and then they're here. So that's good to see that car returning to its home in the UK from the States.
So that is a Lister with a Chevrolet rather than a Jaguar engine. So the body and the chassis and the transmission and everything else remain pretty much identical. But again, if Lister or Lola or Lotus or whoever, somebody I want to run it with a Maserati engine, of course so. Send the engine over and we'll make the engine mounts and the gearbox adapter and we'll make it work for you, because that's what you do when you're a customer chassis builder.
I was quite surprised with chatting with Max yesterday that the Chevrolet engined Listers and the Jaguar engine Listers, of which we've got examples of both, actually the chassis are the same. It's just the engine mountings that are different, which I found incredible, because you'd think that the V8 engine, Chevrolet engine, would be completely different shape to the straight 6 Jaguar engine. But
well, shorter and lower than a tall XK engine, definitely, which will be obviously 2 cylinders longer, because it's 6 cylinders long, whereas the V8 is only 4 long. And the extra width of the V8 probably is less of a drama than the extra length of the straight 6. So possibly even better at packaging. Johnny Molam, fastest again in Sector 1, not as quick in Sector 2. Is this going to be a quicker lap? John Cleland goes across the line just in front of him, or just behind him rather, in the little Lotus 6. And there is the maroon DB2. And that is the car that I mistakenly thought stopped earlier, David Reed's machine. So again, we've got a whole bunch of different classes. Fastest in the Stirling Moss Trophy, you've just seen the Grimes and Molam Lotus. Fastest in the Woodcote Trophy is the John and Gary Pearson Jaguar D-type, the short nose D, and that is car number 17. So they are the fastest of the Woodcote Trophy cars. Second quickest in Woodcote Trophy, but a slightly different class, is another family entry. That's Rick and Joseph Wilmot's Jaguar XK140, and that is car number 84.
There's the Pearson D-type, and you can see that visually is different to the long-nose car, which has the vertical fin behind the driver. That's just got the sort of headrest idea behind the driver there, and also if you see it side on, the car is shorter at the front, hence the name short and long nose.
And right behind, Tim Crichton with the Lister Jag, so same engine, but a bespoke chassis rather than a D-type. So the Lister Jag, a little newer, 1959, and that short nose D, that's a 55 car, 54, 55 vintage of design. They went to the long nose and the aerodynamic fin for better speed, better cooling, although it didn't actually work initially to have better cooling, the long nose car.
And if you're new to historic racing, then you might wonder, well, what's a Lister Jaguar Knobbly, or a Lister Knobbly?
What's a Lister?
Yeah, what's a Lister? And what's a Costin-bodied Lister? Well, Brian Lister built the cars, very successful in GT racing in period, and had 2 different body designs. This one, which is the number 4 car, is called the Knobbly Lister, And there's a story as to how it got its name. One of the racing drivers at the time, John Cowdley's wife, walked into the workshop, saw that car sitting on the workshop floor with those sort of fared-in wheels on each corner, and said, "Well, that's knobbly, isn't it?" And it stuck. It's right from the very beginning. It's been called the knobbly. The other bodied car, which we've got examples of, the green one we were watching earlier, number 8, there it is, just coming up the Hamilton Straight. That's called the Costin bodied Lister, because underneath, chassis, engine, everything else has Max Lynn. Has a spin, or is it Andy Wolf at the wheel? I think it might be Max. Had a different aerodynamic designer for that one, which was Frank Costin, who was an aircraft designer who moved across into motorsport. And you can see a very different body shape as we get a replay of the spin there.
Just took a tiny bit of curb on the inside there, and that was just enough to break traction and unsettle the car, carrying a lot of speed through there. That was Andy Wolf. He's just taken over the car. So the car is second quickest. And again, I mean, the chassis will have been the same engine, same XK engine as in the knobbly in front car number 4, as in the D-Type behind, so would have had the twin plug heads and everything else, if they could get one off Jaguar, which they usually could. And again, I did think, you know, did BRP ever run that car? That's almost that sort of green, isn't it? A list of Boatmaker Finance and BRP, but not quite.
And I was just saying, the designer of the aerodynamics on that car, the Costin bodied, is Frank Costin. His brother, Mike Costin, was the engineer who was the Cos of Cosworth.
Yes, but what have the Costins ever done for us?
So the two brothers,
overachieving brothers,
unbelievable input into motorsport over many, many years, Mike and Frank Costin.
And of course, for everybody who was involved in aircraft manufacturing and manufacturing per se during the war years, then suddenly a lot of them became sort of fairly unemployable, but motor racing became their happy hunting ground, and lots of aerodynamic designers and in-car design, of course. And of course, all of the advances in technology that speeded up learning curve of the 1940s brought, then went into machining and production and everything else. So lots and lots of aerospace technology and military technology went into it. Well, you just see Johnny Molam going across the line again. Another, now not quite as quick, kind of a 64 in the pit lane. What is that? So
that's that Cooper that we were talking about earlier.
Tim Child's car.
Extra entry into the program, isn't it?
Yep.
Same Cooper that was building the rear-engine cars that we were watching in the Formula Juniors, and also the same Cooper that built the rear-engined 500s we'll see later on, but they also built GT and sports cars as well. Very much traditional front-engined, almost open wheel really, but with mud guards.
Is that a Bristol engine? Is that in the front? It's got 3 downdraft carburetors, so I'm thinking rather than a 4-cylinder, it'll be a 6-cylinder. But I know nothing at all. 2 litres, it could be. So Cooper Bristol.
I would say yes, it is the Bristol engine, which was the BMW engine.
And they made a Formula 2 car as well, which Mike Hawthorne was very successful in. So that would be my stab in the dark at that. I would not have recognised that. If somebody had shown me a picture and said, "What's that?" I would not have gone for Cooper as my first choice. So again, still fastest, Johnny Molam and Bon Grimes in their Lotus. Max Lynn and Andy Wolf second fastest, and a change for third quickest now, actually. Car number 2 has gone third quickest, and that is another of our Stirling Moss Trophy cars, and that's Richard Hudson and Stuart Morley in car number 2, another Lister Knobbly. Theirs, though, is white. I imagine Old English rather than Glacier white.
Yes, it is. Slightly off-white. That was built new actually a few years ago, although obviously to exactly the same specification, so it is allowed to run in historic racing, but built about 10 years ago, I think.
Yeah, Lister built a number of continuation cars, didn't they? Because they were so successful.
This one was privately built, but same idea.
Yeah.
And a lot of the cars we'll see will be recreations, but to the exact specification. But this one isn't a recreation. This is very much an original car. Number 291 of Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam.
It was basically the jump up from the Lotus 11 It was the next generation of the Lotus two-seat sports car, and again you can see, you know, that sort of hump behind the driver. It's just to reduce drag. It's not actually filled with anything, and it's just to reduce drag, as you saw in the D-types. So still fastest in the Walter Hayes Trophy, the Pearson family D-type. And second quickest, the Wilmots. Third fastest, car number 144. And that's James Hansen and Paul Pochicol in another Jaguar D-type. And here is the Hudson Morley car, now up to third fastest, the Lister Nobly, Old English White, car number 2. Beautifully period black roundels, before championships had their own door stickers and bonnet stickers that you had to carry. Pegasus of the Mobil Oil Company on the front. That would have been, that might well have been the total sponsorship involved with the car.
Nice to see the exhaust pipes running down both sides of the car with that V8 engine. It looks really mean, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, superb. So that car now up to third fastest, yeah.
And an example of the XK there, the much more upright car following the Hudson and Morley Lister through the number 24 car, which
Stephen Josh Ward.
Yeah, that has history with Acurio Cos.
Yeah, flag blue, the familiar colour, but you sort of associate Acurio Cos with the white noseband as well, which they had on the C-types and D-types, but that was to differentiate the cars at Le Mans, 1 stripe, 2 stripes or 3 stripes. So still flag blue, the traditional colour.
And that car, very original, goes right back to those days. And in fact, we talked about the D-type and the C-type Jaguars earlier. The proper name for a C-type is actually an XK120C for competition. That's the XK120, number 24 there. That's what it looked like as a road car, and latterly taken into racing as well. But then when Jaguar got to work on it to produce a proper Le Mans racer, they called it the competition version. Totally different. Much lower. And
a successful rally car as well, in the days when rallies weren't rattling across gravel tracks through trees. But Ian Appleyard winning the Alpine Rally a number of times in XK120s. So there again, the Hudson and Morley Lister. Well, that thundering Chevrolet V8 engine, small block Chev, 5.5 litres. Probably doesn't smell. We're in the queue coming in behind a big block Camaro, which was probably breathing out 5 miles per gallon of its 5 miles per gallon as it sat there with the lumpiest idle. So this is a 5 litre rather than a 7.2 big block Chev. I'm sure it would fit. It just wasn't in period. So Greenstone and Spires in one of their 2 cars, still in 4th place, and that is 152, which is the Lister Nobly, and Greenstone and Spires also in, I've lost them now, where have they gone? In fact, they've just jumped up to 5th place. So they're 4th, they were 4th and 8th, they're now 4th and 5th. Spears, beg your pardon. So Nigel Greenstone and John Spears are both 4th and 5th. So imagine that Nigel is now in 152, because that is the one that's jumped up a bit, the Lister Nobly, and John then, I think, probably is in 88, which is the Lister Costin.
They've got a busy few days of Nigel and John.
Yeah.
And we're looking there at the Woodcote Trophy fastest car, so that will be on pole for the Woodcote Trophy. It is a mixed grid. We don't have separate grids for them, but they are 2 separate races in one. So the number 17 short-nosed D-type is fastest in Woodcote Trophy with John and Gary Pearson. I think that was John Pearson at the wheel. Gary probably started that car. And second in the Woodcote Trophy is the Wilmots. Number 84 car we mentioned earlier. I think that was an extra entry, wasn't it, you mentioned?
Yeah, that's back in the pit lane at the moment, having completed their runs. So car number 84, Rick and Joe Wilmot in the Jaguar XK140, which was the sort of up-powered version of the XK120, and that's the Dom Special.
Yes, that's a special body that was put on that chassis. It was actually, the body was originally used on an Aston Martin, and then it was moved over to an XK140.
Look at the very much more upright Jaguar Jupiter. Again, if you know what a Jaguar Jupiter road car looks like, it doesn't look like that, but that's what that is. Car number 7, Edward Crossley and Julian Crossley. Jaguar Jupiter converted into something very much more suitable for the racetrack. Well, they built Bradford, weren't they, Jaguars, I think? Certainly in that region. Checker flag comes out as the Wilmot Jag comes across the line. The Pearson Jag, rather. So your fastest car, Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam in the little Lotus 15. Fastest of all, they will lead the field away, and they are also on top in the Stirling Moss Trophy. Heading into the pit lane, another one of our Astons. Car number 65, Jonathan Lupton, Darren Turner's DB2. Yes, that Darren Turner, multiple Le Mans winner and factory Aston driver, and now very much an Aston Martin ambassador. And we were talking to him at the Bentley Drivers Club a couple of weeks ago here, and he told us that when it was first suggested to him that maybe he might like to try his hand at a 1930s Aston Martin Le Mans team car. I'm not really sure about this, he said. It absolutely opened his eyes to the fun of historic racing. Not just the fun of driving the car, but the fun of not gentle, but clean and sporting, close competition in very different machinery. And he's absolutely become an ambassador for historic racing as well. He's very, very taken with it. So there we go, our second qualifying session of the weekend, of the day, is done for the Royal Automobile Club's Woodcote and Stirling Moss trophies. Bon Grimes, Johnny Molam's Lotus 15 will share the front row with the Hudson and Morley Lister Nobley. Then the Lister Chev, 2 Lister Costins on row 2. The Lynn & Wolf Chevrolet engine car and the Spears and Grinsell Jaguar engine car. Their Lister Nobley starts on the next row, so if they can stay together, that should make swapping the cars midway through very much more straightforward. Woodcote Trophy, it is the Pearson's Jag that is fastest from the Wilmots, and all the way down the list you can see some very famous names in terms of drivers and cars down the order. A pair of Fraser Nashes, Targa Florio and a Le Mans rep, and the Jowett. 53 seconds down, well, perhaps not surprising to something that was built for racing like the Lotus 15. So that is the Stirling Moss Trophy and Woodcote Trophy qualifying for their joint race, and that will be race 2 of the 2025 Silverstone Festival, and that goes off on Saturday morning right after the Formula Juniors. Alex Brundle in that Jaguar Heritage continuation D-Type, getting some miles on the machine. Another period battle as the big front-engine sports cars gradually gave way to small front-engine sports cars. Lotus 15 giving away 2 or 3 litres to some of these cars and still outperforming them.
The Silverstone Festival for 2025 has a brand new timing partner, and we welcome Ola Magatu and Shami. It must be a great pleasure for you to be here.
As a fan, yes. First race I ever came to was Silverstone when I was a young kid. Now that our names and the headlines are on the podium and we're now official partners, the young kid can't quite believe that I'm here. So it's an honour. It's a real honour.
But your logo, your O, has been in so many different major motorsports across the last couple of years. You've really created such a brand with it.
Well, yes, and I'm surrounded by some wonderful people who've helped me do that. Every time you see our logo, it's not just a logo that I've paid money for. It signifies a friendship, a partnership. We're working together and we're working to create more for motorsport.
And of course, you couldn't possibly come to an event like this and not create a brand new watch.
Well, no point in coming to Silverstone without the Silverstone watch, right? So we worked really hard when we signed the deal with Silverstone. We worked really hard to get these watches done. They've told so well. The fans have been amazing. All on social media, the comments have been wonderful. We're selling. We have a few for sale this weekend. But without sounding like a salesman, they have nearly all sold out. So if you want one, come and see us sooner rather than later, because once they're gone, they're gone.
And there are so many other watches to take a look at as well. This beautiful Arnage watch.
This is the Arnage watch that we did Le Mans with this year. So every watch we have has a name and has a reason for the name. No point in having Arnage if you're not doing Le Mans.
Well, please come down to Garage Number 1 on the national area to celebrate a new partnership between Automotive and the Silverstone Festival.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Shami. Yeah, good news. The Omologato very limited edition Silverstone watches are here on display, and you could possibly, I'm sure, twist Shami's arm to let you have one. Okay, John Spears and Nigel Greensall back in action, slacking a little bit in this RAC Historic Tourist Trophy qualifying because they're only going to be driving one car. Ed's got more.
Richard, great to see you. Now, I've heard on the grapevine you've got a bit of testing in. How's it been?
Well, I was here a couple of days ago. It's all right. It was very much testing the driver, not the car. Let's put it that way. I got it round, and I finished the right way up. So I'm doing well.
And tell us, I mean, you've driven, obviously, a huge variety of cars, but there's something about an historic car with this power on these tyres that certainly grabs the attention.
Yeah, and I've never driven it on these particular tyres. We've come down to the proper tyres for the event today, so they are skinnier. And don't forget, I've never raced. I mean, I've driven cars for 30 years on television, but that's all about showing off and doing a skid round one corner. Sticking it all together in a race is a completely different game, but I'm loving it. I just hope I haven't overreached myself today.
Well, you're sharing with Patrick, who's probably raced more historic cars than anyone. What advice has he given you?
Most of it at a very loud volume, if you know Patrick. You need to be braver everywhere. No, actually, we have unpicked it. We've been through it on the V-Box with Julian as well. And it's fascinating when it shifts from being the world I inhabit, which is one of, it's all about flamboyance and show, to, no, it's science. And he was showing me how my gear shifts are costing me probably half a second a lap. There's one sequence of corners where there's probably 3 seconds to come out. It's just stringing it together. And being scientific and methodical about it. It's the nerdy side of racing, which I actually really love. I want to learn more about.
The best bit of advice I ever got was you just need to be a little bit more dangerous. So maybe that's it.
With my record, I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Let Richard enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you, I shall.
So the Hamster and Littlest Cog represented and sharing with PB, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards. So lots and lots of knowledge going into that Austin Healey 3000 that they'll be racing in race 12 on Sunday. Qualifying in just a moment. Ed's there.
Michael, I've got to ask, I mean, you're so quick on two wheels. A morning at Silverstone, would you prefer an Austin Healey or a motorcycle?
Well, I mean, that's like trying to choose between your favourite kids, isn't it? That's impossible. Today, because there are other cars out, I prefer the four wheels. Yeah, they're both brilliant. Actually, the classics are very much like racing a bike. You've got to really, be sliding and dancing around, and the driver makes a huge difference. That's why I love it compared to, and bikes are similar to that, really. So yeah, it's great. It's just great to be here.
And something like this Healey, have you got to look after the brakes and the tyres, or are you fine for the race?
Well, one of the good things about an Austin Healey, the brakes are very good. But you can cook, especially in this spec with the narrow tyres, you can cook a set of tyres in 2 laps. So basically, you have to sort of manage that. And then when the tyres go off, amazingly, it's like a superbike in that you have to get the exit absolutely right with all that power and no grip, like a superbike. And if you get the exit line right and on the power early, it makes all the difference. So they actually play into some of my bike skills, I suppose.
And because you pay for your own tyres, unlike a lot of drivers on this grid, you're probably even more careful.
Is my wife going to see this video? Then, yeah, they don't cost much at all.
Look, Michael, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ah, yes, the fear of every classic car owner that when you go, your wife sells the car for what you told her you paid for it. Qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy is happening right now at the Silverstone Festival. So the Historic Tourist Trophy, race 12 on Sunday afternoon. It's going to be a 50-minute race for pre-1963 GT cars. So the oldest will be sort of 58, 59, and the newest 1963. So a real snapshot of the evolving field. And we'll see Cobras, we'll see E-types, short wheelbase Jags, big Healey's, Sunbeam Alpines, and a few other various different things. Now, if you turn to page 28 on your programme, because qualifying does not necessarily follow race order, we're jumping around a little bit. Page 28, the changes to your programme. There is no longer car number 15. John Davison and the Lotus Elite is not here, but you can add car number 16, David Hart, in a Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. That is dark green and utterly gorgeous. What else? No other retirements, but you can add also Michael Gans, the Swiss driver, out in his green Lotus Elite. That is car number 31. You can add also 63, John Davison, in a Lotus Elite from 1961, and that car is yellow. And you can add a co-driver to car number 96, because Niels Fredrik Niblos has got Jeremy Welch, the and there's a major Cobra problem for John Spears and Nigel Greensall, and I think that will be John. No, actually looks a bit more like that is John. So John Spears out of the Cobra with only 3 wheels on his wagon. The knockoff did not appear to be knocked on enough. The spinners there, unlike wheel nuts, it is a centre fixing, but the little ears on those you whack on with a hammer. So he's got a wheel. What he doesn't have is a nut to hold it on with, but most of that has reappeared. Be a brief yellow flag there, because that is not moving in a hurry, I'm afraid. It may not be that brief. And that might put paid to qualifying, which means at the moment that Jason Minshaw, Mark Burton's Jaguar E-Type, car number 53, dark battleship grey car, is at the top of the pile, and the Niblos and Welch Mark 1 Healey 3000 is second fastest. Now, if there is going to be a yellow flag out there for the whole time, then that might be the end of that. What you're looking at, if you could see a screen, in fact, is the E-Type of Minshaw and Burton, but they have just been pipped by the Pearson's Jag. Hello. Well, you can only do that, Alistair, if you're the owner of the car.
Yes.
Drive your not quite priceless, but certainly extraordinarily valuable Cobra on its sump and a wheel out to a place of safety. That's great stuff. Oh dear. Okay, in the gravel, Kane Tilley Ross Curno's Lotus Elite, and that in the dark green and bright yellow Lotus colours. The Elite, Lotus's first fully fiberglass bodied car. Beautiful, pretty little thing, super light, and with a Coventry Climax engine in period. Now he's pulled off.
He didn't go wide, he actually pulled off, which
and then
very
dropped
unfortunate.
2 wheels in the gravel. Yeah. Now I wonder if he was looking down in the cockpit at something. Yellow flags then at the final corner of the lap, because although lots of our cars are heading out of the old pit lane, the heritage pit lane here at Silverstone, that's where we are. The start-finish line is at the Formula 1 pit lane end of the circuit.
That's that position is very difficult, because that's where cars would go if they were losing control.
Yep.
So the clerk of the course will be considering what to do about this now.
That is going to need a tow, or a lift and a tow. There are definitely yellow flags. You can see in the foreground the green flag is flashing, which means there are yellow flags before that, as you would expect to protect the corner. But that does rather mean that the qualifying session, which is 17 minutes, beg your pardon, 37 minutes, and now down to 20 minutes, is going to be fairly fruitless in terms of setting faster times. once you get to the yellow flag zone, which will be somewhere down in the Vale as you drop down the hill here, I imagine you'll probably pick up the yellows here, and then the Jaguars sideways and everything, but going to have to reel off the speed. And they'll all see why. Your first lap round, you'll come out and you go, what's the yellow all about? Oh, hang on a minute. And of course, it's not just protecting other drivers from running off into the car, it's because the marshals will be out there. Red flags are out.
That's not surprising, given that we've got marshals on track and the car in a dangerous position.
And the clock has stopped as well. There is time built in to the schedule for the odd unfortunate occurrence. Now, with an elite being as light as it is, and on relatively narrow tyres, there is just the chance that they might be able to push it out with a little bit of... Now, do we think he rolled to a halt because there was no power? If he had an engine, then with the team in orange, half a dozen of them, and the engine, might well have done it. So here he is at the top of the picture, big lock-up and understeer. And then everything seems to be all right. And then he meanders very gently off the track and into the gravel. And at the last moment, there's a little, you can see the front wheel lock up as he realises the danger. I have a feeling there was something else going on in the car.
I think if he'd had an engine, you would have seen the rear wheels spinning, because he would have thought, right, let's try and get out of this gravel, and he didn't. So,
and I think actually the big understeer might well have been that the engine just shut itself off.
Yeah.
And in the same way, if you dramatically lift the throttle when the car's already committed to a corner, physics tends not to like that. So very unfortunate for our Lotus. So I don't know if that was Kane Tilley or Ross Curnow, but that red flag is out. Clock has stopped, so hopefully there will be time for more quick lappery. The Pearsons at the top of the pile in their E-Type, the Minshaw and Burton car, number 55, second fastest. That's another E-Type, the dark grey car.
This little Turner, number 84, is co-driven by its Dutch team, Nicolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen, and I think Jan's out in more than one car this weekend. Huge enthusiast of historic racing.
Okay, you can make an adjustment to your programme, because the last time I checked, Jan Magnussen was not NL, he was DK.
Oh yes.
He's not a Dutch, he's a Dane, and there the similarity ends.
It's a bit like you with a Jaguar 11.
Yes,
I just read what was in the... You're absolutely right, of course he's Dutch, Danish.
And in the background, you just saw a very brief shot of the Hart family 250 short wheelbase, which is, yes, apart from being one of, if not the... there's the spinner.
John Spears.
Yeah, so that's what should have held the wheel on the Cobra. So where did the wheel nut depart? Oh, right. Quite a long time before the car's wheel actually fell off. So that is on the way. Wow.
That's in Village, and he pulled off at the loop, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a long way, didn't he?
I do wonder whether the team will dispatch somebody with another spinner, and because John picked up the wheel, didn't he?
Yeah.
And they may be able to get that refitted trackside and with this red flag.
Well, if he's got a hammer and a spinner,
Yes.
So the Tourist Trophy, as your little ident there shows, first run in 1905 on the Isle of Man. It was also run, it was a road race, and it was also run in Dundrod in Northern Ireland, when racing on the roads in mainland UK was prohibited. So the Tourist Trophy, for many, many years, presented here to international sports car winners at Silverstone of the Tourist Trophy race. So again,
touring cars as well.
I think it is the oldest motor racing trophy, certainly in the UK, and the first Grand Prix was 1904 in Le Mans, wasn't it? So unless they're using the same trophy in perpetuity, and there hasn't been a French Grand Prix every year, there hasn't actually been a Tourist Trophy awarded every year, but it is certainly one of the world's most elderly's not the word I'm looking for, but it escapes me the way. I'll edit that out later. That'll be fine when we go live. Yeah, one of the most prestigious awards there is. Car number 31 in the foreground, little Lotus Elite of Michael Gans, and again, that much more sort of road car looking. It's still got little quarter bumpers and so on, but yeah, these cars, built by Colin Chapman, designed as a sort of do-it-all car. You could drive them to the racetrack, race and drive them home, as long as you hadn't had any minor issues on the way.
And the whole car was built of fiberglass, as we call it, GRP, glass reinforced plastic, and even the chassis was fiberglass, so the whole car, and then steel parts were bolted in to hold the engine and suspension. But quite a forward-thinking design, which they changed for the Lotus Elan, because that went back to a steel chassis with a plastic body bolted onto it. So yeah, very, very forward-thinking, with the little 1.2 litre Coventry Climax engine in the front. But don't think it's a slow car. It's so light. It's very, very competitive.
It's a smaller version of the 1.5 Formula 1 engine, basically. Right behind, you can see one of a handful of E-types we've got in the race again. Andrew Moore in his E-type Roadster, colour described as gunmetal, and car number 16 behind again. David Hart driving this. We weren't sure. Olivier Hart, we talked to him yesterday evening. He wasn't sure which ones he was going to drive and which ones he was going to share with his dad and which ones his dad was going to snaffle up on his own. And I think David has decided that gorgeous 250 short wheelbase he's going to drive on his own. Certainly that's what it says on our... Oh no, it shows David and Olivier Hart. So car number 16, we will tentatively add in Olivier, as you would expect it to be, Hart, H-A-R-T. It is a work in progress all the way through this meeting, particularly because they didn't just bring one car, they've brought 4 cars. That is David Hart, I think. I think it is.
Yes, that looks like Dad's helmet.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll see Olivier drop into that, although actually... Yeah.
No, I think that is David.
Yeah, it is.
So he may do, he may not do. All their cars are over in the garage at the wing, so they're all in a nice line in the order in which they should go out, which is the only way you can probably organise it, isn't it? Take one out from the front and bring it back in through the back and shuffle the line forward. So you see the Harts represented in 4 or 5 races this weekend.
And then the red car next in the line is the Austin Healey 3000, which successful in racing, but also, like we said about the XK120, successful in rallying as well. Yep. Particularly, surprisingly really, in alpine rallies, in ice and snow. Big 3 litre engine up front. And Pat Moss-Carlson, Pat Moss, who is Sterling Moss's sister, who married Eric Carlson, another excellent rally driver. Pat Moss-Carlson was very, very successful driving the big Healey.
Yep. Yeah, that's a Mark 1. Further back you can see another red Healey, the Mark 3. And of course, while we're waiting for the track to go live again, quick reminder of what's going on. We'll be ending the evening with music from Natasha Bedingfield, but there is fun for all the family, kids of all ages, and I include myself in that. Food, lots of concession stands around. The fun fair, plenty for kids to do. And if you are watching online and you hadn't realised that the bank holiday weekend is the Silverstone Festival, you can come and watch Terry Grant, get them some ear defenders for some of the events on track as well, and Natasha Bedingfield rounding out proceedings this evening. Craig David will be the headline act tomorrow night. So again, well worth staying for. And if you are watching elsewhere and don't have tickets for the weekend, they are still available. You can still go and buy them online and download them on the Silverstone app and rock up, and your entire family will be thoroughly entertained. As well as on-track action, a host of cars in the iconic auction, and you can see just a little smattering there, sort of pedestrian and not quite so pedestrian minis, an Austin A60 pickup, long wheelbase Landy, whatever that is on the right-hand side, an Alfa Romeo that has seen slightly better days. I think that's what's known in the trade as a fixer-upper. And of course the funfair as well. So slight delay to the timetable, but we continue after the historic Tourist Trophy with more qualifying this Friday morning. The Derek Bell Trophy will be next up for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars. Now they had separate races last year, they are together as one. Then the Asian Flux Trophy, historic touring car challenge, a new and very well supported race here as well, GT3 Legends, and then the Formula 3 500cc cars, well worth watching. They will round out as we head into the parades at lunchtime, and lots more qualifying, and then the racing gets underway later on this weekend as well. Plenty of racing on Saturday and on Sunday, and we go back to a green track. Cars heading back out on track. There is the Mark 1 Healey 3000, and in the background coming through the Beckett Sesses, the Mark 3 car, slightly different, a whole host of upgrades, but most noticeable in that the traditional Healey shaped gob at the front is just a little bit more open-mouthed in the Mark 3 car. So 81 there as well going through. That's Jason Wilmot's 3000, that's another Mark 1. And unusually not tartan red with a white roof, which of course were the BMC factory colours. Originally it was tartan red with a black roof. You see very few Mini Coopers in that colour now. Most of them have gone red with a white roof, as that was the later colour. And of course the Healey, being a convertible, would have had a canvas top, but with a hard top, a little bit more aerodynamically efficient. And then again you see little Lotus 1100cc Coventry Climax outbraking a 3.8 Jaguar E-Type. A bigger, faster car in theory with more power, but the Lotus lighter, nimbler, and in this tight and twisty part of the circuit, absolutely gobbling up the Jaguar. Once they get out of the Beckett Sesses and the Jaguar picks up its skirts and flies down the Hanger Lane, or Hanger Straight rather, or possibly down here on the Lewis Hamilton Straight, then that might be a different story. And again, the 3-litre Healey being driven nicely on the throttle there, sliding 4 square out of the corner right behind the E.
And that lovely Ferrari there coming down the Wellington Straight, the number 16 car of, we think now shared father and son, with David and Olivier Hart.
And yet, Enzo Ferrari famously at the Geneva Motor Show, when the Jaguar E-Type was launched, proclaimed it to be the most beautiful car in the world. And that's a man who designed and manufactured this, the 250 short wheelbase. Now, if you're talking beautiful cars, how do you choose between an E-Type and a short wheelbase, or a 250 Tour de France?
And they were concurrent as well, the 250 and the E-Type very much on sale at the same time.
And actually, in this form, a short wheelbase or a Tour de France and an E-Type, fairly similar. But when they redeveloped that car to become the GTO, Gran Turismo Omologato, which was the, right, we've had enough of this pesky E-Type, let's really up the ante, the all singing, all dancing 250, that changed the balance of power very much. And, and that then reigned supreme until the Cobras came along.
The Jaguar E-Type went on sale, and remarkably, I mean, today you can, I don't know what you'd have to pay for an E-Type, lots and lots of money, but the list price for an E-Type was £2,260, which was a lot less than the equivalent Ferrari, which we're looking at here, a lot less.
It'd be interesting to know, actually, what the list price of a Jaguar and the average sort of 3-bedroom family house was compared to what you'd have to pay for an E-Type now, compared to what you'd have to pay for a 3-bedroom family house. I think if you've not got 50 grand in the bank, you're not going to get very much of any kind of an E-Type. If you're looking at 40, maybe you're into V12Es, which are deemed a little bit less desirable because they don't quite have the purity of the Series 1, 1.5, Series 2Es, which you're looking at here. But again, you've got 3.8 Jaguar E-Type and a 3-litre big Healey right behind. There's nothing between them, is there? Healey's built in Cape Works in Coventry, and the 3-litre engine came from the Austin family,
and the Jaguar just up the road in Browns Lane in Coventry.
Yep.
Coventry, of course, was the centre of the motor industry at that time.
Very much so. Standard, Triumph, Jaguar.
And later on,
the whole host.
Talbot and Peugeot and so on were built there as well. It's rather sad driving through Coventry now that some of the places which were all car factories are now housing estates and shopping centres.
Yep.
The Jaguar we're looking at is driven by the Pearson brothers again. We saw them out in their fixed head in the previous qualifying session, and
they were fastest of all. In fact, they've just been pit by Michael Gans in that late entry car number 31, his Lotus Elite, who's just gone through shot. In fact, we saw him going past the E-Type as he set that fastest lap. But where does that leave the big Healy? Because the Healy is absolutely clinging to the back of that Jaguar, so it can't be that much further back.
It's fifth.
It is fifth, isn't it? Yeah. Joe Wilmot's car. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he finds an improvement or two. And again, look at the way the Lotus is being driven. Now, if you did that on the public highway, obviously, it would be who do you think you are, son, Sterling Moss. But that's exactly the way the car is. It's a tiny little frontal area, even compared to the E-Type, which is not exactly the world's biggest brick through the air. But the Lotus is, you know, a sports car that was shrunk in the wash quite considerably. Joe Wilmot seems to have dropped off a little bit on this lap because the E-Type's got away and David Hart's gone by him in the Ferrari. Maybe he's just worked a little too much heat into those rear tyres. But it's definitely the way the Healy likes to be driven, clearly, or the way he likes to drive it. And I'm not quite sure whether that's cause or effect. But again, the Lotus, very slippery, very sideways, very light, still quickest. So the Pearsons come across the line, not an improvement there for David Hart either. Now, if you said of these four, which would be the more sideways, Elite, E-Type, Healy, or short wheelbase, I would probably have gone for Healy, but actually we've seen that the Elite is just as sideways as well, when Michael Gans has really got it up and dancing. So there's Joe Wilmot, sixth fastest, and now I think just having fun, just dialing himself in fully.
Well, he's driving solo, isn't he, Joe? We haven't been told of a second driver, so he doesn't need to come in to hand over to a second driver to complete qualifying. Both drivers must qualify the car, and 3 laps minimum, so there is a slight time issue with those that are driving, sharing a car. Another sideways Healy there is Alex Hewitson. He's also driving solo. That's a Mark II Healy 3000.
Yep. And just in front of them is the car that was fastest right at the very beginning of the session, and that's Jason Minshaw and Mark Burton's Jaguar E-Type, car number 55. And they haven't found an improvement actually since the flags came out, so I wonder if that was a driver change. I wonder if Jason started the session and they put Mark Burton in just so he can get a few more laps under his belt.
Well, Jason has shared with the car's owner, Martin Melling, for many, many years in this car. But Mark Burton has taken over Martin's seat for this one.
It's kind of almost resto mod, isn't it? Because I mean, I know the Roadster's a beautiful thing, but my favourite E-Type is the fixed head coupe. It's such a gorgeous shape. But here with the sort of tinted rear windows and side windows, that's a very unusual look on an E-Type, isn't it? I suppose it helps keep the heat down inside the cockpit. But again, for a daily driver, 3.8 2+2, could there be anything better? I don't think so.
It is a stunning design.
Yeah.
But really, a lot of old cars look great, but put them on a modern car line of cars and you'd say, yeah, that's an old car. The E-Type actually would hold its own even today, I think. In fact, it's prettier than a lot of cars, isn't it?
And such an iconic shape that, you know, for all that everybody said, why don't Jaguar make another E-Type? Can you imagine trying to make a car so achingly pretty fit modern safety standards? Where would the airbags go? Where would the crumple zones go? I mean, yeah, very tricky indeed.
Sunbeam Alpine there, just being passed by the Healy.
Yep.
That's a car that's, I think, the number 42.
Yep.
Didn't see.
Gareth and Simon Evans, yeah.
That's, no, I'm not sure it was that one, but anyway, we're looking here at
I think that's the only one. I think we've only got that one.
Only got the one. It
Alpine,
must have been then, yeah. So the 84 car we're looking at here, we did briefly see that when we had the red flag, which was the Nikolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen shared car. We've seen Jan out in this car. I think he was here last year. It's not going to trouble the top of the timing screens, but it's a Turner GT.
Darren Turner owned and raced one for a while. No relation. No, but no, he loved it. And and you look at it very quickly and you think, oh, it's an Austin Healey Sprite or it's an MG Midge. It's not. It's a very similar sized car. But yeah, a sort of variation on a theme, if you like.
Yes, it's sure it's a lot of fun to drive.
Certainly looks like it, does it? It looks like a very lively package.
In fact, it does. I don't know whether it's our screen changing the angle of the rear wheels, but they look as though they're slightly tucking in there. Maybe that's the way they get the car to handle.
Yep.
That's the Pearson's E-Type, which is third quickest now in the pit lane, with, I've just said they won't be troubling the top of the timing screens. Martin, hit me, will you? Mortensen and Magnussen, second quickest.
I mean, the way it went by the Edmore E-Type, I thought, okay, yes, that's actually Andrew Moore E-Type, rather, actually looking very quick indeed, and it is second fastest. So is it Kevin's dad, as he is now inevitably known? You know, Einstein's dad, nobody knows his name either. Well, at least Jan Magnussen had a stellar career, and still does. Is still racing competitively.
That would be Jan in the wheel.
I think it is.
The orange
I think
helmet.
it is. Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't quite see the helmet before when we had the shot from the passenger side, because it is a British-built car, so it is right-hand drive. Yeah. It's, he's probably got it dancing. I'm not sure that many Turners have been driven quite so quickly.
Probably with the exception of Darren's. I think Darren's always been quick, hasn't he?
Yeah.
They finished last year 9th overall and first in class in that car, Mortensen and Magnussen.
So here's the Hamster and Blakeney Edwards car, PBE, just about to jump in. So Richard has done a little bit of racing, of course, raced his MGB, and also famously in the Silverstone 24 Hours with Clarkson and James May, had a run in a BMW diesel production car.
Oh, this is Hamster exploring the outer edges of opposite lock.
Got away with that.
He did.
Got away with that. Yeah. Just and I mean, and that's the thing, isn't it? You know, that when it's done with no drama, it looks like it's the easiest thing in the world. But the difference between pedestrians, in all fairness, like myself and Richard, and drivers who can really drive, and Patrick Blakeney Edwards would be a classic example of that, is the difference when you think you've got it and you're right towards the edge, and then you realise actually the car's got you rather than the other way round. He's got the trembles and he's got the big wide-eyed smile on his face. I think he might have enjoyed himself there, Richard.
That's good to see.
Yeah,
that's what it's all about, enjoying yourself.
Okay, fastest lap of that car was a 2:45.990. I'm just making a note of that, because although he's only got 6.5 minutes, Patrick Blakeney Edwards may well find a little bit more pace in the Healy. Yeah, Magnussen not finding more pace this time round,
but only 75 thousandths slower than the Michael Gans Lotus Elite.
Yeah,
he hasn't got to find a lot, has he?
That's going to be a heck of a start from the front row if Jan starts the race. The way the car is at the moment, if I was the owner, I'd be putting Jan in against Michael Gans at the start, just for the fun of watching it.
He's got, in fact, Michael's gone quicker. Michael Gans, number 31, has extended his time lead over this car, number 84, to just under half a second now. Michael Gans a 2:30.7.
Now, all of our cars have gone out. Only 19 of the 20 have set a time, though. Mortensen and Magnussen go fastest again, 26 thousandths quicker in the Turner. So 2 fiberglass-bodied upstarts, if you like. Lotus went on to much greater things, clearly over the years, driven by Colin Chapman. The company driven rather than the cars driven. And then that is a classic cornering technique, isn't it? Soft rear, firm front, so the rear sags or bites, and then you get your inside front wheel dangling in the air. And there will be lots of people I know who will have seen pictures of Jim Clark three-wheeling a Lotus Cortina around Brands Hatch in a similar style. Michael Gans really wringing the neck of the elite, but he is 26 thousandths slower now than Jan Magnussen in the Turner. Turner never went on to win any prizes. See what I did there? Kids? No? No, okay. Michael Gans, car number 31, Lotus Elite. In the Beckett says, in the Beckett says, in the Maggots and into the Beckett says, and again, three-wheeling the car around. This thing is beautifully set up. And if you've read or heard the phrase four-wheel drift and wondered what it was about, this is exactly what it's about. It's when you've not got enough tyre for the speed you're carrying, you drift the front and the rear through the corner, braking down in a straight line, turning in and then driving the car through on the throttle. It's a technique that's been used right from the earliest days of motor racing, when first of all there was loose gravel roads or barely oiled gravel roads, and tyres that weren't anything like a modern tyre. Dials in plenty of oversteer as well through the car. Michael not afraid of hanging a tail. He goes faster again. Oh, a whopping 19 hundredths of a second quicker now. Throwing down the gauntlet. And for a driver like Michael Gans, battling with an ex-Grand Prix driver and a multiple sports car champion like Jan Magnussen, excellent stuff. I bet he's going to have the biggest grin on his face when this session finishes in a minute or two. 3 minutes, in fact. The Pearson's Jag, third fastest, is still in the pit lane. David Hart, I'm not sure if that car's been in and out. So I'm not sure if Olivier Hart, although he's down to drive it, is actually going to drive it. Little Turner starts another lap. Again, you wonder which one's going to run out of tyre first. Not that there'll be no tyre left, that just there'll be, the tyres will be maybe a little overheated, not quite as fresh. Maybe the temperatures will have just risen a little too high, the pressure's risen a little too high. Just ahead, going down into underneath the BRDC suite, you saw David Hart's Ferrari. Magnussen now fastest of all in the first sector of the lap. So another quicker lap coming up. Their previous lap, he closed the gap to Michael Gans from 19 hundredths to 78 thousandths of a second. Or did Gans lose a lap? No, I don't think he lost a lap. So I think the previous lap for Magnussen was quicker, and this one is quicker still. A minute 52 on the clock. They're doing 2:30 laps. He will probably not get to the line before the checkered flag is out. So this might be it, the final attempt for Jan Magnussen to put a Turner GT on pole for the historic Tourist Trophy.
I think he will get round to another lap because he's going through Beckett's now.
Oh, he might do, mightn't he?
Yeah, he'll get another one in.
Yes.
So we'll see now his Sector 2 time, which comes up at the bottom of the Hanger Straight, and see whether he can do another fastest one there and then string the whole lot together. Michael Gans at the moment just 78 thousandths quicker.
Couple of cars ahead of him. 84.
And another fastest sector time. So if, as we assume, it's Jan Magnussen at the wheel, can complete the final corner, which is in through the historic Vale into Club Corner,
If it's not Jan, then Michelin Mortensen is really piling on the pace. Caught the Sunbeam Alpine in just the wrong place. Could have done with catching him coming out of the corner, maybe.
Oops, that's a bit wide.
Goes a little wide, but new fastest lap, 2:30.124. 42 hundredths of a second quicker, over 4 tenths quicker than Michael Gans. There is Gans. His last lap, 3 yellow sectors, so no improvement on his previous, but he's going quicker than he did previously. So not as quick as Magnussen's last lap, but even more effort going into it, even more freewheeling in the Lotus Elite. He's getting that inside wheel further and further off the ground with every lap. Checkered flag is out, so it's the last shot as he comes past underneath our commentary position, the Heritage pit lane, the original pit lane here at Silverstone. There's the checkered flag, so already seeing cars taking those, but all eyes on the battle for pole position between Michael Gans and Jan Magnussen. Magnussen currently has the fastest lap and has gone purple on sector 1. Gans with an improvement for himself, but again, he's catching traffic, exiting the Beckett's S's, another Elite, and then a big Healy in front of him. And it might be that he catches the Healy in just the wrong place. A big, big slide through the Beckett's S's. And the Elite stays out of the way, but is that the end of the final attempt from Michael Gans? I think he'll go down trying here. Yeah, not a better sector. Lost time, getting very sideways. And the second element of the Beckett's S's. Just superb to watch. If you've got a big screen nearby, absolutely top flight entertainment from Michael Gans. When he gets the line, we'll be cutting back, I'm sure, to find Jan Magnussen. Across the line, 2:30.1, no improvement, 2:31.6. So it will be pole for Magnussen.
And he goes purple again in sector 2, so
wow.
Improving again on his best time of before. So Jan Magnussen really has got this car singing now to his tune. He's coming through club corner. Will he go wide again, or will he manage to keep it on the track this time? Looks like he's got a better line through there, and a much better line through the exit of club as well.
Wow, 2:29.365. Purple, 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 3/4 of a second the gap for pole position. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards in the big Healy, the blue and white car number 122 that he's sharing with Richard Hammond. And that car currently 15th. So Hammond's fastest lap, 2:45.9. 2:29.3 for Pat Blakeney-Edwards.
2:38.6.
All right, okay, yeah, sorry, 2:29 is pole position time, yeah, so 2:38.6. He takes the checkered flag. So again for Richard Hammond, an opportunity really to kind of step a little bit into the lion's den, and they haven't chosen perhaps the least daunting car out there. It's a big Healy is a big handful. Well, there you go, there is your pole sitting car. So not sure whether Nikolai Mortensen or Jan Magnussen will start it. But again, Magnussen 4 square in that. Probably running slightly stiffer rear because he's barely picking up the unladen inside wheel at all, whereas you could see the Elite was really squatting down and the front wheel was waving it at the crowd as he was cornering. But that's nicely set up, isn't it?
It is.
It's just doing everything he wants it to. Excellent stuff. Well, I wonder, when was the last time a Turner started a race on pole position? I don't think the historic Tourist Trophy or any Tourist Trophy race will ever have seen a Turner GT on pole. However, that is the way it is. The Turner ahead of the Lotus Elite, and in third place the E-Type Roadster of the Pearson family. David Hart, I think, driving on his own in the 250 short wheelbase Ferrari on row 2. Row 3, Joe Wilmot's big Healy and the Garrett and Crichton E-Type. the fixed head E of Minshew and Burton ahead of John Davison's Elite, and then another Jag Healy battle for 9th and 10th place. Just behind them, the Nebulous and Welch Healy, with another the Mark II of Alex Hewitson alongside them. E-Type and Healy on row 7, Healy and Lotus Elite on row 8, and row 9, the Elite and the Sunbeam Alpine, another Elite, and the Shelby Cobra didn't set a time as the wheel fell off John Spears' wagon on the way out of qualifying. However, I think that car will start. And that was a little shot we just saw very quickly of the helmet of David Hart, father of Olivier. There's John Spears losing his wheel at towards the Heritage pits on the opening lap of the qualifying session. Sure, that car will start, and that will be entertaining as well to see how the Cobra makes progress from 20th on the grid. And also interesting to see the progress of Michael Gans in his little Elite versus the Pearson's E-Type versus the Hart's Jag, Ferrari rather, and the pole-sitting Turner of Nikolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen. And Michael Gans gave it everything, but in the end, Jan Magnussen nailing down pole by 1.1 seconds with his final lap. The fastest fastest time in each of the 3 sectors on one lap. Absolutely put it all together. So that is qualifying for the Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy. Let's get back down amongst the cars and the drivers and catch up with Ed and Alex Capadia.
Alex, you seem to be running around looking after lots of cars this weekend. Actually going out in one is probably going to be quite a nice break for you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of quiet time, to be fair. But no, so I'm racing this car. This is Keith Bisp's Formula 2 car. We were lucky enough to win the Formula 2 race last year here, so I've got to try and do that again if possible. I'm racing Fred Fatian's Group C car this afternoon, and tomorrow afternoon, but qualifying that this afternoon. And then I'm coaching for Front Row, who've got 7 F1 and LMP cars, so very busy weekend this weekend.
And tell me, there's obviously quite a variation of cars on this grid. Should the F2s be quicker than the Formula 5000s, or is it the other way around?
A well-driven Formula 5000 will be significantly quicker than an F2. They've got a lot more power. They're a little bit heavier, so a bit harder to handle around the corners, but so we'll be a little bit quicker through the twisty bits, but they will just pull away on the straights. So, yeah, I think we're going to have our work cut out, particularly with someone like Michael Lyons and an F5000, but it's going to be a good fun race.
And I guess with these, because of the wings on them, it's not really a slipstreaming battle, is there?
Well, they do actually tow quite well, to be honest. Yeah, you do get a bit of an advantage. Whether or not we'll be close enough to anyone to do that, I don't know, but it'll be very interesting to see how it goes. I think that my aim is to try and win the F2. That's our aim for this weekend.
Well, I'm sure you'll achieve it. Best of luck.
Thanks, Ed. Cheers. Bye.
Yeah, Alex coaching 8 drivers as well throughout the course of the race weekend. That's why having a little headspace to jump into the car is going to be really important to him. And as he said, winner in the all F2 race last year, but the 5000 is going to be tough to beat. So let's hear a little more from Ed.
Jason, I remember this grid last year, and there were quite a few cars, but they seem to have multiplied. What an amazing grid of cars.
I quite agree, yeah, really strong turnout this year, which is great to see. So, yeah, I think we're in for a great race. Yeah, looking forward to it.
And there's quite a it's quite a broad spectrum of cars here. So you've got Formula 5000, F2s. Where does yours kind of match up with the rest of them?
Yeah, so you're right. There's quite a power differential between a lot of the cars. Mine, yeah, I sit quite far back on the grid, if I'm honest. So yeah, I'll be bringing up the rear. But you know, there's another Formula 4 2000 out there, so that gives me something to race against. And it's always good pitching myself against these bigger, faster cars. It's a great challenge.
And just tell us, for those that haven't driven Silverstone in a single-seater, what's it like going through Copse, Maggots, Beckett's and Stowe with this?
It's an unbelievable feeling, just an unbelievable feeling. I mean, I've had the great privilege of driving a number of cars around here, but open wheel for me really makes it come alive. Yeah, it's a fabulous experience.
Enjoy it.
Okay, thank you ever so much indeed. Thank you.
So Silverstone Festival 2025 qualifying underway for the Derek Bell Trophy, and this is for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars, and two very different categories. Essentially, Formula 2 developed as it still is to this day the stepping stone for Formula 1. Back in the 60s and 70s, Grand Prix drivers would very frequently not moonlight but also race F2, not just on Grand Prix weekends but other F2 weekends as well, and lots of them had made their name there. Teams also made their name, started constructing cars and moved up to Formula 1, and you think particularly of Ron Dennis, who made his name with his own Rondell team in Formula 2. And Formula 5000, an alternative to Formula 1, effectively a Formula 1 style chassis, or an actual Formula 1 chassis, but with a 5-litre Chevrolet engine. So BMW and Hart engines, 2-litre engines. Those are the airboxes on the side of the Formula 2 cars. So Formula 2 is a 2-litre category, Formula 5000 a 5-litre category. So a real mixture of lighter, nimbler, probably more aerodynamic and later cars versus the ground-shaking Formula 5000s. And you can see one of the Vels Parnelli Racing Lolas right at the front here with a tall teapot airbox and a gaggle of March BMWs right behind. March and BMW, a very effective combination in the late 70s in Formula 2. And it's one of those that Alex Pedro is driving. Before we start looking at the times coming through, a couple of addenda to the programme. First of all, you can add Carnaby, if you can hear me over the 5000s, Carnaby 93, Jake Shortland in a 1973 March 732. Car number 96, the welcome return of Dan Eagling in a March 742. And down on the Hampton Straight there's one of our Formula 2 Brabhams. That's car number 82, which is Colin Bainbridge, his BT35. Another addition will be car number 771, Mark Williams in a Lola T460. That's a white and red car. And a change of number, Graham Edelman from the US in his March 782 is shown in the programme as 181. That's now car number 81. So, I didn't do the sums, actually, not quite sure how many Formula 5000s we've got compared to Formula 2 cars, but right at the top of the pile at the moment is Henry Chart, who has already successfully gone further in qualifying in his Formula 2 Modus than he did last year, in which there's a bit of a story, Alistair Douglas, because the Modus failed to proceed in qualifying, and the team then ran off down to their workshops and came back with an entirely different car for Henry Chart to drive, didn't they?
Yes, the team over in Shepshed, so they prepare the car, the Modus, for Henry, and that failed at Beckett's. They went back and got a Formula 5000 car, which was driven in period by Bob Evans, and never having sat in it before, he came from the back and won the race, didn't he, Henry?
Hugely dramatic day for him.
The car we're looking at there, Jake Shortland, the March 732 in orange, the Beta Utensili, the Italian tools manufacturer. That car driven in period by the wonderfully named Vittorio Brambilla.
Yeah, still with Vittorio Brambilla on a sticker in the car as well. Meanwhile, Michael Lyons, the Lola T400, the most successful of the Formula 5000 Lolas. There's another one out there which is a bright yellow, and I think device is the only word, the Lola T300, which is the most exceptionally bizarre shape you'll see. Down on the pit wall, I thought that was 64.
That was the Formula 4 2000 of Reese Wood, number 89, had pulled off.
Right.
That's an unfortunate place to stop, because there is no way of getting that car through the pit wall.
That'll be there till the end of the session. Joined in the booth by David Addison of this parish, late of this parish. He's slightly askance at the fact that I'm wearing shorts today. That's because I'm not going outside at any stage. So Michael Lyons, everybody's slowing down quite dramatically. So yeah, yellow flags and a safety car. Okay, now rather than a red flag, that means everybody can sort of pootle around a little bit. Alex Capadia had gone fastest in car number 83. A word or two about our safety car. Now, our safety car, as you can see on screen, you're going, ooh, what sort of a Porsche is that? Well, it's sort of a Porsche, but sort of not quite. This is the latest creation from RML. I'm not sure if Michael Malik is actually driving it as a safety car, whether a safety car driver is driving it, but it is RML's P59. So this is RML's take on an extreme Porsche 911 in much the same way as their short wheelbase that they launched here last year. There was a safety car last year as well, I think, was their sort of reimagining of the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. So P39 rather. So this is the latest bespoke project from RML in its engineering capacity rather than where it came from, obviously, which was a team famous for running cars, engineering, building and running cars. Now they are creating these phenomenally well engineered and beautiful works of art. So a few pit callers. It's a good opportunity while the safety car's out to have a little bit of an adjust. And there's the Brabham we saw going out earlier and still hasn't gone up to speed enough to even take the stickers off the tyres. March was a very successful customer car constructor in a number of categories. Of course, they also built Formula 1 cars in the early 70s, but Formula 2, Formula 5000, Formula Atlantic, and sports car racing as well. Adrian Newey's first ever designs as a car designer in his own right, as head of design, were March ground effect IMSA GTP cars and sports races. 77 in the pit lane, Mike Bainbridge in his March 792, again sort of the shovel nose front end which they had through from 732, 742 and so on, a very distinctive shape with the sort of central conning tower look. And that's in fact is a chevron.
Isn't it?
It says it was entered as a March, yes, and that is definitely a chevron badge. Well spotted, Alistair.
Definitely not a March 792. The second car in the queue behind the safety car is the red with the blue and white stripes. That's the VDS colours, which stands for Van der Straten, and that was the money came from Stella Artois Beer. That was the Van der Straten family.
Is that where it came from? Okay.
Yes.
So originally Count Rudy van der Straten and his son Mark van der Straten currently runs Mark VDS, which is the inheritance of the team.
Well, he.
Oh, I'm glad I'm supporting them then. With my beer drinking.
He funded the various entries in chevrons, and in fact Chevron were in some dire straits financially at one stage, and Rudy van der Straten actually forward paid for one or two cars to race, giving Derek Bennett at Chevron a little bit of cash flow, and effectively got the team through that sticky period. But one of the drivers in the VDS team was the Belgian driver Teddy Pillet, but also in this race we've got one of the cars driven by Peter Gethin, who was a serial winner in Formula 5000. He won the UK Championship in 69 and 70, and he drove for Team VDS. The other VDS car, we've got two here, the B28 Chevron number 51, Christian Pittard, which will be a front runner if he's here. Yes, he is. There he is, 8th quickest at the moment. That was also driven by Peter Gethin. The B37, the slightly earlier Chevron, driven by Neil Glover here this weekend. Number 7 is, where do I see that on the screen? I can't actually see that.
We don't, no, so he's not in the top 30.
No, and he's not on the second screen either, so I'm not sure what's happened to Neil Glover.
He may not have gone out.
But that's another of our VDS entries.
even the Formula 2 cars with that traditional 1970s sort of rather narrow front, enormous balloon rear tyre look. Just going out of shot there, actually. Let's see if we can pick it up on the next camera. Bright yellow car. Yes, look at this. Car number 72, the Lola T300. Now, that is a look that didn't really catch on, is it? Bizarrely, those big side AirPods would normally be lower AirPods, and in fact they do have radiators in them, sort of canted over an angle, which is why they're so short. But it was just another different way of trying to reinvent the wheel. See, Ron Toranak, RT1, RT2 series as well, successful Formula 2 cars. But it's a very different looking device, isn't it? Which proves that even Eric Broadley occasionally had a slight off day. The T400 that Michael Lyons was driving, which is currently the fastest car, a very much more conventional looking car, very much prettier looking car, and actually very much more effective car as well, despite being mechanically almost identical, because even in this stage, as you can see, there's all sorts of different aerodynamic looks to the car, with high intakes to try and get that ram air effect, and with different radiator treatments and all sorts of stuff going on. In fact, there's another car, a little, trying to pick it out on the grid, one of the later marches. There it is, the dark blue car coming towards us. Very, very low side pods, and then a sort of fairing on the side almost. In fact, it's not that one, there's another one, which has got vertical radiators running front to rear. And you think, well, how on earth did those ever cool anything? Because the air never went through them, but it was possibly hope and osmosis. Anyway, back to green flag. Only 5 minutes remaining. Michael Lyons ahead of Mark Charteris, the son of Saint author Ian Charteris. Second fastest he is, I'm guessing. You're looking at me askance, he's not. He does have the Saint on the car though.
He does.
And the name is the same, so okay, so no relation, right. And in third place, car number 96, we've got it down as Dan Eagling. It seems to have been slightly phonetically or ill-translated as Eagly. Dan Eagling, third fastest. Alex Capadia, who was initially fastest in his March BMW, fourth quickest.
And fifth quickest is the number 2 car of Lee Dwyer. His father Mark also is in number 22. Lee Dwyer driving the Trojan T101, which was driven in period by none other than Jody Scheckter. And Jody Scheckter, very successful in the US version of the Formula 5000 Championship. He won that in 1973 in this car, the white Trojan T101 of Lee Dwyer. That's fifth quickest.
And that's similar to the car that won last year from the back of the grid. It was the ex-Bob Evans Trojan that was brought into play and when Henry Charles Modus died in qualifying.
It was 73 that Scheckter won the US Formula 5000 Championship, but was picked up by McLaren as a possible future star and came over to the UK. And it was 73, wasn't it, that he crashed here at the start of the Grand Prix.
Car number 2, Lee Dwyer in the Trojan. We were just talking about that. And that, who are we looking for? Michael Lyons. Yeah, Michael Lyons, red, white and blue, high airbox in the very wedge-shaped Lola T400.
And his father, Frank Lyons, is, I think, in one of the prettiest, it's just at front of the shot there, just going out of the bottom of the picture, one of the prettiest Formula 5000 cars that we've got here today. And rather than the rather upright looking yellow Lola T300, the Gurney Eagle of Frank Lyons, which was built by the All-American Racers team, Dan Gurney. And this car raced in the US, not in the UK. It was driven once by the Leila Lombardi, who did some Formula 1 racing as well. But there's the blue car of Frank Lyons, and that's a really pretty car, isn't it?
Very handsome indeed. And Dan Gurney responsible for what is very frequently regarded as the most beautiful Formula 1 car of all time, the Gurney Eagle. With there is Michael Lyons, still fastest, and you can see he's really got the car up on his toes, and he needs to, I think, That might have been the March BMW of Alex Capadia behind him. Capadia on a quicker lap. Lyons with purple sector 1. Dan Eagling's gone second faster. Eagling as opposed to Eagly, as it's shown on the timing. So Michael Lyons with another purple sector in sector 2. He's going to stretch further away. Currently 2.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. The Viceroy cigarette livery of the Vels Parnelli racing team. Yellow flags are out as he crosses the line. It comes into the yellow flag zone. So somebody's tripped over there. Catches 71, Jason Green in his RF82 Van Diemen. So it's actually a Formula 4 2000 car rather than a Formula 2 car. And our TV director was very helpfully reminding me that this is very evocative of the sort of Formula Libre races, a rung what you brung for single-seaters that I would have seen in my earlier days at Silverstone. Thanks, Chris, that's so thoughtful of you.
And
he's not wrong, but, you know, there we go.
The white car with the green stripe down the middle, number 99, that's one of the earlier Formula 5000 cars. That's driven by Matthew Werr for its owner. And that was driven in period by Peter Gethin as well. That name pops up again. And that ended up in the lake at Mallory Park in 1971.
Well, who hasn't?
Not with Peter Gethin at the wheel. And it got pulled out of the lake, and there it is with the, as you say, yellow flag all the way up the Hamilton
Very
Straight.
slow white Brabham there. The yellow march, by the way, Mark Goodyear, March 75B, so one of the later marches, going very slowly is the McLaren of McLaren rather than Brabham of Matthew Werr. Just finding himself a little bit of space. And 81 going by him, that's another March BMW. So that is Graham Edelman, the car that was 181 in the programme, March 782. And unfortunately, the checkered flag is beating anybody who's looking for improvement. Michael Lyons has pitted. Dan Eagling on not such a good lap for him. Mark Charteris has pitted. Alex Capadia still going quicker. So too in 51 is Christian Pittard in the ex-Peter Gethin Chevron B28. The Mark VDS car. Toby Moody reminded me that Mark VDS, of course, in fact that was Team VDS as opposed to Mark VDS. Mark VDS still present in World Superbikes, having been a MotoGP team as well. They also still run GT3 team, although not to the extent that they did previously. Just a little bit of the Beckett Straight rather than the Beckett's S is being used there. Shot of 96, Dan Eagling in the march on the right-hand side as he comes over the brow from Beckett's, from Maggots down into Beckett's. Eagling with that blue and white machine. Got it nicely hooked up, here he comes. March's nomenclature fairly easy to understand. A 742 is a 1974 Formula 2 car. A 732 is a, correct, 1973 Formula 2 car. And a 711 was the 1971 Formula 1 car. So,
and the year and the letter B is a Formula B car, which we know as Formula Atlantic, which is also part of this eclectic field, which uses the 1600cc rather than the 2-litre Formula 2 engine, all mixed in together with the 5 litres of the Formula 5000s as well.
And then, of course, to further muddy the waters, you had Formula A and Formula B in the US as well as Formula Atlantic. Formula A was not Formula Atlantic, so that, again, any number of different categories to try and get as many cars on a grid as they could. Atlantic became a very big deal in the States through the 70s and the 80s. James Hunt rushed back from a former Atlantic race, I think in Trois-Rivières, to tell Teddy Mayer at McLaren that he'd found this French-Canadian guy and they definitely ought to sign him immediately. One G. Villeneuve. They didn't sign him immediately, but they did put him in a car within a year. So there is your fastest man, Michael Lyons, 3.38 seconds quicker than anybody else. That's an enormous qualifying effort from a hugely talented driver. Dan Eagling second fastest, and he is the fastest of the Formula 2 cars, ahead of Mark Charteris and Alex Capadia. And then Christian Pittard is the second of our Formula 5000 cars, the third of whom in 13th place is Luke Dwyer. So certainly the Formula 2 cars, although you would think Silverstone, it's fast, it's open, it's bound to be home to the big bangers. In fact, there's enough tight and twisty stuff in the modern car, in the modern iteration of Silverstone, that the Formula 2 cars are definitely holding their own. So Lee Dwyer in the Trojan, third fastest of our Formula 5000 cars, and this time the Modus has kept Henry Chart going all the way through the session, or kept going for him all the way through the session. So Frank Lyons, 35th out of our 37 entries in the Derek Bell Trophy for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars. 37 cars on track, covering the period of the 1970s with a couple of infiltrators from Formula 4 2000 in the early 1980s as well. Some big names that are well known: March, Lola, Chevron, and smaller manufacturers as well, with Argo, Modus, Palliser. Didn't see much of the Palliser of Jago Keen, and a couple of Rolt RT1s, the first of his own designs by Ron Toronak, the man who was so successful designing cars for Jack Brabham and then for his own team. But it is Michael Lyons, fastest of all in what is perhaps the prettiest car, and certainly the fastest. So moving on now to the Age in Flux Trophy for MRL historic touring cars. So plenty of mouth-watering machinery here, whether you're a touring car fan from the 70s, 80s, 90s, noughties and beyond, or even before that. There is going to be plenty to see. If you like a BMW M3, Toby Moody, calm down. There'll be plenty of that as well. Ed Foster is down among them. Let's catch up with him now.
Henry, I have a real soft spot for Mark 1 Escorts. They are fantastic, but this one is even more special. Tell us about it.
It's a continuation of the cars that my dad built in the 60s, which were quite successful. They were the earliest sort of racing escorts, really. And they built one for Frank Gardner, and he won the championship in it, and we still got that car. So this is nut and bolt, exactly the same as that. And it's this is the first prototype of a run of cars that are being done in collaboration with us, Forum Motorworks and Ford Motor Company, to build some new Mark 1s.
And this is a proper Ford, signed off by Fords. And where do you get all the bits from?
Make a lot of them. There's a lot of stuff available for standard stuff like windscreens and trims and things like that. But yeah, all the suspension, everything's all brand new. You know, it's had to be made. It's all very different and bespoke. So it's quite wildly different than a normal Mark 1.
And even with a properly assorted Mark 1 racing car, this should be quicker, shouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it depends. The later cars can run maybe BDGs, more power in the engine. But yeah, it should be there or thereabouts. We're about to find out first time out, so we'll see.
Well, Henry, it looks amazing. Well done. Can't wait to see it on track.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Ed.
So Henry Mann, the son of Alan Mann, who was the man to go for Fords in touring cars, in rallying, and also, actually, he was the man who created the Ford F3L, which was the inheritance, really, of the mantle of the GT40. So Alan Mann racing from Byfleet in Surrey, and Henry Mann, his son, continuing the tradition and sort of picking up and running where the Mark 1 Escort left off. Well, there's Julian Thomas in an ex-Andy Rouse Sierra. Let's catch up with Ed. He's down in the collecting area.
Rick, Jake, another day, another quick pairing. Let's start with you, Rick. This thing looks amazing. Is it as fun to drive as it looks?
It's very fun. Kind of not quite as loose as a Capri, but still really demanding. Loads of grip, loads of power, loads of fun.
Jake, I've seen you drive this a fair bit on a sort of pokey hill climb in West Sussex. It must be great when you get out on a proper circuit like the Grand Prix circuit here.
Do you know, me and Rick were talking about this morning, and the last time I raced the Skyline was 2021 at Spa, so it's been 4 years almost to the day that we were last out racing it. Obviously Rick's been racing it every single year and doing incredibly well, but you know, it's a privilege to jump back in it and have a bit of a go. And you know, I just love this team here, Ridgewood Motorsport, and hopefully we can you know, stick it on pole and go and have some fun on Saturday.
Rick, I've had the occasional professional driver in one of my cars, and it's amazing to see what they can do, but there is a part of you that feels a bit deflated. Is that the same with you?
No. It kind of puts you in your place for sure, but no, if I can be a couple of seconds behind Jake, you know what? I'm really chuffed, you know, so I'm still a mechanic having a go, and you know, if you can be a couple of seconds behind Jake, you're doing all right.
You're doing very well, very well. Well, look, guys, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thanks, Ed.
So former British Touring Car champion Jake Hill joining in with the Nissan Skyline. He's not the only Touring Car champion around and about. We've heard from Henry Mann. He's sharing with Steve Soper, of course. There's an ex-David Leslie RML Curiacos, run by RML, the Cavalier for a Curiacos team. And he's not the only touring car driver here as well. Matt Neal's around and about, but is injured and won't drive. His former teammate Colin Turkington is driving though, and Ed's caught up with him.
Colin, you've just been saying brand new car. I've got to ask, as a professional driver, how long does it take you to get your head round a car when you go out there?
Well, the good thing is, Ed, I'm quite familiar with the E30 BMW, but of course they all feel different. This is a box fresh car, as I said, from Holland. So we had it out on Wednesday, and it does take a few sessions just to understand what you've got underneath you. You know, they all have their own quirks. This car has power steering, whereas the previous versions don't have any power steering. So that's probably the biggest thing I'm trying to get used to. But just trying to enjoy the event, really. Ernie Graham, who owns the car, he's come across from rallying, so it's all a bit different. So really, I should be in there reading the notes to him, helping him learn the circuit. So yeah, hopefully we enjoy the event and you know, get a good result will be a bonus.
Look, we're sort of similar era. What a grid of cars. This is the kind of stuff I grew up with toys of.
It's amazing. You know, I haven't been to the festival probably in 10 years, but you know, the event just gets bigger and better, and just to be out there, you know, with the Capris, the Skylines, the E30s, you know, that's when I started watching touring car racing, you know, early 90s. So you know, it's a joy for me just to be out there on track and be out with guys like Steve Soper. You know, that's pretty awesome.
It all looks like you're having a good time, but enjoy it.
No worries, thank you.
To head out, but don't forget, if you haven't had your breakfast, this is probably not good news for you, that the smell of cooking food will be wafting across the infield area throughout the course of the day, thanks to Foodie Fest. Now, that's not just today, that is all weekend. So when you're taking the kids out to go and see some of the attractions, yeah, try and give that a swerve if you haven't eaten. But either way, plenty going on there. Tasting master classes and the Silverstone Kitchen Live with our top chefs will be going throughout the course of the day. Tasting masterclass with Diddley Squat Farm Shop. I imagine some of Jeremy's beers will be there as well. So plenty to see and do at Foodie Fest. And don't forget, the main stage will be in action throughout the course of the day as well, right through into the evening. So live entertainment starts. Check's watch has started 50 minutes ago. It's 20 past 11 already. How did that happen? Live music from Andrew Cushion kicks off the evening's entertainment at 6:45, and Natasha Bedingfield takes the stage at 8 to round out proceedings. So there will still be plenty of catering available at that stage, well worth staying. And don't forget the Champions car collection. The what now? 75 years of Formula One. We have one car on hand to represent every one of our world champions in that time, from the very first to the most recent. So lots and lots of iconic machinery, and all of it available to see down in the paddock underneath the wing. So whatever your favourite era of Formula One, it will be very well represented there. 24 of those cars are the original cars driven by drivers in period, and we will see a number of them on track during the course of the weekend. And we will also see lots and lots of action coming up now in qualifying for the Asian Flux Trophy for the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. So if you have your programme and your race card, and if you don't, why on earth not? It's absolutely worth the effort. We have a few additions, okay. We've got lots and lots of double drivers going on as well. So we'll start with the additions and changes to the programme. From the top, car number 7, Francisco Freitas in a BMW E3 M30 is joined by Luis Liberal, also from Portugal. We have an addition, David and Olivier Hart, and in fact we're looking at the car right now, the Belga-liveried BMW 3-litre CSL, 3.5 in fact that is. So that is David and Olivier Hart, and Olivier was talking about the car, brand new, built from a bare shell, so it's not a period car but period correct, and they have done very little running in it. Had a bit of an engine issue yesterday. He said a misfire that you would probably see on data if there was anybody, but certainly felt that it was there. Andy Middlehurst doing double duty. He's in car number 55 with Jonathan Bailey and car number 86 with Chris Middlehurst. You can add Jake Hill of this parish to car number 123, the Nissan Skyline of Rick Wood, we heard from them. Add also car number 125, Tom Roche in a 3-litre BMW CSL. And you can add to car 202, James Palmer now sharing with Simon Horobin in their BMW 2002. As far as I can tell, no changes in the Tony Dron Trophy, where we'll also find John Spears and Nigel Greensell, of course, sharing just the one car. So that is car number 14, Ford Capri, and that is the green Hermatite liveried Ford Capri. So that is Olivier Hart, in fact, currently at the wheel of the BMW.
And this BMW, the CSL, stands for Coupe Sports Lightweight, and it was a development taken on by Jochen Neerpasch, who had just set up BMW Motorsports. So if you own a BMW M car, this was the first one. This was the first car they produced with the M moniker, and it was designed to beat the Capri RS 2.6, which we've got one example of, and then the slightly later 3.1 Capri, which were developments for trying to beat BMW.
And the Neerpasch story involves both those brands, because he was poached by BMW, having led Ford's motorsport team so successfully, particularly in the European Touring Car Championship, and the Cologne Capri was the sort of final hurrah of that while he was in charge. Then BMW went, well, we want a bit of that action, and so they hired the best. And they certainly
did well there, because the BMW CSL that we're looking at here won the European Touring Car Championship 6 times. 73, 75, and right the way then through to 79. And they won the Spa 24 Hours 4 times between 73 and 76. So it was a very, very successful car indeed, and a lot of customer teams ran them as well. It wasn't just the works cars. And we've got another example of the CSL running this weekend as well, which we've seen a lot of time. This is the first time we've seen the Hart's car, the Belga car, but we've also got the orange Jägermeister car of Fred Wakeman and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, which is now on screen. That's looks like Fred Wakeman at the wheel at the moment with the blue and white helmet, and that car is fairly familiar to us in the UK, because Fred's been campaigning that for some time. Although talking to Patrick last weekend, he said that he actually owns the car now. It was Fred's car which Patrick ran for him, but now Patrick owns it, so it's still running on the UK circuits, which is great to see. I haven't seen the third of the CSLs that we've got in the entry list, which Martin's just mentioned, an extra entry 125. Haven't seen that out, so I don't know whether that's perhaps a problem for Tom Roche and he hasn't been able to get that car out on track.
Just meandering off the track, Marcus Anderson in his 3.1 Capri, so that's the Cologne Capri. rather than the Cosworth V6 GA. That is that's not a big lockup. That's something bizarre happening with his left front corner. I wonder whether that's oil leaking out. So the Cologne Capri was a Cosworth GA 2.6 litre, and that then was developed to the 3.1.
And that's the reverse of the story about the BMW, that they Ford built that car to try and beat the BMW CSL, having which itself had beaten the 2.6 engined Capri.
And a big long smoky lockup there from Olivier Hart. I think that was genuinely carrying a little bit more speed into Stowe than the tyre was entirely happy with. Now then, in this race we have predominantly all the cars in the Historic Touring Car Challenge, but also the Tony Dron Trophy for the slightly more modern cars, and these including this one, the Caliber Ford Sierra. And
that'll be in the
that'll be in the other
Touring
one.
Car Challenge. Yeah, the Tony Dron Trophy is for Group 1.5 cars.
Yeah, so
which is a lovely way of describing it. It's not quite Group 1, but it wasn't Group 2 either, which was more modified.
But that's where you'll see all three of the Rover SD1s that are out. Mike Whitaker out in one, Cam Bertram and David Gardner in another 3.5 litre SD1. That's the blue and yellow and white. Two of them are in Patrick Motor Group colours, and the third one, which is right behind, is the Texaco Bastos car, Jerry Bailey. Yeah. So
Julian Thomas here on screen in one of the Caliber Sierra Cosworths. This car was actually Andy Rouse's car in period. The other car, there were two built, Caliber RS 500s, and the other one driven by Guy Edwards. But this one was Andy Rouse's car, and great.
And then by Guy drove it for one season, and then Lawrence, mine's gone blank, drove it along in the second year. I can't remember. Goodness me, it's not that long ago, Martin. Come on, brain. But yeah, Andy Rouse celebrating 40 years since his last British Touring Car Championship win. How can it possibly be 40 years? That makes no sense whatsoever in my adult brain. Great look at car number 22, Tristan Judge in his 635 CSI, and that was the white car with the red checkers on the nose. And again, the 635 CSI, very successful car in the European Touring Car Championship. Rick Wood and Jake Hill in the Calsonic Nissan Skyline. So another evocative livery, particularly if you played Gran Turismo on your PlayStation in the early days. Lots of Japanese Super GT cars there, and the Calsonic Nissan Skyline was very much one of those. Now, being a four-wheel drive car, it was always handicapped by having to carry extra weight. When it really comes into its own here at Silverstone, we've seen this even actually last year, wasn't it? Rick Wood in the streaming rain, absolutely tearing through the field. At the moment, in bone dry conditions, it's still a top 5 car. I mean, this car was a very effective racing beast in period, and remains so. The big stabs of flame out of the side exhaust, what gained it the moniker when Jim Richards was racing them in, again, tobacco colours in Australia. It was known as Godzilla, because it came from Japan and it was fire-breathing monster.
Exactly right.
Peter
yeah.
Jackson, that was the Australian cigarette brand. Again, another blue livery car. And a championship winner in the hands of Jim Richards.
Well, if you twiddle the little knob to the right of the steering column, which is the boost pressure, you can get these up to 1,000 brake horsepower, but they are limited in this series to, the engines wouldn't last very long, to around 650 to 700 brake horsepower, which is still plenty. But they were dominant in period. The Skyline R32 is the type number, and it won Bathurst in Australia, it won the Spa 24 Hours, and in the Japanese Touring Car Championship, 29 wins from 29 races between 1990 and 1993. And in fact, it's said that it led to the development of the Group A regulations, because they needed to regulate out the car from the championships because it was so dominant. And some door handle to door handle there between
well avoided.
different eras of car. The BMW E30 M3, much later than the Capri that it was jostling with there, and then it goes up the inside of one of the Tony Dron. That's the Patrick Motors Group colours for Can Bitterrim in the Rover 3.5 SD1.
Yeah, I've got a Scale Electrics one of those. XP Luigi Martini, Monticello Italian Touring Car Championship livery on that E30 M3. And I can't remember exactly who drove, or who's shown on the window as having driven that one in period. But again, Bastos BMW Fina livery, a very familiar Steve Soper, and that's the current driver lineup,
yes.
isn't it? Yeah, Toby Partridge and Steve Soper. Soper in 2 cars because he's sharing the Mark 1 Ford Escort with Henry Mann as well. And that very distinctive red and gold livery of Alan Mann Racing on Mark 1 Escorts, on Mark 2 Escorts, on Camaros and all sorts of things that they used to run. And you can see, again, big Chevy Camaro in the background as well. Now, what I didn't see yesterday, but is on the entry list, car number 3, Sam Verhagen in a 190 Evo Mercedes, which would have been the direct rival of the M3 and DTM. He is out there, just didn't see that at all. Oliver Hart, you just saw him stepping out of the car, or you saw him behind the car. David Hart is in it. Car number 2 is the Peter Maustel and Steve Soper M3 in Warsteiner factory livery.
And I did see the 125 just ahead of this.
Sorry, that's Steve Kent, not Steve Soper sharing it, yeah.
Stephen Kent, yes. The 125, third of our BMW CSLs, just at the top of the screen there, going under the Adrian Flux Bridge. So that's really good news. No, there it is at the bottom of the screen. That's good news. We've got all 3 CSLs out on track, which is a rare sight. 44, one of the later BMWs, that's Ashley Muldoon's E30 M3, hugely successful, developed by ProDrive just down the road in Banbury.
Yeah, so that's a British Touring Car Championship car, so a 2-litre car rather than a 2.5 they used in DTM. And Steve Soper, Jonathan Palmer and Netton Lindgren were the original drivers in the team. Steve Soper at that stage was racing Eggenberger Ford Sierras, I think, and then was reinitiated into the BMW family and brought back for the British Touring Car Championship. Then, of course, he joined their Le Mans team, both in the open prototypes and in the McLarens.
Julian Thomas here in the number 10 Sierra RS 500. And that car from 1989, and of course dominated here in the UK in touring car racing in the British Touring Car Championship. But because different cars were winning the races, taking points off each other, and at the time it was a class-based championship, they didn't win the championship, despite the fact they won all the races or in one form or another. It was, well, John Cleland, I think, was the last class-based winner here in Class C in a Vauxhall Astra, I think.
He was indeed. Yeah, Class C often was the one where the champions came from, because you got a number come. I mean, actually, Andy Rouse did the same thing, didn't he? Became the overall champion in a 2.5 litre Alfa Romeo, and who Chris Hodgetts won it in a 1600cc rear-wheel drive Toyota, the like of which. I've seen on it, there is one actually, AE36, that's the Chris and Andy Middlehurst car, rear-wheel drive hatchback. Yeah, when they introduced the front-wheel drive replacement, it wasn't quite as much of a class dominator. And then, of course, the whole thing, basically everybody had a Sierra Cosworth, and that's what the championship became for a couple of years.
Another one of our Nissans just ahead, the Advan coloured black and red car, which is similar to Rick Wood. Rick Wood actually built this car, the Taysan livery on that. The green one, which we'll see no doubt on screen at some point, number 55, that's a potential winner. That's an original car, but the Advan car and the blue car that Rick Wood drives, they're both new builds, or relatively new. It's been a few years now, but they're not original cars.
Well, Rick building these race cars, but in terms of the UK road car market particularly, and actually keeping them alive racing, Andy Middlehurst and Middlehurst Garages have been Mr. Skyline for the last 30 years, haven't they? And yet, Andy Middlehurst racing, but only in one Skyline. So he's racing in 55 with Jonathan Bailey in the Green Machine, and he is also sharing car with Chris, which is the Toyota Corolla. So they're obviously branching out, but not leaving the land of the rising sun too far behind.
Andy Middlehurst was production saloon car champion, not the sort of faster British touring car or British saloon car championship it was called at the time, but very, very successful in production saloon car racing.
The pale blue coming towards you makes you think, oh, that's a Sanyo Rover, whereas in fact it's not. It's a rival audio brand, Toshiba Rover. So the Sanyo Rovers raced by Tom Walkinshaw in the European Touring Car Championship, and grinding to a halt is 125 Tom Roach in his M Sport liveried. I mean, that's a very factory livery set of colours, isn't it, on his BMW CSL?
Yeah, that's he's not managed to do a complete timed lap yet, so he's Tom Roach having problems with that CSL. It's a shame.
Yeah,
the Marshals
it definitely looks better than it's going today anyway. David and Olivier Hart still fastest of all, but 8th fastest the Rick Wood and Jake Hill Skyline.
I think that's Jake in there now, isn't it?
I think he might just have taken it over, yeah. Oh, puncture, left front. So only three-wheel drive, but four-wheel drive, but only 3 wheels with air in. Luckily, he's halfway round as he runs wide at Copse. I wonder if he's obviously felt something as he got onto the brakes, and it's decided it's going to try and head off into the boonies. He's obviously felt something, and not knowing quite what he was feeling, has wisely slowed down.
He's got to do a full lap though, because they're in the national pits, these cars. So
yes, they are, aren't they?
So he's got to get all the way around. But Jake
just gone past the pit entrance.
Experienced enough to know that don't go too quickly, because it'll break the tyre up, and he's trying to just make a gentle run round. He's keeping off the track on the runoff area there to avoid any problems for anybody else.
Now, second fastest on the timing screen is shown as car number 22, Mensley and Lyons. Now, my 22 on my entry list says it's a 635 CSI of Tristan Judge. So,
Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons are in our programme are 122. But Paul normally runs that car as number 22, so I think there's a little bit of confusion there.
There definitely is.
But it's certainly, you're quite right, it certainly is the Sierra, not the BMW. But Michael Lyons, it is in with Paul Mensley. Michael we saw out in the Formula 5000.
And here it is, and it is showing as 22, not 122. So the thoroughly updated by Motor Racing Legends entry list yesterday appears to be not quite as thoroughly. So do we think Tristan Judge in 22 possibly doesn't exist and 122 is actually 22?
They've reversed it, because on our timing screens 122...
Oh, you found Tristan Judge as 122, have you? Right, okay.
And he's sharing with surname Wood. We don't know who the Christian name is there, so what the Christian name is. So 122 is now the BMW.
So 22 is Paul Mensley and Michael Lyons in the black RS500 Sierra Cosy. Oh,
this is...
that's the Wales.
The Wales car, yes.
Not having a whale of a time. So that is Nick Whale and his son Harry. And they have... In fact, Nick didn't race that car last year, did he? H raced that car, and Nick was in a BM. Nick's got an M3. So this is 122. So this is a car we saw a little earlier. And this is the Judge and Wood 635 CSI.
I'd suggest it won't be Rick Wood.
No,
because Rick
I would have
drives
thought possibly not.
No, because he's sharing with Jake Hill.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't normally share a different car, so we'll need to send somebody out to find out. Oh,
well,
poor old Jake Hill.
Jake Hill.
Yes, trying to get round to.
Past one pit lane. So Bastos BMW goes by Patrick Motor Group SD1. I've got one of those at home, Patrick Motor Group SD1 Rover. Yeah, one of my earlier Scale Electrics purchases.
You didn't add Scale Electric soon enough there, Martin.
I know. It was just to see your face drop, because you've seen my rock box and the Morris Minor, but you've what? No, if only.
Oh, that Mensley car is smoking.
It's been smoking for a couple of laps as well, actually.
Is that the Mensley one or the Texaco one, actually?
No, I think that is the... no, I think it is the Mensley one.
That's the Mensley one.
No, so it's an Eggenberger car.
So it's, yes, it's the Texaco car which is smoking.
Yeah. I thought we were going to have 22 and 122 side by side, so they could maybe pass over the baton of the spare one.
I think the one that's smoking will be Mike Manning's Texaco coloured car, number 35. The car on screen now, the Paul Mensley sharing with Michael Lyons, a very, very strong pairing.
And green and purple sectors. This might well be Michael Lyons. They're only 3100ths off pole. And Lyons already has pole, in fact, in the last session. So I imagine Paul Mensley did start, because Michael Lyons, there's the Toyota Corolla of the Middlehurst brothers. Brothers or father and son? Father and son, okay.
Chris son, Andy father.
Yeah. And so, Mensley and Lyons faster now than the Harts. And there's Julian Thomas, third quickest.
And Julian decided this season to drive solo. He always shared his cars, but he's decided to drive solo in each of the races that he's doing. I think he's got 2 cars, or is it 3 cars? 3 cars. He's got the Audi, he's got the Daytona Cobra, and this.
So and unusually for Julian, only one of them is in his normal colours. Yes. Of dark blue with the white V.
Yes.
The others are in period livery.
Yeah.
And dear oh dear. Bastos Rover, there you go, look at that. And the Jägermeister CSL that we saw here a couple of weeks ago. A Kurikos Cavalier. Mark 1 Escort. I mean, whatever era of... there's the 190 just going through.
Yep.
The DTM in Tabac colours. So that would have been... Trying to think which of the Mercedes drivers ran that in period. Can't remember now. Too many years ago.
I think by the time Jake Hill gets back and they get a wheel on, it's going to be the end of the session, so it might be not much chance for Jake, but he's driven this car before, so he knows it well.
We need to do a bit more chasing up with motor racing legends, because car number 53, the RS 3100 of Wim Kuijl, which is currently 4th fastest, has an as yet undisclosed co-driver, somebody or other Van Ham, and there's a bit more than just a slow puncture. That is now really starting to come apart. Jake Hill's done a really, really good job. He could have torn up the front of that car very badly. Julian Thomas, 3rd quickest then in the ex-Andy Rouse British Touring Car Championship winning RS 500. Calibre, for those that don't know, I don't think it's still on sale, is it? I don't think so. One of the earliest alcohol-free, uses inverted commas here, beers, beer-style drinks, possibly, would be closer. So this is our 4th fastest car, and that's the classic Ford Motorsport Arctic blue, Arctic white and blue livery of the RS 3100 of Wim Kuijl and
Van Ham.
Yeah, Van Ham 3000 perhaps.
Do you remember when a couple of 3 years ago that won the race in the wet?
Yeah.
With
and he had absolutely no idea. We had no idea how he'd done it. He had no idea that he had done it. It was wet. It was a pit stop race. Was he on his own?
He was driving solo, yes.
And he just ended up
it was a safety car.
And fumbling everybody.
Yeah, and it just worked.
He made an early pit stop,
yeah.
and then he was the safety car queue leader, and held on. It was, remarkable. And that was the one where Rick Wood had been very badly inconvenienced by the safety car and was just carving through the field in the four-wheel drive Skyline and just didn't get to him. Yes, I'd forgotten that entirely. Many more races under the belt since then.
Well, the Texaco Sierra, it seems to be going okay. I reported that it was smoking, but he's just gone 6th quickest, Darren Manning. So that's good. Sorry, Mike Manning. He's driving solo. Car number 35 just gone to 6th quickest.
Top of our touring car drivers at the moment. In 5th place, car number 5, the Partridge Soper car, so Steve Soper. Next, Jake Hill. Next, Jake Hill in 8th place. Colin Turkington, 9th place. Any other current or former British Touring Car Championship racers? 27th, car number 202. Palmer is not Jonathan Palmer, that's James Palmer with Simon Horrobin, so he doesn't quite count. And Nick and Harry Whale in 66, their Ford Escort. They were going quite well. Audrey Van Ham, okay, excellent. Races regularly in Belgian Historics. There you go, Audrey Van Ham.
Thanks to our hard-working
excellent
back office finding that information for us.
Who did he have to throw donuts to at MRL to get the information from? And could MRL sort out their 22 problems? Across the line it goes the Toyota Corolla AE86, followed by the ex-David Leslie Curiacos Cavalier, running period by RML, after they lost the factory Vauxhall contract to 888. They then ran cars for Hugh McCaig's RML concern for David Leslie and Bobby Verdon Rowe. David then went on to be snapped up by the Nissan factory team, raced for Jaguar for many years, raced for Tom Walkinshaw for many years. Great driver, extraordinarily good car sorter. Good coach of young drivers, as Alan McNish will attest. Excellent co-commentator and all-round top bloke, very much missed. So Mensley and Lyons, fastest of all. Oh, the telly's going to turn itself off again. Stop doing that. Oh, we haven't got a remote for the telly. First world problems. Right, press a button on the back, that'll do it. We don't want to lose all the pictures and the timing screen. So checkered flag. A few cars require a working transponder. Yeah, that does help. The timekeepers do everything manually as well.
2 RS 3.1 Capris together. That's a rare sight.
Yeah, and a rare sound as well. That's a glorious noise. Listen to that. Anybody who owns a Capri, I bet yours does not sound like that.
We haven't seen it.
There's the Alaman Racing
yes.
Ford Escort. I think Henry took it out, so that should be Soperman's grey helmet in the car. And Boreham Motorworks, BMW, obviously, for a Ford-related company, a co-production, if you like. It is Soper's helmet with Henry and the guys at Alaman Racing. And again, those big, fat, bulbous Group 4 Archers. It's such a good-looking car.
And that's an exact copy of the car that Frank Gardner drove for Alaman Racing to win the British Saloon Car Championship.
So plenty of unburnt hydrocarbons being left in the wake of our fastest car, the Mensley and Lyons Ford Sierra Cosworth RS 500. The weapon of choice in touring car races into the early 90s. And here at the home of the British Racing Drivers Club, Silverstone. Qualifying led by the RS500. David and Olivier Hart's BMW CSL on the outside of the front row from the RS500 of Julian Thomas. And Akul and Van Ham Capri. First of the E30s, the Partridge and Soper M3 from Mike Manning's RS500. The hulking Camaro of Watson Buncombe ahead of the Wooden Hill Skyline. There's a disparate pair of cars on the same row of the grid. Fastest in the Tony Dron Trophy. In 27th place, the car number 31, Thorpe and Quaife Chevy Camaro, the white car. And they can see 2 or 3 cars with a couple of problems. Expect the Wood and Hill Skyline to be a bit further up in the race than it was in qualifying. So mouth-watering selection of 80s and 90s touring cars. Skylines and CSLs, M3s and Capris, Camaros and Rovers and everything in between. Some evocative liveries and some beautiful cars. For touring car fans, 70s, 80s and 90s. That is going to be an entertaining race indeed. So the Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars will be on Sunday, and that will be just before lunch. It's race 14 of our packed programme. And again, the RS500 Menzies and Lions at the top of the pile. Now, lots to see if you're out on the banking and listening to us on the PA, or whether you're watching online somewhere across the globe or just down the road. The Silverstone Festival has plenty for you. Well, let's catch up with our man Ben Constant-Duras and see what he has found in the infield areas.
Adrian Flux Insurance is a significant partner here at the Silverstone Festival, and it does seem as though there's a real marriage between the two philosophies that Adrian Flux Insurance do, and also the Silverstone Festival. Nick Wilkinson, to explain a little bit more, it really does seem like a great marriage between the two.
Yeah, we've sponsored the event for a few years now, and we've always been really excited to be put our name on the show, and just be present and be the insurance company for the attendees.
Car insurance comes in many different forms, including specialist insurance. Take a look at this car, because Nick said to me, yeah, this is a car we could insure. It's not road legal, and only half of it's here.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, when it comes to specialists, especially vehicles like this, you need to be looking at every option available. And like you say, although it may not be roadworthy, it still is a very good eye catcher when it comes to shows and events like this. And you will still need cover on vehicles like this, whether you're riding them, driving them or not.
And it is available to see down here on the stand.
Yep.
So many car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival. That must be very important for you as well.
Yeah, we've always had a really good relationship with our car clubs, and we always try our best to keep them alive and keep people interested in car clubs, because, yeah, there is times where, clubs lose members and the interest is going, so we try to offer services that other insurances don't provide, and to assist the clubs that we work with.
The Mini behind me is not racing this weekend, but you can see the Adrian Flux Insurance logo on the side of the car. There's a few Adrian Flux cars to look out for around on the circuit, because, of course, a sponsor of Alex Brundle's team.
Yes, again, it's something that we're very proud to sponsor Alex's team, his motorsport team as well, and yeah, it's something we're really proud of.
Make sure you come down to the stand here. We've got the Brit car as well as the Mini, and it's great to have Adrian Flux Insurance on board.
So, yeah, if you are a classic car owner, then have a quick word with Adrian Flux and take a look around what else is going on. Coming up now, qualifying for GT3 Legends, followed by the 500s. You could not get, again, 2 more disparate groups. And then our anniversary parades at lunchtime before we get into the afternoon's sessions for Motor Racing Legends, for Masters Racing Legends rather, and through the afternoon. Again, combination of the older and the newer pre-66 touring cars and Grand Prix cars, following on for sports car legends and our Group C cars as well. So qualifying continues right up to tea time and beyond. And we've heard from Ben. We are just about to see our GT3 legend. So let's see who Ed has found to talk to in the assembly area.
Nick, when we were growing up, if someone was to say to you you'd be racing a Lamborghini at Silverstone, you probably would have taken that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed you, but I definitely would have taken it, yeah, for sure. And I still, every time I get in the car now, I still can't believe it, really. So it really is special.
And this was obviously, it was a Pro-Am thing. So, I mean, they look pretty scary to drive, but people say that they're not. They're kind of relatively easy to get within a certain time.
Yeah, to get within a second or two is not easy, but it is easier than you think. But the cars just give you such confidence, really. You know, with the brakes are the main thing that you really realise how incredible they are, and then the cornering speeds. But once you got used to slicks and the power, you don't really think about the power when you're out there. It's mainly the brakes and the cornering is the impressive bit.
And tell me, with slicks on and wings, when you lose grip, is it gentle or does it just go?
It just goes. Not like driving old cars, but yeah, it is a bit like a. You do have traction control and you can control that as well, but yeah, if it catches you mid-corner at some speed, then it can just go, and you won't get it back. So,
man of your talents won't find it difficult, and enjoy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, these GT3 cars really should suit historic racers because they were designed for Pro-Am categories. So they have ABS and traction control to be gentle for the gentleman drivers, but you can also absolutely rag them raw, which is where the pros come in. So that's why GT3 has been so successful as a global standalone brand, because manufacturers can all produce a car from all sorts of different varieties. Audi R8, Ferrari, Lamborghini, BMW Z4, you know, and they are balanced in performance, and so you can get very different looking and sounding cars, and you can't get much more different looking than a BMW Z4, and they can race at, you know, absolutely equals. GT3 has been a hugely successful global category for over 20 years, and hundreds, literally hundreds of these cars have been raced and then retired and replaced by newer ones. And so they're all lying around waiting for something to come along, and it seems now the time is right, and the rise of historic GT3 racing is absolutely one of the big historic racing success stories of the last 3 or 4 years. Certainly post-lockdown, GT3 cars are coming out of sheds and garages and woodwork everywhere else. Here you go, an absolutely classic Audi R8 in United Autosport colours. You sort of forget now, because United Autosport spends so much time racing prototype cars, that they started with GT3s, but there's a lot of evocative cars here with lots and lots of history and a great field of drivers. Now we'll run through a few of the changes. So we're going to page 14 of your programme, of your race card rather than your programme. The race card comes tucked into your programme, invaluable for spotting what's going on trackside. The programme invaluable because it's got a map in telling you what's going on elsewhere. We'll talk about some of the names that are involved here, but a couple of the changes. First of all, car 18, that's the Porsche 997 GT3 of Kane and Kyle Tilley. No longer Kyle Tilley, it is Kane Tilley and Steve Kent. So a driver shuffle there. To car number 27, Neil Glover, Lamborghini Gallardo, add Luke Reed, R-E-A-D, also GB, so he joins Neil Glover in car number 27. You can add to your order a new runner, that is car number 60, Wayne Mars, M-A-R-R-S, in a 2012 Lamborghini Gallardo, and his Lamborghini is orange. And those are the changes. You'll be unsurprised to hear that there are a couple of star names in here. Sharing with Max Lynn in car number 5, Alex Brundle. He's found himself another drive in their Nissan GTR. Andy Jordan sharing car number 1, Chevrolet Corvette with Matt Home. Now, that car had problems with gearbox actuators. Basically, it was okay as long as you ignored the fact that the actuator readout said you were in 8th gear when it only has 6. So the electronics man said it wasn't electronics, it was the gearbox. Mike Jordan said the boys have taken the gearbox apart, it's not the gearbox, so they're blaming the electronics. So somewhere in that, the Corvette was falling down, but you should see it out. It's predominantly white.
Not appeared yet.
Okay, but it should be easy to see. Who else might we pick out in terms of our additional drivers? John and Gary Pearson, have they actually got a car in every single race? Are they going to be sharing a 500?
They're probably preparing half a dozen of them as well.
I bet they are. John and Gary Pearson are out yet again. They're in car number 33, which is a Ferrari 430. Great to see Craig Dolby racing again. Those of you who remember him from junior single-seaters, he probably had his most successful time in Super League Formula, where he raced the Spurs livery car, won here at Silverstone in that car a decade ago now, and since then has become a stunt driver, and most successful and most recently, him and Luciano Bacchetta, who was a long-time friend of his, helped coach Brad Pitt and some of the other stars of the current F1 movie, and in fact they are the body doubles for the lead progenitors of the action there. So great to see Craig Dolby back behind the wheel of a racing car. He's in the 2012 Chevy Camaro with Nigel Mustel, and that is that very angry, very aggressive, black-looking Camaro, which you may see. So who else? Alex Buncombe sharing with Simon Watts in car number 48.
A car that he
Nissan
drove.
GTR.
That's his car from British GT some years ago, which he shared with Sir Chris Hoy.
So Chris Hoy is racing in 2 or 3 races as well, not this one. Nigel Greensall shares a car with Paul Phillips, car number 89, 2010 Porsche 997. And I did see, did I see Rob Huff? Yeah, Rob Huff, yes. Car number 17, BMW Z4. Oh, and looping around is the 99 Z4, and that is James Thorpe and Phil Quaif's car.
Another driver out in a car which he raced in British GT in period is number 79, Ollie Bryant. Ollie's familiar to us over here in the UK, but he does race abroad, and he has raced at Le Mans, Spa and so on. But yeah, he was very successful in British GT, and he's back in that Z4 again.
Graham Davison goes to the top of the pile in 47, and that is the Oman Racing Team Aston Martin Vantage that Ahmed Al-Hati raced in the Blancpain Endurance Series.
And Graham Davison himself raced in British GT and very successfully. Just back of my mind, I've got that he shared with Johnny Adam, but might be wrong there.
He might well be right.
Certainly Johnny was shared with a lot of different drivers as a works Aston Martin driver. Graham, very quick indeed, and he's gone fastest.
Yeah, and what a great noise the V12 Vantage makes as well. It's a real rocket ship. Max Lynn, Alex Brundle, second quickest. Davison on an even quicker lap. 2 purple sectors flashed in the headlights at the Audi in front. One of the BMWs, by the way, BMW Z4 GT3, Christoph von Euenhausen, car 888, sharing with ex-BMW factory driver Dirk Adolf, whose name adorns a couple of the cars in the GT3 field. Dirk, despite all of the years of being a GT3 racer, a BMW factory driver and coach and running their junior team, never been to Silverstone in his life. And you think, that's quite unusual, but then actually the number of international races on the Grand Prix circuit or any at Silverstone, actually really relatively few. Car number 7, another one of the Audi R8 LMS GT3s, Massimiliano Vignali in that car. So now shown as Mitchell and Vignali. So what Mitchell is that?
Possibly Jonathan Mitchell. I thought he was entered in his Aston Martin. Was he a non-starter that you were given?
I've not been given any non-starters.
Jonathan Mitchell should be in 007.
No, he should be in 007.
If he's out in that car. I don't see 007 on our time screen.
Okay, so it might well. So he may well have just had a nice chat.
Jonathan Mitchell in an earlier race, earlier this season in the 007 Aston Martin, was dominant in the GT3 Legends race, won both races that took place at that meeting. But expecting him to be here again in this one, but we haven't seen him out on track yet, so he may well have switched over to Vignales' car.
Yeah, that sounds entirely logical. So Danny Winstanley in his R8 LMS. Again, such a great looking car, very effective. And Audi actually stopped their customer racing program a couple of years ago because they were no longer making R8s. Did I read yesterday they've just announced they're going to introduce a brand new R8 road car? Went from the original V8 to V10.
Dan has just put that car on second on the grid.
That was a very nice lap. Green, green, and then purple. Davidson, our fastest lap in the pit lane, 4600s back. I think that's achievable.
Danny Winstanley started off in Caterham racing very successfully and then moved across to historic racing with an E-Type, and I think he still races that. He may well be racing that this weekend, but now appearing in GT3 Legends, as Martin said earlier. This has really taken off as a race series because it's just perfect for amateurs who are doing their enjoying their historic racing. The GT3 car is designed around amateur pro-am, as it's called, amateur racing with pro drivers sharing.
Oman Racing Team, by the way, still very much operating. Abed Al-Harti racing in the World Endurance Championship in the GT3 category. And there's the Skyline, and there, in fact, is the Camaro as well that we were talking about a little bit earlier. The enormous and very aggressive Chevy Camaro, Corvette rather, the Matt Home Andy Jordan car.
It doesn't look quite as aggressive when you put it against the Nissan Skyline there.
No,
in
it
the
doesn't look
shop,
quite as large either. I was thinking
both
exactly
big.
that, but in the garage, it's a hulking brute of a thing. Yeah, the Skyline, green car 48, Simon Watson, Al Buncombe. Again, very much in period livery from Super GT. And it's funny, we sort of look, I always think we look at Super GT and the sort of evocative liveries there, Calsonic and Yellow Hat and all those names that you see, and then you go to Japan and you go, oh right, that's a tyre centre, and oh, that's a so-and-so, and then you sort of realise where all these names that you've seen on cars for years actually come from. And I wonder whether, looking at European racing from the far side of the world, everybody goes, oh, what's well, not Sanyo, but what do all these sponsor names actually mean? Certainly know that a lot of the factory Aston Martin World Endurance drivers and a number of the others who came over 3 or 4, 5 or 6 years ago now maybe to race in British GT Championship, Maxime Martin and Nicky Thiem and Marco Sorensen and so on, was talking to them, and I can remember Nicky Thiem getting so excited about the fact that he was going to go to Snetterton with British GT, and I went, really? And he went, I've heard of it all my life, and I've watched races, I've never been, and but absolutely, you kind of get that because there are so many racetracks that you've heard of or read about or seen pictures of or whatever, and yeah, as a driver to be able to go there and race is a whole new world. So it's that sort of the unknown that drives you exploring. Again, Dirk Adolf coming here for the very first time at the age of not young. It's something odd to think about, but I wonder when the last time Craig Dolby raced here was the last time he raced here in the Spurs car in Super League Formula. It was probably, I'm now thinking 5 or 6, probably more like 15 or 16 years ago. Might well have been. I mean, not many young British drivers get to race on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone anyway, unless you're in either in British GT in the Silverstone 500 or in a support category for Formula 1. there aren't many Grand Prix circuit races. Historic racers, perversely, probably know it much better than modern racers. Right, so who else are we seeing? 8th place, car number 25, Jack Tetley in the BMW Z4. Now, did we see that one? Have we caught that on camera yet? I'm not sure we have. We're still looking at our fastest car, back out. Not quite yet back up to speed, the Oman Racing V12 Vantage. Now here comes the Vitaphone livery BMW, turquoise and black. And that was where Michael Bartels and Vitaphone went after the successful time that the Vitaphone racing team had with Maserati's MC12. Maserati, by the way, just cancelling its replacement. I noticed the other day the MC20 no longer going to happen. So Wayne Mars being joined by Jason Pelosi. So 25, there we go. There is the BMW Jack Tetley. So that said for just inside the top 10. And actually talking to Mike Jordan about the various different cars they're fielding, and he said in terms of GT3 cars, he said there's a number of owners, in fact they've got well into double figures in their workshop, number of owners have bought GT3 cars and brought them to them and said, you know, is this going to be expensive? And he went, no, it's not going to be expensive because modern cars, the engineering's so strong, the engines will last forever, the transmissions will last forever. He said, be prepared for the assault on the wallet, that the number of tyres you're going to throw at the car and the number of brakes that it gets through, because that is something that if you're used to, I don't know, an E-Type or a Lola T70 or something, is going to be very different because the cars are so hard on the equipment. Because of the ABS, obviously all braking is pretty much at maximum, and that gets through discs and pads at a shocking rate, and you get through tyres. If you want to be at the front, you get through a lot of tyres as well, and they're not cheap. Rob Huff in the Vitaphone BMW, we saw that a lap or so ago, and good to see the former World Touring Car Champion in action.
Also interesting what Mike Jordan was saying about the construction of these cars, that he said the majority of them, like the Audi and the Aston Martin and so on, are essentially road cars built up into race cars, very effective race cars. But he said the one that's different is the BMW Z4, which we're looking at here, and that is an out-and-out race car, obviously within the GT3 regulations, as they must be. But he said that ground up is a race car. It's designed as a road car, and as a race car, and then had a road car body dropped onto it. I mean, as a likely GT car, maybe BMW Z4 was not the most likely, but it was always a massive fan favourite, not just because of the way it sounded, but also because of the way it looked and the way it went. And yeah, for a very successful GT3 racer. Again, the distinctive Vitaphone livery, that turquoise and black, which bestrode the world of GT1 racing on the Maserati MC12s of the Vitaphone racing team. Super successful in period. Michael Bartels moved from DTM into GTs, and with sponsor Vitaphone then came across the Maserati MC12 and went on from strength to strength. So Rob Huff up to second quickest now, and a purple sector on this lap as well. Only 1800ths behind our fastest man at the moment. So Graham Davison's Oman Racing Aston Martin V12 Vantage under threat. Davison not as quick on this lap as he has been. So Huff currently on the way to pole. You can see busy hands there in the first part of the Beckett's S's. Unusually busy for Rob Huff. Watched Rob race a number of historic cars over the years, and one of the things that is so notable about a current pro racing driver in historic car is how millimetre perfect they are with the racing lines. Lap after lap, so damn accurate.
Whereas you'll see a lot of other cars a foot or two off an apex, or a foot or two away from the white line on turn-in, or over the white line on the next lap. Huff goes fastest of all onto pole position. So he had a purple sector, a green sector, and then slowed by traffic in the final sector. Not as quick as he has been, so there is more in the car. And it looks like he is pushing on again. So Rob Huff goes to the top of the pile. Okay, change again in your programme on page 14. Another little update. Neil Glover and Luke Reed, R-E-A-D-E, are not car 27. They are now car number 26, their Lamborghini Gallardo. Remains the same, other than the number change.
We're also told that Wayne Mars, who is himself is an extra entry, is sharing with Jason Pelosi, which was a later addition to the addition. we don't mind at all. We like more cars. So Jason Pelosi, P-E-L-O-S-I, is sharing with Wayne Mars in the Gallardo number 60.
Yeah. We don't mind more cars, more drivers. Just means more mistakes by us. Little improvement for the Mustel and Dolby car in 17th place, car number 241. Okay, so there's a change to your programme. So
should be 39, shouldn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
39 has, of course, become 241.
17th quickest for that.
Okay, so that's period livery.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's fair enough. So I imagine 39 may well have been something else and has become this car with, again, the Decra ADAC boards from the ADAC GT Championship rather than a more current DTM car. At least I'm assuming, so yeah, 2012, yeah. So it wouldn't have been GT3s in DTM then as it is now. 5.5 minutes on the clock still in our qualifying session for GT3 Legends. If you're coming back tomorrow, and why wouldn't you be, especially now the sun's starting to show his face, GT3 race will be at 11:30 tomorrow morning. It's a 50-minute pit stop race, so 2 drivers are allowed but not mandatory.
Keep an eye on the green Nissan, which is going down the hangar straight now, and we'll get a second sector time. Fastest of anybody in first sector. That would suggest, would it not, that Alex Buncombe is at the wheel?
It would suggest Al Buncombe's at the wheel. He's just gone by the Davidson, Davidson Aston, which is trying to weave some heat into its tyres. So, yeah, this could well be on for pole position. How far back were they? They were 1.2 seconds behind Rob Huff, but purple and purple means quicker than Huff has gone. Huff is currently not on a quick lap, and to pole goes the Watts and Buncombe Nissan GTR, the pale green and black sort of sea greeny Miami green, the Leighton Housey Miami green. It's kind of that, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
March.
Yes.
And in fact, Robin Hurd ran a 6R4 Metro in that colour as well in rallying.
Well, the Leighton House was originally on the march, and then Leighton House as a team, of course, Adrian Newey's first big success was in Formula One, was with Leighton House, before he got snaffled up by Williams, then by McLaren, then by Red Bull, and then by the men in green just across the road. Currently at Aston Martin, of course, so it can be interesting to see what that produces for the Aston Martin team with the new rule set coming in for 2026.
Rob Huff now building up for a quick lap. He's coming around, and he's got time. There's 3 3/4 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's also got
session.
quite a lot of traffic in front of him, though.
A lot of traffic everywhere, Martin.
Yeah,
it's
there
such
is.
a full grid, isn't it?
It is a big field of cars.
34 cars out there. So just about to start another lap for Rob Huff. That was a slower one because he's just building up from a pit stop. Graham Davidson previously was our fastest driver, number 47 in the Aston Martin. He's just set his best Sector 1 time, not quite as quick, but very close to Alex Buncombe's time in the Nissan.
He was in the pits a little while ago, so having some work done to the car. Now going for a final tilt. So it's been in the pits twice actually for adjustments, not just the ones we saw. Change to third place, 99. Thorpe and Quaife have moved up to third fastest. James Thorpe, Phil Quaife in their white BMW Z4 GT3. Somebody's just grumbled into the national pit lane underneath us. Bit lost. And up to sixth position has gone car number 79, Ollie Bryant, another BMW Z4 GT3. So we've got Skyline Z4, 99's a Z4 as well. In third place, Davison Aston in fourth. Winstanley in fifth place in an Audi R8. That's the best of the R8s. And then Lynn and Brundle in sixth position in second Skyline. Bryant
just done that time and pushed Ollie Bryant down one, hasn't it?
Yeah. So I guess, again, guessing possibly Alex Brundle at the wheel of car number 5. The Craig Wilkins Aaron Scott car has just jumped back up to sixth position. So I'm not sure if that's Craig or Aaron Scott, actually. In their Lamborghini Gallardo, the silver car number 8. Graham Davidson, purple sector 1. Battle is on, isn't it? Minute and a half.
And Alex Buncombe's brought the Nissan into the pits. It's in pole position at the moment, but Graham Davison still has an opportunity. But Alex has decided he's had enough.
Well, Huff's last lap, no improvement, still 1 second away. Graham Davidson towing up behind the Audi, and that's going to be a really uncomfortable place to catch the Audi. Not quite close enough to the Vignali Mitchell car to get by, and as a result, scrapping that lap. And he's not going to get by him onto the next lap either. And that might be the end of any chance of pole position for Graham Davidson's Aston Martin. Yeah, he's bailed on that one and he's not going fast. And unfortunately for him, the Audi in front has sort of shot its bolt as well. 21st fastest, the Audi, 5.2 seconds slower. And this is not going to be a quick enough lap for Graham Davidson to make any difference. He was purple in sector 1, green in sector 2, and caught traffic at absolutely the worst place at the end of the lap, and that denied him a front row start, if not potentially a little higher. So Watson Bunker have pitted. Second fastest, Rob Huff has pitted as well. What about third fastest, 99? The James Thorpe, Phil Quaife BMW. Have they got a shot? Don't think that, well, Davidson's gonna, if he doesn't pit now, the checkered flag will be out, so he's got no chance of a front row start. So it is with James Thorpe and Phil Quaife. Not sure who is at the wheel of the car. Phil Quaife raced in the British GT Championship in period as well. So lots of cars coming across the line. And there are slightly different classes in the field. Class A, GT3 cars that raced between 2006 and 2009, so the oldest of them. Class B, 2010 to 2012, and Class C, 2013 to 2015. There is also an invitational class, which means, have you got something interesting? Come and have a word. Now, here we go. Here is the 888 BMW in 888 livery, and this is the car of Christoph van Oyenhausen and Dirk Adolf. Van Oyenhausen, quite an experienced historic racer. His son is here racing, who started racing this year. Dirk Adolf sharing with him.
That's in that car, isn't it? And that was raced in British GT by Lee Mole and Joe Osborne.
That's right. That's right. I was trying to think and drag through my addled brain of many years of British GT commentary who it was. Yes.
And Joe Osborne.
Who is that having a monster dawdle in the Audi online out of the final corner?
Not the ideal place to be.
Suboptimal. Now, hopefully there's something mechanically wrong with the car, because if that was just shoddy driving. Frédéric Laurent, that's a car that was raced in period by a predominantly Far Eastern lineup, actually. Guys like, I do know who raced that. I did take a note. Darrell O'Young was one of them, and I can't find who were the rest of them. A lot of fun cars out there. And here is the car that ended up with the fastest lap time of all. 148 in period Super GT livery, the Simon Watts Al Buncombe Nissan Skyline. So plenty to see wherever your vantage point is. Might be time to go and get a cup of tea or something quaffable. Rob Huff starts on the outside of the front row. Another BMW on row 2 with Graham Davidson's Aston Martin, then the first of the Audis and the first of the Lamborghinis, the Wilkins and Scott car, really finding that pace at the end. Lyndon Brundle's Skyline and Ollie Bryant's Z4. And then the Tilly and Kent car, which is the first of the Porsches. And that is car number 18 there, 911 GT3. Rob Hall ending up in 11th with Nick Matten alongside. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam lining up in 14th place. Muscle and Dolby in 20th. And 34 of our 35 cars went out. Jonathan Mitchell in 007 did not leave the pit lane and has jumped in alongside Massimo Vignali in the Audi. So no 007, but 34 GT3 cars ready to take on the legends and that represent some of the fun times. Lots of familiar liveries. There's the 99 car that ended up third fastest, Thornton Quaife having a little spin early on. There's an ex-WRT Audi R8. And the fastest car of all, the 48 Skyline. Jack Tetley's BMW ended up, where did he end up? 19th place, so in the top 20. And Rob Huff had pole for a while, but in the end, Al Buncombe taking on that time with the Skyline, and traffic just denying Davidson a final shot at pole.
Did you know that this man, Bibendum, is over 125 years old and was established just 5 years into the existence of the Michelin tyre brand? So what is it about Michelin and the Silverstone Festival that makes it so special?
Here at the Michelin, at the Silverstone Festival.
I'll let you into a secret. He scares me a little bit and has done since I was really, really young. Let's chat to Martin, who's the brand manager here for Michelin. It is a great festival to be part of.
It's an absolutely amazing festival to be a part of. It's our second year here. It's a great family day out. There's some amazing racing, and we've tried to keep in theme with that this year. We brought the Michelin motorsport truck down. We've got two amazing vehicles, the Tut Hill GT1 and the RB17. So, yeah, it's just a superb event for us to be involved with.
History is such an important factor in Michelin as a brand as well.
It is indeed. The motorsport, the history. We've been in motorsport since motorsport was invented. I think the first events were in the 1800s when in France in the motorsport races there. We've had well over 1,000 victories in all forms of motorsport. So,
yeah, and the second largest tyre manufacturer in the world as well. This is an incredibly special vehicle, a tyre built whilst the car was in development.
That's correct. So the car and the tyre have been designed together to work in sort of perfect harmony. So yeah, they developed the tyre specifically to work with the RB17.
To a point where the compounds across the tyre are separate.
That's correct. There's several different compounds to ensure that the performance is optimum to suit the vehicle.
It really is incredible, and great to have such an incredible brand as Michelin as a partner of the Silverstone Festival. Do make sure you come down. We're on the inside of Kops, I think, if you are here at the festival. Come down, have a look at the Tut Hill Porsche and the over €5 million RB17.
12:30, day one of the Silverstone Festival 2025 here at the home of the British Grand Prix, and the Foodie Fest timetable reads as follows. Tasting masterclass with Wharf Distillery at 1:15, and a few minutes after that, Tristan Welch, the first of our chefs to take to the Silverstone Kitchen Live. Tristan and Matty Edgell doing double duty today, and then later on this afternoon, Thomas Leatherbarrow will have two demonstrations at 3:30 and at 4:30. A little tasting opportunity with the Diddley Squat Farm Shop without, hopefully, the mud or the queues that you normally get at Chipping Camden. And don't forget, as well as the numerous car clubs and displays that are out and about, there's lots going on the main stage as well, right in the heart of the infield area at Silverstone. That was going up last week and will be opened for the music this evening from Andrew Cushion, and then from Natasha Bedingfield it will be Craig David, ending the evening tomorrow night as well if you're here for the weekend. Lots to go on. Don't forget, when you're down at the wing in the Formula One paddock, there is the Champions Car collection from the Ferrari of Nino Farina, the 1950 world champion, through cars driven by the likes of Sir Lewis Hamilton and Nigel Mansell and John Surtees and Fernando Alonso, cars representing every single one of our world champions in the 75-year history of Formula One. And weather permitting, the Red Devils will be dropping in on Sunday afternoon. I don't think that was shot over Silverstone unless we've brought the sea in a lot closer, but they will be very spectacular. So the Army's freefall parachute team, the Red Devils, been plying their trade almost as long as the Red Arrows, and as spectacular as well. They'll be dropping in. Don't forget, there's plenty for all the family to do. Take them to the drift area, the stunt area, see Terry Grant doing his level best to keep everything entertaining. And as we get ready for our next group of cars to come out, the 500s, let's catch up with Ed Foster.
Richard, I've seen some big grids in my time, but this really is something special. I think there's 54 of you on the circuit. I mean, what a dream.
It's absolutely fantastic. We've also got reserves on top of that, so we're very much hoping that we'll get 54 starting the race, which will actually be, I think, a world record for the 500s. And we've had people coming from all around Europe to take part, which is really good.
And tell me, what's a good lap time in one of these around here?
I think we'll have to find out, because I don't think any one of us has raced around here before, so it's all a bit new.
And is it a case of slipstreaming with these?
It's all about not scrubbing off speed. So it's being as smooth as possible, going round the corners and just not scrubbing off speed, because the engines are relatively low powered. They develop about 54 horsepower, and it's about just keeping that momentum going.
And I can imagine here there's something like Cops, or that's the corner after the new start finish straight, flat.
Well, it's interesting. We've been having a WhatsApp chat about whether Cops is flat or not. Some people, the brave ones, say it's nearly flat, and others say they changed down. I think that you need to probably just lift off a fraction for Cops, but if you get the line right, you should be there or thereabouts.
Amazing. Well, look, enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, this is really where post-war motor racing took off again. 500cc Formula 3 qualifying session for their race, which will be on Sunday afternoon. And Alistair Douglas, I can remember seeing these racing from my earliest days coming to Silverstone. Not in period, I have to say, then it was historic racing. And even more recently, actually, events like the VSCC's Spring Start meeting here at Silverstone, the 500s have always been part of that. And they are, it's the equivalent, I suppose, in British motor racing of hot rodding in the USA. It's lots of young men, designers and ex-servicemen coming and creating racing from, I mean, as you can see from these things, almost nothing. There's almost nothing to them. It's a tiny little thing with a fuel tank and a motorcycle engine.
That's it. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it was the way of getting into racing when materials, money, everything else was in short supply, but motorcycle engines with very basic chassis was the way to go. And it may look strange these days with all the modern technology we've got now, but the 500s was the only feeder formula for Grand Prix racing, which was developing as these cars were being used post-war. 1948 was the first Grand Prix race at Silverstone, not Formula One World Championship. That didn't start till 1950. And we're really celebrating, we're very much celebrating the Formula One here at Silverstone this weekend, but the 1950 Silverstone Grand Prix of Europe, it was called. It wasn't the British Grand Prix. There was only one support race, and it was for the 500s. And the race was a very close race indeed between a certain Frank Akins, Peter Collins, who became a Grand Prix driver, and none other than Stirling Moss. And Moss was leading into the final corner, which would have been 1950, would it have been Woodcote by then, or was it still Abbey? Anyway, he was leading into the final corner and hold his piston, and was just passed on the line by Frank Akins, and Peter Collins close behind him third. So it was really the place to be, and Stirling Moss certainly made his name in 500 racing. And one sort of interesting fact about how important 500s were in the ladder of racing was that Stirling Moss was still racing in 500s in 1954 when he was concurrently competing in Grand Prix racing in a Maserati, and his final 500 race was at Aintree in near Liverpool, which the circuit's still there but it's no longer used, and he was it was the 2nd of October 1954, and he won easily.
A year later, he won the British Grand Prix ahead of Juan Manuel Fangio in a pair of Mercedes.
Absolutely, at Aintree.
Yes, at Aintree,
Aintree.
Same track.
Yeah. So it was so important in the sort of build-up and development of drivers into Grand Prix racing. So it really...
It was literally the only thing there was. There was no karting, there were no go-karts, as they were called in the 1960s. They didn't exist. There was nothing else. And actually, as pre-war, a number of four-wheel drive racing drivers had to learn, or could only learn their skill on two wheels. So the likes of Nuvolari started on two wheels, likes of John Surtees started on two wheels. Post-war, as you say, the boy Stirling and so many others started with these. And so, of course, did so many constructors. So you look down the order, and there are lots of names that are familiar. Cooper, for instance, lots and lots of Coopers. John Cooper, the Cooper Car Company, made their name by building lots of 500s for customers, predominantly with the Jap engine, Cooper Nortons as well. So it was predominantly V-twins, a little bit of a suspension issue there for car number 70. That's Dave Messenger. He's in a Dastel, Mark 1 Dastel. Now then, so turn to pages 32 and 33 of your race card. And again, if you haven't bought a programme, please do. I promise you will enjoy it for weeks afterwards. A couple of changes to note. You can add car number 47, that's Brian Jolliffe, Jolliffe, in a Cooper Mark 9 from 1959. There is no number 67, so no Gordon Russell in the Maxon, and no 68 Michael Russell in the Heiser. So the Russells are not here. Everything else is running, including all the reserves. So you can see these cars are very light, very spindly. Lots of them have had rollover hoops added afterwards. Kieft, another manufacturer that was successful in the 500 category and in 500 Formula 3, but never really progressed. And was it contact? Not sure that was the reason for it, but a lot of understeer. Yeah, sorry. And there's quite a distinctive cornering style, lots and lots of body. It's a little bit like a motorcycle. The body weight is probably 45% of the overall weight of the car, 50% of the overall weight of the car.
You do see the drivers with the one hand out of the cockpit holding on to the side, because
quite often underneath the car.
Yes, they're to hold themselves in, basically.
It's basically a canoe with wheels and a motor. It is that small.
The Kieft, it sounds foreign, doesn't it? But it was Cyril Kieft, who was from Swansea, but the cars were built in Wolverhampton near Birmingham. and they actually went on to build a Grand Prix car.
Yep.
But Cyril Keith decided not to run the car because he believed the stories that his engine wasn't going to be powerful enough, and in fact it would have been, it turns out. But
Sterling Musgrave, Keith, didn't he?
He was a director of the Keith Car Company, yes.
Brian Jolliffe, he's one of our, in fact, he is our addition to the field in his Cooper Mark 9. So, I mean, and that tells you a story about John Cooper and the speed of development, still in 500s, which sort of lived for about a decade, and that's Mark 9 Cooper 500. Car number 20, again, a very different look to this one, and I can't tell you who that is, because, is he one of our reserves? No, he's not one of our reserves.
Yes, Angus Frost.
Ah, where have you found him?
A Terigi?
Oh, yes, so he is.
Yeah,
Terigi Formula 3.
Yeah.
Right. Look at that very little sort of fishtail rear end.
Yes.
Now, normally you see a fishtail exhaust. He's got a fishtail bodywork. Somebody obviously going for a little bit of aerodynamic excitement there.
And no cooling required, air cup cooling through the front, so it's completely snub-nosed as cooling goes through, air cooling on the through the fins on the side.
Yep.
Very unusual looking car.
Again, motorcycle engines for many, many years air-cooled. So, and again, that made them super suitable because you didn't have to have radiators or coolant pipes or anything else. You had an engine and a very small fuel tank, and away you went. And that, you know, the components involved in building the cars were fewer and fewer. 78 just going through shot there. Harry Painter in his blue and white Cooper Mark 7. I'm liking the size of the numbers on that, Harry Painter. Thank you very much indeed. Any nominative determinism going on there? I wonder what Harry's job is. He comes from a family of painters, because in a Keith is car number 79, Mike Painter.
Lovely shot of him going through club there, holding on to the side of the car and driving the car with one hand.
Yep.
And having to put a fair bit of steering input in there to get it to coax it round.
17, the green Cooper Mark 9 of Peter de la Roche.
He's one of our quicker drivers, and I see he's second quickest. Tom Waterfield is also one of the quicker drivers. He's fastest at the moment, so we would expect to see Tom Waterfield and Peter de la Roche somewhere at the front.
And Tom Waterfield in his Cooper Norton, dark green with a yellow stripe. If you see it, you'll hear it definitely, but if you see it, car number 60, one of our reserves. So as you just heard with Ed, hopefully hoping that all 7 reserves will start, and in fact they have all, I think everybody has gone out. 55 cars have set a lap so far, so excellent news. And again, it was a good formula for advancing the sport, because you could build a one-off and try different things, and I didn't see quite what it was that had a very different looking front suspension coming down the road towards us. Most of these are fairly straightforward, sort of upper and lower wishbones and springs and dampers, but didn't necessarily have to do anything the traditional way.
There's no doubt that the Coopers learned from building these cars and transferred that knowledge across into their Grand Prix and Formula 2 cars.
Well, it's basically a Cooper Type 56 or whatever Grand Prix car is the same thing, but with a slightly bigger engine in the back, and as a result, slightly stronger suspension.
And they were the first to move to rear engines, or mid-engines if you want to call them that, in Grand Prix racing, and it was all because they were building these.
Well, because they'd never made a front engine car. This is where they started, isn't it, with the engine at the back. Okay, well, we'll just put in a bigger engine and see what happens. Well, what happened was, as we now know, it was better. And smaller and lighter and less powerful, but nimbler.
That's Peter de la Roche, number 17. The orange disc on the side, you might wonder what that means. That signifies to the marshals that that car is running on methanol fuel, not petrol, or a mixture maybe, but more likely pure methanol. And that is to tell them, because as you may know, Peter's shaking his head there. That was a mistake. I didn't enjoy that.
The car shook its head first, and then he followed suit. Yeah, fastest lap though, and now that's fallen into the hand. And then that's Peter's fastest lap. So second fastest, 8 tenths away from pole position. So pole still held by Tom Waterfield in his Cooper Norton. Again, you know, Norton with the twin cylinders and the Jap engine. Jap, of course, also went into the front of the three-wheeled Morgans. So it's a hugely successful engine. Car number 1 there, Alex Wilson, Cooper Mark 10. The yellow, white and red car, or effectively the white car with red and yellow. Is that the Guernsey cross on the top? I think that's what you'd see on Andy Prio's helmet. So may well be the colours of Guernsey, maybe something entirely different. Great livery nonetheless. Alex Wilson improving in the first sector, not quite as quick in the second sector, currently third fastest, needs to find 9 tenths of a second for pole, 1 tenth to move on to the front row ahead of Peter de la Roche, and 250.764, not quite enough. 247.7 his best lap, 250.7 not enough for an improvement, but encouraging for him that this part of the lap he has been faster than anybody else, and it was actually the middle sector where he got caught out, so this is his last chance. Checkered flags are out at the end of the qualifying session, and these cars will be racing again at lunchtime on Sunday. Race 15. 55 cars on track, and if that's not a record for the number of 500s in any race, I would be surprised. Peter de la Roche looking behind him there as he came out to the Beckett Sesses. Down the Hanger Straight, and these cars, yeah, predominantly will have raced on the shorter circuit here, on the national circuit, club circuit, whatever, over the years. A very rare outing on the Grand Prix circuit. In fact, from what we heard with Ed, possibly a first ever, but certainly on this version of the Grand Prix circuit. Now, Peter de la Roche goes by the very individual-looking car of Martin Shepherd, car number 37, that old English white stroke sort of cream car, which is the Effin Briffen Tiran Special.
Now, you'd suggest that was Welsh, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
because it doesn't have any vowels in it. It's actually it's a Swedish car built in Sweden, and the name of the car after the first bit, the Effie, is where it raced. So this one was built to race at Bryn Van Tythen, which is in the US, in Pennsylvania, in fact. There is another Effie, which is a TT, so that was built for the Tourist Trophy race.
Wow.
So, yeah, one-off cars. And I was just sort of musing while you were talking there, the Cooper Mark 11, which is, I think, the last of the 500s, 1957. 2 years later, Jack Brabham won the World Formula One World Championship in a Cooper rear engine car.
But again, you see, Cooper wasn't just, we're only building 500s, or we're only building Formula One cars. They were a customer manufacturer. So as we will see later during the course of today, they built sports cars, they built single-seaters for various different categories. Formula 2, we've already seen, Formula 1 as well as 500. So they will have been concurrent. And as long as people wanted 500 chassis, who were they to disappoint them? Yeah. And if people wanted Formula 1 chassis, again, as we said, it was a 1.5 litre category. Not much different. Look at 229. What on earth is that? I've not seen that as a 500 before. That's Ian Haynes in an Emerson 500. And that looks like a miniature Mercedes Grand Prix car. There it is on the left-hand side, the silver car. That is... Now, some of these look like the sort of bullet-shaped rear-engine cars. The Emerson looks like a Mercedes Grand Prix car.
Well, that was Paul Emery, his UK build, and he actually built a few cars for Formula One, but it wasn't successful.
Yep.
But this is the effort for 500.
There is at least one Emerson Grand Prix car which I've seen racing a number of times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't realise he made 500, and it's a fabulous looking thing. And again, as well as watching the qualifying on track, as well as seeing what's on the infield, the fun fairs and the foodie festival and the car clubs and everything else, take a wander around the paddock and look at some of these things up close. The 500s have their own massive tent behind the old pits here at Silverstone, and their owners will be happy to talk the hind leg off a donkey about the history of their cars. Tom Waterfield, Peter Delaroche, Alex Wilson, Harry Painter, your front 2 rows, Hamish Cameron Evely and Simon Frost, row 3, George Shackleton and Ollie Leston in the Martin Norton on row 4, Jack Bond in another Martin, and Stuart Wright in his Cooper on row 5. More Coopers, Edwin Jowsey's Wasp will start in 15th place. A Kieft away, a BJR, a Kelsey, a JP. I mean, some of these I've never seen and never even heard of. Who had any iota that an iota existed? An Arnott, a Larkins. So many gorgeous one-offs or near one-offs, and all of them out having fun. No time for Brian Jolliffe, who pulled off early, but 55 cars in the entry, and hopefully all of them will be racing on Sunday at lunchtime. So the biggest field of 500s, 55 cars out, and unfortunately a little bit of a suspension collapse right at the start of proceedings. Means a disappointing result, but lots of them out there for the full qualifying session. These cars elegant in their simplicity and nimble in their handling, with thumping V-twin engines behind, predominantly from Jap and Norton. Highly entertaining for the drivers and the crowds. And from the early 1950s, this was where motor racing started for most young racing drivers. Many will never have heard of. The likes of Stirling Moss certainly went on to great things. And for the car manufacturers as well, it was a vital breeding ground of talent. So lots going on down in the infield areas. Looking out the windows behind us, still looking like a pretty nice day here at Silverstone. So if you're here just to watch the racing, fantastic. If you're not, if you've got family members who may perhaps just be seeing enough of the cars on track, there's lots to see. There you can see all the 500s coming back down, and so many different car clubs, just so many mouthwatering. And by the way, the car parks as well at meetings like this are always ridiculously full of gorgeous machinery. From the slightly more familiar, like the MG Car Club and MG Owners Club, down to things like the RS200 Owners Club. Well, let's catch up with another of the team who's been out exploring what's out there. Let's see what Danny Menzies has found.
I'm at the refuel stand and I'm joined by Charlie and Sar. Guys, talk me through what you are all about.
Well, we're all about going for a drive with your friends, your mates, your family. We're all about sitting shoulder to shoulder in a car, celebrating that drive and turning it into a force for good.
I love that. So where did the idea come from?
So I've been in cars all my life, and I think it's time to change the conversation. Cars are essential for everyone that's been here. They're a passion point, and they're really good for us. The heart and soul of getting in a car and enjoying that time together. So that's what we're here to celebrate, and we're trying to get that younger audience into it too. So it's free to join, and it will always be free. And we want to make people realize that getting in a car, having a conversation shoulder to shoulder with your friends is absolutely fundamental and should be rewarded, and that's what we're here to do.
And how do you do that?
So if you go to www.therefuel.com, you sign up your drive, pick your co-pilot, pick your DJ, you've got that friend that's always great with the tunes or knows how to navigate, and set that drive and choose to fundraise for us. You don't have to fundraise for us each time. Every time you do fundraise at the moment, we've got this amazing prize. But I think it's all about celebrating that drive together. So once you're part of the community and you've got your garage, you can keep coming back and keep being rewarded and recognised for the time you've spent on the road.
I love that. And how do you support charities?
So people can raise money for us, and what we will do is with the service department, which is our registered charity, we'll make sure that that fundraising is targeted towards things that are killing us all too soon, whether that be supporting mental health, whether that be supporting fundamental research in heart and post-stroke care. So that's what we're here to do. And at the moment, if you sign up, you can win an MX-5.
And where do people sign up?
So they sign up at therefuel.com, or they follow us on socials as at @therefuel, and that's all good.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys.
Cheers.
I think refuel probably encapsulates what everybody here feels, that motorsport and cars and motoring in general, it's a community. You've probably got more in common with the person sitting or standing next to you than you have with your next door neighbours because of the shared love we have of mechanical things. Well, that's it for the morning action. Our attention this afternoon focuses to the cars that are garaged at the wing. Meanwhile, there will be lots of on-track demonstrations. So a chance to hear from one of the stalwarts of motor racing and at Silverstone, taking us back to Silverstone Radio, Gary Champion. Champers, take it away, mate.
Thank you very much indeed, Martin Haven. And yes, with me in the studio is Rob. We'll have a little bit of music, get ourselves underway, and then as soon as cars are out on track, we will start talking about them, and we'll start talking to some of the clubs as well.
Track Talk Live on Silverstone 87.7.
We all know what the theme is, don't we? It's, of course, Formula One. It is Fleetwood Mac's The Chain, and I thought we'd just give a little bit of an intro to it to get us into the 75 years of Formula One, the World Championship. With me is Rob Chainer. Now, Rob's been out and about and wandering in amongst the cars and so on. Now, Rob, let's first of all talk about the F1 cars, because we are going to see them on track on Sunday. The curation of them, gathering, for those that don't understand that, if you didn't go to a public school like Ed, but I think Mark Constanduris just likes to build up his part, to be honest, and, you know, as a curator. So he's brought together, what, 35 F1 cars with your help?
Yeah, a little bit of my help, but 34 world champions. There are 34 separate drivers have won the world title, and the aim was to bring to Silverstone, to the festival, a car from each of those drivers. And unfortunately, there's a little bit of a glitch with the Kimi Räikkönen car, but other than that, every other driver is represented.
So you've let us down.
Every other driver is represented, and there is an incredibly special collection of cars. Down at the wing, there's a huge long marquee, you can't miss it, and you get right up close to cars that go right the way back from the first of our champions, Giuseppe Farina, Fangio, and then wonderful names, Senna, Prost, Mansell, Hill, Rosberg, and of course we've got 2 Rosberg and 2 Hill cars because the father and sons are there. And last night, there's a little bit of video footage being shown around the screens of us getting the cars on the grid last night for a photo shoot, and it was one of those moments of goosebumps because we were just moving these cars on, and it was an embarrassment of riches. One moment you're bringing Jack Brabham's car on the grid, next it's Ayrton Senna's, next it's Alain Prost's. Wow, what a thing to be involved with, and it's something that everyone can get up close to. And on Sunday, of course, some of them are going to be out on track, and it is a real treat to have these cars here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm assuming 34 cars cars, you can't get all 34 onto the track to move, so to speak.
Yes, and there are some complications around running them. Some of these cars are incredibly valuable. They take a lot of fettling to get them ready, and also modern F1 cars, of course, you've probably seen them on TV. 15 people, 25 minutes just to get the thing started. So it's not always as easy to get them there, but a lot of them are going to be out on track, and they're all there for you to see down at the wing. And yeah, I mean, some of the highlights, the Lotus 72, two different varieties of the Lotus 72. You've got Jochen Rindt's car there and Emerson Fittipaldi. You've then got a Jim Clark Lotus, which is just gorgeous when you look at that. A couple of the other things that jump out of you when you look at driver safety, or lack of safety, shall we say, in some of those 1950s cars and 1960s cars where there was no seatbelts, the drivers are almost sitting inside the fuel tank, and you think how brave they were. But then you look at how technically advanced the more modern cars is, and what it's great to see is how the championships evolved from 1950 and the first ever World Championship race here at Silverstone in May of 1950 through to what we have today. And being represented down there is one of Max Verstappen's championship winning Red Bulls in far more current livery, but also all of the ground effect that those cars have, the halos, etc., etc. So a great thing to see the difference of these cars.
Well, we've got cars out on track now, and some of the cars that you've just seen, we've just cut away from them just as I was about to talk to them, but it doesn't matter, we'll come back to them, so worry not. But of course we've got various anniversaries, and that's the one lovely thing about the Silverstone Festival that we all absolutely adore. Not only is it the 75th anniversary of the first Formula One Drivers' World Championship, but it's also the 75th anniversary of the founding of the Abarth Company, and 2024 is a carryover parade from last year, to be honest. It is, as I say, the 75th anniversary of the Abarth Company, a brand identified by that scorpion badge on the cars, and those of a certain age or perhaps clued in on historic motorsport for putting that very small rear-engine car on track. And then the engine covers were propped open, so whether they raced or they rallied. And it was Carlo Abarth that actually was born in Austria, funnily enough. He wasn't Italian. He moved to Italy, and he adapted his name to appear more Italianite, and I didn't really know that until I have to say I looked it up. So
yes,
there you go.
Yeah, you mentioned the Fiat 600s. They were in fact with the Abarth with the boot that had the opening to keep them running. But you did just allude to it. Last year we unfortunately didn't manage to get many of the track parades in because some of you may remember there was a bit of an oil leak one of the days, and there was a bit of bad weather. However, a lot of the clubs are out this weekend, and they're kind of getting the extra groups in because we've got a lot of those. But the ones we can see on track at the moment, this is a incredibly special.
Oh, there we go. We've got some of the Fiat 500s
all of a sudden
that are parked up just off track actually, rather than on track. But yeah, you were just staying there, Rob. Aston Martin, of course, it's their 90th anniversary.
90th anniversary of the Aston Martin Owners Club, and I must say I did feel a little out of place when I went to interview them this morning. I walked into their marquee and I was the only one not in a sporting.
I'm young.
I not at all, no. But I was the only one not in a sporting jacket, and I must say it gets mentioned later, but the champagne in the corner of the room. But that collection of Aston Martins, I think, it's not just about the sporting prowess of Aston Martin. They are just stunning cars, and to have one of those along the French Riviera, for example, on a sunny day, what an outing! Now, I know you've just got your Caterham, but one of those would be a real treat.
So DB6s that we're seeing on track, 60 years anniversary of those, and Gaydon Vantage, a 20-year anniversary being celebrated here. The DB6 not only is the Aston Martin Club celebrating the 90th anniversary, it is of course 60 years. In 1965, the decision taken on Tickford Street to develop the successor to the legendary DB5, which everybody knows because everyone's watched a James Bond film, of course. And Rob, you've been out and about and talking to the various clubs, including chatting to the Aston Martin Owners Club, haven't you?
Certainly have, yeah. So I'm now in what can be described as one of the most civilised areas at the festival. I'm here with Greta from the Aston Martin Owners Club, and it's a very special year for the Aston Martin Owners Club.
Yes, it is. It's our 90th anniversary, so it's very special, and we've been doing some lovely events all year. So it was formed in 1935 at the Grafton Hotel, so we had a lunch there earlier this year, which was very special on the actual day. And this is one of our lovely events that we really enjoy coming along to, and it's very special. We love coming back here, so we like to make a fuss of our members, so here we are.
You certainly do like to make a fuss of your members, and I'm going to just very briefly touch on the champagne that we've got now. I'm assuming we're not touching the champagne until after the driving parade today.
Absolutely, actually, it's not going to be open till Sunday, so you have to hang around a long time, and these are dummy bottles, so don't go pinching them.
I won't, but I'll come back Sunday afternoon when the real stuff comes out. So, how many cars? Because obviously such a big year, 90th anniversary. How many cars have you got out on track today?
We've got almost 60 going out, and these range, we've got some very old ones. 1954 is the oldest one at the moment, and right up to sort of present day. There's some really lovely cars out there, so yes, 60.
They are absolutely. And are you going to be out on the parade yourself?
I have been asked, but I haven't been, approved to go yet. But yes, maybe. I've not done one, so it'll be really special if I can.
Okay, and it's such a big part of the Aston Martin Owners Club, but we'll have people that might be interested. If they are interested in coming, finding out a little bit more about the club and potentially even joining, what should they do?
Yes, please come in. Come into our marquee, and there's a lovely membership lady called Michelle who'd be really happy to explain the sort of benefits, and there are lots of them for members. We've got about 8,000 members worldwide, majority in the UK, but we are very sort of inclusive, and if you haven't got an Aston Martin, that's absolutely fine. If you love them, then come and join us.
Great to know that even if you haven't got an Aston Martin, you can come along and join the club.
Thank you, Rob. And if you want to go and see the Aston Martin cars, they are, of course, all queued up and so on. And some of the cars that are out there that are really quite special, to be honest. Only 140 Mach 1 DB6 Volantes was made, so there's a 1967 vehicle that is here. Very rare car, very collectible car. Also the DB6 Mark II Vantage. Now, this is one of the last of the model. It was originally delivered to a Belfast, Northern Ireland dealership and to a couple there, and then it was sold to the Middle East, where it went for a holiday in the sun for about 12 years. We've also got number 12 of 14 Vantage N24 race cars that was hand-built by the AM Special Vehicle Operations at Gaydon. And this was actually commissioned by he was at the time, the CEO, Dr. Betts, to compete in endurance racing, and named after the Nürburgring 24 hours, 250 kilograms lighter than the standard road car. There's also an Aston Martin V12 Vantage, the desirable pre-turbo model that is out there. And I love as well, Rob, some of the registrations for these cars, that clearly are that they're very special to people. One of them, for example, 7MBR. I put that down to Martin Brundle Racing, but I don't think it is.
No, he's a bit more Jag man, actually, isn't he, Martin? Martin, he's and his son Alex obviously racing Jags this weekend. But yes,
anniversary as well, of course, for Alfa
Romeos, yes, and. Yeah, there's a great collection of Alfa Romeos. I did manage to speak to same chap I spoke to last year, who's got an absolutely stunning Alfa Romeo. A great collection. There's a couple there that the Volants that look quite threatening. It's actually named the Monster in Italian, that car, with those kind of 6 square headlights that squat and sit at the front. And he described it as a bit of a Marmite car, that one. And it's a car that is loved by some and certainly has a unique look to it. Some very, very special paintwork on some of those cars that he mentioned to me that was outside of the interview, but he talked a little bit about how they've got this kind of off-white shiny colour that you'll see. There's a GTV and a 4C out there, and both of them have got this kind of very, very special, like off-white fleck. And I must say, I've not seen a car in a colour like that, and it did look really, really lovely.
And of course, just following up there, and we're seeing on the screen at the moment the TVR Car Club. They're celebrating their 60th anniversary this year, founded in 1965, and it was actually just a really very small group of enthusiasts that started the club, and it's really grown to be probably one of the premier one-mark car clubs in the UK. They've got over 5,000 members. And did you go and talk to the TVR
I certainly did talk to the TVR Club.
Let's talk to them.
And I'm here with Paul from the TVR Car Club, and TVR's always very special. The noise is one of those things with TVRs that always jump out at you. Paul, tell us why the track parade's here today.
Well, the track parade, the TVR Car Club is 60 years old this year. We were formed in 1965. The actual cars started being produced in 1947, so a lot longer than that. But I'm a director of the car club, and I've got a TVR Tuscan S, and I've had it since 2009.
And yours is that rather stunning dark red car. Yeah, you've had it quite a while. Tell us about some of the other special cars, because as I look across this collection, there's lots of different varieties here.
Yes, one thing about TVRs is you never get one the same colour, and the insides are all different, and there's maybe 20 different models. There's a couple of interesting ones here today. There's a former Tuscan racing car, which has got the open top. That was a series created by Peter Wheeler in the 80s. They still race, but they race for Berners V8s now, which is a course done this year. There's an old Vixen there as well. That's a 1960s car. The most up-to-date is a Cigaris, so there's two Cigaris here. There's a silver one there and a red one over there.
Yeah, that TVR series you mentioned with racing, with the likes of, there was quite a number of Colin Blower and people like that racing those cars. That was a series to behold, wasn't it? Supported the British GTs and things, I think, didn't it, when it was when it was racing around. It's great to see one of those out. Now, you've talked about your car, which is very stunning. Is there any others here that you'd quite like to drive home after this parade?
Well, there's an interesting Griffith here. The Griffith was built with a Rover V8 engine, but that one's got a 4-litre LS Ford engine in it, which makes a hell of a noise.
And talking of noise, are you going to be, even though you're going to be going slow on track, are you going to be revving them to give the crowd a little bit of a taste of that TVR engine noise today?
I'm sure there'll be a rumble or two.
Well, it's a shame, isn't it, that it was back in 2006 when TVR finally said, no, we're not going to produce anymore. But interestingly, they were making them back in their heyday, and they were being made in Blackpool. And we were actually, TVR were the biggest motor car manufacturer in the UK at their heyday. They were churning out that many cars. Do you know where the TVR name came from?
No.
Well, it was a guy called Trevor Wilkinson that actually started it, the whole thing, and he decided to call them Trevco.
They should have stuck with that.
And that's where they they should have just called them Trevcos.
Yeah.
Not TVRs. Okay. Well, I suppose they could have called them Wilkinson.
Wilkinson.
But then I guess somebody with the finest blade might have gone.
I was going to say that there was someone, maybe a bit of competition for it. I mean, TVR are one of those cars. I mean, they've always suffered with that little bit of reliability, shall we say, the question mark. But much loved, and not just at the Tuscan race series. They raced at Le Mans, and people like Martin Short with the TVRs that they raced, Mole Valley Racing, and a lot of sporting pedigree to those cars. And generally a relatively accessible way of getting into sports car ownership as well. They weren't too expensive until you had mechanical problems with them, which is where things started. But things like the S2 were very, very popular, weren't they?
Yeah. Now, do you know the innovation? This is really Anaraki now, but do you know the innovation that TVR came up with that enabled you to listen better to your car radio?
No, I don't. And
let me tell you. Well, they were the first to use the heated rear window filament as a radio aerial.
Right. Okay.
There you are. I told you it was an anorak.
That is a very good. I'm going to use that again though. Now I know that. If only I'd known that when I was.
Quiz question. Who invented it? It was TVR.
Yeah. Well, that's. But there is a great collection of TVRs, and I think when I spoke to the club, they're obviously on track today, and there will be a lot more of them over the weekend as well. So definitely go over. They're based over just by the Wellington Straight on that grass area there, and just go and have a look at those, because they are really, really special. Now, one group we haven't seen on track, but I would like to talk about, and I know we can't see it on our screen, but I'm sure if you're out and about, BMW 3 Series. Now, I read about this, You're looking rather strange, but did you know?
No, go on.
50 years old this year.
Wow.
The BMW. That may be 50. And when you think about it, it BMW 3 Series, 50 years old.
Keep talking, because I'm just trying to work out. I worked for BMW back in 1970. So I worked for them in about 1978.
Yeah.
And
so you would have, they'd have been 3 years old at that point. So we still had people coming into the dealership with BMW 2002s. Yes.
To change them for a BMW 323
Series.
or 3 Series.
Yeah.
And the 323i was the one that everyone wanted.
Yes.
And I remember that at the dealership at the time, it was a dealership in Portsmouth called Volker Harms, and we used to get these cars in and we would load them up with all kinds of things, alloys and a roof, as it was called, but obviously it was a sunroof, manual sunroof, and then we would sell the car, because when people came in to buy it, obviously they go, oh, well, I don't want all of that. You go, oh, well, ever so sorry, that's the only one there is. And they were like hen's teeth.
Yeah.
So you couldn't, you bought the one that we had in the dealership, or you'd wait 6 months for one to come. So
I mean,
50 years, didn't it?
I mean, I spoke to one of the guys from the club, but one of the things he did say before we really started, they were trying to focus on the non-M version ones, because I think everyone knows the M3 as that, track weapon, but also a car that has on the road with a great V8 engine and things like that. The M3 has, but the fact they've got this whole collection of other cars, and one of their cars was the most successful selling 4-seater convertible as well. The 325i, I believe, is one of the most successful selling cars. But I couldn't believe it was 50 years old. It was that was the bit that really jumped at me.
We've just seen some cars on track there. We've been talking about TVRs, but of course Marcos as well are here this weekend. They've got a massive history. And again, when you talk about enthusiastic car clubs, they are. Again, they've got some really enthusiastic members. I mean, I would sarcastically say that you need to be enthusiastic to own a Marcos, and you need to be terribly patient, but and have good road assistance. But apart from that, I think they're fine. My brother-in-law's got one, and I absolutely rip the mickey out of him constantly.
I can see the members of the Marcos Owners Club banging on the door of the studio now, probably because they're not driving around the track.
That's why we don't tell people where the studio is, to be honest, Rob. so we can be rude about them.
On a good sign at the moment, as we can see through the Beckett's and Baggett's complex at the moment, the Marcoses are moving, which is great to see, and they are stunning. And what I love about the Marcos is that extended front bonnet. They just look like a proper sports car, almost reminiscent of the Corvettes of the 1970s, aren't they? They've got that real look to them, and the noise, again, most of them with the V8 engines, they sound glorious.
Well, it's their 65th anniversary this year of the Marcos Mark, started in 1959, and they're also celebrating 30 years this year since Marcos returned to the track at Le Mans, because of course they were back in the mid-90s. They were at Le Mans, and they lasted there for quite some time, I think.
Yeah, they were also in the British GTs, which were the Power Tour car as well. Coroisa and drivers like that in the Marcos. Was it the 600 LM? That really big brute of a car against cars like the Lister Storm at the time, and the GT1 Blue Coral Porsche and cars like that. There was some really special cars, and they are also one of those cars that you see a lot of modifications. A lot of the owners are kind of doing things to the car quite regularly, and you see different iterations where they look a little bit different, where it's a car that people can, as you said earlier, tinker with.
And where did the name come from?
I'm not sure where the name Marcos came from.
Well, I know Jem Marsh was involved.
Right.
And I don't know the other bit. So I imagine that's the Mar. But I guess the Cos comes from... Oh, hang on a minute. George, our producer, the font of all knowledge, tells us Frank Costin. George, where does he get these facts from?
I know.
George is just a little
and
wonder.
We should really know Frank Costin, shouldn't we, with all the motorsport pedigree that Frank Costin has.
So that's where it came from.
Yeah,
Jem Marsh and Frank Costin. Thanks, George, for that. Well done. The Adams brothers, Dennis and Peter, for all their innovative designs, and the members of the workforce that did all of the stuff. They're keeping that name alive and celebrating 30 years since Marcos returned to the track in 1995. I don't quite know how many members there are that have got them, but one of their members is Jackie Stewart. Sir Jackie Stewart's one of their members.
Excellent. And of course, his charity is the charity that is supporting the banner charity for the festival this weekend, the Race Against Dementia, which is one of the other clubs that we haven't mentioned, we haven't seen out on screen, because yet again we've got those rather lovely Fiat 500s on screen again with the basket on the back. But one of them, we're here for talking about Formula One, but very much a car that's associated with Formula One was the Honda NSX.
Oh yes, and we spoke to them.
So I'm joined by Neil from the NSX Club. Pretty special car, and it's something great to be having out on track today.
Yeah, fantastic cars. Obviously, we're all biased, and we're going to very much look forward to getting around Silverstone.
So it's a car that, one of those sports cars that a lot of people strive after because they have such a link to Ayrton Senna, and one of the cars has obviously got Ayrton's picture on the side of, and I noticed a helmet inside. How important is that kind of sporting pedigree and link?
Yeah, I think a lot of us have a great affection for that part of the history and Ayrton's own involvement in some of the design work of the car originally, and the fact that he drove the car himself.
Yeah, it's a very special car. Now, yours is that rather vibrant yellow one. Tell me a little bit about that car.
Yeah, well, that's a 95 Targa model. So the Targas were introduced in 95. Before that, there was only the coupes. So it's a little unusual for that respect.
Excellent. And I understand in the very kind of copper orange coloured car, someone quite special is driving that one today.
Yeah, so John Thompson of TC Prototypes, who's a BRDC member and well known to Silverstone, was the designer and builder of the Le Mans cars in the mid-90s. And he's going to be with us later on, and he'll be driving the Imola Orange NSX.
Yeah, it'd be great to see John out there. I'm sure some people will remember him from driving the Blue Coral Porsche GT1 car and other things like that in GT racing. So great to have him here, and great to have the NSXs out on track with us.
Yeah, great indeed to have the NSXs here. And last year we had Ayrton Senna's actual personal NSX here as well. I know it's not here this year, Sam.
Yeah, I didn't see it. It may be here later on across the weekend. And again, they're another group who are based just by the Wellington Strait area. It may well be, but that car comes a little bit later on. And I believe Ayrton had actually autographed, or Bruno Senna had autographed under the bonnet on that one. And it was Bruno Senna that was going to drive it at the parade. But I think that parade was one of the ones that got cancelled last year, because last year, of course, we had the big Ayrton Senna commemorative display of cars. But no, I didn't see that one here, but maybe it's here across the weekend later on.
Well, a couple of the cars, if you see them on track, there is in the Imola Orange is a car that I think we've just alluded to in the interview, driven by BRDC member John Thompson of the TC Prototypes, who built the Le Mans winning GT2 NSX, and there's a red car carrying a partial wrap in tribute to Ayrton Senna, as we've already discussed. Now, you won't have seen a particular car because it's not a particular mark, but the Silverstone Racing Club is Silverstone's club for motorsport fans. They have got a whole load of benefits. Access, for example, to F1 ticket pre-sales. There's big savings on major event tickets, including the Silverstone Festival, of course. They do all kinds of different events, watch parties, Formula One watch parties. They have kind of car get-togethers and barbecues, etc. And it is just, of course, one of the many perks is to be able to come here to the Silverstone Festival, and then the chance to get on track. And the Silverstone Racing Club started in 1966. It had a clubhouse at the circuit, which I remember that clubhouse. It's now evolved into a membership of, thousands, and some of those members are here today in some of the cars that you may well have seen out on the track. A couple of Morgans examples that are out on the track that are being driven by members of the Silverstone Racing Club. And if you want to find out more details, then if you go online and look up the Silverstone Racing Club and meet like-minded people, that kind of thing, a number of marshals, etc., are involved with the Silverstone Racing Club. Rob, of course, is involved with the Silverstone Museum.
I certainly am, yes.
It is really expensive to get into the museum this weekend. You're going to have to dig very shallow into your pockets and find Nothing
at all. And you have to be careful what I say now, but you know it's not going to cost you anything. If you're a ticket holder here at the festival this weekend, you can take a stroll over to the museum and have a wander around. We have got a very special exhibit this year, which has been incredibly popular. It's been our most successful year of operation. We've only been operating 6 years. We've got our 75th anniversary of F1 exhibit, which is now going to be extended to run until Christmas. It's been that popular. We're extending it. And we've got a fabulous collection of cars in there. There are some F1 champion cars that some of them we've had to take out the museum for part of the parade this weekend. But we have got a number of other cars that the F1 cars that you can see. We've got some really special ones. Now, I'm going to take you back down memory lane. Do you remember the Leighton House? The cars, Adrian Newey's first foray into turquoise colour. You can't miss it. Now, you may remember there was a bit of an incident. Brazilian driver Maurizio Gugelmin hit Nigel Mansell at the French Grand Prix, went up in the air and spun and landed upside down on his head. Fortunately, he was okay. Well, we've got the Ivan Capelli, his sister car to that one, in the museum, and it is immaculate, been restored. It's absolutely beautiful. It's a runner, it's there. But I've managed to get the helmet from that Maurizio Gugelmin crash, and you can see the helmet on display with the mark on it. It's one of those things that people don't realise, and then you kind of tell, and you've got it there, and it's like one of those real wow moments, and it's kind of a team that people don't really remember that much, but people know because there was lots of birthday cards. Do you remember with mirror signal manoeuvre? And things like that on the. And it's, again, one of those real nostalgia cards. It's one of my favourite bits we've got in there. But we've got some other quirky bits. Get over and see Britain's first Formula One car, which was the BRM V16. Yeah. Okay. We've got the body buck. So when they built that car, they built a wooden frame to panel beat all the panels. And we've got that original wooden frame, which has survived on display in the museum. So Britain's first F1 car. We've got trophies of, Mike Hawthorne's 1958 World Championship trophy, the Britain's first world champion. We've got such a cool collection of it. It's got Nigel Mansell, Damon Hill's car, Jenson Button's car. They're all there. Get over to the museum. It's not just cars. We've got bikes. We've got a lot of Barry Sheen items in there. We've got a Lotus 72, Ronnie Peterson. There are 2 other Lotus 72s here this weekend. We've got some epic stuff you can get in there. Got a Scalextrics track, full size, Silverstone. Go and have a go. And we've got some simulators which you can go and grab a drive of as well, and you can race around Silverstone in an F1 car, or you can pick something different to race around as well. But yeah, lots going on over there. Free to get into this weekend, and also got a nice cafe and retail area as well.
Very good. Can I just ask one question about the museum? I mean, it's now been open, as you say, 6 years. Mm-hmm. Have you run out of room, and do you need to extend it?
Yes, and yes, absolutely. When I first started there, it was quite a difficult sell because everything's on loan to us. So it was quite difficult to say to people, can I borrow your car? Well, why? Who are you? It was quite difficult. We're now at a point where I'm having to turn cars away or schedule them in. And this year, it's been a real privilege to put together the collection of cars we've had, some of which Mark Constantiouris, as we say, has borrowed for the display down the far end. But we're in that position where I'm having to schedule cars in and out, and even on Monday I was moving things. I've got the 90. Do you remember the the Bevan Imp, the Hillman Imp that won the British Touring Car? What was the National Saloon Car Championship?
Yes.
70 to 70 or 71, 72, 73 championship winning car. I bought that one in on Tuesday this week. I've got another touring car from Jacob Ebury coming in later next week. One of the you remember the car that rolled, Will Hoy and Julian Bailey got them. I'm getting people coming out the woodwork saying, do you want, which is a position we were never in. And so we do need to expand. We are now, when we first opened, there was about 15, 16 cars. I'm now in excess of 30, and I've got them in. I've had to move various bits of scenery and things just to get things in. It's packed, but it's a lovely position to be in. Yeah.
And next to it, well, pretty much next to it, is, of course, the new kart track here at Silverstone. And I know everyone at Silverstone is very excited about it. I remember when Stuart Pringle first talked about it, how excited he was that, international kart racing was coming here. Yeah. And, of course, Silverstone and the BRDC are massive exponents of trying to encourage new talent and get us, F1 drivers that have come up through the ranks, people like Ollie Berman, for example. So that kart track is crucial to that development. Yeah. And you've been quite heavily involved with that.
Yeah, well, I suppose from a BRDC point of view, that the kind of thing that sparked it all was that award, the BRDC, which was supported by McLaren as well. And David Coulthard was the first winner of that before he was still in Vauxhall Lotus, I think, at the time, wasn't he? The Vauxhall Lotus Championship. And then we've had drivers coming through, Lando Norris, George Russell. They've all gone through that. Lewis wasn't allowed to compete, was he? Because he already had the McLaren. And Dennis has been an idea of David Coulthard's really to bring karting, because you will probably remember karting did used to exist at Silverstone. It was actually in the museum building. It was an indoor karting venue. It was. I remember racing in it as a child. But and so there's been a longer term strategy to bring karting back, but not just to bring arrive and drive karting, which of course it will be. Everybody that comes will have a chance if you want to have a go. And if you go over to by the Woodcote Bridge, Silverstone Drive, they've got a display and you can see the karts that you can take part on. But also, there's going to be full CIK championship level, British, European, potentially even world championship karting on site here at Silverstone. So the main circuit is going to be 1 kilometre long, or just over 1 kilometre long. There's 9 different configurations, so you can have cadet karting and all sorts. But it's not only going to be people that will come here as corporate days out or arrive and drive, but we're going to have proper championship level racing and start to see those drivers come through. Because if you follow Formula 1, those drivers have got to come from somewhere. And if you follow Formula 2, Formula 3, websites like Formula Scout, you can kind of go down and Formula 1 teams have got drivers in karting now. I was reading this morning about Red Bull and there's a Swiss karting champion. They've just signed up. She's 15 years old. Noah Baglin, for example, he's only 12. Ferrari have just signed him. He's still in karts at the moment. And it is really the route to finding those junior drivers and getting them into Formula 1, and it's the way in which it evolves. So it's another huge asset to have here at Silverstone, but also something that everybody can have a go at.
Well, I was going to say, I'm assuming that at some point, you're going to be able to come to potentially the Grand Prix, but certainly plenty of other meetings, and just turn up on a Wednesday afternoon or whatever.
Yeah.
And just have a go.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that. And we're from the museum. As you say, it's right next to the museum. And there's going to be this thing of you can come and buy a ticket and you can go half a day karting and then half a day going around the museum. It's a nice package to come to. And the clubhouse, I believe, is going to have like a pizza restaurant in it and things like that. And there's going to be everything from kids having birthday parties there to corporate events. And it's certainly going to be something that everybody can come and access. I think Grand Prix is going to be a bit difficult, because I think that's still going to be the stage area in there, but for many other events, maybe that's something to see. But many other events, we've got that there.
Okay. Well, we've heard from the TVR Owners Club, we've heard from the NSX, we've heard from Aston Martin. We've not heard from the Alfa Romeo Owners Club. So let's go and find out what they said to Rob.
So I'm in amongst some of my favourite cars here at the festival. It's the Alfa Romeos, Alfa Romeo owner myself, but I'm joined by Andrew, who's got a car that I'm very jealous of. So we've got quite a range of different Alfas here, from some that go back to the 1960s to some more modern. Tell me about some of these rather special ones that we've got here.
Yeah, so we'll start off from what we're looking at here right now is one of the old Giulias, very recognizable for anyone who even doesn't know much about the history of Alfa. And then ultimately we've got some very two special ones here. These are the 2AZ Zagatos. They were called in Italian the Mostro, which is the monster, because it was a bit of a Marmite design, but they're iconic, really, and it's good to see them here, as well as seeing a selection of, say, slightly more modern, starting with the 147 GTA with a very special paint, as well as the 4Cs and the Giulias, the modern Giulias, which is, I'm the owner of one of them.
Yes, now we're stood by your car and it is rather special. I'm very jealous, but tell me a little bit about this one, because it's certainly not a bog standard.
No. So in June this year, we celebrated the 10th year since this model was announced back in 2015. And I think that's testimony of how good the design was at the time, because if you compare what Alfa's been doing compared to, say, for example, similar performance models from German brands, you see in that respect that they had to tweak very often. Every 2 or 3 years they come out with some restyling, whether it's the infotainment or something around the mechanical side of things. The car practically stood by very much with minor tweaks. Mine is the one that we all tend to name as the Quad, which stands for Quadrifoglio. And for those who are a little bit more familiar, Quadrifoglio is the equivalent of the M badge for the BMWs. And yes, it's quite a car to drive. There's no doubt about that. And there's quite a few of us with the same model around here. And you'll see, for those who are going to be watching the lap parade, take a look at. There's a green one, and that is a special edition. It's the 100th anniversary of the Quadrifoglio specifically, and that was launched last year. So, as you said, there's a nice variety of cars. I think overall is 30, 35 of us. And yeah, looking forward to going out later on.
I think he was Italian, was he?
He was.
That's good.
It was
Alfa Romeo.
It was Alfa Romeo.
It'd be really awful if he was like, yeah, that's right, this is the Alfa Romeos. That just wouldn't work. It would fit not right.
It was lovely, because they were one of the ones that were replaced from last year with all the complications we had last year. And he was so excited to get on track, but it was the same guy I spoke to again. And he's got the same car, but he even modified it even further. And what his job was, I don't know, but he spent a lot. Gorgeous car, but there were some stunning Alfa Romeos down there. If you're into your Alfas, it was lovely.
Well, if we sort of slightly move forwards a little bit, tomorrow obviously we'll be talking about cars on track as well. 105 years of Bentley. That's quite a remarkable anniversary. But then you're just saying about other, like Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, the Bentley one, I mean, what a name in terms of motorsport. If we think back to, you mentioned the BRDC a little while ago. Well, the BRDC really exists because that original group of Bentley boys, Dr. Benjafield and others, went to, and W.O. Bentley was with them, raced at Le Mans back in 1923 and took those glorious cars. They raced the year before at the Indy 500. The only time Bentley have competed at the Indy 500 was 1922. And they drove the car from the port down to the race. But back then, you ran the Indy 500 and it ran as long as the last car finished. The winner finished an hour and a half before the Bentley crossed the line. It was quite a long way afterwards. But yeah, such a huge history, Bentley, and obviously more modern racing, the Continental GTs and things like that. But what a mark, and certainly a car that people really love.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, if you're walking around here, is there a particular club that you bearing in mind that you've been here and this is a number of years that you've done this for, is there a particular club that you kind of look forward to going to because they are either so enthusiastic or there's so many of them or whatever?
I think Ferrari will always be special because they're Ferrari, but also we talked about the museum and the links with the museum. Actually, they helped me get one of John Surtees' cars, and that was from doing an interview with the Ferrari Owners Club here at the festival 2 years ago. So I made connections with them, and they were really helpful. So I always like going down and just saying hi this morning. I went down this morning and said hi. But it's some of the little niche clubs that are a little bit, they're just what kind of one flag and a group of enthusiasts. There's the Bomber Mini Club, and they come down from Scotland, and they all travel down together. There's a group of about 7 or 8 of them, and they come down, and that's always great to see groups like that have made quite a long trek. There was a lovely group of caterers out, which I kind of almost gloss over because you're so used to seeing them at motorsport events, but I did see them. The other one that caught my eye this morning, I didn't have time to go and chat with them, but I am going to go and speak to them. There's GT40 group. Now, I think a lot of them are the very, very good replicas of the GT40, that incredibly famous sports car that was made famous at Le Mans. But it was great to see those, and the amount of people that were standing around them taking photos, even first thing on a Friday morning, of a collection of what was only 3 of those replicas was just stunning to see. So they're the kind of ones I quite like seeing those. And you kind of have your established ones, the Aston Martin and things like that. And what's great is these clubs really see this weekend as a pivotal weekend for them. One that we're going to come on to because they're going to be out on parade tomorrow is the MX5 Club. They've got nearly 200 cars here, and they have to be positioned right the way over down kind of the Wellington Straight on the inside of Village because there's just too many of them to be here. And it's obviously a bit more of an accessible sports car, but so well supported. And I think they won the club last year, the club display last year, so I know they were very proud of that.
Let me take you back to a past Silverstone festival. Festival, and an interview you did with BRM.
So I'm down in the paddock here with Paul Owen from BRM, and we've got this fantastic car. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Absolutely, Rob. Yeah, so we're here with our Chassis 4 P15 Mark 1 V16, which we commissioned Hall & Hall to build 3 or 4 years ago, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job. We commissioned it as part of our Reawakening project to tell the BRM story, to introduce it to a new audience, and to go racing. And the purpose of building the car is for it to be seen and heard by a new audience, and to celebrate the history of BRM, but also to move forward to the next chapter in the company's operation.
Now, you mentioned the word heard. This car sounds brilliant. We've talked about it across the weekend. Can you tell us what customer, visitors and people say that see the car and hear it? What are the kind of comments they give you?
Such a massive range, Rob. It really does need to be heard to be believed. We ran the car at Brighton Park a few months ago and put a pretty much unedited video clip up on Instagram, and it's had something like 2.9 million views, with comments like, "That's not an engine, that's an orchestra," like a behemoth awakened from its slumber. It's just the most incredible noise.
It's such a shame that car is not here this weekend.
It is, but it's not a championship-winning car. But Old Faithful BRM, Graham Hill's car, is certainly one of those cars that's here.
Right, let's take a look then at some of the highlights of the Silverstone Festival for day one and from this morning. It was pretty good.
down here on the Michelin Motorsport stand. I wanted to catch up with Pete Shaw, who's a key account manager for Michelin Motorsport, about the two cars that are on this stand, because they are both very, very significant to Michelin.
They are. We're very, very honoured to have both these cars on our stand for the Silverstone Festival. Starting off with this one here, we've got the Tuthill GT1. So this is a car that was inspired by the FIA GT1 category that came to fruition in the early 1990s, around about 1993 if I remember correctly. And Tuthill was contacted by one of their clients who actually owned two of these original GT1 cars, and he was saying to the guys at Tuthill, why don't you recreate this type of vehicle with the modern technology? So it was inspired by the old GT1 from the 1990s, and Tuthill now have actually made this beautiful car, with the modern technology, full carbon fibre body, etc. 4-litre, flat six engine. So, absolute beautiful car. And the car we have here is actually their development prototype vehicle.
And that's significant because you are working in partnership as Michelin with them.
Yes.
To create a tyre that works that car.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is a road. This is a road car.
Yeah.
So basically, they've taken a tyre off the shelf that is road legal. So obviously, we work with Tuthill to make sure that the tyre that we suggest meets all the characteristics and the needs in terms of load, speed, handling characteristics. So for sure, we work with the guys to make sure that they get the right tyre for the right type of vehicle, and that's what we've done with Tuthill with this one.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the tyre that works on the Tuthill GT1 is going to work on the RB17, because this thing creates so much downforce that most tyres would just collapse under the pressure.
Yeah. So on a car like this one, so again, we're very, very honoured to have the RB17 from Red Bull Advanced Technologies. And this is actually a 100% track car. So we're working very, very closely with the guys from Red Bull to actually develop tyres that's going to meet these ultra high performance needs of a track car that will have 2.5 times the downforce of a Formula One car.
So let's put that into perspective. I don't know exactly the weight of this car.
The target's around about 900 kilograms. Again, to be confirmed. It's still heavily in development, but yeah.
It's going to end up at speed 2,000 kilos.
The downforce will add a lot of weight. So ultimately, there's only one point of contact between a car like this, and that's the tyres. There's only one point of contact with the asphalt. So it's ultimately from our side to make sure that we provide a tyre that's going to meet the needs for very, very specific track.
And to do that, you can even have different compounds across the tyre?
We can do, yeah. So we work very, very closely to find out exactly what the needs are from Red Bull, and then our simulation engineers then will provide data working between the two companies, and we actually now develop tyres, vastly through simulation. Gone are the days where you would make hundreds of tyres and subjectively test them all. Simulation now plays a very, very big part in terms of tyre development, and again, it's great for the planet. It's very, very more sustainable to actually develop tyres in this method.
Not building lots of different ones and then testing them and then having to throw them away.
Absolutely.
Just before we go, have a look at the rear end, because that is where all the downforce comes from, and it is just insane. I think I could put my children in there.
You could live in there. You could camp overnight. We could fit 2 people for camping overnight in there.
Pete, thank you very much for joining us.
My pleasure.
I just thought I'd mention that we've not had lunch yet, so just throw that in there. But that's fine, Rob. No, that's fine. Don't worry.
It's okay.
There's plenty of places to go and eat, and that's another thing that I love about the Silverstone Festival is there are plenty of the variety of things that you can go to. So, but this afternoon we've obviously got plenty of action on track. Look at all those lovely Jaguars over there. Look at that. Yeah. Amazing. Yes. So we've got. Plenty of action on track, of course, but also plenty of other things to take a little look at.
Yeah, there's quite a number of things. We've got the Diddley Squat Farm back again, and what I love this time, I don't know if you've seen the programme.
No, I've not been over there. Don't
I won't spoil it. I'll leave that one. No, I'm not going to spoil it. Just go and have a look, and if you're a fan of particular tractors from that programme, go and enjoy it. That's all I'll say. We've got Formula One teams demonstrate. They've got an extra tent up here with a couple of more modern F1 teams.
You've done it now. You've got the television boys excited.
Yeah,
So
well,
now
they have.
It's Silverstone Kitchen Live. I did catch a bit of that this morning. That was very good.
And the tasting masterclass. I thought they're just doing it to tease you because you haven't had your lunch yet.
No, that with the Diddley Diddley Squat Farm Shop, and the Hawkstone people are around as well. But that Kitchen Live, the Silverstone Kitchen Live, well worth going to. And I actually, can I tell you, I learnt something this morning.
Did you?
Yeah,
what was that? What else did
it
you
was
learn this
about
morning?
the temperature. This is very boring, I know, but I'm sorry. But it's about the temperature. Why are you laughing, George, the producer? It's about the temperature of cooking oils, that you shouldn't cook olive oil too hot.
Really? Oh, I'm not really. I remember.
Anyway, do you want to talk about cars?
No. I was going to talk about cheese actually, because when I learned something. It was last year. I went over to the food stand of that, and this guy was showing how to make cheese just in a normal bucket, and it was great. He was really into his cheese, lots and lots of detail, and you learn about how to make cheese in a bucket, and that's something you wouldn't have expected from the Silverstone Festival.
No, you wouldn't. You come up with surprising facts constantly, Rob. Thank you, Rob Jenner. He's going to go and have a wander around. We'll catch up with that, of course, tomorrow on Breakfast. Amelia Salmons will be here driving you home once we've had plenty of action. But standing by, poised, is Ed Foster, who is down in the paddock. And, of course, we've also got commentary as well. So let's go back to our commentary team and go back and join Martin Haven and Alistair.
Welcome back, everybody, to action from the Silverstone Festival 2025. And don't forget, around and inside the circuit, lots to see and do. And take a look at the Iconic auction. Now, Iconic will sell you cars with 6- and 7-digit numbers. They will also sell you cars with 4- and 5-digit numbers. They will auction pretty much anything here. As you can see here, you've got an Austin A60 pickup, an Alfa 75 that possibly needs a tiny bit of love and attention, and lots of competition cars in the auction as well. Now, if you are trackside or heading that way, hello to Stuart, hello to Toby and Tony rather, and a whole bunch of others who have come down. We'll be bringing cars back on track just after 2 o'clock with the 1966 to 85 Formula One cars of Mazda's racing legends. Then the GT Trophy and Endurance legends, with Group C cars coming out as well at 4 o'clock. The sports car legends coming in later, and there's more mouth-watering pre-66 Grand Prix and GT action to close the day on track, and that is when the action will start on the stage as well. Natasha Bedingfield will be going on later this evening to round out the entire day here at Silverstone, first of 3 days of the Silverstone Festival. If you've got tickets for the entire weekend, congratulations, well done. If you want to know what's going on within the circuit, then buy yourself a programme, take a look at the race card to see what's going out on track and also what's going on around. And so if you've come down with the family, and they are all clearly Lando Norris fans, you've come to the right place for plenty of entertainment. Good afternoon, kids. Well done, Mum and Dad, for bringing everybody down. You can wave at the loudspeakers, sir, but we can't wave back. So down at the new Silverstone pit lane, relatively new to me anyway, at the wing, lots and lots to see. And of course there we have got the champions display. So we have got Formula One cars reflecting every one of our world champions, 33 world champions over 75 years. Now we're about to go out on track with our next group of cars. So let's catch up with our man Ed Foster in the collecting area.
Matthew, just been telling me, obviously you won the championship last year, but it's not the first time your family's done it.
No, Dad won it 20 years ago, so it was quite a special year really last year. And it was the first time we went for the full championship. So it was great, and we travelled all around doing it together. So it was me, myself, and Amy, my partner. So we travelled to every race meeting together and had a great year. Great fun, and so we're trying to replicate this year. We didn't have quite as much luck, but it is but then we're back here now and hopefully get a couple of good results this weekend. The idea.
Don't burst my bubble, but I slightly suspect that as a driver, an F1 car around Silverstone is about as good as it gets.
Unbelievable. I mean, going through Magnussen, Beckett's and Stowe, well, all the corners really, through this historic vale in the historic Formula 1, just unbelievable. So lucky to be able to drive them around here and get the big crowds at this event, hopefully this weekend. So yeah, I mean, I've drove the flat bottom car around here, but the ground effects really does just give it that little bit of extra grip, which just makes it unbelievable around the fast corners.
How much, you've got to have quite a lot of faith with those cars, haven't you?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, you've got to have a lot of faith in the team, so trusting the team's the big priority, I think, with that one, and the tyre and everything else that goes with it. So yeah, the team have done a great job over the last couple of years, really enjoyed it. So yeah, as you say, a lot of faith in them and everything else that's around you.
Matthew, best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, the Grand Prix cars getting ready to go out, and if you are a big fan of the Cosworth era, and I know lots of you will be, then this is very much for you, because you'll hear a lot of the world's most successful ever Grand Prix engine wailing around. Lots and lots of cars, lots and lots of drivers getting ready to take on one of the best Grand Prix circuits on the planet, and if anything was made for this track, then Formula One cars were. Let's catch up with Ed, see who else he's got to chat to.
Steve, I love Formula One, and especially historic Formula One, but it's very hard to walk past this livery. But this is a very special car, isn't it?
Oh, this is actually the last one the boss made before he died, the Lotus 91. It's a very special piece of kit.
And tell me, what is it like to drive? Do you have to build up to the speed of it, or I mean, can you trust it? What's it like?
I think that depends on the driver. I think the professionals just get in and go. For me, I definitely have to build up to it. The car gets away from you quite quickly. But when you build up to it, it just keeps delivering and keeps delivering and keeps delivering. It's an amazing piece of kit.
And just tell us, we were chatting just before we recorded this about the skirts, and so this car would have, in period, been on the ground pretty much, wouldn't it?
Yes, the skirts would have gone to the ground, and you've got these tunnels underneath that create a Venturi effect. So it's an upside-down aeroplane. So as it goes down the straight, it's been pulled onto the ground. And then when you get to the corner, it makes a massive difference.
And a fair bit of confidence in the driver.
Yeah, that means that when you put you can't lock the brakes up, no matter how hard you stand on them. There's so much ground effect that the initial effect. But then as the effect comes off, you've got to be very careful as it comes off to regain control.
An amazing era. Enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
So Steve Brooks talking about the Lotus 91, a ex-Nigel Mansell Grand Prix car, wearing his Inter-Europol overalls, underwear rather, so still racing in modern LMPs, and of course he's got his Peugeot 908 diesel here as well. Nigel Greensill there in a cap, and one of the races in which he's not sharing a car with anybody, but enjoying his racing weekend here. Lots and lots of racing going on. So let's find out a little bit more about the Masters racing legends for Formula One cars.
Masters Racing Legends showcases the Cosworth DFV Formula One era, when heroes like two-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi were in their prime. On track today, you'll see the Brabham BT49, a car that powered Nelson Piquet to his first F1 title, as well as the McLaren MP41, which was the first to have raced with a carbon fibre chassis. Lessons in classics from Formula One's 3-litre era.
Well, some of the names that we saw early in the day in Formula Junior, names like Lotus still going at that stage, and of course a whole host of names that are still currently on the grid, McLaren being the obvious one, right behind Williams. Fittipaldi, Emerson and his brother Wilson started the team with Brazilian designer Ricardo de Villa, and that Fittipaldi still around and about. And let's catch up with Ed for a final time before the cars head out.
Greg, there's all the big names here, the McLarens, the Williams, but I'm drawn to these two cars. Just tell us, because it's not a name that a lot of people will know, the Lek cars.
No, exactly. This is a Lek Formula One car, and it was owned by Lek Refrigeration, which is quite poignant to me, actually. But so David Purley was the son of the founder, Charles Purley, of Lek Refrigeration, and he was a bit of a daredevil, as he was a maverick, and he was into racing, then he got into Formula One racing, so they supplied this beautiful car from Lec refrigeration. They built it in the factory, which is, you know, refrigeration engineer is pretty good, and they managed to put this thing together, so great for them.
And look, you've driven so many cars, you know, from Mustangs to who knows what. Is the Formula One car, are they just that bit more special?
Now I'm in it, absolutely, yeah. Why didn't I do it a little while ago? It's so exhilarating, Ed, it's unbelievable.
And what a grid. I mean, it's unbelievable to see this many cars on the grid.
Yeah, well, look at this, you know, the grid that's here and what we're involved with. So, yeah, it's great to, honestly, it's a dream come true. So I'm on cloud nine, definitely.
Well, look, before you get stung by a wasp, I'll let you get in. Best of luck.
Thanks, Ed. Thank you.
Yeah, imagine that nowadays. It could have been the Zanussi, it could have been the Hoover, it could be the LG, but it was Lec, the refrigeration and washing machine company, who created a Formula One car in their own factory. Yes, remarkable. So, 34 cars on in our field. A couple of changes to your programme. If you flick open your race card to page 16, Masters Racing Legends Formula One cars from 66 to 85. It is predominantly the Cosworth era cars. And you will cross out car number 30 was due to be Simon Fish in his 1982 Arrows A4. That car, a popular one with me, particularly in its Ceramica Ragno livery, the orange and white, Ragno Utensili and Ceramica Imola. Unfortunately, that car is not here and does not start. And as far as I can tell, a little change of driver as well. In car number 77, the 1982 McLaren MP41, down to be driven by Steve Hartley, of Jam fame, not the Jam, but Jam, now to be driven by Tom Bradshaw. So, there are 4 classes in the field, named after luminaries of the time, and it's essentially to sort of age, because of course during the Cosworth era, which began at the Dutch Grand Prix in Zandvoort in 1967 with the Lotus 49, all the way through to 1992 when they were still current in Formula One, there were a lot of changes. So you've gone from the big high airbox era and fairly fundamental cars like the Tyrrell 007 there of Roel Goethe in his Gulf livery, the Rothko Gulf livery, all the way through the ground effect era and beyond. Now, the ground effect cars are not running ground effect anymore. There are no sliding skirts, but they still have a degree of that alacrity about them. So, categories for the oldest cars, named after Emerson Fittipaldi. Slightly newer, Niki Lauda, and newer again, Patrick Head. Now, there was a 4th class, which are for the very much older cars. That's the Stewart class, but there are no cars in that category this weekend. However, predominantly, the Masters Racing Legends Formula One cars from 66 to 85. It is to enjoy sights and sounds that we may well have grown up with. And if you didn't grow up watching cars in this era, at either end of it, from the late 60s to the early 90s, then this is a great opportunity to see some fabulous cars. 21 there, the bright yellow Skoll Brazil colours. That is the Fittipaldi, it's FA8, is it? F88, the last of the Fittipaldi era from 1980. That's been driven by veteran race ace Sam Hancock, one-time occupant of the right-hand seat alongside me, which is currently occupied by Alistair. So Alistair Douglas.
Does that mean I can drive a Formula One car in a few years' time?
You have to drive the Formula One car first, and then you get stuck with commentating with me, and then you go, no, I don't want to do that again, so I'm going to go and find myself another drive. I love this era of Formula One so much because it gave everybody effectively a set of tools with which you could go out and be very individual. So Goodyear tyres, a Cosworth V8 and a Hewland Mark 9 gearbox that was the recipe. That's your rear end, that's your powertrain, Cosworth and Hewland. You can go to Goodyear and buy the tyres, and the bit in the middle, that's where the ingenuity goes. That's where the designers have their head, whether it's Patrick Head at Williams, whether it's Colin Chapman at Lotus, whether it's Ricardo de Villa as Steve Nichols, Nichols at McLaren, had already started out at Fittipaldi. You know, all of these designers, Adrian Newey, cut their teeth in this, what was originally referred to as the garagistes era, and you had the grandees and the garagistes. The grandees were the factory teams, predominantly sort of in the Cosworth era, Ferrari and Alfa Romeo, then Renault came along a little bit, but the garagistes were the plucky stroke annoying Brits who could just invent stuff and make it happen. And you've got the Tyrrells and the Lotuses and the Williamses and Lotus, you know, so many different brands. You could create either a big team with a legacy, as Williams did, or you could come and go. Teams like Token, you can design and build it as Lec did, or you know, in a very much non-F1 environment. And yet you can still get a car that will get onto a Grand Prix grid.
And it's remarkable looking at the cars in the garages that the very earliest, as you mentioned earlier, very earliest car that we don't have any of these here, but 1967 Lotus 49 had a DFV engine in it, and right up to 1992, I think it was the last.
That was the last win, wasn't it? 92. Was
yes,
that Michele Alboreto in Las Vegas? Stuart Dent is either nodding sagely or shouting at the mic at the loudspeakers at the moment.
Last F1 win was Alboreto. You're quite right. Yeah. And it continued in the Tyrrell the following year. The 012 was the last Tyrrell to use, the last car to use a DFV. But
and that won a championship as well. Is that not the car in which Jonathan Palmer won the Colin Chapman Cup for normally aspirated cars in the turbo era?
But just the technology of the bit in the middle, as you called it.
The little bit in the middle.
The DFV engine was developed, of course, over the years, but fundamentally it was the same V8 3-litre engine in the back of the early 67 cars right through to the early 90s. And yes, it was developed, but look at the technology that developed in front of it.
Yeah.
The whole, as you were saying, the era where we had these sliding skirts that sucked the car down onto the ground effect era, was still using that same engine. A quite remarkable piece of design.
Yep. And of course it then went on to become a turbocharged IndyCar engine. It became a 3.3, then a 3.9, much lower revving endurance racing engine. And we'll see cars with that engine in later in the Group C and the historic GT legends, historic sports car legends. So it had a life long beyond anything that its creator Keith Duckworth could possibly have imagined. And for Walter Hayes, the man at Ford who invested, what was it, £40,000, which was a not inconsiderable sum, but a drop in the ocean, really, in terms of the cost of the overall car.
The figure,
the best involvement, the best investment in money in motor racing ever. That's a hill I'll die on.
The figure oft quoted is £100,000 from Ford. However, that also they developed the FVA engine as well, which are the 2-litre engine for sports car racing and Formula 2. So it wasn't the whole 100,000. Quite a remark. I found the confirmation that you and I were wittering on about.
Struggling around.
The last win for a DFV engine was Detroit 1983. Michele Alboreto, you're right there, in Tyrrell 011, which we don't have here today, but does race in this series. And then the following year, the 012 Tyrrell also used the DFV engine, which was the last car to use it, and that is racing today. That's number 3. Ian Simmons is running an 012, and that car, or that type of car, driven by Michele Alboreto for the end of '83, was the last car to use this engine.
Yep, so there you go. There is another of the Tyrrells. There's quite a variety. I mean, Tyrrell obviously from Ockham in Surrey. Ken Tyrrell's eponymous team started out, won their first World Championship with Jackie Stewart running mattress chassis, and then in great secrecy, developed their own chassis, the Tyrrell 001, and debuted it mid-season, and that led on to a succession of World Championship winning cars for Jackie Stewart, and Tyrrell continued for a couple of decades afterwards. Although the name Tyrrell has disappeared from the grid, the remnants of that team, which became BAR and then moved on, still very much in Formula One. And yeah, there's 2 or 3. Roel Goethe in the Gulf liveried Tyrrell 007. We just saw Ian Simmons, car number 3, Tyrrell 012. Tyrrell 010 or 010, car number 34, Dan Gore. That's the Candy Tyrrell. And there's another, yeah, 011, Matt Wrigley in car number 72, another of the Candy Tyrrells. And Jamie Constable in his familiar green Tyrrell 011 with the red and white nosebands. In fact, there was a couple of the green 011s racing at the festival last year, so those red and white nosebands were as handy for us as they were for the Team Imperium to tell which of the cars they're looking at. Number of McLarens on the grid as well, and this is one of them. So 77, this is Tom Bradshaw driving Steve Hartley's car. This is an MP41, and this is, of course, the era when Ron Dennis was parachuted into the ailing McLaren team by Philip Morris, the company that makes Marlboro cigarettes, and the nomenclature there, MP41. MP4 in McLaren nomenclature comes from McLaren Project 4. Project 4 being Ron Dennis, and McLaren, the M, or Marlboro Project 4. So MP4s started there, and of course McLaren introduced with the MP44 the first carbon fibre chassis in Formula One, made by Hercules, a US company that were involved in the Space Shuttle program.
And the last MP4 nomenclature was the 31, would you believe? Yeah. Went all the way to 31, which was Jenson Button and Fernando Alonso in 2016. So that sort of start that you've just described, the MP4, went all the way through.
Fernando Alonso has had almost as long a Formula One career as the Cosworth DFV. That puts him into perspective, doesn't it? So Tom Bradshaw, currently second fastest. In the pit lane is Matt Wrigley in the Candy Tyrrell 011, car number 72. He is the fastest by 2100ths, but Bradshaw with a very good lap. And is that enough for pole? It's not. It is. No, the clock's not stopped running. That's interesting. Not quite sure why the clock has not stopped running. But a green sector 1, purple sector 2, and it seems to have neglected the fact that he came across the line. So the manual timing, our friends at TSL will sort that out, and he does go to the top of the pile. The clock had actually stopped, but hadn't stopped visually. Stuart Hall third fastest. Stuart Hall car number 18, and that is a March 821.
And a bit of an off-road moment there for the Williams, which is the Yutaka Toriba FW07C. FW stands for Frank Williams, and the Japanese driver going very, very wide at Aintree. What I call the Kimi Raikkonen line, if you remember Raikkonen's big accident there a few years ago. But that, thankfully for Toriba, he was able to get that back onto track again.
Just going through shot into Cox Corner, and now headed down to Maggots. Stanley Fulton in the red, white and blue. Thank you very much, Penske PC3. You read my mind there. And again, one of the sort of early 70s high airbox cars. It's such an evocative era, isn't it? They're so distinctive, those cars, with the snorkel airbox to get that clean air ram down into the throttle sliders on in the bank of the DFE V8. Of course, Roger Penske, not just designing his own Indy cars and sports cars and everything else, but his own Formula One team as well. And that red, white and blue livery, first National City Travellers checks.
And that car actually driven by our very own John Watson in 1976. And the car based on a March from 1975. And Watty finished 5th in South Africa in that car.
And here is John Spears in a March 761 with the same livery. So again, you could be very much forgiven for saying, yeah, but that's actually the same car a year later with the high airbox chopped off. And effectively, the March 761 being clearly a development of March 751, which also gave birth to the Penske. Yeah, a very similar car indeed. So Penske's PC3, and Penske's still with the base down on the south coast of England, which is where those cars were originally developed.
And this era of car looks very similar to the Formula 2 cars we saw earlier, doesn't it? Whereas once Formula 1 moved away towards ground effect, yes, Formula 2 had ground effect as well, but nowhere near the complexity. And the cars look very different.
And they didn't have the power, being a 2-litre engine and a restricted 2-litre engine as well. And actually that March, the 761 that we saw, that's the one that I was thinking of in the garage, with a super low side pods, and at the back of the sort of vanes along the edge of the side pod, vertical radiators, not pointing into the airstream, but in parallel with the air running down the car. Of course, looking here at the era in which Williams really came to dominance. We first had a shot briefly of the FW06, the first car with which they won Grand Prix, and then the FW07, the 7C, then the FW08 and the 8C. So Mark Hazel with the FW8C. And after years of struggle where his office was literally a telephone box, Frank Williams hooked up with Patrick Head, and as so often, you know, Lennon, McCartney and all of that, it's the meeting of the right minds at the right time that just ignites the spark. And Williams, Patrick Head building simple, reliable and effective cars, not getting too antsy-fancy and not getting too imaginative necessarily, trying new things, but just making all the right things work. And again, good battle here between the 78 McLaren, and that is Warren Briggs in his M29. And so any McLaren with the M nomenclature is still under Teddy Mayer, the original kind of legacy of Bruce McLaren's team. And M29 last of the breed before 79, before Ron Dennis came in, I think, with the MP4 program.
And Warren Briggs was a fabricator at McLaren and actually worked on the M29, so once it became possible financially...
So did he sneak this home one piece at a time, a la Johnny Cash?
Yeah.
In which case it's an M23, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Facing the wrong way, this is one of the arrows, isn't it, if I remember correctly from last year? Oh, yeah. So it's Williams, isn't it? 79. 79 is no, it is. Arrow's A6. I thought it looked very. If you painted that in Saudi colours, you go, oh, that's an FW07, and it was in fact the FW06, which was on the inside on the curbs, desperately trying to avoid contact in a closing door. So that was Martin Bullock in the Williams FW06, which is car number 57. Coming through the Beckett's S's, that's not an FW08C, that is a Rothmans March.
That's a March 821, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's the car that won here last year.
Yeah. So it says car number 18 on the nose. 18, it's Stuart Hall in March 821. Right, I'm getting my numbers confused.
I think we haven't seen it again, but I saw an 18 on the Williams, and I think that's what's confusing you.
Yeah, that is definitely what confused me.
I haven't got to the bottom of that because we haven't seen it on screen again.
Is it a 118? We don't have a 118, no. Here's the FW06 then, car number 57. So this is Martin Bullock. So FW06 the car that gave Frank Williams, Patrick Head and the team their first ever Grand Prix win.
That was here at Silverstone.
That was here at Silverstone.
Clay Regazzoni.
Yep, absolutely. Claudio Regazzoni.
And it should have been Alan Jones, but a 50p washer broke, I think is the way
Isn't it funny
Patrick Head
that
explains
everything
it.
that breaks is only ever worth 50p. It was a minor and finagling little failure. And again, it's sort of still slightly left field, isn't it, with that nose-mounted radiator, which was not the way Formula One was going, but Patrick clearly found that it needed a bit more cooling than he, I think, maybe had initially designed in. And here's one of the pair of Lex chassis, 2 of the 3 that were built. We heard from Craig Davis earlier on, building himself up to speed in the car. So the 2 Lex circulating nose to tail.
That never happened in period, because there was only ever one. For David Purley, and then another one was built to replace the one that David Purley crashed here at Silverstone when he hit the barriers head-on at Beckett's after fire extinguisher foam got into the throttle sliders, I think, and jammed the throttle open.
And the barriers in those days were not flexible Armco, they were rigid wooden sleepers buried in the ground, so they did not move.
I think at the time it was the highest G-force survived accident. David Purley survived with really serious injuries, but did come back to racing.
Yep.
And then sadly lost his life stunt flying. Crashed into the sea.
Once a daredevil.
Yes, well, that's how Craig Davis described him, didn't he?
Exactly.
Absolutely
so.
Spot on.
And again, this is the classic sort of late 70s era, isn't it? With the massive rear tyres sticking out into the slipstream.
Designed by Mike Pilbeam.
What did he ever go on to do, though, really? I mean, and again, you know, there's a family that has achieved plenty, because his son has become a very successful Formula One engineer as well. So, yeah. Imagine that, building it in a washing machine factory. I mean, presumably not on the same assembly line as, you know, your twin tubs or top loaders or whatever. Ask your father, or ask your mother, actually. Your father probably had no idea what it was either. But yeah, I mean, and again, that's one of the things about the Cosworth era, is that you could do it almost with nothing. Almost with nothing.
Well, that's a perfect segue to talking about building a racing car in a washing machine factory, to the Tyrrell, which was built in a woodshed, in a timber yard.
And that one's sponsored by a washing machine company.
Yes.
Yeah. So denim, the aftershave, that's definitely Ask Your Father. And Candy Tyrrell, yeah, Candy was an Italian electronics company, or electrical goods company rather than electronics. So yeah.
And the Ken Tyrrell ran a timber yard and built his Formula One cars in a wooden shed in the yard.
Yep.
The shed still exists. It's just recently been moved elsewhere from its original site.
Moved to Goodwood, and sort of transported, broken down, transported and rebuilt as was.
Absolutely.
Not fancied up, not zhuzhed in any way, shape or form. And actually I think that's a fantastic thing, because it's a very bizarre bit of British motor racing history that otherwise would probably have just rotted away or got lost or whatever, been knocked down. No, I think that's fantastic. It's a little bit like some of the history that's still down at Mercedes World in
Brooklands.
Brooklands, thank you. The word that was on the tip of my tongue, but not close enough to the tip of it to actually come out the word. You know, that history of those sheds that are down there, that have been repositioned back where they were, rather than sort of hidden out of the way or at an inconvenient place during World War II when they were absolutely in the way. Yeah, it's nice to see that it's not just things like the art world and sort of the architectural world where some of this stuff is preserved.
Yeah.
You know, we think about the cars a lot, and obviously that's the focus, but it's sort of how and where they were made sometimes that's almost as important, and gives give some perspective to their history as well. Speaking of which, stories in the media recently that Hethel might be disappearing for good, probably under a housing estate, the home for so many years of Lotus cars and the historic race team run by Clive Chapman, Colin's son. But we'll wait and see what happens with that. Top of the pile in the end was Tom Bradshaw in the McLaren MP41. So the ex-John Watson chassis that Steve Hartley has raced so effectively for a number of years. Second fastest, Matt Wrigley, car number 72, the Tyrrell 011. Stuart Hall in the Rothmans March, third, and Yutaka Teriba, despite that slightly worrying moment with him in the best of the Williamses. The newest in the hands of Werner Dansenborg, the FWA, ahead of the Philly party of Sam Hancock. Mike Cantillon in the FW07C and Jamie Constable's Tyrrell, with Warren Briggs and Christoph Dansenborg rounding out the top 10. Behind them, Steve Brooks. Boy, he doesn't have much fun in cars to play with, does he? He's got a Lotus 91 here, he's got a Peugeot Le Mans diesel here, and he races modern cars as well. He's 11th, ahead of Mark Hidson, then Dan Gore and John Spears, and breaking out of the top 20, there are the Lex. Well, there is the Lek, and last on the grid will be Arthur Bruckner's Arrows A6. In the Cosworth era, of course, we also had Ferrari engine cars, Alfa Romeo engine cars and everything else, but they seem to be a little sparser in terms of historic racing. If you want to race a historic Ferrari from the Cosworth era, then Corsa Clienti will definitely allow you to buy one and pay lots of money to go and have fun in it, but there's not too many in private hands. However, for predominantly British-based Cosworth engine teams, there is lots to see and loads of those cars in private hands out racing here, and a great selection of them in the Masters Racing Legends.
Now, of all the things that are going on at Silverstone Festival over the weekend, one of the highlights for me certainly is the auction house, and I'm here with Rob Hubbard from Iconic Auctions. Rob, busy here.
It certainly is, and we've got our largest auction we've ever done here at Silverstone. Some 345 cars here on site, 20 motorbikes as well, 90 lots of automobilia, and then an online sale of automobilia tomorrow night as well. So keeping us busy.
Now, you've been doing this auction at Silverstone Festival. Why now? Why is it this year? Why is it so busy?
Well, the weather market has tightened up over the last few years. We've just looked at trying to get more cars into the auctions, keep your overhead costs down with separate events. And the Silverstone Festival, everybody loves it. It's the backbone of the enthusiast movement here. And we've got all the cars, our normal Iconic cars on Saturday, and then on the Sunday, an auction for the Everyman Classic type of cars, popular cars, classics, which are all here outside. So yeah, we'll see how we get on.
And it's obviously the home of British motorsport. A great place, great venue for an auction. What's it feel like selling cars here at Silverstone?
It's great. It's like no other place. You know, you've got the live action outside, competitors are here, you've got the enthusiasts here as well. We've got the competition cars this afternoon, auction starting, so some of these cars are here, turnkey, ready to go race, rally, trialling, hill climbing, everything else. So yeah, it's wonderful to be here.
Yeah, that's interesting. You've got this captive audience, haven't you? You've got people racing on the track whilst you're selling cars that are capable of going out on the track. Has that ever happened? Has somebody bought a car here and then taken it out on the track?
I don't think it's ever happened as in racing it here, but certainly we pre-sold a car last year that did exactly that. Sold it on, I think, the Monday or Tuesday of the setup days. Late entry with Motor Racing Legends, and it was out that weekend having fun in a Lotus Cortina.
Well, that's the ultimate, isn't it, for a car auction house? But thank you very much for your time. Are you enjoying any of the racing yourself?
I wish. I'm locked into the rostrum for the next 3 days.
Right, well, check out the auction at Iconic Auctions here in the wing.
So there's the BRDC suite overlooking the final couple of corners on the old Grand Prix circuit layout. So down into the old pit lane. Meanwhile, back in the modern pit lane at the wing, we are ready to send cars out for the Masters GT Trophy. Now, this will be our penultimate race on Sunday afternoon, 19 of 20. So again, we will bring you up to speed with our runners and riders, but predominantly this will be for GT cars from the 2010s. Let's catch up with some of the drivers with our man Ed.
Miles, Lexi, I've just heard this is going to be your first time in the car. Have you not even tested it?
No, we tested it on Wednesday and that went all right. So we'll take it carefully and then go from there.
What advice have you been giving him?
I don't know if we need to. He's quicker than me already, not surprisingly. The exuberance of use, they're better than everything than we are, apparently. It seems, and that's correct.
Surely you can strap some lead weights to him.
I probably will do. I just enjoy it and keep it on the track is the best solution, isn't it? But it's what an amazing event for him to race it at.
Tell me, what were your first impressions of it when you went out of the pit lane?
Quick. Yeah, it's a lot going on all at once. But yeah, but you get used to it, and you start to get sort of muscle memory, and like you go by instinct, and it works out well, hopefully.
And you know, these cars were built for people coming up the GT ranks. I guess you can kind of tell that when you're behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, this is an ex-pro car. It ran in Italy in 2010, and then I think in Portugal in 2011. So we bought it as an ex-pro car, as is the case of most of them. It was sort of left in some shed and forgotten about. So we pulled it out, and we've had it for about 7 or 8 years. It does have a few issues with it. They are a bit delicate, these Italian beauties. But so when it runs properly, it's a phenomenal car. Like proper sort of analog car. There's a little bit of ABS, but besides that, you're on your own. You've got slicks and wings. It's just a really nice car to drive. I mean, it's not going to win anything, but hopefully it'll be mid-pack, which is all we want to be doing, really.
Well, I'm sure it's going to put some smiles on your faces. Enjoy.
It already is. Thank you.
What a tough life some people lead. Glad to see so many people enjoying this Friday, whoever's sneaked a time off work to bring the kids out, or, yeah, the grandparents maybe, who knows, enjoying some sunshine, a little bit of relaxation time. Lots to see and do around, and you get a little view there of some of the car club areas. And as we get ready to send the Masters out, let's catch up with some more drivers with Ed.
Dan, you're either very brave or you're very fast in a race suit like that. But these Ginettas are quite quick machines, aren't they?
They're fun, yeah, and they don't have any ABS, no traction control, so really great car to learn in and sort of develop your skills, really. So had it for a few years now, and this is my second race in it, so see how we go, yeah.
And do you know Silverstone well?
I've raced a few times here. I was actually here last week, racing in just some club racing. So I know the circuit pretty well, but yeah, let's see. Should be fun.
And I mean, how much is there out there? Can you look at onboards from other drivers, or how do you learn a car like this?
Yeah, well, obviously have some driver coaching. We've got Elliot Cole with us, with our team, and just get plenty of data when we're out there, see if we can make some kind of incremental gains. A few of the guys out here have slightly different specs. They've got a bit more power, but yeah, just trying to make little incremental gains as we go, and you know, normally within a second or so of a pro, so we're not too far off. But those last seconds, quite a hard way to make that ground up, you know.
And look, tell us a little bit, what's the history of this car?
So this, I think, is 2017 or 2018. It was our old GT spec car, and obviously now it's just pretty old, but that's such a fun car to drive because obviously they don't have any sort of assistance and any of those other things, so they're really challenging to drive. You hit the brake too hard, you're going to lock up. You're on the accelerator coming out of corners too much, you're going to spin your wheels, so there's not much to help you as a driver. So as a development car, it's really great. You know, you don't have things to sort of bail you out if you make an error, really.
Well done. Enjoy.
Thanks very much. Good to see you all. Cheers.
Weather's getting warmer as we move into the closed roof categories of the Masters GT Trophy. Car's not quite coming out on track yet, so maybe chance for Ed to catch up with one more driver before the cars head out. Let's catch up with him again.
Robert, it's a wonderful, varied grid, but you can't walk past an Aston Martin in the assembly area. Can you see why these cars were so successful when you're driving them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were built for the long distance stuff, and it does feel like it's hewn from billet steel.
So it's a great car. I've just jumped out of an R8 with traction control and ABS, so it's going to be interesting. Back into this, a bit more old school, a bit more brutal. And yeah, like you say, such a lovely diverse grid. It's really nostalgic, and can't wait to get out there.
Now the GT3 cars we saw earlier were all putting on slicks at the last second, so you're not allowed tyre warmers in this one?
No, believe not. Yeah, it's very serious. Some of the teams are obviously running modern GT cars at your average weekend, so they're adopting the same philosophy. But yeah, they're only allowed 2 sets of tyres anyway. But for us, not a huge amount of difference anyway, to be honest. Nice warm day. So we're not allowed to do that. So yeah, it'll be fine.
And what is it, kind of a lap to warm them up and get everything ready?
Pretty much. Obviously, they're big, wide tyres, so you need to get the heat across them. Yeah, a lot of braking, a lot of weaving around, and yeah, after it's a nice long lap at Silverstone, so plenty of time to get it in the groove.
Rob, best of luck.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Okay, well, Rob Fenn, one of the changes in the programme. So, let's head to page 34, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Pens poised? Good, then we shall begin. So, the Masters GT Trophy, you can add... not quite... start above the top line, because you're going to add car 8, Craig Wilkins, who we've seen out a little earlier in another Lamborghini in a Gallardo GT3 from 2012. That car is silver. You can also add car number 29, Alex Osborne, in a Ginetta G55 from 2015, and that car is purple, as we see the car of Billy and Carl Nan. Car number 30, Parker James, in a Ferrari 430 GT3. He's an addition to the field as well. A change to the listed drivers of car 36. Mark Smith, yes. Aaron Moulton-Smith, no. A change to the lineup in car number 52. Stanley Filton, no longer with Jamie Stanley, so just Stanley Fulton on his own, doing all the driving in the Huracan. Moving on, you need to add car number 60, Wayne Morris, and that is a Ferrari 488 Challenge. Mars, I beg your pardon. Oh, it is M-A-R-R-S, Wayne Mars. You'll need to add car number 70, Vance Kearney, and Chris Compton Goddard. You're not keeping up with this, are you? And I don't blame you. I have no idea where you're fitting them in on the page either. That is a Ferrari 430 GT3, car number 70. Change of driver, as we just saw in the interview with Ed. Car number 81 was to be Paul White and Jake Hill. It now appears to be Paul White and Rob Fenn, unless Paul White's not driving it and it's Rob Fenn and Jake Hill. As yet to be decided, but I think Paul White and Rob Fenn. There is no longer a car number 88, so no John Turner Ferrari 488 Challenge. I'm afraid we also scratch car number 101, which was Stefan Jocker and Matthias Jocker's Bentley Continental GT3. That is not here, but we do add another entry, and that is car number 163. Frank Meaden Morris, beg your pardon, Hedden Morris, which is hyphenated in a Ferrari 488 Evo. So, all in total, with a couple missing and 5 added, we have 31 cars for the Masters GT Trophy as qualifying gets underway. 26 minutes remaining on the clock.
And straight away on our timing screens, we've got a car that's not on that list you've just given us. That's 122. We'll have to wait until we see it on screen.
Only 4 cars on the timing screen, and one of them doesn't exist.
It's listed as Matt and Mike Wrigley. So Mike Wrigley is Matt's father. We've seen Matt Wrigley talking about Formula One because he's just stepped out of his Formula One car.
Right, so it's on track ahead of the 44 Porsche. So it's one of the first 4 cars that came out.
Could be the Audi, is it?
Is it the United Autosports Audi? No, I don't think it is. That looked like a double-digit car. So 44 was the 4th car to come out. So we're looking for 122 cameramen. As the cars come past you, the first cars to get to you, one of them will be 122. follow that car. Yeah, so third car, so it is, it's the United Autosports. So it's an Audi R8 LMS GT3. I'm writing this down as we go. So 1, 2, 2. Who are we saying?
Matt
Mike
Wrigley.
Mike Wrigley, as in the chewing gum, W-R-I-G-L-E-Y, GB. Matt, talk amongst yourselves, Wrigley. This is actually how life happens in the commentary box. Only normally we cover it up, and it is an Audi R8 LMS GT3, and it is blue, white and red. Okay, there we go. So there it is, in the colours of United Autosports. Of course, the team jointly owned by McLaren's Zach Brown and Richard Dean, and currently running cars in all sorts of different categories, in Michelin Le Mans Cup, in the European Le Mans Series, in LMGT3, and the McLarens they run in LMGT3 in the World Endurance Championship. And of course, they are the team that will be charged with running McLaren's hypercar from its arrival at the beginning of the 2027 season. So not much going on there then. In addition, of course, how many cars did Zach Brown have out in Monterey for the Laguna Historic 3, 4? Yeah, plenty going on for United Autosports. Now then, back in their Red River Racing Ferrari, Bon Grimes and Johnny Molan, 488 Evo Challenge car. So this is not quite full GT3 spec, made for the Ferrari Challenge, but an extremely effective machine all the same.
Although speaking to
that's a little bit lively.
Speaking to the GT drivers about the challenge, particularly the 488, which was the current challenge car, they say they're actually a little bit quicker in places because they don't have some of the restrictions of the GT3 regulations, and they're allowed to produce a bit more power. So some of the drivers thinking actually these would be a little bit quicker than a GT3
Yeah,
Ferrari.
one of the things with the GT3 cars, ABS is a tick. It is a bonus. It means you are guaranteed to stop accurately. The slight downside is traction control, and a good driver will probably control the traction on the car at least as well as the TC system, which is often dialed back a bit for the gentleman driver, so or dialed in more heavily for the gentleman driver. So yeah, for the pro drivers, and again I think this is Johnny at the wheel going quicker again. It certainly looks like a lively little thing, doesn't it? As you can see from the windscreen strip, has been raced most recently not in the Ferrari Challenge but in Britcar, which is a sort of all-encompassing GT stroke touring car group of cars. Famous here at Silverstone, of course, for running the 24-hour race for a number of years. Frank Hedden-Morris here in the Ferrari 488 GTO, so I can add to my little list that is black with yellow highlights. Yes, it is. And there is the purple Ginetta behind it. It's not actually. No, it's an Aston Martin, isn't it? So it was purple, which misled me immediately. So 128. That is Dominic Spicer and Paul Fisher in their purple Aston Martin Vantage GT4. So that'll be the V8 Vantage, and you can see it's a GT4 car because it's got this sort of tiny little wing that looks like it comes off something much smaller at the back of the car. The rest of it looks not unlike a GT3, but there goes the GT3 Lamborghini Gallardo right behind it, which is a wing sort of 5 times the size. Because it's generating more downforce anywhere. And again, the Ferrari Challenge car with a big GT3 size wing. That may not be Johnny Molan at the wheel, actually.
And a problem for that car. Slowed in the middle of Beckett's, didn't it?
It did look like a bit of a handful over the last couple of laps, but it did slow. Johnny's helmet, hard to tell with the tint on the windows. Might well be Bon Grimes, but okay, there's the Ginetta. Car number, what was that? 17? No, that was car number 10, Dan Lavery, in his Ginetta G55. Cars that raced in the British GT Championship, among others. Lawrence Tomlinson took Ginetta to Le Mans. in GT and in prototype form. This is a promising looking lap. Car currently in 13th place, Max Bird and Stuart Kinner in their Porsche 991 GT2 Cup car.
And the number 16 Ferrari that we saw slow very quickly in Beckett's has come into the pits. So either maybe a puncture that a slow puncture that we couldn't really see on screen, or a mechanical problem for the car, which was in provisional pole, but it's already dropped to 4th now because quicker time's coming in.
Ooh. Now then, got a Lamborghini off, and that is the 62 car Matty Evans and Colin Turkington. Heard from Turks earlier on, and it's not the only car off, and it's not the only Lamborghini off either. So who else has gone astray there? I'm looking. And 100 has gone off as well. That's John Cockerton and Kevin Clark's Porsche 997. That's a Grand Am car. So that has gone off at Copse. So no, he's not actually shown on our tracker as being stationary at Copse. But a red flag is out. Okay, so too many cars to collect. The tracker doesn't actually show us which Lamborghini was stationary, and nor does the timing screen, unhelpfully. So red flags are out. Clock stops with 18 and just about 3/4 of a minute remaining, which time will then start. And that's another one as well. So cars off everywhere. Could everybody just stop crashing? Ash Muldoon and Darren Fielding's 991.2. Quite sure what that means actually. Over the years, I'm sure somebody has once explained it to me, but all the 991s here are 991.2s.
Is it the second evolution of the 991?
Who knows? Porsche's nomenclature has sort of left me standing. Ooh! Right. So 52, Stanley Fulton.
And he hit the barriers.
Yeah.
So that left rear wheel is looking a little bit of a jaunty angle now.
Quite a lot of toe out on that. Quite a lot of toe out. And here in near sympathy, 52 and 62. That's Matty Evans and Colin Turkington's car. Better not be Turks. Matt Neal will be right over there to have a bit of a wind-up. The Porsche, car number 100, John Cockerton, Kevin Clark's Grand Am Porsche 997. And the last one was the Ash Muldoon Darren Fielding car, wasn't it? Car number 18. So there is predominantly our issue in that it looks like it's got broken rear suspension, so the car is sitting down very much on the left rear, so that is going to require a flatbed. The 911 probably will only require a tow because he's almost out of the gravel. You could say, actually it's not sweltering, is it? Although the heat haze would tell you otherwise. It's not sweltering outside, as you know. So actually, 6 hefty lads, and if he's still got an engine, he is still in the car, the driver, so he could possibly get himself out if he had a little bit of help to stop the car digging in, just to get it moving. Update on your entry list again. So pens out and back to page 34 in your race card. And as they come in live to me here in Race Control, or thanks to Race Control, addition to the addition of car number 60, Wayne Mars, is second driver Jason Pelosi, P-E-L-O-S-I. So Jason Pelosi, having been down on no entry list at all yesterday, is in at least 2 races this afternoon, or 2 qualifying sessions so far today. So there we go. That's, yeah, I suspect there's quite a lot of damage to the left rear. Luckily, the bodywork doesn't look like much has happened to it. Hopefully, the suspension will have taken the brunt and they will have bits and bobs. It does look like, are they going to try and lift it or are they going to try and tow it?
That looks like a tow rope coming out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's close enough to give it a try. I do think it's close enough to give it a try. Very handy of the Porsche to stop right in front of our photographers, or some of our photographers. And you've seen yourself on the big screens. Well done, everybody. That's it. More waving. Yeah, look this way, sir, in the cap and the white polo shirt, and you'll see yourself as opposed to just us seeing the back of you, seeing the back of you. I don't think any of them were having an affair, were they? This isn't a Coldplay concert after all. Okay, let's see if this works. The idea here is that you try and get the car rolling before the splitter digs in. That looks like it should just about work without snow ploughing its way out. Excellent. And again, opportunity to say thank you very much to the Silverstone Marshal team and everybody else who is here, the Orange Army, the volunteers, boys and girls in orange and black, the marshals who keep everybody safe, keep the competitors safe from themselves and each other, and keep motor racing going. They are all unpaid volunteers, and without the marshals there would be no motor racing at all. So if you are a motor racing fan and you want to get involved, then your local marshals club, and you can Google them, will be very, very happy to hear from you. Always keen to have more marshals. There you go. There's a good driver, shaking out the gravel, not by going straight back on the track, but by using as much of the runoff area as you possibly can, which is fairly strewn with marbles and gravel anyway. That's a top bit of work. So this afternoon, after we continues with the qualifying for the Masters GT Trophy, the rest of the afternoon will be more qualifying. Masters Endurance Legends, and then Group C come out, the Sports Car Legends as well. The Transatlantic Trophy for Pre-66 touring cars, and then the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars, and the International Trophy for Pre-66 GT cars as well. Lots of Pre-66ing going on this afternoon, and that's not the end of the day, because even when the track goes quiet, the stage will still be very much in business for our evening concerts. And on the main stage, live entertainment continues. Started at 10:30 this morning. As the track goes quiet, hopefully, as long as we're on time, you'll be able to hear Andrew Cushion. And then from 8 o'clock this evening, Natasha Bedingfield. That promises to be a great evening of entertainment on the stage. So if you are staying here, or if you're camping, then well worth staying for dinner. There'll be plenty of concessions open with food and drinks. And always great to see gigs here at Silverstone. Weather should be great. Plenty happening away from the racetrack, in the tasting tents, on stage in our foodie fest. There's the iconic auction. Lots and lots and lots to eat. If only I hadn't had an all-inclusive week's holiday last week, I'd be right there with you. Terry Grant will be performing his usual stunt miracles. There's the fun fair, and plenty for the kids of all ages to do. And of course, there will be cars on track. And as well as the cars on track, and you only see them all briefly on track, of course, they are spending the rest of the time in the garages, which are open, and you don't need a paddock pass or anything else to get into the paddocks, either in the historic paddock by the Jimmy Brown Centre, the old Formula One pit lane, or here at the wing, as you can see on track. All the garages are wide open, front and back, and as long as you're not getting in the way, tripping over things or whatever, then the teams will be very, very happy to talk to you. Lots of these cars, I mean, Grand Am Porsche here. Okay, so USA's Bryce Miller, Sasha Masson and Rob Bell drove it in period. In Grand Am, the forerunner to the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, the championship that took over from the American Le Mans Series when it was revived, sports car racing was revived in North America at the turn of the century. And the Paul Miller Racing Porsche, Evocative raced at Sebring, raced at Daytona, all the way through the IMSA series. And, you know, a great group of cars, lots of history, and the teams will be very pleased to talk to you about them. So, little pause here while they tidy up the errant GT cars. Time to hear a word from our friends.
The trade area here at the Silverstone Festival can be mainly found on the inside of Copse Corner on the Copse runway. You can find books, you can find toys, you can find clothes, and you can also find a brand new brand to the world of auto care. Griot's Garage, not a new brand in total, Jason, but a new brand to the UK.
It is. Thank you so much for having us. So we've been a family-owned business for 35 years. We manufacture a line of car care products, everything from waxes, polishes, cleaning for interior and exterior. And our products are going to be available at griotsgarage.co.uk starting January 1st.
And why have you decided to partner with the Silverstone Festival?
Great question. So Nick and Richard Griot, the founders, avid vintage racers. That's Richard Griot racing Bruce McLaren's Can-Am car. They've always dreamt of coming here. We've known of Silverstone Festival for a long time, but we wanted to wait till we were ready to be here.
And you were telling me that to enter the UK market has taken a while to become compliant.
We've spent the last 2 years working through regulatory to make sure our products are compliant. So we didn't want to rush them to market. We wanted to make sure that when the time was right, we were ready. We're ready, and that's why we're here at Silverstone.
And these are products that you're creating at home in America?
They are. We have 4 full-time in-house chemists. We mix, bottle, label everything ourselves. So it's fantastic products.
And of course, car care, auto clubs, and classic cars to play with.
They are.
Look.
Let's send you away with a parting gift. That's one of our ultra plush microfibers. Great on paint, works on lenses, glasses, anything, but give that a shot and see what you think.
And I'm taking it to bed tonight because it is so very soft. Looks like we've got a bit of a spot on the lens. Hang on.
Thank you to Ben, and there is the Lamborghini after it's clattered with the barriers. Not too much in terms of bodywork damage, but that left rear suspension is definitely not going to see the track again this afternoon. That's a real shame, actually. Barely even got started in the qualifying session, Stanley Fulton. So that Huracan will need a bit of work. Now, with the Pink Panther, ask your father. Ask your grandfather in a number of cases. Okay, all right. So again, car that's got racing history as well. Plenty going on there. And this is the Reynolds Quintero car. And where are they? 28th place at the moment in the field. So one of the G2 GT4 cars. Car number 135. It's a 2018 Ginetta G55. Peter Reynolds and Daniel Quintero driving that car. And everybody enjoying a little bit of sunshine. Let's go, says the banner. Yeah, come on then. Well, as soon as the flatbed has come back into the pit lane, and something came under me just then, and it was the flatbed coming back into the pit lane, I think everything else has probably been rescued. Safety car is on its way round. Have we seen, yeah, the Grand Am Porsche has been dragged out of the gravel, so we should be ready to go. Safety car, I think, has come back into the pit lane, and engines are starting, and clock has started once more, so there goes the safety car. And we are ready to see cars heading back out on track. So 18 and a little bit minutes, plenty of time still to get some laps in. And of course, most of the second drivers who weren't out at the start of the session haven't done anything yet other than thumb twiddling. So it will be a little bit of a press-on affair to try and get sufficient laps for both drivers. They will probably both need to do 3 laps each in the session. And we are seeing 163, Frank Hedden-Morris, and a Pickford. That'd be James Pickford. Okay. Well, Ed's down there. Frank Hedden-Morris in his Ferrari 488 GTO, we have just spotted on top of the timesheet, so Ferrari 488 Evo rather, so not insignificant. There is a Pickford in the car. or at least there is a Pickford on the timing screen. So if Ed can hear us in between catching up with drivers for our next session, if he can, I don't know how he's going to do that since the car's not there and he won't know who to look for to ask. So that's going to be trouble, isn't it? Car number 16, and this is the Bond Grimes Johnny Merlin car run by FF Corsa. And again, Red River Motorsport as Bond Grimes sort of catch-all nomenclature that covers everything that they do, whether it's historic racing, modern racing, probably bicycle pedaling as well, everything goes under that. There, back out of the gravel is the John Coxon, Kevin Clark Grand Am Porsche 997. So I would assume that would be effectively a GTD class car rather than full GT3. Very slightly different spec. Regulations so often happens in US racing. Happened in the Group C era with IMSA. They had slightly different regulations for the Porsches and the Jaguars and everything else that raced over there. They were very nearly the same as Group C World Endurance cars, but not quite, and that continues to this day as well. You'll see all sorts of very slight differentiations between, say, a GTD Porsche and a GT3 Porsche, or a GTE Am or GTE Pro car as was. Rolling to a halt is a car that was going very quickly early on. Max Bird and Stuart Kinners at 991 has just left the pits and progressed very little further at all. In fact, so much little further that it's being shown just down at the bottom of the Lewis Hamilton straight. Yeah, he's sort of gone on and rolled to a halt. Now, that rather looks like he lost the engine where that big lockup was, unless he's got a rather more fundamental problem with the brakes, but I'm not sure that's the case. That had sort of the hallmarks of maybe the car, either the engine dying, which is never comfortable when you're turning into a fast right, or the engine or the gearbox selecting a neutral, which again really unsettles the car badly.
That's our second fastest car.
Yep.
I found another programme change just to keep you busy.
Well done.
I hope those pens haven't run out there. Car number 7 in the programme, Neil Glover and Luke Reed. Same as the GT3 race, I think this. He's changed his number to 26.
Of course he has.
Number 7 is now number 26, and I seem to recall we did that in the previous GT3 Legends race, which Martin is just checking.
7 was somebody else, and they were... Oh, hang on a minute. I'm looking at the old entry list, aren't I? GT3 Legends. Neil Glover and Luke Reed were 26, so they've kept the same number on the car, which, saves on tank tape and so many other things. So there is no number 7, the first car on your entry, and again we're back to page 34, is 26, Neil Glover, Luke Reed, Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. The rest remains the same, just the number has changed to protect the innocent and or guilty.
Axel van Niederveen there, it looks like he's pulling off, the marshal just directing him behind the barriers. Looked as though there was a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the car, but that could have just been dust because he was off the track. But Axel van Niederveen, number 111, the Dutch driver who does a lot of UK racing in his Ginetta.
Craig Wilkins, another stalwart of the British GT Championship over the years, in his Gallardo GT3, gone to the top of the pile, and this is another quick lap as well. So a 2-minute 0.921, 1.400 seconds clear of the field. That's an impressive performance from Craig Wilkins. Yeah, we saw him out earlier sharing a car with Aaron Scott, didn't we? And again, they raced together in the British GT Championship. And again, I'm going to say, feels like 10 years ago, was probably 20. Talk amongst yourselves, might just have to have a very quick Google of that, actually. So another fast-looking lap, purple middle sector. So 2:0.26. Despite 2 slower sectors, that was still a faster lap. He's now 2 seconds clear of the field. Here are the Wrigleys. Meh, that's Mike, and Ma, that's Matt. Father and son. Not sure who is at the helm at the moment, and actually from the pace, I think it would be very hard to tell. So 2:02.6 last time round, their best lap so far. It's such a good-looking livery. I don't know who United Autosports paid to design their liveries, but they always work. I have to say, I do like the Pink Panther Ginetta behind as well. I particularly like the lime green highlights in the mouth as well as on the mirrors. Very nice, very distinctive. Well, that's a slower end to the lap. Are they going to change drivers? No, not coming into the pits. So maybe not quite as slow as it looked as they dropped down into the Vale. So Craig Wilkins absolutely flying. Another purple sector. He's going faster and faster and faster.
And going back to another one of our changes that you picked up on, I can confirm now the driver's name. 163, we picked up on our screens that Pickford was a second driver, and you surmised it might be ex-BTCC driver James Pickford. You are absolutely right.
That was the only Pickford other than removals that I could think of. Okay, so we will go for James Pickford. Sometimes, having seen an awful lot of stuff and remembered some of it, can be useful, can't it? Yeah, Craig Wilkins, Aaron Scott, British GT champions back in a Dodge Viper, and
I'll guess 02.
I know, I'm trying to not guess it was that long ago. Was it Craig Wilkins and Aaron Scott that ended up as champions, or somebody else and Aaron Scott? I know Craig and Aaron did, in his bio, Craig says racing British GT Championship in a Dodge Viper with varying success. That's either him really hiding his light under a bushel, or I'm getting my driver lineups confused. 163 on screen, the black 488 Evo, says black and yellow in the programme. Oh no, yellow, look on the back where the toe loop is. So, strictly yes. But, yeah, okay, so we'll go with black, so you can cross out the yellow bit. Frank Hedden-Morris and James Pickford. And another Lamborghini again, back out on track after a trip into the boonies. Car number 62, so the Matty Evans and Colin Turkington car. And currently second fastest. And has that just jumped up? Well, in the last couple of laps, the previous lap maybe, or the one before that, moved it up to second fastest. And no disrespect at all to Matty Evans, but is this Turks at the wheel?
Well, Matty Evans has been recently driving a very quick BMW in club racing, but a very, very nice car indeed, very quick, and is successful in that, so he might have the pace to put the car onto the front row.
Getting held up there by 22, Jonathan Simmons, Porsche 991, in that great red, white and blue livery. He did pull out of the way when he saw what was coming up, but yeah, it wasn't a faster lap. So the second sector wasn't great either. Sector 2 here is from midway down the Hangar Straight, so past the bridge, but sort of, yeah, 2/3 the way down the Hangar Straight. I know it's not a big, sector 2 rather is all the way around Luffield and then halfway down the Hangar Straight. So it's the biggest part.
Yes.
It's half the lap, but it's also lots of twisty stuff. Luffield and Woodcote, the slow corners, and then the high-speed Beckett Sesses as well. So it's an enormous dollop of lap. So Craig Wilkins, 1.9 seconds clear. His best, a 1:59.7.
Flashes of green on the crash helmet in 62, but other than that, very difficult to see through the side windows of the Lamborghini, but certainly going well. It went quite wide at club, and I wonder whether that was a trial of how to finish the lap. It went a little bit wide, so this time might be a bit neater through Beckett's, reckoned by many international drivers to be amongst the best sequence of corners anywhere in the world.
Yep. There's a feature recently with current Formula One drivers about favourite tracks, and Silverstone featured strongly there, not just because we do chips with everything, but also because of particularly because of the Beckett Sesses. And there's a lot of drivers in downforce cars here that have said to, to Ed and to us, it's when the downforce carries you through there at speeds that frankly are almost terrifying to even an experienced driver, that's when you really know it's working. 2015, so still not close enough there. It is an improvement, but not enough to move them onto the front row. Still 1.7 seconds behind Craig Wilkins.
There was a common theme there in your description of what makes a good track. Silverstone, chips with everything. Spa, chips with everything.
Frites, in fairness.
Yeah, well, yes, and mayonnaise, of course.
And exactly, mayonnaise isn't compulsory at Silverstone. In fact, it's quite rare at Silverstone, but yeah, absolutely. And Spa, Suzuka always gets a nod from a lot of drivers. There are, and in common, those three have designed a long time ago, but people whose name was not Hermann Tilke. We've got a lot of very good, very modern tracks as a result of Hermann Tilke, but some of the old school tracks are still the ones that get the hairs on the back of your neck standing up, and that's, in the end, driving cars fast and racing cars especially, like racing horses or eventing horses, it's about being on the edge of control of something that's trying to break away from control, the car or the horse. And even though I'm not a horse person, I perfectly get what the attraction must be. It's the same as with cars, only they just eat more. You can't leave them in a garage for years, apparently. 13th fastest, the Muldoon and Fielding Porsche. So have they found an improvement? No, faster first sector though. So there might be something coming here. There's a few cars improving inside the final 5 minutes. Come past our window. How is something growing in the gravel trap? Yeah, that's because they planted it on a lawn and it won't take there.
That's the GT2 Aston Martin, isn't it? The Rob Fenn, Paul White car, which Ed caught up with in the assembly area. Looking great. That era of sports car racing, or GT racing, sorry, the GT2 era. Really some wonderful cars, and many a happy hour spent on the Silverstone banking watching these cars racing. And you mentioned earlier the Vitaphone Maseratis and so on, those cars that preceded GT3.
Yeah, GT1 and GT2 raced together, and then GT3 is a much more affordable platform for going endurance racing. Really took off, didn't it? And they are just chasing. 60. No. What is the what number is the G Drive Lamborghini? I still haven't quite got that dialed in. Dan Morris in car number 31. Another improvement in the lap time. 23rd place for Daniel Morris. He improves his lap time, does not improve his position. He's exactly a third of a second behind the 22nd place car, which is that Daytona Porsche, the Paul Miller Racing car. which we saw in the gravel earlier on, the Cockerton and Clark car. So 0.333 of a second back. So that's 0.111 per sector that he's got to find. It doesn't sound like a lot when you say it like that, does it? 36, again, not so much of a GT car, really, the E36 BMW M3, but it will pass muster here, and that is in the invitational class. Mark Smith.
That's the car featured in the programme, in fact. Picture of that very car. As you say, not quite the same as some of the GT cars out there, but a very effective machine nevertheless.
So the M3 GTR, the V8 engine car, the car that never existed as a road car, which it was supposed to have, there are a couple of those around. We'll see them later on this afternoon. And that is very much a GT kind of spec car. Craig Wilkins trying to find his way around the car in front of him. The Ferrari not making life entirely easy. Wilkins up the inside, but the door is shut by James Parker, or Parker James rather, in his 430 GT3. That's not helped Craig Wilkins lap one iota. So having had a purple fastest first sector, which takes him from here at the start-finish line down 3/4 of the way, pretty much. Timing sector 1 ends as these cars will be getting on the brakes at the end of the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight for Luffield. And again, at the beginning of the lap, caught up behind another slower Porsche. That's the Muldoon and Fielding car. And that's not going to help his first sector time. He was purple on the first sector of the last lap. I don't think he will be on this one, but he needs to be, because Craig Wilkins has been displaced from pole position. So as he comes out of timing sector 1, well, you're already out of timing sector 1, but it hasn't appeared on the screen yet. Yes, it has. Another purple sector, 36.895, so quicker than anybody else and quicker than his previous best lap as well. What he needs is not much traffic for the rest of the lap, Craig Wilkins. And actually, if this Ferrari keeps its pace up, that might not be a bad thing. I don't think he's going to get past it before the Beckett's S's. Oh, I'm not sure that's going to fall well. He's closing on it rather too quickly. Yeah. That's another lap ruined by traffic. And you hear that so many times for a driver. We've just seen it in a minute and a half happen on 2 consecutive laps for Craig Wilkins. Not by any deliberate action of the other car, but just by not being as quick as the man who's shooting for pole and him catching you in just the wrong place. So down into Stowe. Timing sector 2 is still a purple sector. That's unbelievable. How did he do that when he caught a slower car in the Beckett's S's? This could be pole position. He's 1.01 seconds off pole at the moment. Craig Wilkins takes the checkered flag and new fastest lap by 0.3 of a second, takes pole position back in the death despite traffic. That's an outstanding effort from Craig Wilkins. Absolutely excellent, and taking it away from Neil Glover and Luke Reed in their Lamborghini Gallardo GT3. Now they are in the pits, they will not respond, and it is therefore pole position at the checkered flag for Craig Wilkins. It is a Lamborghini Gallardo 1-2 in qualifying. He does love driving his Lamborghinis, doesn't he? He really does. He had a great pair of races in last year's festival. And now we'll start this one from pole position. Third place goes to another Lamborghini Gallardo, and in fact not a Gallardo, a Huracan, a replacement of the Gallardo. And that's Matty Evans and Colin Turkington. So their car 4 years younger than the cars in front of them. And again, look at the difference in the wing size between the GT4 Aston and the GT3 Lamborghini behind it. That's not a wing, this is a wing. GT3 Aston with a different frontal area treatment as well, different splitter, no dive planes, and but predominantly you can tell it's a GT4 car, because when it's coming towards you, you just can't see a wing. Well, great work. This is the lap that took pole position, and he still went purple in this sector, despite having to find his way around the Ferrari. That's a great effort from Craig Wilkins. Not sure whether it's Frank Hedden-Morris or James Pickford in the 488. They did their best to stay out of the way and keep the speed up. He caught them at what should have been a lap-ruining position in the Beckett S's, but managed still to come out on top. A 1:58.436. You can write that down on page 35 of your programme as well. That is pole position for Craig Wilkins, the Glover and Reed Lamborghini, and Evans and Turkington making it 3 of the Raging Bulls in the top 3. A prancing horse 4th with the 488 Evo of Hedden, Morris and Pickford. The Wrigleys, father and son, in their Audi in 5th, and Bird and Kinnear, the first of the Porsches, ahead of the Cayley family car. Then Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam in 8th position. So looking down, didn't see much on camera. Richard Guy in the Mosler MT900. Not the only Mosler that will be racing here this weekend. Fans of the Short family, stay tuned for that coming out later on. And there are the 29 cars that have finished qualifying here, of what we were expecting to see 31. So we'll catch up with those who didn't go out in a short while. But for the Masters GT Trophy, a brief red flag, luckily not too close to the end, because it still left us with an epic tussle for pole position and lots of time for the 2 driver outfits to get their qualifying done. But that impact in the barriers, this spin, this trip into the gravel, and another broken down Porsche forced the red flags out. Yeah, a little bit of a loss to explain quite what happened to that Porsche. It looks as though that had an engine problem, or possibly transmission. But in the end, it was a great battle for pole position. Craig Wilkins fought his way back to the top of the pile a number of times. Last of all, on the final lap in the Reiter Engineering Lamborghini Gallardo.
The RML Group is another of our partners at the Silverstone Festival, and this, an early Malloch, has a relationship to RML, but this is where it all began, and there's very much a future with RML, and that's the reason why you're here, Paul.
Yes, indeed. So we're very happy to be here back at the Silverstone Festival this year as a partner. We love this event. We have many of our cars from our back catalogue are racing here, including our founder, Ray, is racing as U2 in the Formula Junior series. What we've also got on display here in the international paddock is some of our back catalogue. This beautiful yellow short wheelbase was the beginning of our bespoke programme in RML to demonstrate our skills and sell direct to consumers.
And it's amazing that she mentioned so many RML cars are out there, and maybe some people don't necessarily even know about it.
Exactly. So you'll see we've got cars on the grids in the touring car races, we've got cars in the LMP series, and that takes us to some cars you never even knew that we made, such as this, the Neo EP9. This is a car that we built for Neo back in 2016, and this was set as being the fastest electric car around the Nürburgring.
And of course, it seems to have the Neo brand on it, but a lot of the companies like yourselves do this work white label.
Yeah, exactly, white label, which is always challenging. We can't talk about what we do until it's in the past.
Yeah.
And another example is the Nissan here, the Ziad. This was for Le Mans in 2014, and it is a hybrid, and it currently holds the lap record still as the fastest electric car around the Le Mans track.
So why am I RML here at Silverstone then?
We're here to show people the great cars we do. Another car out on track today is actually the safety car.
Yes.
Our latest product, the P39 hypercar, is at the front of every grid, demonstrating the future of RML.
RML building a brand, thanking your employees and connecting with customers.
Exactly. All the employees are invited this weekend to enjoy the festival and to see our products right front and centre.
RML, so much. One of those teams that people are aware of for their engineering ability, but sometimes you forget just how much they've done. Now then, moving on to the Masters Endurance Legends. Let's see, did we manage to get that started? Here's a car that raced in period at Silverstone. Nigel, Greg and Leo Mansell in that Ginetta Zytek. As we head into the Endurance Legends, we're into the 21st century, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We're no longer in the just post-war era. We are heading into very much more modern times. So if you're under the age of 25, a lot of these cars might still be new to you. Oh God, I now feel very old indeed. But actually some of these cars, that are in the Masters Endurance Legends, maybe some of the actual chassis may well have been racing in current racing in the last couple of seasons, particularly thinking of things like the LMP3 Ligers and Normas that you're going to see, and again LMP3 is still very much a current category. But oh, Alistair, now that's really bad news on the outlap, and this is a car that we kind of expect to feature well.
Absolutely, we do.
Werner Dansenborg in the Pescarolo LMP1 car. And that was one of the front runners in some Titanic battles last year. So LMP1, the successor to LMP 900, the top class in Le Mans rules racing. The car's built at Le Mans by Henri Pescarolo's team, and in the Gulf colours. You could just see the Gulf Lola Aston Martin coming down behind it, the DBR1, and actually that's Christoph Dansenborg. Red flag is out. Well, the session's only just got underway, so Werner trying to explain to the marshals what's... Oh, smell me, that's not... I've got a new range of cologne. And he's in Parmalat Brabham overalls, but clearly he stopped the car because there is a smell of something. And the one thing that you don't want is anything explosive leaking into the car. So has some fuel got sloshed around, or has he got a fuel leak? Everybody else coming back in. There you are, there's one of your LMP3 cars. Car number 21, Bradley Smith, that's the Norma. Now, if you want to know the difference between a Norma and a Ligier, here's a Ligier. It's got that dished front to the nose. So that's a really easy way to spot Ligier's LMP3 chassis. That's a dish front to the nose, and the Norma has a more flat top to the front bodywork, if you like. Hang on a second, I'm going to have to find my glasses now because Alistair's pointing something. Talk your way through it as well.
I'll tell you, yes. I'm just looking at the results from last year, and that car, number 17, I'd completely forgotten. It won both races last year.
It won both.
Yes.
I had in my head, and again, I'm never sure whether it's a fact or I've just made it up in my addled brain. I did have in my head that it had won.
Yes.
But I couldn't remember that it won both. So we had some great, and again, two driver races, or option of two drivers. It's a pit stop race. So a 30-minute race on Saturday, 40-minute race on Sunday. Well, that's going to be really very interesting to see then, because if they don't set a qualifying time, they'll start at the back of the grid. I don't think there's any doubt that they will be allowed to start, but they'll start at the back of the grid, and then they've got an awful lot of work to do, because there's lots of very quick cars. And again, there you go, great view of the Ligier. Car number 39 there, Mark Drain's car. You can see recently, very recently raced in the IMSA WeatherTech series. That's a 2016 car, so that will probably be racing in the last couple of years as well, up to 2020 I would have thought. There's an LMP3 behind, Andy Perry and Ben Klukas. That's the blue and yellow car behind them, and again that dished nose shows the Ligier, I think it's JS3 is the mixture of their LMP3 car, officially Ligier LM3. And then behind the open prototype, you can see the nose of the Norma. That's it, zoom in there, the red and black and white car, the Norma with a flat top to the bodywork, so a narrower nose. Norma started out making SC2000 cars, little open 2-litre Honda engine cars, moved up to LMP3 and has now become subsumed by Gilles Duquesne's operation. So they no longer build Normas, the same chassis is now called a Duquesne. And coming through in the background is Red 5. So that is the Beechdene sponsored car driven by Nigel Mansell and his sons Greg and Leo in the Le Mans series. So before the World Endurance Championship came into being in 2012, the Le Mans series, as opposed to the current European Le Mans series, it was a European series, but it wasn't called European Le Mans series, and that was raced by Greg and Leo and Dad, Nigel Mansell, hence Red 5, sponsored by multiple British GT champion Andrew Howard's Beechdene Ice Cream Company. And that car still as car number 5, Keith Friese, I beg your pardon, in the car in a I didn't say it was a Zytek, did it? I said it was a it is a Zytek anyway.
Last year he shared with Mikkel Mack, didn't he?
Yes.
And I don't see him on our timing screen yet, so he hasn't quite done a full lap.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting to see whether the timekeepers have been told that maybe he's sharing again. We've certainly only been given Keith Friese as a driver, but Mikkel Mack was a late entry last year.
Now, among all of this, we have got an RML built and run car in the hands of its original driver, car number 25, Mike Newton, in period, and in period I'm talking 2005, a while ago, raced this MG Lola EX264 in the cars, in the colours of his own company, and still races it. So the NetView car in that very familiar red, white and blue livery with Mike Newton at the wheel, and he loves this car. Still engineered by Phil Barker, who was the man who engineered it for RML in period when they ran it for Mike Newton. And of course it's a derivative of the factory Lola chassis that Lola built for MG for their prototype racing with the AER engine, and Mike Newton has been driving that car for 20 years, not every year for 20 years, but drove it in period, and I think started racing it again as a historic car 7, 8, maybe even as many as 10 years ago, but certainly in the last 5 years had an awful lot of fun racing that car. Just going out a shot at the bottom as well, the Rainbow Marcus. Again, those of you who are around British GT Championship in 2000 will have seen Coroiser, who's its current driver, and has been its owner since 1999 when it was brand new. Won the British GT Championship with Callum Lockie, who he has raced it with since then, and concurrently in 2000 also won the Spanish GT Championship with another co-driver, and Coroiser has raced that car non-stop in all sorts of stuff since 1999 and shows no signs of stopping. Coroiser, by the way, now with over 1,100 races in his career. He started in junior single-seaters, raced in F3000, had Formula 1 tests, raced in IndyCar, and has been racing that Marcus. In fact, he bought the rights to Marcus to manufacture their race cars from Jem Marsh many years ago, and has a big field of Marcuses at home. And here's something that an awful lot of Le Mans fans will be very keen to see in here. 007, Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston Martin DBR1. So Lola's chassis with the V12 Aston Martin Vantage engine wailing away, and a car that another, is he in this field as well? Another of our drivers here this weekend, Stuart Hall, had time in as an Aston Martin factory driver, but it's a fabulous looking thing, prodigiously quick as well, and makes a great noise. And of course, Aston Martin back at the top flight in sports car racing. This was a P1 car when that was the top category. Aston Martin debuted their hypercar this year based on the Valkyrie, and that too has a normally aspirated V12 engine. There are some things that just sound right, and that's one of them. Picking out a few more cars among our field as the times come in. Max Chilton, Max and Tom, his older brother, are both racing here. Max Chilton raced in junior categories here in the UK, started off in T-cars, raced in British F3. His first race was the day of his 16th birthday, Donington Park, if I remember right. Sponsored then by Lego Star Wars, and that is on this car as well. This is a Zytek 04. Zytek, the engine manufacturer, also a chassis manufacturer, briefly in sports car racing, dates back to 2008. So Max no longer 16 apparently, raced in IndyCar as well. And brother Tom, currently racing in British touring cars, raced in British touring cars, raced in World Touring Cars, WTCR, now back in British touring cars. Here's our no longer our fastest car, in fact it wasn't our fastest car, I think it's something else. This is the Perry Klukas LMP3 Ligier.
Which I think has changed number, hasn't it? Because it was...
It's 11.
Yes,
still 11.
Still 11. Yes, sorry.
With a very slightly sort of Rothmans-y looking colour scheme, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the
the blue's
golden
not
red.
the same blue, but the golden red stripes on the white upper half. Yeah, very. Again, why spend lots of time and effort designing your own livery when somebody else has spent a lot of time and effort designing a really nice one for you? So they've snitched that. And again, this LMP3 Ligier 2015 chassis, so now fully 10 years old, so one of the earlier LMP3 chassis. And there Max Chilton up to 4th fastest, purple sector on this lap, and a green sector 2. This is very promising. Steve Brooks goes to the top in the Peugeot. We'll catch up with that in a minute. Perry and Klukas have gone 2nd fastest. And Max Chilton goes 2nd quickest. The battle is on for pole position. 9/10 off the pace of the Peugeot and 1.8 seconds clear of the 3rd place car that we just saw, that Ligier of Andy Perry and Ben Klukas. Now trying to rack my brains to think whether Ben Klukas raced LMP3 cars in the Michelin Le Mans Cup or European Le Mans Series in period a few years ago, not sure. Meanwhile, here is Steve Brooks, who's having a tough time of it, isn't he? You know, in the Lotus, out in the Lotus Formula One car, out here in his Peugeot. So the derivative of the 908, the 90X, the last of the diesel-engined Peugeots, and the iteration that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And of course their current hypercar is the 9X8. So as there is a 908, they have used 9X8 as the current nomenclature. Peugeot not quite as successful with their current hypercar outings as they eventually were with the diesel 90X. But Steve Brooks brings this car, has brought his car for a number of years now, hasn't he, to the Classic. Now there's trouble. That's 88, John Turner and Ray Grimes, not Bon Grimes. Their Ligier GSP3, that's a 2019 car. And so that is very much current spec, only 6 years old, and you could turn up in the Michelin Le Mans Cup and race that quite happily. That would be still very competitive and also legal. The Peugeot would be very competitive but not legal under current regulations. It's not an LMP2 car, it's not an LMP3 car, it's an LMP1 car, and pre-hybrid as well, so yeah, a pure engine, even though it was running on diesel.
And looking at it there and watching it go by on the track, it looks quite a large car, quite bulbous, and nothing like the little LMP3 and LMP2 cars. But actually, when you get close up and you look into the cabin, it is tiny inside, and the driver sits with their knees up above their hips. And it's a weird driving position.
Well, it is a single-seater. Yeah. It is a single-seater. I mean, it's like an inter-series car that you and I would think of, which is an old Formula One car that's no longer current, and you put some wings on it and you drive it. But yeah, the feet are up because airflow under the car is what helps generate the downforce. And so, like in a Formula One car, you're looking over the tips of your toes as you're driving. So here is Cor Oyser. Again, 1,100 races into his career, if there's a weekend where Koroisa's not racing, that's an unusual one in his diary. LM600 Evo, the final evolution of Jem Marsh's pretty 1.8-litre Volvo engined roadster. I mean, you know, what a thing it developed into the late 90s and early noughties. The LM500, a number of which raced in the British GT Championship, the LM600, and that, of course, refers to essentially the horsepower of the engine, or the capacity of the engine. M500 5-litre, LM600 a 6-litre, so big block engine in the front. Koroisa, I don't think that's a genuine registration plate, but built by Eurotech Viking Engineering. A man called Wim Normans was the man who re-engineered these Marcus cars for racing, then moved into building bobsleighs, and now, along with Martin Short, builds hospitality units, commentary units, mobile stages, and all sorts of stuff. Man who can never sit still. I can't imagine how he found a kindred spirit in Koroisa, another man who can never sit still.
And Cor was at Snetterton in Norfolk recently for the Jem Marsh Memorial Race, which was in memory of the creator of the Marcos, Jem Marsh, with the MAR of Marsh, and the COS was Frank Costin, the aerodynamicist I talked about earlier with the listers. And Marcos ran for many, many years, as you say, a fairly straightforward car, but developed over many years by the team into this beast. And the Core went across to Snetterton for the memorial race for Jem Marsh and won that. Of course, you wouldn't expect anything different.
Exactly. It'd be a crime if he didn't. This has been carrying the Marcos banner for a quarter of a century. Essentially, this car and this man, more than any other. And one of the great advantages of Marcos, as opposed to, say, Lotus, particularly for somebody like me or Ed, who is not on the shorter end of the scale, is that while Colin Chapman was about 5'4", 5'5", ideal height for a racing driver, Jem Marsh was fully 6'6", if not 6'7", and so he built cars to fit himself in the way that Colin Chapman did. Hence, Ed Foster and I will struggle to get into a Lotus of almost any vintage. However, there's no issue with the Marcos. And the Marcos Owners Club, actually, there was a number of them out in our lunchtime parade. I'm sure a lot of you saw those. The very much purer lines of the original car. Originally came with a 1.8-litre Volvo engine, the same as you saw in the Volvo Amazon, and then 3-litre Ford V6 gave it an awful lot more punch with no less pretty lines. 43 here, looking at Wick Gamsky and Ross Wiley in the Bentley Continental GT3. Not a familiar livery, black Bentley. The factory cars, of course, were white and green.
And won the British GT Championship with Rick Parfitt Jr.
Yes, did indeed.
And he's still the only driver to win GT4 and GT3 classes of the British GT Championship. That was in one of the Bentleys. Quite a few were made. They were designed and run by M Sport. Matthew Wilson, Malcolm Wilson's son, was sort of the chief of that project for M Sport, and when they appeared, do you remember, Martin, we all looked at them and thought, well, that's like the size of a bus. And it was very, very successful. I think it just frightened everybody else out of the way.
The funny thing about it is that it looks so enormous until you see it next to a modern SUV, and then you actually think it's quite a small car. And the second funny thing about it is that when the bonnet is off, you look inside and you go, is this mid-engined? Where's the engine? The engine is basically under the screen. It is that far back. And that's the thing with GT3, is the engine's in the same place, i.e. in front of the driver rather than behind the driver, but the driver's quite a long way back because the engine is a long way back and extraordinarily low in the chassis. So a lot of reworking to the engine and a lot of reworking to the chassis. It says Bentley Continental GT3 on the badge. Some of the light units might fit a road car. Maybe the roof panel might, if you're particularly keen on having an all-carbon roof panel, but oh boy, that's not a road car converted for racing in any way, stretch or form.
And I would say that's Ross Wiley at the wheel now, because that car has just gone into 10th, which up against LMP3 cars and GT2 cars is quite something, isn't it?
It certainly is. Max Chilton comes in to have a little bit of work done. 13 minutes still to go. You can see Steve Brooks came in front of him in a Peugeot. Further back, actually, you can see the 888 BMW Z4, and we're going to see that a lot. That must have been out in almost every qualifying session or practice session that we had yesterday. So 888 is another addition to your program. Did I do program updates? I didn't for that. I'm going to
there weren't any major additions, I don't think, were there? But that one we've just picked up on.
Yeah.
That's appeared. And a couple of withdrawals, unfortunately.
Right, so let's go through that then. Where are we? On page 34 of your race card. No, that's GT Trophy. Where's Endurance Legends? Race 6. Okay, a little bit further forward. So we're going back to page 18. So page 18 of your programme. Right, so who have we lost?
We've lost Harry Barton, number 18. Unfortunately, we were all looking forward to seeing the Lister Storm. First time in many years that would have been out, but that was withdrawn yesterday. And 73, William Paul and Rory Butcher, unfortunately, withdrew as well.
Okay, and our addition then is 888, so you can put that right down at the bottom, that'll fit, and that is which Van Oyenhausen?
Well, I need to check on the other, because Dad is out in number 12, the Audi R8, if it's on track. And I don't see it on the list.
Now, Marcus is his son, isn't it? So yeah. Marcus is the son, and you're right, there is no number 12. So do we think that Marcus is in then in 888?
He was in that car in the GT3 race, wasn't he?
With Dirk Adolf.
Dirk Adolf, yes.
Dirk Adolf is definitely, because there's only one Dirk Adolf. Sing that to yourselves. In fact, sing that to him. He'll appreciate it. His grasp of English is way better than my grasp of German. Christoph Dansenborg, how close is he now to the top of the pile? 007 is, fittingly enough, in 7th place on the timing screens. And this is not... oh, it is an outlap. Yes, it is an outlap. So just come back out to the pit lane, and this is gratuitous Aston Martin porn, by the way. No reason for showing the outlap other than, oh my god. So we will assume 888 is Marcus.
I think we do. The son.
Graf von Oyenhausen. Oyenhausen. It says DE for Germany, but I would put BV for Bavaria there, probably. It's like Scottish drivers being called English. Bavarians don't necessarily like being called German. They are Bavarians. They happen to live in Bavaria, which is unfortunately currently part of Germany as far as they see it. So I think Marcus van Oyenhausen and Dirk Adolf in the 888 BMW, which is car number 888, which says 888 all over it, and we don't seem to have the number 12 Audi R8 LMS Ultra, which is kind of a shame actually, because I think he was hoping to drive it, and now yeah, on our timing screen it says Graf von Oyenhausen.
Yeah, they're using the full name, whereas I think we're using the shortened version, Marcus von Oyenhausen, as opposed to the Graf von Oyenhausen.
Graf is the equivalent of Baron, effectively, so it is a title.
And then the S is Stierdorf, which again they drop for racing.
To fit onto Excel spreadsheets largely. So Christoph Dansenborg is at speed, but Werner stopped on the way out of the pit lane, didn't he? So no laps at all for that car, unfortunately. I don't suspect for a moment that they will prevent him from racing, but that car will be coming from the back of the field. That is the Golf liveried Pescarolo. And there's the 888 car, so just ahead of the Bentley. And again, was the Triple 8 car, was that who did you say drove that in period? I've forgotten now. The Triple 8 BMW in British GT. Who did you say drove it in British GT?
Oh, that was Joe Osborne.
Yes.
And Lee Mole.
Yes.
And that's being passed by the 007
See,
Aston
I
Martin.
more associate them. Am I wrong in thinking Black Bull?
No.
And Lamborghinis?
Well, Black Bull and Lamborghini would be the Barwell team.
Yes.
And that was not Lee Mole.
No. Getting all my eras of British GT conflated. Steve Brooks faster again. 3 purple sectors. 2.87 seconds quicker than his previous best, so leaves Max Chilton breathless in his wake. 3.39 seconds back. And this is a Le Mans winning LMP1 prototype of the highest order. And Max Chilton in the Zytek, 3.8 litre compared to Steve Brooks with his 5.2 litre diesel. And the thundering torque here definitely will help.
The Mansell family car.
Yeah, Keith Freezer in red 5.
And it looks like he's driving solo. We've not been had an update to say that he's sharing this year. That car very, very quick last year.
Qualified well here in the long series race at Silverstone. I don't recall where it finished. The family then went on to race at Le Mans, but not quite as, unfortunately, not quite as happy an ending to it all. Telly's going to turn itself off again, so that's sorted that out.
Yes, I remember I was spectating that year for the Le Mans series here at Silverstone, and well remember the Mansells pounding round in that. We've got a car spun at the loop, stopped in the road, didn't quite see enough of it to be able to pick it. Oh, there we are. It's number 88, one of the LMP3 cars.
Oh yes, that's I think
John
that's its
Turner and Ray
second.
Grimes. Yes, it is,
Second
isn't
problem,
it? Yes.
yeah. So I'm not sure which was at the wheel in the first time of rotating, and not sure which is at the wheel at the second time of rotating.
And that looks to have stalled, and the engine proving difficult to restart. That car is currently running in 12th place.
Yeah. Now, Carter's just moved up to 3rd place and only half a tenth behind Max Chilton. There is Max Chilton trying to improve again. Not a quicker lap this time. Up to 3rd place, though, car that we haven't spoken about at all, Sasha Kakad and Vasily Vladikin, from Cyprus, obviously. Lola B1280, so again, Lola LMP2 car, I think, from 2015. We haven't seen that, so I have to say, didn't come across it in the garages yesterday. We kind of ran out of time during the course of the day eventually to get through everything. So there's Max Chilton finding his way through. Through goes another LMP3 car. Okay, so 70, here it is, Sasha Kakad and Vasily Vladikin. So this is, okay, so Lola Mazda, so this raced in the IMSA WeatherTech series. So 2015, one of the very last cars that Lola produced until the revived company got itself into Formula E in the last 12 months.
Oh, earlier on today we saw the very first Lola, didn't we? The Mark 1 prototype.
Yes, absolutely.
Right through to what you're saying is one of the last.
Yeah, it would have been one of the last. So when was this car current? 2015, 10 years ago. I'm trying to think now when the company was sort of finally wound up. 10 years ago was about when they had the big celebration on the streets in Huntingdon, wasn't it? When was Lola's first car? 54, 55? I can't remember. Red flag, and with 3 minutes 39 seconds, I think that probably is the end of qualifying. Christoph Dansenburg was going faster in the Lola Aston 007, but I'm afraid that lap will not count. They have stopped the clock, and now finally the marshals were there. Now finally they've managed to get the car rolling. I wonder if it was stuck in gear and wouldn't select a neutral. But they have managed to get the car out of the way. But red flag is out. If you restarted the session, I suppose you could possibly get another lap in, but it would be an out lap, and then you'd probably hit the checkered flag. Lola, first car created, the Mark 1 in 1958. Thank you, Ian, and Google. Or was that off the top of your head? It was off the top of Google's head, and finally closed its doors in 2012. So a B1280 from 2015. I think we need to go back to Mr. Google and give him a shake. Certainly Lola B1280, that Lola Mazda, will have been one of the very last cars to come out to Huntingdon. Where are you when I need you, Sam Smith? Guru of almost all things Lola. I sent him a picture of the Lola T300, the yellow Formula 5000 car, and he came back in capital letters with, "What is that?" Yeah, exactly. So cars heading back in. We've had a couple of stoppages this afternoon. It's now 3:55. Reaches for timetable 15:18 to 15:48. We should have stopped this, so we're 7 minutes late. Next session due to start at 16:02. If I'm in race control, they've had all but 2 laps maximum of qualifying. We're starting to slip a little behind. I think we're calling this. I would be surprised to see cars leaving again for this session, which should bring us, again, picks up piece of paper because I put it down just too far away to be able to read with the naked eye, from Masters Endurance Legends. We should go to Masters Group C. Now, actually, you could almost happily have combined the 2 grids, couldn't you, and have had an enormous sports car fight. Because while Group C has been an extremely healthy growth over the last few years, because of the relatively closeness of the Le Mans Classic, an awful lot of them are still undergoing or waiting rebuilds from that. Just saw Steve Osborne coming through, by the way, in the bright blue, metallic blue BMW GTR. So that is the M3 GTR, the E46 spec car that BMW built as a race car on the basis of having to build, I think it was something like 100 road cars for the homologation to be valid. Won the American Le Mans Series Championship. Never built any road cars. I think it's called interpreting the rules. Not sure that's how their rivals in America called it, but I think that's what they would have called it. 62A. Oh, built right next door to car number 62. I know, it's been a long day. Carrie McCall, we shouldn't be inflicting this on a paying audience, should we? Aston Martin Vantage V12. Again, very much a GT3 car, as you can see from the enormous wing there. So very grey, it is the colour. Can't argue with that. And behind you can see, just as the camera pans around, car number 25, Mike Newton. Let's see if we can see the white hair of Phil Barker lurking anywhere. He's normally around, looking happy with a set of headphones on. And Mike's bailed out the car already. So Mike made his money and continues to make his money, I think, in IT companies, particularly related to security systems. And that car number 25, raced in period in, I don't think it was early enough for it to be LMP 675, so I think it was only an LMP2 car. Now trying to rack my brains as to whether the original Lola MG was a 675 car or whether it only came in when it became LMP2. Raced it in period with the likes of Tommy Erdos, has raced it with Warren Hughes, but Mike Newton has been basically NetView and FlightView, they were his companies. They paid for the entire operation, run by RML on the back of the MG Lola with the AAR power unit. And Mike has been enjoying that car enormously over the last few years. I think probably at least as much as he did in period. And that's long-time classic car ownership, isn't it? It's 25 years he's owned that car.
Yes, it's in the same car. You know, you see drivers who raced in period and then are now racing in other historic cars, as they call them, although we think they're new. But yeah, Mike to be racing that same car all the way through. 25 years. I'm maligning him. It was its first current season was 2005, so it's its 21st year of racing. So happy birthday. Does he get the keys to Silverstone or Le Mans or something? I'm now trying to rack my brains as to whether I saw that he had raced it at the Le Mans Classic or not. I can't imagine that he wouldn't have. But again, never assume. We're freelancers after all, never assume. So, Steve, oh, hang on a minute, what happened there? Steve Brooks, oh yeah, sorry, Steve Brooks got pole position. I thought the timing screen had glitched, but it hadn't. 3.397 seconds ahead of Max Chilton. Of course, the big change at the end was the move up to third place of the Karad Vladikin Lola, the Lola Mazda, the IMSA car. Bradley Smith in a Norma, fourth fastest in an LMP3 car. The Perry and Lucas Ligier LMP3 car fifth, ahead of Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston Martin, and that's how much motorsport has moved on. Dansenborg not a slow pedaler, the Lola Aston, an LMP1 car from 20 years ago though. Keith Freezer in the Mansell family Red 5 Zytek, he's seventh ahead of Mike Newton's Lola LMP2 car. Fabio McNulty Duquesne Norma DO8, that is ninth, and the Gamskin Wiley Bentley Continental, that's the black GT3 car, is rounding out the top 10. Next up, three Ligiers for John Murray, Turner and Grimes and Mark Drain, ahead of the Southern Hill Ferrari, the first of the Ferraris, and then the Van Oyenhausen and Adolf BMW Z8, that's the 888 car. Mike Finesse, didn't see much of that Courage, but that's a great looking car. And unfortunately, I don't think we saw Georg Hallau's Norma out of the pit lane. Werner Dansenborg's car we did see come out of the pit lane, but it didn't go very far out of the pit lane at all before, it seems, it hosed him with fuel. And if he could smell it, then that's probably a good idea not to continue. So that session stopped under a red flag, but that is your grid. We are moving on now to our next qualifying session. So cars coming out on track, and some very familiar shapes to some of our more mature viewers around the trackside. So these will be the cars for the Masters Group C race. So as the cars head out for Masters Group C qualifying, a select group. Now, what you will see here are quite a number of Group C2 cars. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Group C era of sports car racing, Group C took over from Group 5, Group 6, which were started with Group 1, which is basic production car, up through more and more extreme varieties until you got to Group 5, Group 6, one of which you can see actually this is a pre-Group C car. This is the Rondo. So Rondo M382, driven here by Thierry Boutsen. Yes, that Thierry Boutsen. Now, I did have a moment or two yesterday.
and again, I'm now clutching at straws. Stuart Dent, I don't know where you are. I was down at the wing yesterday, late in the afternoon. I thought I saw Eric Bernard, the ex-Formula 1 driver, walk past me, and I'm not sure that it was, but it looked a bit like him. Now, Thierry Boutsen, you would not mistake. Thierry Boutsen now looks like Thierry Boutsen in the Arrows Formula 1 period. Thierry Boutsen still looks like Thierry Boutsen, very much so. Anyway, he's out there. Stefan Johansson, again, sharing with Jordan Grogor in the Spice, car number 5. Stefan Johansson also looks very much like Stefan Johansson has always looked. Again, he's got a portrait in the attic, and in fact Thierry Boutsen, I guarantee, will fit into every race suit he's ever owned. He is still whip thin. Now this Rondeau, driven by Jean-Pierre Jousseau and Jean Rondeau. Jean Rondeau has the single standout achievement of being, thank you, my word supplier there, of being the only man to have won Le Mans in a car that bears his own name. So, born and bred in Le Mans, his workshop was in Le Mans. In fact, his workshop then became the workshop, I believe, for Pescarolo, and after that for Morgan, when Pescarolo was bought out. And Jean Rondeau, Le Mans born and bred, and had his own small, very small number of cars running, but yeah, won Le Mans in a car of his own, with his own name on the nose. Just ahead of him is the green Cheetah of Eric Rickenbacker. Now, Rickenbacker, a Swiss driver. Cheetah, I watched a lot of Group C in period, and I don't remember much about the Cheetah. And that probably... G606 tells you nothing that it's a 3.5 litre Cosworth engine car, built in 1980. Honestly, absolute blank for me. I've got nothing. And this is where we need Henry Hope Frost, actually, and a few more facts. Car number 10. This is Michael Campagne and Allard Kauf. So a Spice SE92. Now, Gordon Spice and the Spice firm started building cars for Group C2, in which they were very successful, and then saw that there was a market for a customer car that was not a Porsche 95662 in Group C, and so in fact we've now got a pair of Spices running together, an earlier and a later. So a 92 going by the Listerine liveried Spice. I think that's a Spice 90. Yeah, it is. I think that's the SE90, SE86. That's a Stefan Johansson car. So car number 5, Stefan Johansson, Jordan Grogor in the Spice SE86. I think this was a car raced by Gordon Spice and Steve O'Rourke. Again, didn't get to see that car, so not quite sure who raced it in period. They started out with Cosworth engine cars, and then Pontiac engines and a variety of other things went into the cars.
Gordon Spice actually, previous to that, had raced in Minis.
Yep.
Very successfully, and then later on in 3 litre Capris.
Yes.
And has the never to be broken record of winning the very last Spa 24 hours on the old 8.5 mile circuit in a 3 litre Capri.
Well, see, that's why he needed a Capri, because you need somewhere to fit the conies in when you're racing around the old Spa circuit. Car number 10, this is a Spice SE92, as we talked about a little bit earlier. We've got 3 categories here for the cars. Again, they're kind of largely age-related. 2 cars in the Gordon Spice group, which are the Stefan Johansson Jordan Grogor car. That's the Listerine-nosed Spice. I think this is an IMSA spec Spice with that high rear airbox, so that might well be a Spice Pontiac. You can probably tell a little more trackside. I might have to turn the effects up. Ooh, Cheetah. built by Rockin Switzerland. Well, yeah, that explains a lot of why Eric Rickenbach is driving it. Cosworth DFR V8 built in 1989, DNF'd at Le Mans in 1991 with Pascal Fabre and Bertrand Tuner. Great work. I wonder if that was Pascal Fabre's last Le Mans. Might have been. Might not be. So Alex Capadia in the pit lane as well. We've seen him out. Now then, one of the commercial directors of the Circuit of the Americas is driving car number 6, and that is the Lancia LC2, the Martini Lancia. I saw his dad yesterday, and I didn't see him, but there is the Lancia, car number 6. So Lancia, a very strong force in the very last years of Group 5, as Group 5 and Group C sort of merged. I remember being here at the Silverstone 6 Hours. The Lancia, the predecessor to this, the LC1, the Lancia Barchetta, which was an open car, which followed on from the Lancia Monte Carlo that they raced and rallied. That was, those are the cars that started on the front row of the grid. There was a Porsche 956, the first Porsche 956 started the race, finished several laps back. Possibly, although I might be inventing this fact as well, after at least one of the front wheels fell off. That was quite a habit of Porsches in the early days. But the Group 5 Barchetta raced on, I believe they won the World Championship that year, and then the LC2 with its twin-turbo Ferrari engineered V8 took over. Fabulous looking thing. Of course, the livery is absolutely iconic. Made a great noise, very quick, particularly with Sandro Nannini, Bob Wallach and people at the wheel. They had a whole host of Italian Grand Prix drivers and soon-to-be Grand Prix drivers that drove these cars. And Andy Soucek, who had a good frontline single-seater career right up to the doors of Formula One, never quite got an F1 break, now works at the Circuit of the Americas. We turned up there last year for World Endurance, and there he was. So he's part of their customer experience group there, and enjoying a bit of racing. Who wouldn't? Great looking car. Can remember the Lancia starting on pole position at Le Mans in the early 80s, early Group C era, or mid 80s I suppose, and then leading as I went to sleep, and by the time I woke up they had all retired. That's pretty much the story of Lancia, I'm afraid, at Le Mans. Okay, now then, with the Great Ormond Street logo on the front, car number 42, and this is Dave Carrascus in a Harrier. Now again, LMP2 car, built in the UK, and the Harrier actually, the original Harrier, I think, had a turbocharged Ford engine, so turbocharged BDG, something like that, fast and frail. But again, as with things like the Ecos that was designed and built at RML, and the Spices, the Tigers, they gradually got a little bit more sophisticated. And of course, the more you sell, the more money you have to invest in inventing the new one. Jack Fabian, Jan Magnussen are out in car number 70, which is a 1986 Tiger GC2 86, as in Group C2 1986 Tiger. And this relates back again to Formula Junior, where we started the day. Tiger, Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley, they got together, two former Australian Grand Prix drivers and sports car racers, set up a small concern on the Cressix trading estate in High Wycombe, of the glamour, and started producing Group C2 cars. And actually, as a customer car, very effective, well built, simple, stayed together well. And there is the Fabian Magnussen car. And the relationship there, now that's in fact a Tiger with a Buick engine, which again is quite a rarity. A lot of them would have been Cosworth engined, but the Formula Junior connection is that Howden Ganley is the patron of the Formula Junior Association, and there is a brand new trophy in his honour, which will be presented to the aggregate winner of our two Formula Junior races, one of which kicks off tomorrow's action on Saturday, the other one kicks off the action on Sunday, and Howden Ganley will be, or is here, and he will be here to present the trophy that carries his own name. So he started his career, as so many did, in Formula Junior, and went on to great things. Both Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley being involved with the Australian Grand Prix, the CAMS, Confederation of Australian Motorsport, and of course both of them racing in Formula One and in sports car racing since then. So Campaign and Kalf, I'm guessing that Allard may have set the time. I don't know much about Michael Campaign's speed, but I'm guessing that Allard Kalf might have set that. 2 minutes 21.2, that is 8.5 seconds quicker than Andy Soucek. Soucek currently in second place in the Lancia. So he's in the Jackie X category, which is for the earlier Group C cars. And then later Group C cars in the Derek Bell category. There's 3 or 4 of those, among whom are our fastest car. Fabian Magnussen, 3rd quickest. Dave Carrascus, 4th quickest. And Eric Rickenbacker in this Cheetah, 5th fastest. It's not a bad looking thing, is it? It's sort of quite marchy, if you know what I mean. And then in the pit lane as well, Stuart Hall. Now, Stuart Hall, not in the Lola Aston Martin, which he drove in period in the last group, but interestingly, in a March 86G with a BMW engine and BMW Motorsport livery as well. By 86, I'm now trying to think who was the chief designer at March over in Bicester, and I can't remember. But early in the decade, it would have been young Adrian Newey. Now, here comes Andy Soucek in the Lancia with a little bit more pace on board, moves up to 2nd fastest and a better lap, stays 2nd fastest, but the gap to Allard Kalf is now down to 6.4 seconds. Unfortunately, getting a little bit of traffic there, and the problem with something as unique as a Lancia is you don't want to take any risks with it. So here is Stewie Hall, a very much BMW livery on the car, M Sport stripes and everything, and again I suspect rather that car will have spent a lot of its time. I think that Mini is just repositioning. It's not going out in session. I
not a Group C Mini.
Don't remember a BMC Mini, not a Group C Mini. Don't particularly remember this car as a Group C car, so it may well have been an IMSA car. Again, those of you who are trackside might see a little bit more of that. And in front of them, now that is very much a Group C car, is the Group C Nissan. So Nissan had a very strong late 80s, early 90s period in IMSA and in Group C. This is the RC90 CP, so this is the Group C car from 1990, identical to the car with which Mark Blundell either had a broken turbo or had radio problems, and he knew that the mechanics had wired the wastegate open, or somewhere in between. If you hear Mark tell the story of the fastest ever lap in qualifying at Le Mans, there was something wrong with the car, and it wasn't something that had been cooked up by the team, but it's somewhere between those two are the truth. Nevertheless, RC90 very quick. I think Nissan Japan entered 3 cars, and NPT, the Nissan team in North America in the Camel GT series, entered another pair under Kaz Kastner. But they had all sorts of issues. It was extremely fast, qualified on pole in a lap that Mark Blundell, probably now with hindsight, would not ever want to have repeated. I'm not sure he wanted to repeat it then either, but a stunning run. And so this car, driven by Xavier Macheron, the French driver, and in period, bear with, I will try and find the picture that I'm looking for, because I did make a note of it yesterday. Oh, I've now lost it, haven't I? Yeah, I've completely lost it. I can tell you who drove the car that Allard Kalf and Michel Campaign, their car. Little sticker on the car says, my drinking team has a racing problem, which I quite liked. But the Nissan again, V6 turbo, twin turbo, a highly effective car in the World Championship, and absolutely ruled the roost in IMSA GTP racing.
We're not seeing that on our timing screen, so whether there's no transponder on that car.
Yes, I think we might get a message for that, mightn't we?
But it will be timed. The timekeepers have a manual method of doing it, but it just doesn't.
They got a pen and paper and stop watching a thumb. All of that stuff. The Lancia, by the way, driven in period by, it will surprise you not, Sandro Nannini, Paolo Barilla, and Jean-Claude Androuet. The French rally driver, yeah, absolutely. Raced in Group C at Le Mans in 1983. Still has the scrutineering stickers on the roof. And the Nissan, okay. Massimo Hashimi and Anders Olofsson. Olofsson spent a lot of his late career racing very successfully in Japan in Japanese GT in the Group Japanese Sports Car Championship and Japanese Group C Championship, and was part of the Nissan factory team. So this will have been entered by the Japanese arm of Nissan, one of their 3 cars. So Hashimi and Olofsson were the drivers in period. Oh. March 86G, designer at the time, Gordon Coppock. Yes, goodness me. Okay, next for Google is how many teams did Gordon Coppock design cars for? And better than that, and how many categories? Stuart Hall flying goes 3rd fastest in the March BMW. Not quite sure. That's interesting. The Nissan might be the quickest car there, might be the slowest car, might be neither, might be somewhere in the middle, but at the moment, because it's not showing on the screen, a little bit hard to tell. Coming down the road towards us is the Tiger, the Fabian Magnussen car, car number 70, Jack Fabian, Jan Magnussen. Jan, I'm not going to say he would have been quicker in the Turner, but certainly was absolutely phenomenal in the Turner in qualifying earlier on. Put the car on pole position in that category. And the TGC86 here. Again, I'm not sure who designed the Tigers. I know who owned the company. Don't know who designed them, but it's a handsome-looking thing, isn't it? Tiger and Spice very much rivals in Group C2. They were the customer cars of choice. And Tim Schenken then went on to design a road car version of the Porsche 962, which he was not alone in, actually, but the company turned its toes up before they managed to get that out and into the market. Car number 60 rolls to halt. Eric Rickenbacker in the Cheetah. Hart Trapezien is a well-known catering firm. They used to supply all the catering for World Series by Renault, among others. And there is Stuart Hall, 4th fastest in the March BMW. So I think the Lobster Claw March, which, if memory serves, was the 83G, possibly the 84G. That was the first standalone car designed by Adrian Newey as the head of design, and he worked on the previous season's car alongside the other chief designer in March at that stage. The 84G was his first car, the Lobster Claw March. Red roof ins, the sponsors. Again, it was an IMSA car, and he was still very new to the business. And if you read the story in his book, How to Design a Car, a great book, by the way, well worth reading. But if you read the story in the book, safety car is out for the stationary Cheetah. Yeah, he loved every minute of it, because he was not only the guy who designed it back home in Bicester, but he was also their trackside engineer. Now, a car we're seeing for the first time, 36 Alex Capadia in the Toyota 86C, and again the clue there is in the title. Raced in 1986 by the Tom's Toyota team, their Group C car. And again, I did actually make a note somewhere of who drove that in period, and Can I find it? No, I probably can't. So safety car comes back out again. And this is the car, effectively part of the reason that RML are here. As I said last year, their short wheelbase was the safety car, and boy, that was a baptism not of fire but of rain, wasn't it? That spent a lot of time circulating in some very wet weather. That was a kind of if it was Hollywood, reimagining of the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. The latest RML hypercar is the P39. So it is the official safety car for the weekend, and celebrating RML's 40th anniversary. It's based on the 992 Porsche Turbo S, but featuring completely revised and redesigned carbon fiber bodywork, active aero, I know, and a re-engineered flat turbo, twin turbo flat six, delivering up to 920 of your horsepowers. So that's more than enough, I think, as we know. 39 examples will go into production. I see. So, yeah, a great opportunity to see the latest creation from RML on track. And of course, they may not be alone in reimagining Porsche 911s. Singer have led the field, led the charge in many years in that direction. But this is an entirely different reworking of the 911 concept. Again, I don't think Michael Malik is doing the actual driving here. Not sure who the safety car driver is for this weekend, but the RML group, as we saw in that little chat we had with Ben earlier on, yeah, an awful. There are a number of cars here. We've seen Mike Newton in the Group C2 car. We've seen the Acura Cos Cavalier already out, and a number of other cars that they've run here. They've been a very successful race team over the years, and as a result, of course, have done a lot of OEM work as well. Not least building a whole bunch of cars for US manufacturers, running championships for Mercedes-Benz, for wealthy owners, and now creating bespoke cars for a fairly small but clearly cash-rich and time-poor group of clients. Well, there you go. Look at this. Group C2, Group C1, and okay, we don't have a 956 or a 962 here. An awful lot of them around and about still. And in other years we may well have done, but the proximity of the Le Mans Classic means that an awful lot of cars that race there are missing and waiting rebuilds. But anytime you see a Lancia out on track, if you're the sort of age that either watched Group C in period or has admired it ever since, it is a rare opportunity to see an LC2. If there's a Group C2 race, it's almost inevitably a Group C race. It's almost inevitably going to have a bunch of Porsches in, because they were so much more numerous. But Lancias, they didn't make many, and there's not an awful lot being campaigned regularly either. I know there's a pair of twin brothers in the US who have one each. They also have a pair of Shell 962s between them, but they have a pair of LC2s, but they, yeah, are very much rarer. Only, as far as I can recall, Jolly Club ran, inverted commas, privateer LC2s. Jolly Club, for a number of years, were the sort of quasi-works Lancia team in racing and rallying. Factory blessed, if you like, the Manthey Porsche of the Lancia family, let's say, something of that equivalent, but certainly you would never have found Lancia allowing, you know, a British team, let's say, to run one. So red flag, and again with 5 minutes in the session and the afternoon progressing, tempted to feel that might be the end of the session. Many of the cars were back in the pits anyway. And
I noticed that the Nissan that did appear now on our screen. So
it has got
manual
timing.
Yeah, so it's second quickest, number 11, Xavier Michelin, up to second quickest, but still 5.5 seconds behind Allard Kalf.
Yep.
And Michael Campagne in the number 10.
That was a heck of a quick lap from Allard Kalf.
Yeah.
Pretty impressed with that, I have to say. Do you know, I thought I'd made a note of who drove the Tom's Toyota, and that's really annoying me now that I didn't write it down anywhere. Well, there is the Nissan. Hashimi Olafsson car in the foreground, and in comes the car that is 5th place, Fabian Magnussen in the Spice, which unsurprisingly is racing in the Golden Spice category. So a bunch of Spices. And the March BMW, which is 4th place after qualifying. So I think we may possibly assume, since there are lots of other engines running up, that we are running up against the clock here with the Group C cars. We've still got 4 more qualifying sessions. And the Cortina there is a clue as to what we might be seeing relatively soon. So let's have a little regroup, allow race control and the marshals to tidy up. We will take a quick break.
One of our new partners here at the Silverstone Festival is Supercar Driver. I'm with Adam, the CEO of the company. Now, what is Supercar Driver?
Supercar Driver is a community of supercar owners, and we are all about just giving them a reason to drive. So it's an annual membership fee, and we have sort of 1,500 members UK-wide. And like I say, it's just an event and media business really at the form.
And a lot of events that they can experience, one every other day?
Yes, we will do 165 events this year. That's quite unique because it's our 15th anniversary.
Okay.
So it wouldn't always do that many, but once you have a nationwide membership and you want to do 1 or 2 things in every region every month, that amounts very, very quickly, plus some European tours, some track days, some other bits, and yeah, there you are.
And why partnering the Silverstone Festival?
We've already do an event at Silverstone called the Secret Meet, and it's something we've done for the last couple of years. I've been coming to the festival or the Classic for many years before that, and to be asked by them to come, I think it was just a bit of a moment, and we just thought, right, we need to come. I think it's good for the members, it's good access, good opportunities.
There's a huge amount of car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival, from 22 members up to 70,000 members, from Volvos to Ferraris and all in between. What makes you guys different?
Well, I mean, I love the variety, by the way. We went past earlier, there's the Volvo Owners Club, and there's and we love all the mix. But for us, I think it is that, it's the variety of supercars that you'll get. Our criteria, even just by, you can see here, we've got Porsche, McLaren, Ferrari, and I think that's really nice. And it's access. We unlock really cool access. We've got a dedicated team.
Go and have a look at some of the cars, because they are stunning, thanks to various friends and partners, I imagine.
Yes, yeah.
Which one's your favourite here? I see Joe Macari has bought some pretty special ones.
Favourite is the Ferrari FXXK. This couple of years, I've been coming to the festival.
Well, now, what's to do? Here's the cheetah. I think we can see why the car stopped. We didn't see that beforehand, but that's quite a lot of toe in at the front. So it's either had a small collision with something, or there's a toe arm broken. Doesn't look like there was bodywork. It didn't look like there was bodywork damage. They've taken the front and the rear bodywork off so they can attach the towing straps, and the driver adding handy ballast to the front, because otherwise it's quite a lot of weight behind the pivot point. So that car will go back onto the flatbed. 5 minutes 54 seconds remaining on the clock for qualifying for the Masters Group C race. And the cars have not been pushed back into the garage yet, so not sure whether they are hearing from race control that we are about to go green, or will do perhaps again once the car has been towed away. So we'll wait and see. Next cars that are due to come out are the Masters Sports Car Legends. and this is a kind of late 60s to mid 70s group of cars. So we'll see Lolas, Gianettas, more Lolas, quite a lot more Lolas, lots of Lolas, some Chevrons, some Marches, McLarens, and even the old Ford GT40 sneaking in. So kind of late 60s into, or mid 60s actually, into mid to late 70s, so right up towards 1978, 1979. So sort of the precursor, if you like, to the transition from Group 5, Group 6 into Group C. Yep. Okay, apart from slight frailty, tell me what is wrong with this car, and the answer is absolutely nothing. They're chatting away, Andy Soucek.
Yeah. Are we still going to go, or? No, I don't think that's...
Yeah, it's great. Oh, there we go. Are we still going to go? No, I think it's great. Yeah, there we go. So there we go. So Andy having to get his helmet back on again. See if he can improve on third position. Stuart Hall heading out in the March BMW. Looking to see if he can improve on fourth place. Here's the rondo of Thierry Boutsen. Again, if you are in the garage, I think they're not planning to go back out. Thierry Boutsen is around. Little Leaf, Stefan Johansson is there as well. He also will be, I'm sure, very, very happy to sign autographs. Lots that drivers will do. All of the drivers will do, let's face it. You know, it's a very relaxed weekend. Okay, so it's a Spice Pontiac. I still think with all that livery, I still think that was Gordon Spice, and I can't think who. That needs a Google photo search. I can't think who else drove it with him in period. Fermin Velez, maybe? Yes. Clutching at straws there. However, the track has gone green. We've got 5 minutes, or had 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Stuart Hall is the first to lead the charge out on track. In fact, only Stuart and Michel Campan have actually headed out so far. So the whale of the BMW as it comes past under our commentary position in the old timekeeper's box here at Silverstone. Ideal for timekeepers because the windows look in 3 directions. And hopeless for commentary because the windows are open to the sunlight in 3 directions, so they reflect off the screen most of the time. So everybody has the little crosses to bear. I think Andy Soucek in the Lancia in the background is going back out. I don't think the Rondo in the foreground is. The Spice though looks as it might do. Looks as though it might do. Sounds great, doesn't it? Nice licks of flame as he gets onto the brakes as well on the overrun. Stuart Hall, a world endurance champion, class champion, with Roel Goethe, for whom he is, with whom he has raced and for whom he has been a driver advisor, now also helping to advise and train Roel's 2 sons, who have got motor racing as well. Took the title with Roel Goethe and Jamie Campbell-Walter. And Andy Soucek, again, briefly Formula 1 test driver. Ooh, that's a little bit of a moment for Michel Campan on colder tyres. So, quiet end to the session. Oh, and that sounds like a slight box full of neutrals there for Stefan Johansson. Right, let's see if Monsieur Google can... Aha, now then. So my Google photo search tells me that this is chassis 001 Spice SE86C. This particular car driven by Gordon Spice and Ray Bellman. Why did that knock? Of course it was. Listerine and Cannon car mats. Gordon Spice and Ray Bellman helped them win the Group C2 Drivers' World Championship in 1986. Chassis 001 achieved a class win at the Copacabana 1,000 kilometres at Silverstone, and 6th in Group C2 at Le Mans in 1986. Not Firmin Villeth, Ray Bellman. There you go. Gordon Spice and Ray Bellman had a lot of races together, didn't they, over the years in a lot of different cars. Very successful pairing.
Ray Bellman had one of the McLaren F1s, didn't he, as well, for racing? And
yep.
I can't remember which colours that was in. Was it the... wasn't the Golf colours, was it?
I should know, because I've been at a day at Bruntingthorpe where he was driving it, and no, not Golf colours. I ought to know these things. Why do I not know these things? So this Lancia raced at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1983. Probably if we went long enough into Wikipedia, we could find out at what time it retired. Obviously, slightly reticent to say in which position it finished, because you're never quite sure, really, are you? But pre-accident, Sandro Nannini, who then, 83, would he have been a Minardi Formula 3 driver, Formula 1 driver by that stage? Too early for Benetton for Nannini. Again, dragging into my dim and distant past here. This is where I need Stuart Dent. Checkered flag is out. Andy Soucek with an improved lap. Very little on traffic. Great opportunity to give the Lancia its head. 156.3. Not enough for pole, but it's enough for the outside of the front row of the grid. There you go. It was worth going back out for Andy Soucek. Those 5 minutes have confirmed his position on the outside front row of the grid. So Sandro Nannini would still have been in Formula 2, I guess, in 1983. Again, Lancia had this habit of picking up young drivers and kind of nurturing their careers. They had a good talent pool. This car, the previous Spice you were just looking at, the Denon Spice, Spice SE92 with the Buick engine, GTP car, so it raced in the Camel IMSA series, Camel IMSA GTP, and this car with Stefan Johansson at the wheel, coming down into the Vale to take the checkered flag. Is he going to find more here? No, not as good a lap as he had previously. So, a class winner here at the Silverstone 1,000 kilometres, which was the Group C successor to the Silverstone 6 hours. Silverstone being a part of the World Endurance Championship Canada for many, many years. By the way, if you are an endurance racing fan, the European Le Mans Series returns to Silverstone, bringing top flight international sports car racing back next month. And the hope is that the World Endurance Championship might follow as well. So if you want to see hypercars on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, go online, get tickets for ELMS, because if the response is strong, that might be enough to try and persuade WC to return to Silverstone. Well, let's have a look at the Group C results. Alain Kaff's early lap was unbeatable, so it will be the Spice that starts on pole. Andy Soucek putting the Lancia second. Xavier Michelin third in the Nissan. Stuart Hall fourth in the March BMW. Then Fabian Magnussen's Tiger Group C2 car is the best C2 car in fifth, ahead of the similar car, or the C2 class car of Stefan Johansson in sixth position. Dave Caracas with the Harrier, didn't see much of that in seventh place. So Group C, one of the touchstone eras of sports car racing in the post-war era. And a clash of the titans for many years, with Porsche the dominant force, not just with the factory team with so many customer cars, but the likes of Toyota and Nissan particularly came to challenge them. And in Group C2, lots of small manufacturers held sway. Tiger and Spice, both built in the UK, both teams created specifically to run in Group C2 and very successfully. And of course, against the might of Porsche, Lancia coming through. Andy Soucek taking the second fastest time, but Michel Campagne and Allard Kauf fastest of all. Cars waiting to come out for our next group, the Sports Cars Legends. Let's catch up with Ed Foster.
Alex, you've won this before. What can we expect today?
You can expect a lot of noise, firstly. This is a great grid. Loads of these T70 V8s in it, big capacity V8, but of course the year of this grid has moved forward a little bit. So now we're surrounded by these very unwelcome, bewinged Lolas and Chevrons that are really, really quick through the fast corners here. So it's become altogether more competitive for a car like this.
Now look, to a layman like me, I always think these T70s look a bit scary. But anyone who's driven them says they're actually really nice.
They're really docile. I mean, it takes one look at the rear tyres of the thing to understand which end's going to slide first. Massive great rear tyres on it. The difficulty is actually to get them to turn. So you've got to have them a little bit on the nose in terms of setup. And it's a lovely tractable engine. It's like an LMP2 car with 4 punctures, basically. That's just set up not particularly well. But realistically, it goes where you point it.
Now, look, you're a busy guy this weekend, but surely the T70 is a highlight.
Always is a highlight. I look forward to this race all year. This is one of the best races for classic cars anywhere in the world.
Alex, I can't put it better than that. Enjoy.
Thanks very much.
Commentator, racing driver turns commentator, becomes racing driver again, Alex Brundle. So cars heading out at the moment, and we'll catch up with some of those and the programme changes as well. By the way, look in your race car. This will be race 20, the final race of the meeting on Sunday evening. So the Masters Sports Car Legends will bring you up to date, but the action can be found on page 36 and 37 of your race card as the Masters Sports Car Legends head out for qualifying. A mouth-watering selection of very late 60s and 70s sports racers. So cars out on track. Okay, so we're going to build up speed. The time period, the time frame for the Sports Car Legends is actually 62 to 76, a 14-year period. And just a quick squeeze down the order shows me that nothing from 1962 is coming out. The oldest car that I can see, actually, 1965. We'll talk about that car in a moment. So, pens poised. Right, let's take a look at the runners and riders. First of all, car number 19, Mark Richardson's Lola T290, is now car number 29. Don't ask. In car number 21, Robert Palmer is joined by Martin O'Connell in the Acela PA5. And moving on down the order, car number 65, Diogo Ferrao, who's got a fearsome history in these cars, in his Ford GT40, joined by Martin Stretton. There is no longer a car number 75, so I'm afraid Elliot Patterson's Ginetta has not shown up. And those are, as far as I'm aware, the changes. Now, the timing screen may inform us of more, but currently, those are the cars. So, heading out on track, let's try and pick out some. Well, 27, the green Lola T70, Dame DeSantis and David Hinton. That car dates back to 1969, and the Lola T70, one of the most successful customer sports racers from Huntingdon. We've got a combination of cars like that with the big block Chevy V8 back. And the 2-litre sports cars, this is Graham Edelman and Andy Willis's Chevron B19. Again, Derek Bennett's Chevron company, so successful through the 70s with some very pretty sports cars. Show me an ugly Chevron and I'll show you a car that's not a Chevron. They're always very handsome, not always the biggest engine cars, but again, as we've seen so many times in the sports car legends, you've got the big bangers like these Lola T70s and the Ford GT40 and so on, but as so often is the case, the lighter, nimbler, less powerful cars, even on the fast open sweeps of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, often have plenty to say. Car number 89 we're looking at here, that's Andrew and Max Banks. That's a McLaren M6B. That car dates back to 1968, so legacy of the McLaren M1A, which is the car that Bruce McLaren was testing when he was killed at Goodwood. The M1 was the original Can-Am car for McLaren, where McLaren went on to clean up for a number of seasons, basically until the arrival of the Porsche 917. Christian Pittard sharing with Darren Burke car number 51, and that car is another Chevron B26, a little bit more angular, as you can see. The Giorgio Giugiaro lines of the 1970s very much at home there. Just going by the GT40, that's the Diego Ferrar Martin Stretton car. He died in the M8, Bruce McLaren, yes indeed, sorry, not the M1. Currently fastest, in fact the only car to have set a lap time, so no longer currently fastest. Currently fastest is car number 23, and that is the white Lola T70 with the green stripe down the centre, and that's driven by Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. 5 different, beg your pardon, 7 different classes here, of course there are. There you go, there is 23, that's your fastest car. So Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle sharing that Lola T70. So that's the Mark 3B. The T70 was initially the T70 Spider. Normally, you start with a coupe and then people cut the roof off and it becomes a Spider. But in fact, the T70 is the opposite of that. It became a closed coupe based on what was a very successful Can-Am car, particularly in the hands of Team Surtees, John Surtees, very successful in Can-Am. And then they went on to build the closed sports racer for Group 5 racing. And it is Alex Brundle at the wheel at the moment. And that familiar white helmet with the red and blue stripes. Same livery as his dad used. Now here's a car that was very potent in period as well, 117. James Claridge and Gonzalo Gomez are driving the Ultramar Lola, but this car has a rich history as well. And let me bear with, caller, driven in period by Guy Edwards, Chris Craft and Ray Mallock, who is racing here this weekend, of course, in Formula Junior in Mallock U2. So in period livery, and again, another of the 2-seat sports, 2-litre sports cars, which were so effective, particularly on the tighter European circuits, when they went to non-Grand Prix circuits, at humbling the big banger sports cars.
And 9 of those built in between 76 and 77. And the development of the earlier 294, but as you say, a very, very successful car. And the European sports 2-litre sports car championship was absolutely on fire then, and it was basically Lola versus Chevron. Other cars, of course, took part, but it was a tremendous series that worked its way around Europe, and drivers loaded up the cars and went on to the next race. Great series. And a couple of cars here, my personal favourite, the Chevron B8, 2 of those there. That might be a B6 just in front there. They look the same externally, but an earlier car from Derek Bennett, the Chevron, and wherever you stand or look on at the screen at this, whichever angle you look at it from, it just looks right.
Yeah.
Lovely car.
Great livery as well on Joel Hopwood's car. I don't remember having seen that before, but very distinctive look to it. And that yellow noseband and the yellow on the cam tail panel, that's a really interesting livery. I don't know if that's a livery that he's chosen or whether it raced in those colours in period. Right in front of him is Tom Neate and Derek Mooney's B8. So that car dates back to 1968.
And that's shown as blue, but it's red, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not the bluest blue I've ever seen. So
I've seen bluer blues.
So that's car number 149. We will change that from blue to red. Obviously, feel free not to abuse your race card. Or if you're David Addison, fill in everything and zip your anorak up a little tighter. So 149, yeah, Tom Neate and Derek Mooney. Neat by name, neat by nature, and whistling through comes 51, and that is Christian Pittard and or Darren Burke, not sure which, in another Chevron, the Chevron B26.
Christian Pittard, another driver who has come out of Caterham's. And there's an exhaust silencer and pipe falling off one of the cars. Didn't see which one it was.
Now that's unfortunate because that is the entire exhaust system, and there is a red flag. So it's not showing on screen, but it is on the timing screens. Red flags are out. And that might just be because the exhaust system, that is very, very fast red flagging, because the red flags came out as it was bouncing along into the gravel trap. Essentially, the four-cylinder engine will have a 4-into-2-into-1 exhaust. Okay, that looks like a little bit more of the reason, yes. Keith Martin's Dulon. So Dulon with a Porsche motor. The LD11P, and that seems to be in a little bit more trouble. And that's rather more smoke than you want to see coming off. Is that coming off the front wheel? Is that literally the brake burning? It seems a long way forward for it to be coming off anything else.
I wonder if the brakes were binding on. Yes, and he's got that far from the pits.
Well, he might well have done. He might well have done a number of laps actually, and just not quite being sure why he's not getting the speed. Just second left with DHD on his back. That is David Hart. So it is Olivier Hart out in their car at the moment, and that is currently third fastest, car number 34, and that is their Lola T70 Mark III. Yeah,
that is front wheel, isn't it?
That is not a happy brake, is it?
Brake or...
I think that's what it is. I mean, it's basically either it's got an enormous lump of rubber in there which is burning off on the disc and he stopped for other reasons, and that's entirely possible, or that was not a happy caliper and it is just locked on. Now, what 2-litre Porsche engine will he have? Would that be a 2-litre flat 6 Porsche? It says it's a 2-litre engine. It's a Dulon Porsche, so I know very little about that, I'm afraid, other than it stopped and it's yellow and green, and Keith Martin is abandoning ship. Now, who do we think? Which of the chevrons do we think that came off? Anybody standing? Yes, I bet that's hot. That's why marshals wear gloves, everybody, and boots, and fireproof overalls. I bet that is hot indeed. But well rescued, thank you, sir. Toasty hands. Now, coming towards us, 21, just saw a quick shot of the Robert Parker and Martin O'Connell car. And he talked about Chevron versus Lola being very much that 2-litre sports car kind of battle. But also, there were European brands, and particularly Acela. Acela were very big in the 2-litre category, very big in European hill climbing as well, which, again, during the 70s was a big thing. Not as big as in Great Britain, but what a pretty little thing. And look at that. I mean, what a distinctive air intake as well. It's almost like it's got a sort of torpedo on the top or some big modern arty speaker on the top. Alongside it, obviously, is the slightly more prosaic shape of the onboard camera. but are fabulous. And in fact, some of the Ocellas had really big snorkel air intakes and stuff. They're very distinctive little cars. And you can see also that some thought has been given after driver feedback to the fact that with that high prow around the front of the cockpit, which is great for aerodynamics, but rubbish for being able to see where your left front wheel is. Very much like the Tyrrell P34, they have cut a hole in the bodywork and infilled it with a Perspex window, so you can in fact see where your left front corner is and place it more accurately, because of course drivers have eyeballs and not radar. So again, something I've not noticed on the car before when it's been moving, but a great little design detail there. So that's Robert Parker at the wheel. And Martin O'Connell will share it with him. The little bits and pieces that are on the side of the car, by the way, I'm not sure if that's a V-Box data downloader or whether that is a battery preserver. Studebaker Hawk moving through shot, again not necessarily coming out in this session but getting ready to go out in another one. These cars are jumbled in, so many different cars into each of the garages, often because teams are running a number of different cars in different categories. Looks like both brakes are having a problem. Is that does really look like he's had an issue in the braking circuit, in fact, because the left front brake is smoking almost as badly as the right front brake. 210, this is Ingo Stoltz and Thomas Matzelberger's Lola T210. We'll get back to the action when we get ready to go green flag again here at Silverstone. It's 5 o'clock, but here's a word from our friends.
I'm in the fan zone right now, and I've just stopped off at the Race Against Dementia stand to find out a bit more about what they're doing here. Hannah, can you fill us in?
Absolutely. So Race Against Dementia is the charity partner of the Silverstone Festival this year. Super exciting. We are a charity founded by a motorsport legend, Sir Jackie Stewart OBE, who won the Formula One World Championship 3 times back in the 60s and 70s. So he set the charity up after his wife Helen was diagnosed with dementia, and he was so frustrated that there was nothing he could do for her. He's used to motorsport where you find solutions really fast and you work together to fix problems, and there was nothing he could do in dementia. So he set up the charity, and we combine all of that good stuff from Formula One and motorsport, the technology, the innovation, the speed, the teamwork, with medical research, so trying to speed up that search for a cure for dementia.
Having Sir Jackie Stewart OBE as the front man for this, have you found that it's brought in a lot of interest and people want to find out more?
So much interest, and he's an incredible ambassador for the charity. He speaks so passionately about it. Helen was by his side for pretty much every mile that he raced in his Formula One career, which is astonishing. And he speaks so well about it, and he just is behind us every step of the way. He would have loved to have been here this weekend, but sadly couldn't make it.
What an ambassador to have.
Incredible, as they say, and like everyone knows him and everyone is such a fan. He's so famous now, even still, for his tartan, and such a character on the grid. So yeah, he's an incredible ambassador, and you will always see him wearing one of our rad pin badges. So keep an eye out for that next time you see him on the telly.
Love that, and I love that you mentioned his tartan. As a Scot, I actually saw him walking around at the last F1 in his tartan outfit, and he is just an adorable man.
He absolutely is, and we've got all his racing helmets that are tartan as well.
Amazing. So if people want to get involved, they just swing by the stand?
That's right, please come along and donate to us here.
Fabulous, thanks so much.
Red flags currently out with 21 minutes remaining of the Sports Car Legends qualifying still to go. A little bit more track action coming up after this. We've already seen some of the transatlantic touring cars repositioning themselves. They should be coming out probably in about half an hour. Then the Pre-66 Grand Prix cars and the International Trophy Classic GT cars. Again, more Pre-66 action. So we're turning back the time to the swinging 60s when we get to the end of this 1970s Sports Car Legends qualifying session, and the track should go quiet at about 7 7 p.m. Now, don't forget, at about that time, and probably hopefully not trying to vie with the 66 cars for audience attention, will be Andrew Cushin. He comes on at 6:45, and Natasha Bedingfield will be on stage at 8. And again, it's turning into really quite a lovely August evening and a brilliant time to see these cars. Cars representing every one of our 34 world champions in the 75 years of the Formula One World Championship. Among them, of course, British drivers like Jenson Button, like Sir Lewis Hamilton, like Nigel Mansell, and so many others. And you can see all of those cars sitting in their glory down behind the wing in the main Formula One paddock. Again, entry is free to all areas around the weekend. Once you've got in the door, you can go anywhere you like here, obviously within safety reason, but no extra cost for seats in grandstands if you wish to take one, or for paddock access. And again, as long as you're not treading on stuff and getting in the way when they're in a hurry, these teams will tell you chapter and verse about these cars. Here's the pretty little Acela, car number 21. Great looking little 2-litre sports car. So many neat little design touches on it.
It's built in Turin, in Italy, the Acela, by Enzo Acela, and it's still very prevalent in European hill climbing, which is nothing like the 1,000 yards up Shelsley Walsh or 1,300 yards or so up Prescott. It's some of them are 11, 12 miles up public roads.
Yes.
And the Acela still appearing in those very, very quick competitions.
Yeah, if you want to see what they're like, Google or go to YouTube and look for GP2 car hill climb. It's brutally terrifying. It's sort of almost like a lap of the mountain course of the Isle of Man. Not quite that long, obviously, but it's an astonishing thing, and it happens all the time. It's not just a one-off. Remarkable. Okay, so everybody filing back out, or speeding back out on track. Didn't really kind of find an answer to our question of who is the biggest dog in the pack, or who is the fastest dog in the pack. Currently fastest of all, look out for them as they head out car number 51, and that is Christian Piddard and Darren Burke's Chevron B26. That's a white car. There it is.
That is the
razor edges.
The Hart engine in that car, the 2-litre Hart, 4-cylinder engine for the 2-litre sports car series.
So the Hart 420R, there's
That's
a lot
exactly
of them
right.
in 420, 4-cylinder, 2-litre R for racing. The 420R also very popular in the Formula 2 fraternity, those 2-litre engines. It's sort of not a derivative of, but a real rival to the BMW engines, the Heidegger BMWs that were used in period.
Brian Hart also built engines for Formula One as well, but I guess perennially under-financed.
And I was going to say, Enzo Acela also built cars. He took his team into Formula One as well. In the early 1980s, early to mid 1980s, Acelas were on the grid, particularly distinctive in the denim aftershave colours, multicoloured blue denim Acelas. Again, a brief flirtation with Formula One in what was still very much the Garage East era. They were Cosworth engine cars as well. But I think we've seen a couple here at the festival over the years. There were none in the Cosworth era F1 here, but today Alistair McKay just slipping through shot, pan to the left a little, just ahead of this group, car number 5, the Lola de Cadenet. So the late Alan de Cadenet started off with a customer Lola and then had it redesigned. Remind me by whom? My brain is going to say Gordon Murray, and I'm not quite sure that that's correct, but I can't remember. Little spin for the Jim Norman and Catesby Jones Lola T70. Again, that's a car that raced in the US in period.
And that car was more familiarly to us in the UK, raced by Leo Voyazides and Simon Hadfield for many, many years. I think Leo has sold his collection now. and that one is back in the UK scene. But the very distinctive, as you say, the bodywork on the De Cadenet, and Alain De Cadenet raced at Le Mans for many, many years, didn't he? He was a real enthusiast, and one-off cars. The Duckham Special was another one of his.
Yep.
And, some of them got made into special saloon cars and then reconverted back into their original, because they're worth far more money as they were originally.
Yeah, so originally based on, again, a Lola chassis, but I don't think it was a Lola sports car chassis. I think, am I right in misremembering that this was a Lola single-seater chassis that De Cadenet converted for Le Mans and for sports car racing? Arch enthusiast anyway. Oh, lots of smoke now. Was that just a lock-up or a very smoky overrun? That looks like a very smoky overrun. Alistair McCaig, son of Hugh McCaig. Hugh McCaig, the man behind Écurie Écosse as the racing team. The McCaig family still very much involved with Écurie Écosse, because basically it's their concept. 77 we're looking at here, another lowly T70. This is Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen in the dark blue. It says light blue. That is not light blue under anybody's description of light. That's the dark blue car. 34, the green Lola T70, David and Olivier Hart. Now, in contrast to their 250 short wheelbase, this is a car that is wearing its heritage proudly. A few stone chips around the nose, and that certainly has got a little bit of patina around it, whereas the Ferrari looks like it could have rolled off the production line. In fact, it doesn't look like it could have rolled off the production line in Maranello and just been time travelled here, because it's probably in far better condition paint-wise and everything else than it might have been originally. Olivier Hart ignoring the track there and just shortcutting it for a moment or two. You found more. Why don't you read it out, because my eyes can't see it.
I was just looking at that, the De Cadenet, while we were talking about it, and did you say Gordon Murray?
Yeah.
You've got a good memory. Gordon Murray was involved with Len Bailey in the
see, Len Bailey would have been chief
car.
designer at Lola at that stage, so I think... am I right in thinking that it was a single-seater car that was then converted to become a sports racer? Like
it's talking about it being a T380, which...
So that would have been a 5,000 car yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to now Google Lola T380. Again, Sam Smith knows nothing about this. He'll claim that he wasn't even a schoolboy in short trousers, which would be a flagrant lie. So either that or the other De Cadenet, which was the De Cadenet, I think. Again, I'm clutching at straws here in a dim and distant memory, half read and half remembered. Ward and Magnussen heading into the pit lane.
That's a strong pairing, isn't it? Chris Ward, a very, very quick driver indeed. We know of Jan Magnussen.
I think that is Jan at the wheel. I may be wrong. We'll see if we pick that up. And they are currently in 5th place. Max and Andrew Banks in 6th place. Alistair McCaig in 7th position. But ahead of them, the Harts. And that was Olivier Hart, definitely rallycrossing the car a moment or two ago. Now this could be an interesting little car, the Team Gunston Lola, again a car with lots of history. Gary first knows this car inside out, raced in period in 1971. It's a Lola T212, and look at the way that the Lola grew and changed over the years, because behind it, oh, that's a Chevron, that's the Chevron, of course, not a later Lola, that's the Chevron, so a very different looking car. But again, for Derek Bennett, a very non-rounded Chevron. He seemed to be a man who had a set of French curves, but not a ruler in his possession, Derek Bennett.
But the development of the 2-litre sports cars from the earlier car, the 131 Team Gunston car, no major aerodynamic wing at the back, and probably on the straights quicker than the later cars with the big wings, because although they've got more grip, they slow the car down on the straights. And I think the earlier cars generally are prettier.
Yep.
the T212 that you were talking about, the Team Gunston car there. Gunston is a South African cigarette brand which sponsored that team, and that car using the Cosworth FVC engine.
McLaren M6 here of Max and Andrew Banks, and again that is one of their Can-Am cars, and it was this, not that particular chassis, but that brand of McLaren that Bruce McLaren converted, or started converting, into a potential road car, the M6 GT. Claridge and Gomez coming to a halt. I think that's Gonzalo Gomez, isn't it?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Claridge was in the car and I think had that spin earlier on. And that was a race-leading car last year. It's certainly very effective.
And the Ultramar Lola, Guy Edwards would have been responsible for bringing in all of the sponsorship, won't he? Because that's, apart from having a great deal of fun with his racing career, that's kind of what he did. That Ultramar Lola, Guy Edwards, Ray Mallett driving it in period as well, along with Chris Craft. Chris Craft, who along with Ian Harrower went on to create ADA. Various different engineering concepts they came up with, but perhaps the most famous, infamous, might be the TR7 V8 twin turbo that they built for Le Mans. Ian Harrower then went on to be, was a very good engineer, but then also went on to be a very good engineer, team manager, driver coach as well. Spent a lot of his last years with Franz Conrad's Porsche team, engineering a lot of success for them. Second red flag of the session, 11 minutes remaining, so again, unfortunately, the Ultramar Lola is just in a really awkward position, and as he appears to have no fire in the hold, Gonzalo Gomez is sort of looking around in the cockpit. That's, I think, possibly more to see in the left mirror if he can see what's coming up behind him, but I don't think the car looks like it's going to move of its own accord, and as you can see, it is way out there in the brown stuff, which, if we hadn't had 2 weeks where the temperature in the 30s, would be the green stuff. Another of the T70s, and that is the Warden Magnussen car. Had just left the pits and now heads back in again. So looking for a signal there for the marshals. What is the number of the car behind? 31, the white and blue car. Dean DeSantis and Josh Tuggle. Another Lola T297. So the T70 Mark 3B is what I always think of as the Lola T70, the closed coupe. Lola T297. Just following on behind. Again, we've gone from the big banger Group 5 sports car to the 2-litre car right behind it.
That's the battle at the front of the timing screens at the moment. We've got the slightly later, nimble 2-litre cars up against the slightly earlier but much more powerful T70s of Pearson Brundle and Hart and Hart, Ward and Magnussen, all in the T70s, Banks and Banks in the McLaren, open McLaren.
Yep.
But in there, Pittard and Burke in the later B26 Chevron from the mid-70s, and Claridge and Gomez once again setting a great time, but unfortunately, as we can see on our screens, not running at the moment, so probably engine failure on that one.
Yeah,
for 117.
Yeah, it might well be that he's just, that the gear selector rod has come undone or something, and he's got a box full of neutrals, so can't select any gears. It didn't look like it was smoky, didn't look like it had left oil, but who knows. Again, hopefully that will be, because that should be absolutely in the mix right at the front of the field.
Yeah.
Very much so. Now, talk about class structure for a moment or two. We've got half a dozen, 7 classes in fact here, and they're named after drivers of a certain era. So the oldest of which is named after Formula 1 world champion and sports car racer Denny Hulme. For pre-1967 2-seater racing and GT cars, we've got a couple of those. Car number 96, the McLaren M1B of John Spears and Nigel Greensell. Not sure that we saw that out. Steve Seaman and Andrew Newell's Lola T70 Mark II Spider. Again, that is one of those Can-Am cars, and those cars date back to the mid-60s. Green flag again. And so we've got a couple of cars in the home category. Bonnier, named after Joe Bonnier, the Swiss ace, two-seater sports racing cars under 2 litres from 66 to 69. Rodriguez, named after, well, take your pick, Pedro Rodriguez, more likely, two-seater sports racing cars over 2 litres from 67 to 71. Marco, named after Helmut Marko, yes, that Helmut Marko, same man. Two-seater sports racers under 2 litres from 70 to 71. Rolf Stommen gives his name to the open two-seater cars under 2 litres from 72 to 76. Alain de Cadenet, two-seater racing cars with a DFV engine or engine of 3 litres maximum from 72 to 75. And Pescarolo, competition GTs over 2 litres prior to December 1976. So Henri Pescarolo, Alain de Cadenet, Rolf Stommen, Helmut Marko, Pedro Rodriguez, Joe Bonnier and Denny Hulme, remembered in the class nomenclature for the Master Sports Car Legends. Bonnier Swedish, what did I say? Swiss, did I? It's a swerve.
You were thinking of the cake.
It's late in the day. I don't know what I was thinking of. Again, a number of cars, a number of drivers, a number of histories to think of that are going to get mangled. Anybody who knows me knows that my brain does not work in a linear manner. Very few of the neurons are actually connected to any of the others. 65, Jaguar Ferrero Martin Stretton in the invitation class. Named after John Invitation, of course.
Was he Swiss or Swedish?
Your invitation, it would have been the Swede. So they're in the invitation class in their Lola GT40. Well, sort of yes. Was it the Lola Mark 6 that became the GT40? It was, wasn't it?
Mark 6, yep.
Yep. The original GT40. So this is it Mark 3 or Mark 1? Anyway, GT40. Again, I shouldn't be as hazy as I am with GT40s, but I am quite hazy with GT40s.
Well, this is the earlier style of car, which won at Le Mans.
Yeah, but was that the Mark 3? Was it Mark 5 was the later one? I can't remember.
The Mark II won in year 2, which
there
was 67. But 66, 68 and 69, it was the earlier shape, the 4.7 litre, not the 7 litre car, which famously Jackie Ickx and Jackie Oliver took to the win in 69, with Jackie Ickx protesting the dangerous start procedure of running across the track by walking across the track. And it was a very close finish, wasn't it, that year? So it could have lost them the race.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yes, because it was the closest active finish. It's 120 yards between Jackie Ickx at the line and Hans Hermann in the Porsche chasing him down in the final minutes. This year's finish at Le Mans, 14 seconds between the winning Ferrari and the second place Porsche, but it was tighter than that in 1969. And again, you sort of see the footage, and Jackie Ickx looks so without a care in the world. You talk to him now and he goes, I was absolutely terrified I was going to get hit by something, but somebody needed to make a statement. And again, talking to him, I read a little interview with Jackie Oliver just a couple of days ago saying that he really didn't like racing with Jackie Ickx at all. But it was quite a successful pairing, and that must be quite frustrating for a driver. Not really sure I get on with my co-driver at all, but we do seem to be winning things. That's
Stephen Nuttall on screen in the Chevron B8 number 46 there we're looking at on our screens, and Stephen Nuttall is another driver who's come out of Caterhams. There's obviously a drift from Caterhams to historic racing, but he's driving the beautiful Chevron B8.
Well, you drift both, so there's that.
Yes, that's true.
88 Kevin Cook, March 7.5S. So again, March is Lemenkacher, a 7.42, a 1974 Formula 2 car, 7.5S, a 1975 sports racer. You know, I mean, it's a very helpful way of going around things. I used to always like the Van Diemen as well. What's an RF84? It's a 1984 Formula Ford car. Thank you very much.
Well, the March from 1975 with the range of engines, as always with customer cars. Somebody comes along and says, I want to put my BMW 2-litre engine. Yes, sir, of course. So this was fitted with a range of the Cosworth BDG engine, the Hart, the BMW engine. And here at Silverstone in April 1975, so the car was very much new then, John Lepp took it to the win in the Daily Express Trophy. John Lepp, the jeweller, who was a very successful racer over the years in chevrons, but on that occasion he was in the March.
63 on screen, and this is John Barber's Lola T296, so one of the earlier 2-litre cars. This is 1973. Again, it's got that long, extended out the back rear wing, so to try and get some clear airflow. More for balance than effects, you think. Look at it, you could eat your tea off that without spilling any, couldn't you?
It's not pretty, is it?
Well,
not as pretty as the earlier cars.
No, it's not ugly, but on the other hand, again, the wing is more for sort of trim than anything else, isn't it? It doesn't look like it's generating an awful lot of downforce, but then there's precious little coming from the wedge nose at the front, so there's not much to trim it out with. I think probably a more modern addition is that splitter at the front, so to try and dial out some of the understeer. Pretty looking little thing though. John Barber, where is that currently? 63, 22nd place. So he is 6th in a Stomlin class. And first in a Stomlin class is car number 51, Pittard and Burke, in that Chevron B26, the white car that's very angular with a sort of square red tape around the headlights. 77, currently 5th fastest and 3rd in the Rodriguez class. And this is the Ward and Magnussen car. And I think that might be, judging by the way the car is being pushed to go possibly a little faster than it might otherwise have felt comfortable with, I would suggest that might be Jan Magnussen at the wheel.
That's the earlier Lola you mentioned earlier. It started off as a Spider. Well, that's the Spider, number 70, which is the car driven by Steve Seaman and Andy Newell.
And it looks so small and dainty. I mean, I know that the T70 is not an ugly bruiser, but it is a bit of a bruiser. And this has got a similar power plant and yet looks quite dainty almost. Oh, there's the Acela. That's bad news. Parker O'Connell car, currently 10th fastest, moving off track, 3 minutes to go. Now again, I would think most directors, race directors, will probably leave that without worrying overly about a yellow flag.
Looks like it's pulled off the direct line for the racing line. So
quite a long way off, and on the left where cars are running out wide to the right, so yeah, it's in a safer place. 23, Pearson and Brundle.
Two of our quickest T70 Mark III Bs out there. Red flag has been thrown, so they're flowing. Okay. But those two cars, I think we're going to see them quite close together in the race.
Well, that would have been a good lap for, I think that's Gary Pearson, surely. Well, Alex Brundle was in it early, maybe. Actually, look at the helmet, it's Brundle, so maybe is Gary Pearson going to drive it at all? Unless Gary was in after the first red flag and Alex got in after the second red flag for a bit of a last hurrah. And I think that will be the end of this session. We are just we're 3 minutes away from when we should be sending cars out for the next one, so I sort of think that'll be the end of that a little bit. Don't want to run very late because the end of track action is not the end of things happening here at Silverstone. There's that pale green Lola T70 at number 27, Dame DeSantis and David Hinton's car. Again, really unusual colour. And I like that. It makes things easy to spot. 16th fastest, but again, it's I do think that the T70 in this form, the 3B, is a very handsome sports racer.
I think as a schoolboy or a schoolgirl, if you're a racing fan and you were scribbling on the back of your exercise book and you drew a racing car, that's what you draw, isn't it? It's just, again, it's like the Chevron B8, it just looks right.
I've also never seen one with a helmet bulge before. It's a gurney helmet bump, isn't it? I've never seen one in a T70 before, so I don't know whether that in period was driven by somebody unfeasibly tall or is currently being driven by somebody unfeasibly tall, but I don't think I've ever seen a helmet bulge before in a T70. In other cars, yes, but not in a T70. It always seems to me they're sort of roomy enough, but then I've not sat in one, so maybe not.
The session will not be resumed.
Will not, no. Okay. Oh yes, I see that on the timing screen now in letters I don't need a scanning electron microscope to see. And so that means that fastest of all is the Pittard and Burke Chevron B26. One of our most recent cars, actually. That's a 1974 car. So leading the 2-litre category. And that means that Pearson and Brundle's late charge to try and snaffle pole away didn't happen because the red flag, they are 1.7 seconds back on the outside of row 1. Of course, qualifying is one thing and racing is entirely another. And the Chevron is going to be muscled by a bunch of T70s because a load of T296 should be in there as well. Claridge and Gomez car, that's another 2-litre car, but there's a lot of big bangers behind them, including the Banks family's 6B McLaren, before you get to the third of the 2-litre cars. And it will be all the way through the field, this sort of David versus Goliath. The 2-litre sports cars, the open Lolas, the little Chevrons, the Lenham, versus the big banger cars that derived all from the Can-Am series, the McLarens and the Lolas. Great to see lots of young fans around the track enjoying cars possibly even that their parents have never seen before. That's one of the joys of the Silverstone Festival, not just cars that you sort of know what they are, but cars that you actually have to go and have a really good look at to find out what on earth was that and who on earth drove it once upon a time. Well, the familiar battle that we've seen over the number of years here at Silverstone of the 2-litre sports cars versus the big banger V8s. And despite the speed of the overall lap here at Silverstone, the little cars still have plenty to say for themselves. Nevertheless, the big block armada has looked strong. Will it be the Empire or the Rebels that hold out in this one? We're going to have to wait and find out. Well, let's catch up now with more from the collect area. Let's hear from Ed Foster.
Guy, I'm used to seeing you sharing with your father, but he's in another car. What's happened?
No, it's just we've got the two cars and we wanted to race them this weekend. I guess I've been greedy, taking the whole race to myself, but my dad's driving this weekend with Harry Reynolds, who's normally races in British F4. So yeah, it'll be fun to see him out on track, and hopefully I can beat him.
Now, I mean, there's some quite beefy stuff in this, so I guess you're racing in a Cortina class?
Yeah, it really is kind of, you want to be the first of the Cortinas. I try and take the fight to some of the Mustangs, but, they're obviously much quicker in a straight line. We tend to be better on the brakes in the corners, so if I could pick up a few Mustangs along the way, that would be great.
All right, Guy, well, enjoy it.
Thank you, thanks.
All right, Guy Smith racing with his dad in a pair of photo negative cars. There's Rob Huff, he'll be out in this one as well. The former World Touring Car Champion sharing the Mustang with Mark Matheson. Let's get down with Ed and see who he's caught up with now.
Justin, Oliver, I've just been chatting to Guy Smith, and he's in a different car to his father, which I would say is almost more high risk. Quite fun to share together.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. This is our second actual two-driver shared race. We did the Alton Park Gold Cup a few weeks ago, And Oliver's 16, he got his full licence in February, and he's already quicker than me, so devastating.
Now, Oliver, your father's very quick, but is he a good teacher as well?
Yeah, I mean, with the little experience in the historic cars, it's good to have him as a background to say, oh yeah, you need to change what you're doing there, and like habits from what I've raced before, he's like, don't do that, you'll destroy the car, it's wrong.
Over-rev.
But yeah, it's good fun, yeah.
Top tip, you should get him a weight belt to wear.
I know, well, the car's actually a little bit overweight compared to some of the other Cortinas, so we're going to be fighting a bit of an uphill battle, but we're very consistent, me and Oliver, and you know, we can always get the best out of the car, so we'll see how it goes.
Right, guys, enjoy it, I know you will.
Thank you very much.
If Oliver beats his dad, he's going to be grounded, isn't he? I mean, it's only fair, I think. 16 years old, is he the youngest driver in the field? I think he absolutely must be. More from the Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy with Ed Foster down in the collecting area.
Tom, as a professional racing driver, you've just been telling me that you've actually driven this car a lot. Surely that is a hugely unfair advantage.
I've also made a catastrophic error of telling you that, because as you know, all good racing drivers also need even better excuses. So although I've told you I've driven the car loads, this will be the first time I've driven the car.
So how do you expect it to be?
Well, I hope it's going to be lovely. No, so I raced at, we've done Goodwood members meeting, and a couple of other Masters races. It's a really, really good little car, actually. Alan Mann turned out a really, really good car. And Jack and Nick, who own it, also always put a good car together as well. So it's good fun. Jack's super quick, who I'm driving with. So it's nice. It's a really, really good, you know, we have good fun, we have a laugh, and it's, and currently the current fun is out of Silverstone. So what more of a Friday afternoon could we need?
Do you have to look after anything during a race with this, at a long distance race? The tyres, the brakes, are they all right?
You do have a bit of management, yeah. I mean, the brakes tend to be the biggest thing to try and manage on these. Tyres go off whatever you drive. It doesn't matter if you're in a Cortina, a Mustang, or whatever. The tyres go off anyway because of the amount of movement you get. Brakes do tend to be the biggest thing to sort of look after as well, especially with jumps on it, on the rear and things like that. So you do tend to get a little bit of, wear towards the end, which is something you have to be wary of. Around somewhere like here, it's not too hard on them, so you'll get a little bit of extra life. It's not like a Donington GP or a Brands Hatch where you're really heavily on them all the time. So there is a bit of a chance for them to breathe. So still something you have to manage, but should be a lot better than we've had previously.
It's usually a Falcon or a Mustang that wins this, so no excuses, be a champion.
I'll try our very best.
So Ed with Tom Ingram, one of the star drivers in the field, lots and lots of familiar names, and of course for fans of a certain era, lots and lots of familiar sights as well. And we're going to have here the David versus Goliath battling acts of the Minis and the Galaxies, and the Mustangs versus the Cortinas, and an absolute armada of Cortinas. We are turning now very quickly, before the time starts flooding in, to page 20 and 21 in your race cards, and we will go through very quickly. Add to car number 7, Mark Burnett's Mini Cooper S, Scott Kendall as a second driver. Move on down to car number 70. We heard from them a moment or two ago. Justin Law in his Lotus Cortina, joined by his 16-year-old son, Oliver Law, run by Don Law Racing, Justin's dad, Oliver's granddad. Car 101, Richard Walker in his black Lotus Cortina. Yes, black indeed, I know. Jack Walker-Tully has joined him. Little spin for 555. And that is Christopher Edmonds in his Morris Mini Cooper S. A lot of these cars with strange sort of almost mythical creature logos on. Those will have raced at Goodwood in the members meeting. Those are the house emblems from the Goodwood members meeting, so that's one of those. Carrying on very quickly, also just heard from, we've only had 24 cars leave the pit lane so far. That seems an awful lot shy of the number that we should have. Also just hearing as well from Tom Ingram. Now, he's not anywhere on our entry list. So we will wait and see where he appears. Meanwhile, let's do some object identification. Objects in the rear view mirrors may be larger than they appear. That's certainly the case with the Ford Falcon. Tom Sharp in car number 10. Now, the Falcon is the smaller of the two unibodied Fords, and behind, further back, you will see a Galaxy, and that is the bigger of the two. And the Ford Mustang going through as well. Red and gold just going through shot. That was one of the Alaman Racing liveried Mustangs. Again, Alaman Racing, we heard from Henry Mann earlier on, racing that Mark II Cortina. Andrew Haddon here in his dark blue Ford Mustang. And in fact, Henry is in here. One other change that I forgot to mention, car number 52, Lotus Cortina, 1964 white, that's all correct. Still driven by Henry Neal, no longer driven by Dad Matt. Matt Neal had a back injury a few days ago and is in no fit state to be climbing in and out of the wing-back chair in a Lotus Cortina, never mind pedalling it at speed. And I know that will be frustrating him enormously. Matt, get well soon, mate. 600. Sam Tordoff in the Ford Falcon Sprint. That ain't a Ford Falcon Sprint. Last year it was. That is a Ford Mustang. So we'll change that to Mustang. It's a healthy shade of... Are we going with vermilion? I'm going with vermilion on that. It's not red and gold. It's not an Alan Mann Racing liveried car. Oh, it is sort of red and gold, isn't it? That's not red though, is it? That's not crimson. That's vermilion.
It's a Porsche standard colour because the Tordoff family dealerships includes a Porsche dealership, and Sam rather likes that colour. The 600 comes from the business name JCT 600, which is his grandfather Jack Tordoff.
Yep.
And he runs all his cars in that shade of Porsche red.
And behind comes the Alaman livery car across the line, the Mustang. So who else should we pick out? Well, let's have a look at Top Gear presenter Chris Harris and Marino Franchitti. By the way, if you haven't yet seen Chris Harris's chat about the new Ford Mustang GTD with one Max Verstappen, you absolutely need to hunt that out on YouTube. That is well worth half an hour of your time. Really good stuff. Chris has this way, this disarming way of getting the very best out of people. In fact, he's, as I'm sure a lot of you know, working, almost finished working now, on a movie profile of Luca Montezemolo. He somehow has become very good friends with Luca Montezemolo. It's a really great story, but that's going to be interesting to see. Here is the Mustang. In fact, let's rename this in your program Ford Mustang. This is known as the Brustang because it's the Brundle Mustang. So Alex Brundle built this over a year or so, 2 years ago, with the help of the Pearson's engineering concern. So it's a purpose-built racer, and so built by Alex Brundle, raced by him here last year, I think with Gary Pearson, and now being driven by, well, in this current moment, the Saltar tells you it's being driven by Marino Franchitti, and he shares that car with Chris Harris. So the Mustang back out, and going quite nicely at the moment. Sam Tordoff fastest of all. 126 is the answer to our question. 126, no it's not. That's Colin Soter and Jake Hill. So have we yet seen...
Are you looking for Tom Ingram?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's
Ingram? He's not shown on anything, is he?
It's 119, I think, will be the car that he goes in.
We might have to get the truck to ask Ed.
As Ed was interviewing Tom Ingram by a car with Jack Ruddle's name on it.
get them to give him a shout. Well, let's find out. Anyway, Sam Tordoff, another fastest lap. No, not quite as fast. 2:26.7 compared to 2:26.5 of his best lap. He's 1.5 seconds ahead of the field. Second, by the way, is car number 16. That's a red and gold. That's the Alan Mann Racing liveried Ford Mustang, car number 16 of Matt Johnson and Robert Ross. Now, unlike the Escort that we saw earlier with a red bottom half and a sort of gold roof, basically, that is predominantly red with gold highlights, so a little bit less red and gold. There's Tordoff, the fastest man. 1:26 is Colin Soter and Jake Hill in the Ford Mustang, orange and black. And behind, there you go, there is the Alan Mann Racing car, right in the centre of the shot with a gold bumper and the gold roof. So not quite as, I suppose sideways on it, it's as gold as the Escort in its own way, but the familiar colours of Alan Mann Racing from Byfleet. So, as has been their custom, John Spears and Nigel Greensall sharing a car. They're sharing John's Ford Mustang, car number 179. Where is that at the moment? It's quite... not seeing that they've set... Oh yeah, they have. They're 16th fastest and in the pit lane at the moment. I should have looked at the timing screen rather than... timing screen on screen rather than the other timing screen. 119, there we go, that's Tom Ingram in that car. So that's the answer to that one. It has now, we'll change to your programme. Again, this is on your race card on page 20. Car 119, Jack Ruddle, and you can add Tom Ingram. Also GB. So Ford Mustang, it remains, and that's that. Very dark blue. Is that the car last night that we're going, oh, it's blue, it's purple, it's blue, it's purple, depending on how... Almost like it's a TVR paint, if you know what I mean.
Yes, depending on what angle you look at it, it's a different colour.
Very handsome colour. Really suits the Mustang. Yeah. Well, yeah, I like that a lot. Like that a lot. As a road car, that would be a great colour. As a racing car, it's a great colour, but as a road car, it would, yeah, absolutely be a great colour. So he heads into the pit lane, so I'm guessing to hand over to Tom Ingram. He's done his laps, 15 minutes remaining. And, yeah, timing and scoring need to catch up because car number 52 still showing Matt Neal at the wheel. He will not be at the wheel. 116 moves up to 4th fastest, Mark Matheson and Henry Mann. And... that is a white Ford Mustang. So Henry Mann and an Alan Mann Racing Mustang are in the same field, but not in the same car. 163 in the background there. Studebaker, see, I missed my mark there. I said it was a hawk when we saw it earlier on. It's a lark. Of course, how could I be so foolish? My 1963 Studebaker year model recognition is not what it needs to be. So there is the Stud Lark, Tristram Simpson and Vance Kearney. And yeah, Studebaker, not necessarily the raciest of manufacturers. That would be something normally for the retired couple.
Its mother loved it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't she?
Yeah.
It's not the most elegant of cars.
No, it was very much middle America retirement. If you couldn't afford a Caddy or something, or a DeSoto, then yeah, that's where you went. Meanwhile, Ford rivals from either side of the Atlantic, the Mustang and the Cortina go through. Second fastest still remains car number 16, and that is the Matt Johnson, Robert Ross Mustang. And Sir Chris Hoy sharing with Marco Attard, British GT race ace. In fact, both of them have raced. In fact, they've raced against each other in period in the British GT Championship.
They did.
Chris Hoy spent a year in British GT racing with Bob Neville's RJN team, and then went on to become LMP3 champion in the Michelin Le Mans Cup a couple of seasons later. Delighted to chat to him at Le Mans this year, and returning to racing and thoroughly enjoying himself, I'm sure.
A couple of those pesky minis following him down the Wellington Straight.
Yes, and they'll get an awful lot closer in the tight stuff and then disappear. Objects in your rear view mirror will become much smaller in a straight line. So car number 2, Marco Attard and Sir Chris Hoy in the 1965 Ford Falcon.
Marco Attard in the business of selling drinks on the Calais side of the channel.
Yeah, Calais Superstore.
Wines. Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
had it on the side of his British GT cars for a number of years, and yes, every time you come off the train, you see it there.
And
now
this
there's
is
a car. That's Guy Smith at speed. And his dad's car is the photo negative of that. So where Guy's car is white, apart from numbers, actually not apart from numbers, where Guy's car is white, his dad's car is blue. Where Guy's car is blue, the other way round.
That's Guy, blue car.
Yeah, so where Guy's car is white, his dad's is blue. So it's basically a white car with the blue stripes.
Sorry, I misinterpreted how you were saying it then.
Yeah, so they're the negative of each other.
Yeah, and Guy is 7th quickest overall, unsurprisingly fastest in the class. And the thing I find about Guy Smith is these cars are driven very sideways and they slide around a lot. But Guy Smith manages to get the car round in a faster time than anyone else, with very, very little sliding around. A little bit of understeer there as he turned into Luffield, a little bit of oversteer as he exits through into Woodcote.
Now, if we hold the shot on the straight, I'm not directing this, but I'm directing this. If we hold the head-on shot down from Copse, there we go. Hold that, let Guy go out of shot, and the next Cortina through, that's the 5th fastest car in class. That's Richard Dutton, the car that he shared for many years with his long-time friend Neil Brown. Neil Brown passed away early last year, and Richard still keeps his name on the car. So Richard Dutton, 5th fastest of the Cortinas. And
Woodcote Motorsports is Richard Dutton's business, run by his son Oliver now, but have brought through so many young drivers into top class open wheel racing.
And always white cars with red side pods. And that is very much the Fortec team colours. So great to see Richard Dutton still enjoying life and racing so much. And that car, 5th place in class, 16th overall. And behind him, car number 51. Which of the Chilts is in 51? That's Max Chilton. Is Tom in this as well? Did I misread that? I know they're racing each other in one of the races, and I thought Tom Chilton was in the touring cars. He might be in, or maybe it's in classic GTs later. I'm quite surprised that Tom Chilton, as a touring car exponent, is not doing a bit of classic touring car racing, to be honest, but there we go. And again, there's an unusual colour combination on the car.
And Max Chilton obviously likes driving sideways.
Cream and sort of very slightly milky coffee car, very, very milky coffee. So much milk you'd never call it a cup of tea if it was that colour. Okay, describe that colour.
What is it? It's too dark, too light for sage green, isn't it?
Isn't it?
It's green.
It is a sort of green and cream, yeah. It's a very Art Deco sort of colour scheme for a 1960s car. Anyway, lovely, very pretty indeed. And as you can see, Max is having a whale of a time trying to dial out the understeer. Speaking of which, here is the car that is in 4th place. Is that Henry at the wheel now? I'm not quite sure. 119.
No, that's
no, beg your pardon.
Tom and.
So is this Tom at the wheel?
The sort of the way it's being driven, you'd say it was Tom.
Yeah, lots of soaring at the wheel as well. Yes, it is Tom Ingram. Unless he's changed out of the overalls he was wearing when Ed was talking to him. So that is now 6th overall. So why are they not in the Cortina car? They are shown as they should be in THA. So that's the overall category. Cars over 2 litres. Don't think it should be, should it?
What, the
Cortina?
Falcon? No, it's Falcon.
Beg your Mustang. Beg your pardon. Yes, no, sorry, yes. Miles away. Now then, again, a man who's had quite a lot of success in Cortinas over the years, not just building them but racing them. Steve Soper. Now, at the moment, that car is in 25th place. So, car number 22. Now, I'm not sure if this is one that Superman built himself. Shares with Paul Smith. Again, nicely balanced. No understeer, just a tiniest smidge of oversteer. Now, what we don't see any longer is front wheels pawing the air on a Lotus Cortina, because they are much more firmly suspended these days, or firmly sprung rather than firmly suspended. Colin Chapman would have been very keen in period on soft rear springs and firm damping, and that gives you maximum compliance at the rear wheels. And again, in period, the tyres would have been rubbish compared to this. State of the art at the time, but absolutely rubbish compared to a modern racing tyres. They would have had far less grip. So you can now get away with more compliance because there is more mechanical grip.
If you want to see a picture of what Martin's talking about there, the front wheel waving in the air, just search for Jim Clark, Lotus Cortina, Brands Hatch.
Yeah.
And there's a picture of him coming out of Bottom Bend with, I mean, it must be a foot in the air, the inside wheel.
It's the archetype. There's another one actually, Steve Neal, Mini Brands Hatch.
Yes.
That is the archetypal tyre smoking, tyre shredding mini picture. Jim Clark in the Lotus Cortina is absolutely the benchmark Lotus Cortina picture, in the same way that Hans Stuck on the Nordschleifer, 2 foot in the air at Flansgarten is the de facto BMW picture. A very smoky Cortina in the background, very smoky Cortina in the background. Very pretty livery. We talked about this car yesterday. I said that's going to be really good because it's going to be so easy to spot, and indeed it is, but only because it's smoking a bit more than probably it ought to. Richard Walker and Jack Walker-Tully.
If anything, that smoke, it's you can see it coming out from under the engine, which may be putting some oil onto the track. So the marshals will have a probably pull him into the pits if he doesn't know himself, which I don't think he does.
Now, is that engine or is that diff? I think that is probably engine blowing oil, and it may well be just be blowing out of the breather, but either way, it's going somewhere. And following these guys, we're going to have pre-66 Grand Prix cars and pre-66 Classic GTs. So all of them for whom traction will be at a premium. Colin Soter and Jake Hill sharing the orange and black Ford Mustang. First time we've seen that.
And
well, some of the indicators work.
Tim Scott Andrews in the Falcon, just passing him into Stowe Corner. Interesting livery on that one, the light and dark blue looks good.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And I always find it fascinating to see the different liveries that get chosen. You know, a lot of Lotus Cortinas, of course, go with that Lotus stripe, and whether it's in white with green, which would have been traditional, or whatever combination, they use that Lotus stripe as the kind of signature shape of the car. But it's interesting that, some people use a sort of relatively period-relevant palette, and you would say definitely on the Falcon there, that's the sort of thing you might have seen in period. Might well have seen orange on a Mustang, but orange, it always in my head tends to be more of a 1970s colour than a 60s colour.
Oh, here's a Mustang trio.
Yeah.
The one at the back there, Tom Ingram, has caught the other two, which is passing the first of those now. Maybe get the second one going into Abbey. No, stays behind. The one ahead being driven by 168 Michael Russell, another of the Mustangs.
Twice about it, didn't he? Yeah, bright red Mustang.
Decided not to go on the brakes into Village.
Closing on the Cortina of David Tomlin right in front of them, the white car with the red roof. And not quite the Richard Dutton colours because it hasn't got the red side stripe. Tom Ingram is definitely angling for a way through here. Going to try and pick up a toe from the Mustang, show his nose early on the inside. There's a touring car driver. That's a pro driver at work. I'm going to show my nose early, even though it's not my corner yet. I'm going to let him know that I want to make it my corner. Of course, against another pro touring car driver who just leaned on him and said, "Shove off, mate." But this is slightly more gentlemanly. Is that Max Chilton just in front of him? That sort of very pale green and cream car, I think it is, isn't it? Ford, 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 Studebaker, of course. Now I'm trying to remember what offshoot of the big three Studebaker was, or an offshoot of which of the big three. In fact, it wasn't Studebaker, it was the Mustang at the back. Or whether Studebaker was an entirely independent firm. They had so many different Alice has gone for the Google. There's a Google race now. Ian's not bothering. He'll leave that one parked. In fact, that Cortina was David Tomlin's car. In fact, that's now orange and white, isn't it? It's not red and white. Past goes the Mustang. And that Mustang with the black bonnet, 116. So Mark Matheson and Henry Mann. And I think that's Mark Matheson at the wheel. Yeah, I think it is. And again, you see the Cortina, 1600cc twin cam versus 5.5 litre V8. The Matheson-driven Mustang just kicks up at heels and pulls away on the straight, but the Cortina keeps the speed in deeper towards the apex. And that's a real problem for the Cortinas, because they can carry more speed on corner entry because they're lighter and go in faster, but then they find this big lump of Mustang in the way that then just drives away from apex to exit. So Chris Harris now at the wheel of 43. Car that he shares with Marino Franchitti,
whose brother, Dario, is multiple Indy 500 winner and IndyCar champion as well, and is back in historic racing again, which is great to see. He had a big accident in IndyCar and was told to stop racing due to damage to his neck, but with modern medicine he's able now to race again, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, and he's absolutely thrilled about it as well. He's loving every minute of it. He's absolutely born about it. And again, I don't know if many of you watched the Late Break Show, Johnny Smith's YouTube program. Really nice chat he had with Dario about his car collection and why he owns what he owns. And if you don't know much about Dario, other than you've sort of vaguely heard his name, or you might have heard him doing commentary on Formula E and so on, go and search it out. The Late Break Show. Johnny Smith is the host. He comes up with all sorts of different barn finds and so on, but a really good chat with Dario, going around his garage with the various different cars that have been important to him, that he still has, and why. And through much of it comes passion for cars, but also the recklessness of youth. Or the fecklessness of youth, almost. You know, the way that a recurring theme is, and then I get my big first paycheck from, and here's what I bought with it. To which almost inevitably you imagine the shaking of the fatherly head when they found out what on earth he'd done. So who spun? Was that a Mini spinning on the right-hand side there in front of the two Mustangs? Somebody definitely had a very... Yeah, it was a Mini spinning.
Irishman. Fadden.
I haven't spun my Mini there. That's all I can tell you. Very nearly did. Copse is flat in a 1 litre Mini, but not comfortable and not fast, because you run over the curbs, which aren't comfortable, then you put 2 wheels in the gravel that spits you back literally to the other side of the track, which is also not comfortable. More comfortable is off-on, turn in. That's a much more comfortable way of going through Copse in a 1 litre Mini. So, yeah, I think he's just discovered that as well. 166, Niall McFadden in his Morris Mini Cooper S. So when the Mini was introduced, of course, it was badge engineered later across many more of the BMC brands, but it was either a Mini, the Morris Mini Minor, because there was already the Morris Minor, or the Austin Mini 7, because the Austin 7 was Austin's baby car, it's car of the people. So it was introduced as 2 different cars, and then, of course, within weeks of it coming out, John Cooper and the boys got their hands on the first ones, and that started a whole new dynasty, which continues in production to this day, doesn't it? You still buy a brand new Mini Cooper.
Looking here at the 711 Cortina, this is Guy Smith, Le Mans winner, and
shouldn't that be red and green?
He's
red and green.
He's
for
fastest
711
in the class for the Cortinas, the THC class, 8th quickest overall, and ahead of him is R7 of the Big Banger V8 engine cars, and Guy popped himself in 8th. 2nd quickest in his class is the Jake Giddings 198 car, Jake Giddings and Paul Strether in another Lotus Cortina.
Yeah, so 3 Cortinas in the top 12. And then
I'm looking for minis now.
Henry Neal, 14th. That's a very good qualifying run from him. But top of the pile is Sam Tordoff in car number 600. So the Mustang. And again, that's a very distinctive livery. Really like the colour. Yeah, very nice.
Ruby Stone Red is the official Porsche colour.
Well, there you go.
Ruby Stone Red.
What's the name of the gold? Gold. If it's a Porsche factory colour, it can't possibly just be called gold. But again, I love the way they've used the gold around the body highlight there, the detailing on the flitch panel, on the side panels. Sam Tordoff and the Johnson & Ross Mustang will start on the front row of the grid. More Mustangs behind, Spears and Greensall ending up 3rd fastest in the end, ahead of Soter and Hill, Matson and Huff, and Ingram and Riddell. Then John Davison ahead of the first of the Cortinas, driven by Guy Smith. Tom Sharp's Falcon and Michael Russell's Mustang means it's almost all Ford all the way through the top 20. It is all Ford all the way through the top 20. Cortina's occupying the second hand. Best of the minis, here's the answer. Phil Bullen-Brown in his Austin Mini Cooper S in 21st place. So Chris Hoy just a couple of spots further back. And minis dotted around the order down through the 40s. 43 cars took to the track. The Magnussen and Mortensen Galaxy didn't go out, and nor did the Nern family Mini Cooper S. So 43 cars on the grid. A big field. Didn't actually see the Alpha, but you saw it there in shot. So let us detail. Is it even on the entry list? I can't. Oh yeah, Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, Christopher Compton Goddard and Harrison Goddard. So that is the lone, not of course the lone non-Ford, because we have a bunch of minis and a Studebaker. Well, red flags interrupting the session, but not slowing the pace of our quicker cars. Matt Johnson, Rob Ross in the Alan Mann Racing livery car, and then on top of the pile, Sam Tordoff in the JCT 600 Mustang. So that is your Transatlantic Touring Car Trophy. And next up, the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Now, we started the day with the Formula Junior cars, and these are basically their big brothers. It is almost literally the same thing, but just with a slightly bigger engine. Let's catch up with Ed for a bit more.
Nick, there are many things I love about this grid. One of them is that they're all Pucker race cars, but yours has a very special history. Tell us about it.
Yes, basically it was Moss's car from '61, built as an intercontinental car, so 2.5 litre, and he won pretty much everything in that class in '61. Ran it as a Grand Prix car with 1.5 litre in Holland, and then went down to New Zealand and Australia for the winter. He again won most races, as is his way, and then won his last race there, came back to the UK, and then sadly crashed at Goodwood. So the car went into a museum almost straight away in Australia. They didn't bring it back, and that's where it stayed until the mid-80s. And then essentially about 4 years ago, so mid-80s, it then went to an American collector. About 4 years ago, that collection was broke up, and I was lucky enough to buy it.
And how much does it take to keep these things race ready? Is it a lot of work? And what are spares like? Because they didn't make many of them.
You make them, essentially. There are companies that specialise in some of the parts. The engines, obviously, Crossway and Gardner will do. This one has got a very special gearbox that they only made one of, so bit of a challenge. So again, yeah, that's a lot of work to keep that going and organised, but it's part of the pleasure, it's part of the excitement.
Right, Nick, it's great to see it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So cars heading out, as we talked about in the Formula Junior category earlier in the day. Formula Junior, a 1 litre or 1100cc engine car at the end of the period, and it would have been a near identical chassis, a Cooper or a Lotus or a Brabham, that was the 1.5 litre Formula One equivalent. So the historic Grand Prix Car Association's pre-66 Grand Prix cars out for their qualifying session, and the clock already ticking down on their time on track, just under 16 minutes now. Working through a few changes in the programme, and we'll bring you those in a moment or two. I've got down page 1. I'm working halfway down page 2. Let's take a look at some of the cars that are out on track. Now, James Denty, expect him to be a front runner. Very experienced driver in that Lotus. Car number 121, Lotus 21. A very successful car in period. Car number 2, there's Rod Jolly, blue and orange Cooper. That's the Beetleback Cooper T53. Car dates back to 1961, and grinding to a halt as he comes out of the pit lane, Brian Jolliffe in his T45 51. So slightly earlier, Beetleback Cooper, you can see where it got that name with that high rear engine cover, and the 51, it's been updated from a T45 to a T51 chassis, but Brian Jolliffe coming to a grinding halt. By the way, a little programme change, Stuart Tizard just above him in the programme, car number 43, shown as being in a T43. Looks he is apparently in a T45 Cooper, so a little bit of a change there. We'll work through a few more in a moment or two. Will Nuttall at the top of the pile at the moment. Expect Will Nuttall to feature, Nick Topless to feature, Rod Jolly should be in there, Rudiger Friedrichs, Michael Gans. I mean, there's a dozen in Nuttall, a dozen drivers easily who could be on the podium here. Sam Wilson as well, car number 18, look for him in his familiar psychedelic was the word I was looking for this morning and couldn't remember in the Formula Junior series. It's only taken me like 10, 11 hours to think of the word, the green and purple psychedelic Porsche livery that he has on his car. And again, lots of familiar names here, lots of Coopers, lots of Lotuses, and then some randoms as well. A random, Glenn Loxton, car number 62, an LDS. No, me neither. Maserati 250F, John Spears won in the rain last year in a front-engine Grand Prix car. And again, that was very much against the run of play in period. There's Nick Topless with the blue and white Rob Walker racing colours on his Cooper T53 low line. Look at the frontal aspect compared to the car behind him of Sam Wilson. You can see why it's called the low line. And then we just saw Tony Smith, and here 34. That's John Spears in the Maserati 250F, who won the race last year. Tony Smith, car number 5, the other red front-engine Grand Prix car from the other red company, Ferrari, the 246 Dino.
You asked about LDS. That was a South African-built car. Doug Serrier built that, and quite a few cars came out of South Africa over the years.
Another car that is demonstrably very, very different from everything else, apart from the fact that it's a sort of bright metallic blue and silver, is 281, Miles Griffith driving the Scarab. So Lance Reventlow, who was the heir to the Revlon fortune, decided to go racing and created a team, essentially modifying the concept of a front-engined Indy Roadster with an Offenhauser engine. There it is, 281 with the white nose, come towards us to race in Formula One just at the wrong time. Right man, wrong time. The Scarab, Eddie Maguire driving that car, should have been competitive. A year earlier, 2 years earlier, might well have been competitive, but it was a real dinosaur when the tide had absolutely gone out for the front-engine cars.
I was only half listening to you there. I'm sorry, Martin. Lance Reventlow with the Woolworths fortune.
The Woolworths, yes.
It was right. Peter Revson was
Peter
the
Revson
Revlon.
was Revlon, indeed he was, yes. You're absolutely right. You were half listening and I was half remembering. I had the name and I knew that it was lots of money involved. But a fabulously pretty thing. I mean, a really great colour scheme. That's as it raced in period. And for a front-engine car, nimble, light, quick, absolutely had its head held down the toilet by the big boys. It had absolutely nothing to offer the rear-engine cars at all. By that stage, even Ferrari had realised that the writing was on the wall for the front-engine cars, and it's kind of a shame that they never. They had a lot of IndyCar Roadster front-engine technology in the States. In fact, the Indy Roadsters, and you can see a Curtis Roadster behind it, the maroon and cream car, continued dominating at the Brickyard for another half a decade until Lotus and Cooper and the others arrived with their rear-engine pesky small cars, and then started winning things. But they didn't have rear-engine technology. They didn't have people back in the States who knew that, and it just kind of stopped. A brief season in the sun, and unfortunately they never embraced the rear-engine revolution, and Scarab rolled the shutters down and stopped racing. So very unfortunate. But the other car, the other front-engined Roadster, I'm looking for the number for it now, but I can't find it. We've got a couple of Ferrari 246 Dinos. You already pointed out one of the two Maserati 250Fs. John Spears is in 34, and Graham Edelman is in 28. But where is the Curtis Racer? Okay, Geraint Owen, of course, 77, kind of a 77, and it's kind of maroon with a white nose. And again, very obviously a front-engine car, because there's an awful lot of car, then there's a driver in the back. Whereas, as you can see here with this car, Will Nuttall's Cooper, everything else mid-engined, driver in the middle. Exactly as we've come to expect from a modern race car.
That Curtis Roadster of Geraint Owen, which we had on screen a short while ago, is...
Did I say Evans? I meant Owen.
Gareth. No, you did.
Did I say Owen? Okay.
No, you said Owen.
Right, okay.
That competed at Indianapolis in the 500 race between 1954 and 1959. So it's a real Indy history in that car, and Geraint's been campaigning it for many years. The 22 car we've got on screen now, that's Elliot Hahn in the Maserati 250F with the chassis CM7. That means it was built by Cameron Miller. It's not an original works car that was raced in period, but Cameron Miller was given permission to build, I think 12 altogether, which were all built from original parts from the Maserati factory. So they are just later build of the original car, so it's not a copy in a way, but just as pretty as the original.
And the last type of car that Stirling Moss raced before he got his Mercedes contract, one bought by his dad from the Maserati factory, and one which almost persuaded Ferrari to sign him, or persuaded Ferrari to sign him, but Stirling was not persuaded. Here is Sam Wilson, the familiar purple and green psychedelic helmet, purple sector 1 for the Lotus 18. And again, this is very similar indeed to the car that Stirling Moss won the Monaco Grand Prix in, not for Colin Chapman's Lotus team, but in the colours of Rob Walker.
And this particular car was the car that Jim Clark drove to his first single-seater win at Brands Hatch in 1960. So yeah, there's a lot of history with Stirling Moss and the Lotus 18 as a car, and also another one of the absolute greats of Grand Prix racing, all racing, Jim Clark, who took his first ever single-seater win in this very car.
So it was originally an entry in your race card, car number 18 for Clinton McCarthy. Sam Wilson is at the wheel, and he goes second, or stays, no, jumps up to second fastest, ahead of Rudy Friedrichs, car number 12. Rudy Friedrichs in the green Cooper T53. And is that's not Rudy right in front of him? Yes, it is. That's Rudy Friedrichs right in front of him. So the third fastest car, just having the second fastest car tucking in underneath him. And Rudy, that green and white, very much the Cooper Works colours. And then you'll see on some of the Brabhams, they've got that sort of dark green and gold, the Aussie colours that Jack Brabham adopted when he set up his own team, having been the 1959 world champion with Cooper. 27, here's an oddity as well. I was waiting till we saw this. This is the Jaguar Peugeot. Yeah, I've seen it race here before. Never heard of it in my life before I clapped eyes on it for the first time.
It was actually the first Grand Prix car to have a Peugeot engine, and of course they came back into Grand Prix racing much later on. Was it one of them was Jordan, wasn't it?
With the team across the road, yes. Yeah. And in fact, Alex Brundle's dad, Martin, famously started the British Grand Prix in his Jordan Peugeot, which blew up the moment he let the clutch in. He just sat there smoking. I don't think he even reached the start line. Rudiger Friedrichs then in car number 12, Cooper T53, behind Cooper Bristol, so the forerunner, the last of the front engine Coopers. That's a Formula 2 car, Voiturette racing car, so not a Formula 1 category car, may well have competed in F1 races, particularly non-championship races, to help make up the grid. But the Cooper Bristol, a very different, very much more upright car, because the engine's at the front, and the Cooper 2-litre engine is not a shallow engine either. It's quite a tall old thing.
And the Rudy Friedrichs car was the car that Jack Brabham drove in the year. This car, he won the World Championship effectively, because he won 5 times in this particular chassis.
Wow.
And took the World Championship that year. So great history. And Mark Shaw there in the number 99 Lotus 21 you mentioned earlier, that particular car, another Jim Clark car. He won his first 3 F1 races in that particular car, non-championship races in South Africa in 1961. So again, massive Jim Clark history in number 99.
And Mark Shaw kind of evoking the image of Jim Clark, not quite the Scottish blue with the white peak on his helmet, but a blue helmet with a white peak, open face with the goggles as well. So, and you see, you know, he's not pretending I'm Jim Clark, but it is very much in the spirit. And of course, he's got the blue Dunlop overalls on as well. So, yeah, that's a very period look as well, isn't it? And who didn't have that as a Scalextrics car when they were a boy? That definitely was in my first Scalextrics set. And a Lola T70 and a Ferrari, I think, not a 512, but something else were my second set of Scalextrics cars. So I've got an awful lot of good feelings when you see those cars. 15 becomes 153, and that is Tom Waterfield in a Cooper T53. And again, blue and orange colours.
Car driven by Roy Salvadori in period. Yeah, the dashing Roy Salvadori. Every picture you see of him, his hair is swept back and he's always smart. This car driven by him, the Cooper T53, very successful car. And there's another of the upright front engine cars, Guy Plant in the Cooper Bristol. And did you mention Mike Hawthorne?
Yeah,
you did, didn't you? Yeah,
very much a car I associated with Mike Hawthorne, with that sort of open helmet, with the wraparound visor that he had, and of course leather jacket, white shirt, bow tie. He was again a very stylish individual.
Yes. Polka dot bow tie.
Yep. Yeah, so as you can see again, you know, and even compared to the 246 Dino or the 250F Maserati, still quite an upright looking car. There's the Curtis Roadster, the 500k.
Offset as well because of Indianapolis being 4 left-hand corners effectively. So the car set so that the weight distribution was right for that.
And the driver close to the wall. And of course, by having the offset single seater, again, as we talked about with the front engine cars right hours ago in Formula Junior, it allows the driver to be lower because the prop shaft doesn't go under him, it goes alongside him. So the engine is not front and center, it's not running straight down the center line of the car. It'll be very much canted over with the nose of the engine on the right hand side, the left hand side as you're looking at it, aiming towards the prop shaft, which drives into a diff on the left hand side of the axle. So the differential is off centered as well, but again you stagger the car for Indy, so and it gets the driver lower, brings the center of mass down, very important. And those Curtis Racer, I mean, that's an absolutely, and so is the Scarab, an absolutely classic Offenhauser engined Indy Roadster. So the Curtis, 4.5 litre, that's the big Offie engine, isn't it, I think, whereas the Scarab was a 2.5 litre car.
Geraint Owen also owns the land speed record car from the 20s called Babs, which his father restored, having dug it out of the sand at Pendine.
Cooper Bristol action, look at that. Double Cooper Bristols. I'm not going there with any further comment. The pale green car, Paul Grant. No, it's not. Pale green car is 36. The blue and red car is Paul Grant. 36 Eric Stays in his Cooper Bristol. Seems to be on a quicker lap at the moment. In fact, he is just a 1900s quicker than Paul Grant, and Guy Plant in the other Cooper Bristol say they inhabit 28th, 29th and 30th. So there's going to be a little Cooper Bristol dogfight at the start of the race unless somebody finds a lot more pace. 38 cars left the pit lane, as we saw. Unfortunately, Brian Jolliffe's Cooper went barely any further than the exit of the pit lane, didn't complete a lap. Again, he's got enough experience of the track and the car that I don't suppose there'll be even the slightest question about him starting the race. And another Cooper Bristol. There's quite a few, and there you go. Look, I mean, what's the Bristol type? 23, T23. There's the T53 of Tom Waterfield. And it could almost go under the Cooper Bristol.
And lovely to see Rod Jolly just ahead in the similarly liveried T53 Cooper. Nice to see those two cars running together.
Yeah, almost team cars in team formation.
Rod Jolly's car driven by John Surtees, and in that T53.
Checker flag is out, and well, some of the names we mentioned very much at the front of the field. Will Nuttall with the fastest time of all. Car number 10, Will Nuttall with the his blue helmet with the gold crown on. His green and white Cooper on pole position from Sam Wilson. So Sam Wilson, car number 18, another Cooper. It's an all Cooper, I beg your pardon. Sam Wilson in the Lotus, so Cooper and Lotus on the front row. Justin Mears 9th fastest in his T53, still at speed. Green first sector. Now, did that traffic hold him up a little bit in sector 2, which is effectively half the lap here? Sector 2 runs from, well, basically from just before the end of the straight coming down into Luffield to just before the end of the straight going down into Stowe.
Great camera shot there that we've seen right back to the early 60s Grand Prix racing, the long shot up the Hanger Straight, and it never changes. It's the Hanger Straight slightly shorter these days because Stowe was brought forward a bit, but essentially the same shot.
Well, Justin did lose quite a lot of time in that second sector, so this is unlikely to be an improvement. Should still see him firmly in the top 10. It's one of the final cars to take the checkered flag. There he goes. So 2:24.0, and his fastest lap was, I've lost it now,
2:23.5.
2:23.5, there we go. 66 behind him.
Sid Hool.
It is Sid Hool in another Cooper. Later again, T56, 1963 car. And I was working very quickly backwards. Let me have a little look. I think, okay, we can probably bring you up to speed with just about everybody else.
Nice shot of Will Nuttall there, the car that's on provisional pole position in the Cooper T53, just ahead of another real hot shoe in pre-66 Grand Prix racing, Sam Wilson.
Okie dokie, well, as you take a look at those, got a couple of updates for the programme for you. Will Nuttall, Sam Wilson, row 1, Rudy Friedrichs, Tim Child, row 2, Waterfield Maguire, row 3, and among the front engine cars, Ferrari, Maserati and the Curtis all together. That's going to be very entertaining. Without the driving rain of last year, afraid not forecasting a return victory for a front engine car. It was an astonishing, I think John Spears was the most astonished of all to find that he'd won in the 250F Maserati last year, very much against the run of play of the era, but great fun nonetheless. So our pre-66 historic Grand Prix cars have come and gone. Let's just bring you up to speed. A couple of little bits and pieces in the entry list on your race card, page 22. Sam Wilson has taken over car number 18, so no longer Clinton McCarthy. Car number 23 does not appear, so no Andrew Stortini in the Lotus 18. No car number 42 either. And there are 3 additional cars in the field we'll have to bring you up with a little later.
The Silverstone Festival for 2025 has a brand new timing partner. We welcome Ola Magatu and Shami. It must be a great pleasure for you to be here.
As a fan, yes. First race I ever came to was Silverstone when I was a young kid. Now that our names and the headlines are on the podium and we're now official partners, the young kid can't quite believe that I'm here. So it's an honour. It's a real honour.
But your logo, your O, has been in so many different major motorsports across the last couple of years. You've really created such a brand with it.
Well, yes, and I'm surrounded by some wonderful people who've helped me do that. Every time you see our logo, it's not just a logo that I've paid money for. It signifies a friendship, a partnership. We're working together and we're working to create more for motorsport.
And of course, you couldn't possibly come to an event like this and not create a brand new watch.
Well, no point in coming to Silverstone without the Silverstone watch, right? So we worked really hard when we signed the deal with Silverstone. We worked really hard to get these watches done. They've sold so well. The fans have been amazing. All on social media, the comments have been wonderful. We're selling. We have a few for sale this weekend. But without sounding like a salesman, they have nearly all sold out. So if you want one, come and see us sooner rather than later, because once they're gone, they're gone.
And there are so many other watches to take a look at as well. This beautiful Arnage watch.
This is the Arnage watch that we did Le Mans with this year. So every watch we have has a name and has a reason for the name. No point in having Arnage if you're not doing Le Mans.
Well, please come down to Garage Number 1 on the national area to celebrate a new partnership between Automotive and the Silverstone Festival.
Just about to see the final qualifying session getting underway here just after 6:30 at Silverstone. It's the cars heading out for the International Trophy for Classic GT cars pre-1966. Let's catch up with the drivers and with our man Ed.
Murray, obviously all the eyes are kind of on the big bangers in this, but I have to say, an Elan around here should be kind of nipping at their heels, shouldn't it?
Well, they're brilliant things. You've got to have a go in one, Ed, if you can fit in. They're real giant killers. They're known as a mongoose, which is a cobra killer. So it's tough around here because it's a bit of a power circuit, but you can carry so much speed into the corners, carry the speed. It's almost on a knife edge, the technique in these. Carry every inch of speed that you can. And they could put together some pretty good lap times. You know, about a year ago, the pace in one of these at the All Elan race was a 22 something, and we're sort of, you know, working towards that. So we'll see what we can do. The car's been recently prepared by 9W, so it's changed teams now. Anthony Hancock owns the car. 9W have done a great job with it. So we've had a day out testing yesterday in it. It's quite different to how it was, so it's just a case of dialing it in and working on setup. So we're using this weekend as a little bit of a test, but you know, we made some good progress yesterday, and we'll see where we're at today.
I guess the frustration with an Elan and these big V8s, you can't hold people up on the straight.
Say again?
You can't hold people up on the straight, can you?
Well, that's the issue. You know, a lot of things drive past us on the straight, so we've just got to try and make this very, very narrow car as wide as possible, which is hard at Silverstone, but we can dive bomb them into the corners. That's where our strength is. So it's quite amazing. You can be tucked in something like a race like this, behind one of the TVRs or a Cobra, and you're pulling some mega straight line speed when you're in that hole of air, and the little windscreen wipers are rattling around, and you're pulling some major revs. But they're mega things. So I'm super excited to get in it and have another go.
All right, enjoy it.
Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Well, some fantastic mouth-watering machinery here. As we've just heard, it's going to be the battle of the lightweight Lotus Elans, particularly against the E-types and the Cobras. And among the Big Banger family, Ed has caught up with Mike Whittaker.
Mike, you're always at the sharp end in this. We've just been talking about these Cobras behind you. They're quite quick.
Yeah, you've got Oliver Hart and Julian Thomas in a couple of those Cobra Coupes. Both brilliant drivers, and the cars, they're really quick. They're homologated really well, have really great brakes and ducts, great brake ducting on them, bigger brakes on them and what have you. But this is a great circuit, and if you've got enough power, which a lot of the V8s have, should make a good race of it.
And they probably won't be smiling as much as you, grimacing as much as you in this.
Actually, you sort of do both. You sort of flip-flop from one to the other, but for sure the TVRs have more interesting handling, shall we call it? Yeah.
No, I mean, you've driven this car so much now. Whenever you get in it, do you just immediately feel at home?
You do. Genuinely, you've done enough in it, and we've done enough round here, and you sort of know where you brake. It's almost something you have to fight when you're in the car, because you have to sort of think, maybe I can brake later than there, or turning in a different place. But it does feel like putting on like your favourite pair of walking shoes.
It's a slightly dangerous one.
Yeah. My wife sort of says if I go off in that, they might be sweeping me up for 2 weeks in it. So we'll see, because it is made of plastic.
a comfortable pair of running spikes, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. A comfortable joust. Yeah.
Mike, enjoy it.
Brilliant. Thanks, Steve. Thank you.
Comfortable, but about as stable as stilettos on ice, I would have thought. It's almost as wide as it's long, the Griffith. Oh, Nigel Greenstall's in the car with John Spear as well. What a surprise. It's a race. There they are in the TVR Griffith, or there Nigel is in the TVR Griffith. And again, John Spear's traditional colours, except this time it's not a sort of V over the bonnet, it's a straight stripe up the middle. So that will be a big handful of brutish power as well, up against which, of course, this slew of low tie. So you better have your pens poised and get ready for this. There's quite a lot going on. Page 24 of your race card. We will start with car number 18, Rudy Friedrichs in the AC Cobra, joined by Charlie Martin. 25, Jonathan Hopper in the MGB, joined by Chris Ward. Moving on down the order, car number 62, Alan Edwards, was due to be here in a Marcus 1800 GT. Unfortunately, that car is now not going to be racing. And further down the order, towards the bottom, car number 600, John Tordoff is, and this will come possibly as not a big shock, joined by son Sam. And finally, 777, Guy Zeiser in the AC Cobra, joined by Christian Coll, C-O-L-L. So other than that, one withdrawal of Alan Edwards, blew his engine at Snetterton in the Jem Marsh Memorial Race, which Corroyser was at in his Rainbow Marcus. Everybody is present and correct, or at least they were last night. As we head out for the final qualifying, the final track action today, before we allow the stage and all the infield activities to carry on, qualifying for the pre-66 GT cars in the International Trophy. So, C2 Cobra there, and right in front of it, the Lotus Elan. There is the difference between the big banger sports cars and the small, nimble Lotuses. So, the Corvette trying to go on straight away. Just in front of it, TVR, car number 46, the pale blue car. I'm trying to remember who's in that one now. That is Mike Whittaker's car. We just heard from him. Yeah, so the C2 Corvette, the first Stingray, car number 30, and just saw Keith Arles and Billy Bellingham's Motors Morgan +4 SLR. Now I know, doesn't look like remotely like any Morgan you've seen before or since, does it? Possibly not the most welcomed by the Morgan aficionados at the time.
Well, it was an entry at Le Mans. It was designed by Chris Lawrence, and Keith Arles is an absolute through, and if you cut Keith Arles open, it'll say Morgan through it, and Billy Bellinger prepares his cars for him. It looks like Billy in the car, he has a black helmet, so I think that's him in the car. 258 TOC is a well-known Morgan registration number, and Keith also owns the traditionally shaped Morgan that raced at Le Mans as well, so he's got quite a nice collection there. But yes, going back to your question, it looks nothing like a Morgan because it's the SLR.
Looks like it should be a Ginetta or possibly a pre-GT Marcus, but if you took the badge off the front and said to anybody, what does this look like, low down the list, you know, car manufacturer number 172 in their guesswork would be Morgan.
3 were built, and one a TR4 SLR as well, and the SLR stands for Sprinsel Lawrence Tune Racing. Chris Lawrence being the Lawrence of Lawrence Tune.
John Sprinsel.
And yes, who was well known as tuner in the day.
Yeah, particularly BMC, Sprinsel midgets and stuff as well.
Yeah. And this, the full name, Shelby American Daytona Cobra Coupe. And every word means, well, Shelby American is the name of the company, Carroll Shelby. Yeah. Cobra is the base car, but this was a development for Daytona, which is a fast circuit, the Daytona 24 hours, where it had some success. And so the Daytona Coupe was this car. 6 were built, all 6 still exist. none of them race. All of the cars you see racing are recreations. The two we've got on screen now, the leading one, the Hart family car, and the one behind is Julian Thomas's car with his traditional white arrow at the front.
Yeah.
And those two. So these are recreations of the original car. Not far too much money invested in the originals, which all live in museums.
The original car designed almost literally on the back of a fag packet.
Yeah.
I believe actually on a napkin by American journalist Peter Brock, not the Australian race driver Peter Brock, who was a good friend of Carroll Shelby, and yeah, just sort of sketched out like as we talked about with the Lola T70 as a schoolboy sketch.
Yeah.
Because although the Cobra had plenty of get up and go and was fast and reliable, you got to a certain speed and then it's a brick outhouse, and so they realised clearly to take on even stuff like the 250 GTO, they had to have a GTO of their own, and this is what they came up with. So as you say, the running gear is 427 Cobra, but the body is very not.
And I think that the story is that Brock came up with the idea, went to Carroll Shelby, who wasn't really that interested, but he said, oh, there's a wrecked Cobra chassis in the corner of the workshop there. You can work on that. And that's what they did. And they drew it all out on the floor of the workshop and built the car, came up with that body shape, and it won its class in the 1965 Sports Car Championship.
88 here, another of the TVR Griffiths. This is John Davison. And again, those rear lights, famously familiar, used in one other car ever. And in fact, the originator of those Band the Bomb lights, the Mark I Lotus Cortina. So those rear lights you've seen an awful lot of this afternoon. TVR hunting in the parts bin for various bits and pieces, because while you make the body yourself, you don't want to. Okay, same Lucas headlights as every British car of the 1960s and 70s. A very individual look with those Lotus Cortina rear lights, but they particularly suit the car, that round 3-part Lotus Cortina light, or Mark I Cortina light, not just exclusively for the Lotus Cortina. And then, of course, a thumping great V8 in the front.
It's likely that the John Davison car, the Griffith, similar to the car that Mike Whittaker's driving, is going to be somewhere near the front, battling with those Daytona Cobras, as Mike said. Very different handling characteristics, very, very lively car, the Griffith. Such short wheelbase.
It is. I mean, it's almost a square wheelbase. It literally is. It's barely bigger than a skateboard. And what's great about this car is you watch it now, you can see literally the moment he touches the brake pedal because the nose dives, and you can see literally the moment he picks up the throttle because the whole thing tries to step out sideways. So watch it coming towards you. There you can see him dabbing the brakes, and he gets it, then the nose comes down, so he's going for a little confidence check to make sure they're still there, and particularly in the complex out of Luffield or out of Brooklands, you can see, and the same with the Cobra again here, you'll see when he gets on the brakes, right about now, there you go, nose dives, and again you can see the nose start to raise and the back start to step out as he picks up the throttle again. So it's a very communicative car visually for the fan as well as it is clearly for the driver.
I would say there's some psychology going on here, because we're looking at the two cars that are likely to be battling with others for the lead, and Julian Thomas in the 192 car has not only caught and passed the Hart car, he's now staying ahead of it and not using as much road as that looks like Olivier, doesn't it? It's Olivier,
and we were talking to him last night. He wasn't quite sure. His dad hadn't quite decided which they were going to drive. I think David is going to drive the 250 short wheelbase all on his own, and
that's not in this race.
No, but no. In the early race.
Yeah,
did
sorry.
Olivier not say that he thought that Dad was going to let him drive this one all on his own? Puncture on the E-Type, and that has very much let go, hasn't it? There's no tyre left. He's basically coming back on the rim and what remains of the carcass, and that's not going to be a quick lap for Marcus Anderson, Rob Huff's car. Is that Huffy at the wheel? Probably. He breaks cars like that.
In the entry list as a Griffith, so that's an E-Type.
It's less Griffithy than I was expecting expecting it to look. Yeah, so, okay, so a slight update there. So car number 91 is Marcus Anderson and Rob Huff. It's not a TVR Griffith 200, it is a Jaguar E-Type. And it is metallic blue. So I'm writing light blue for that. Yeah, right rear puncture. So whoever is at wheel, I didn't quite catch the helmet of whoever is at the helm, but it will be coming back hopefully fairly slowly. It's John Davison. 88 is currently fourth. No, that's Dawson. Where's John Davison? Top of the pile. So the TVR is at the top of the pile. Behind you can see the Tordov family car with JCT 600 written across the back window. And here we're back with the first car we saw on track, Marco Attard and Sir Chris Hoy's Chevy Corvette Stingray. So Corvette eras, the very first car, the sort of small, delicate car with the scallop sides, that's the C1. This the first of the Stingrays, when it was Stingray, rather than one word, is the C2 era of Corvette. And there you can see 427 Cobra in front. The big wheel arches of the big block car, the 427, because it needed more tyre. Very distinctive.
Just about to say
very
that.
Distinctive.
Very distinctive.
And of course, at that stage, Chevrolet was officially not motor racing at all. So the Chevy Corvette Grand Sport, which was the sort of open two-seat prototype racer that they built from this, definitely wasn't a Chevrolet factory car in any way, shape or form. Raced a couple of times. In the Bahamas, actually, I seem to think it won a couple of races, but sort of then got forgotten. And just in the middle of that little group, I think, yeah, for reference, in the programme, 41, David Hart and Olivier Hart, I think I'm right that it's only going to be Olivier. On your timing screen, only one Hart is shown. Olivier is identifiable because he's got lots of hearts around the chin. No, literally, around the chin of his helmet. Who was in the TR? Triumph TR3A. Okay, so car number 6. That's the green car with the yellow nose. Vasco Minori and Pierre Lafitte. I don't think any relation. The only relation to Jacques that I'm aware of is his daughter Margot racing. Lauren Jaspers in car number 73, another Shelby American Cobra. I mean, Cobra, Daytona Coupe, whatever you call it, we know what it is, no matter how many of the official words get used. So Lauren Jaspers in the blue and white car. And again, that's the kind of Shelby colours, isn't it? That bright blue with the twin white stripes. You saw a lot on Shelby Mustangs, and that's a real Shelby colour scheme.
And it's our friend John Spears, Nigel Greensall. I think that's Nigel in. John Spears has only just jumped out of his front-engined Grand Prix car.
Yeah, Nigel was certainly in the car in the collecting area. That is his helmet.
Nigel.
Yeah, still is.
Yeah. So John Spears will get in for the second part of the session.
Nigel with that sort of rally co-driver half chin piece helmet that he likes to wear in the open top cars. He'll wear a full helmet in a more modern car when he's coaching in Ginettas and LMP3 cars and what have you. Busy man. Flew to Virginia International Raceway last week for one day and then flew back to do testing for somebody in something. And if you are a regular motorsport reader, and I know an awful lot of members of the audience here this weekend will be, and Nigel with a regular column in Motorsport detailing what he gets up to, maybe the busiest man in motor racing.
There's not many people that can fill a whole page in Motorsport with what I did last month.
Every month, exactly. I mean, most of us had trouble getting 3 sentences out and what I did in my holidays in the first week back at school, didn't we? But yeah, it's very busy. Very busy indeed, and just loving it. What did you do? We had this conversation last year with him, I'm sure Ed did, and he'd done something like 100+ races in the season, which actually, when he's doing whatever it is, 6 here in 2 days, isn't hard.
Does he count one
slightly
race
lazy, I would have thought.
when he does when he's in 2 cars in one race?
Well,
is that 2 races?
Yeah, I think that would be one step too much. Unusual front to this Daytona Coupe. Now, is it just because it's white that it looks so different from the others? 144, Paul Pochkiol and James Hansen's car. Does that look? It does look different to me, and I don't know quite why. Whoa! Hang on there. Blue eyes in the Healy. Is that the Jeremy Welch car? It is a big Healy, and I'm not sure who is in it. But crikey, they're having fun. Something 8. I'm now going to have to... Your trackside, you can probably see it. Shout, and I won't be able to hear you. 81, Joseph Wilmot. Is that him?
It could be, yes. Joe Wilmot's a pretty sideways driver.
Yeah.
We're looking here at Giles Dawson in the 95 Lotus Elan, which actually is sitting 5th overall, first in its class by a couple of seconds, or a bit more than that, actually. Giles Dawson is the son of Andy Dawson, who raced and rallied many years ago with co-driver Andrew Marriott, and it's Andy Dawson and Andrew Marriott who are actually running this car for Giles Dawson, who runs the ATL fuel cell company.
And the windscreen strip Dad is not because it's Dad running it. Dad is Dawson Auto Development.
That's correct, yes.
So, for many, many years, Andy Dawson's company. So, yeah, Dad is actually Dad, and Dad is actually running it. Andy Marriott said, running it is quite an all-encompassing term that doesn't really you cover the fact that they're basically doing nothing other than standing watching the boy while he's on it. So there is Joseph Wilmot in the Austin Healy. We saw him out earlier being flamboyant in the Healy as well.
And another family worth mentioning while we're talking about the Dawsons is the Jacksons in this race. Not only do we have father and son, we have father and 2 sons in the race. So car number 11 is Simon Jackson, who's the father. Dominic Jackson sharing the Elan with him, and Dominic's brother Cameron in car number 7 is sharing with Murray Shepherd in another of the Elans. And all 3 of them are very, very quick drivers indeed, and Cameron Jackson particularly we've seen out in Formula Fords and also Formula Junior as well.
The Jackson 3.
Yes.
Just behind them, actually, noticing car number 78 in 17th place, and that is the blue and white AC Cobra of Andrew Smith and Alistair McCaig. Again, Alistair McCaig was out just a couple of sessions ago. Scion of the boss of Ekurikos, Hugh McCaig.
And Alistair did British GT a few years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, very good driver.
Just ahead of car number 600, Jack Tordoff in the JCT 600 Elan.
And that's the father and son Elan of Simon Jackson, father and Dominic Jackson's son, in the silver and blue Lotus Elan, being followed by the 192 of Julian Thomas, Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe.
They're being followed by the MGB not of Goodwood race-winning fame Ed Foster, but of Patrick Martin, the only MGB in the race. No, one of 2 MGBs in the race, so actually it might not be them, it might be Jonathan Hopper and Chris Ward's car. I just missed them.
That's in the traditional sort of works MGB colours, and red with the white roof.
It is the Hopper and Ward car. Yep, tartan red and Old English white.
And then 2 more examples of the lovely little Elan, which is, it's said, the Mazda MX-5, particularly the Series 1 of the Mazda MX-5, based on the Lotus Elan.
Absolutely, so much so that they bought a couple in Japan and took them apart and drove them a lot in very great detail. There's no question at all. And Mazda, the design team, very open about it, that it is absolutely a homage to Lotus Elan. It's as close to a modern Lotus Elan as they could possibly get.
And there was a gap in the market for a nice little lightweight, easy to drive, handles well, front-engined rear-wheel drive little car like this. And of course the Mazda MX-5 is what's in its Mark 5 form now, I think. And it grew a bit over the Mark 4s, a lot bigger than the Mark 1, but I think the Mark 5 has been trimmed a little bit now. So it's back to its roots again. The lovely Elan, the number 10 car, Simon Butler and Martin Rich, the racing Reverend Simon Butler.
Now then, at the other end of the delicacy scale is the 777 Cobra. Guy Sizer joined by Christian Cole. So Guy Sizer, British driver, and Spanish co-driver Christian Cole in their 1965 AC Cobra. Body colour described as silver or bare aluminium, I would have possibly suggested. But, there you go, another great shot of a Cobra being driven as the good Lord intended. And the good Lord in this case being former chicken farmer Carol Shelby. So again, it's all the little bits of attention to detail, isn't it? You could have put modern numbers on. No. Whoa. Period appropriate numbers there. Got it, haven't got it, got it, haven't got it, got it, haven't got it. No, okay. To a degree, I always think with a Cobra, for a lot of drivers, when it gets a bit fighty, it's 50-50 luck and judgment as to whether it comes back. Now, I may be doing all Cobra drivers a disservice. I have to say, of all the things that you might want to race, that would probably be quite a long way away from anything I might consider even remotely to be a comfort zone. I do think you have to have a very distinct frame of mind with a Cobra, is that if you haven't really got it by the scruff of the neck, it's probably driving you.
I think you need a little pocket in your race bag, don't you, for your brain. You take that out, you get in the Cobra and you go racing. This is the other Jackson family member, Murray Shepherd, sharing with Cameron Jackson in car number 7, another of these lovely little Elans, which you look in the programme and you say, what does 26R mean? Well, 26 was the type number of the Elan, so all Lotuses had type numbers. Some had names, and the Elan being one of them. The Elite was the 14, the Elan the 26, and the R signifies that this was the race version of the road car, which was different in significant areas, making it an extremely effective vehicle for racing. And what have we got? Giles Dawson, 5th overall in an Elan against this. Excellent. And the Shepherd and Jackson car 6th just behind, so they've closed in. They're also in that class.
And there's a couple of little giveaways. If you look behind the passenger door, the left-hand side, there's a little scoop, a little air intake, and that's for helping to cool the rear end, which you don't get on the standard car. That's very much a 26R look.
And that's the TR3A from 1959, the Swiss-French pairing, Vasco Monneray and Pierre Lafitte. And one has to say that's probably looking like a very original colour scheme on that car. And oops, oh dear, into the gravel.
And very deeply into the gravel. Yes. 4 minutes on the clock. I'm sensing a red flag because you don't want anything in the gravel trap at Stowe that didn't ought to be there. I would think we would go red fairly quickly. And this is, okay, turns in, initial understeer, then a massive handful of oversteer, and the brakes are on. And I'm afraid there's just not quite enough room to avoid the gravel. And then drops down into a significant trench in the gravel trap.
Straight to the scene of the trench.
Yep.
So that car, he is trying to get it out, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Swiss flag on his helmet, so that will be Vasco Monneray in the car.
Well, still,
thank you.
Still not gone red. So there will be waved yellow flags, vigorously waved yellow flags, I think, down there. And that really effectively means you're not going to improve, because if you have to have shown that you've lifted off at the end of the Hangar Straight, it's not going to be a quick lap, is it? Some cars still pushing on. 82, that sort of bronze E-Type of Steve Osborne and Chris Ward. In fact, they describe it as bronze in the entry list. I'm not sure I would disagree with that at all. Quite a handsome colour, actually, and quite an early car as well. So, what are they saying? 1965. That should not have a pre-A registration then on it. 1965 should be a C-Reg as a suffix. So it's on a pre-A registration, so that's obviously an owner's registration that's been carried onto the car.
Well, WK appears on a lot of E-Types. So I wonder whether
is that a Coventry registration? I'm not sure.
No. But WK is a number that appears on quite a few racing E-Types. That TR3A is a long way off the track. I think the clerk of the course is happy to let this carry on.
It didn't take him long to get there, though, and it's a TR. It's not really carrying much speed, is it? Well, there's our driver, safely out of the car. Let's hope the car remains safe in the gravel traps. Flag still being waved. Just under 2 minutes remaining.
And it might be, of course, that some cars might be on their second driver doing their 3 laps qualification.
True enough, so you can definitely do that.
Yes, you need to allow the drivers chance to do their minimum qualification laps. Another car off into the just skirting the gravel there.
Getting tired at the end of the day, or is that just us? 2-litre Porsche 911 we saw briefly in the previous Clutcher cars. Andrew Walton and Alex Toyne rather.
Julian Thomas has just gone to the top of the timesheets.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, 192 Julian Thomas in the Daytona Cobra, 220.352, which puts him 56 thousandths quicker than John Davison
I tell you
in
what,
the
he
TBR.
better be able to show that his last sector time was slower than a previous sector time, with vigorously waved yellow, unless their yellows were withdrawn at Stowe, which I suppose is a possibility. We don't see that on our digital stuff. And Niels Frederick Nablis and Jeremy Welch's Austin Healey comes down the pit lane. And here is 192. That is Julian Thomas in his Daytona Coupe.
I think the yellows must have gone in because he just passed the Cobra on the straight into Stowe, and Julian would have done that if yellow flags were flying.
Yeah, true enough.
I think that's tells us that they've gone in now. So it's the Daytona Cobra Coupe leading by just...
192 is being manually timed because its transponder's not working. 911 emergency. So Giancarlo Romano's Porsche 911, also there it is, also needs a transponder working. That will trouble the timing and scoring a little less because he's not on the first page. Checkered flag is out. So 50 cars out on track. Yellow headlights, takes me back a while.
That's one of the early 2-litre Porsches.
Yep.
The 911 car, which was originally called the 901, and then Peugeot took Porsche to court and said, no, we've got the right to number cars with a 0 in the middle.
I know.
Bizarre, really, but there we go. And so Porsche changed it to 911.
And then Eddie Jordan reputedly got Porsche to pay him to change the number of his first Formula One car, which he claimed he was going to number 911, and it became the Jordan 191. Ever a man with an eye for an angle was Eddie. Very sadly recently departed, and in fact we will have tributes to Eddie Jordan at the weekend. On Sunday will be a Jordan 191 being driven. In fact, it won't be a 191, it'll be a 194, won't it? Ex-Ruben's Barrichello car.
I believe it is a 194, yes.
I have notes somewhere. Yeah, 191 is the first car, the 7-Up car, isn't it? So yeah, it's a 194, a 1994 car. ex-Rubens Barrichello. Rubens in very fine form because,
Julian Thomas just pushing the envelope a little there.
I've not seen a Cobra glow the brakes like that.
Do you remember a couple of years ago that car, Julian sharing with Callum Lockie, and the brakes cooked at the end of the race and Callum went off, which was so unusual for Callum. So Julian is finding that limit now.
Cobra versus Cobra Coupe. You can see how much more it must have cleaved the air than the original brick outhouse Cobra, based of course on the AC Ace. Little Bristol engined car from Thames Ditton. There you go, there's another C1 Cobra, the Stingray.
Corvette.
Corvette.
It's the end of the day.
It is the end of a very long day. Miles Polton and Peter Fisk sharing that car. It's a handsome colour scheme, scarlet and white. And again, 88. How many laps has this car done, John Davison? Answer is only 10, actually. Julian Thomas has done more than him. He's done a dozen laps. He's done more than anybody, Julian Thomas. He likes to squeeze blood out of a stone, doesn't he? Or fun out of a car. So Julian Thomas at the top of the pile. There is the fastest car, and the car that has done more laps than anybody else as well in his Shelby American Cobra Daytona Coupe. You see why people shorten it? We can't even get it on a title strap here. Never mind on an entry list.
While we look at that, I think the front is the same on that white car. It's just you can see.
It is, it just stands out
It just
more.
looks different.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I was questioning it even as I said it because I remember seeing those spotlights on Julian's car, but it just looks very different in white. So, Daytona Coupe, TVR Griffith row 1, Daytona Coupe, TVR Griffith row 2, copy paste. Lotus and TVR row 3, Lotus and Lotus on row 4, the first of the Ginetta G4s on row 5 with another Shelby Daytona Coupe. So a good mix of big brutes and tiddlers with the top 10 cars on the grid, almost equally represented. Then another Elan ahead of the first of the E-Types. E-Type and Elan on row 7, Elan and Cobra row 8, Elan and Cobra row 9, Cobra and Elan row 10. You're starting to see a common thread here, aren't you? With a couple of E-Type interlollopers. Then Elan and TVR on row 11, E-Type and Cobra row 12, Cobra and Elan row 13, the first of the Healey's on row 14, and the second of the Healey's on row 15. The Morgan SLR on row 16, ahead of the first of the Corvette Stingrays. That's the Marco Attards, Chris Hoy car. And further on down, more Elans, Griffiths, Healeys and Cobras. And then the first of the 2-litre Porsches is the Walton Toyne car, 41st. First the MGBs is in 42nd. The Marcos of Harvey Blake Jones in 46th position on the grid. And our 50 cars all put laps in. Only one ending up in the gravel, the Triumph TR3A. Our final qualifying session then of a day that started at 9 a.m, finishing at just after 7 in the evening. And fair weather all the way through. What a lovely evening it's turned into from a slightly grey morning, but blistering speed on track from all of our cars, whatever vintage, here at the qualifying day of the Silverstone Festival. There's more than a few handfuls out there, and not always from the cars you might expect to be a little bit troubling. Just one of them ended up permanently off the road, or temporarily off the road at least, but didn't come back on, and that was the TR. At the top of the pile, it was the Big Banger sports car. Olivier Hart went third fastest ahead of the Spears and Greensall TVR. Second place, the Davison Elan, but it was the Cobra Coupe of Julian Thomas that claimed pole for their race on Saturday.
Adrian Flux Insurance is a significant partner here at the Silverstone Festival, and it does seem as though there's a real marriage between the two philosophies that Adrian Flux Insurance do, and also the Silverstone Festival. Nick Wilkinson, to explain a little bit more, really does seem like a great marriage between the two.
Yeah, we've sponsored the event for a few years now, and we've always been really excited to be put our name on the show, and just be present and be the insurance company for the attendees.
Car insurance comes in many different forms, including specialist insurance. Take a look at this car, because Nick said to me, yeah, this is a car we could insure. It's not road legal, and only half of it's here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when it comes to specialists, especially vehicles like this, you need to be looking at every option available. And like you say, although it may not be roadworthy, it still is a very good eye catcher when it comes to shows and events like this. And you will still need cover on vehicles like this, whether you're driving them or not.
And it is available to see down here on the stand.
Yep.
So many car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival. That must be very important for you as well.
Yeah, we've always had a really good relationship with our car clubs, and we always try our best to keep them alive and keep people interested in car clubs, because there is times where clubs lose members and the interest is going, so we try to offer services that other insurances don't provide, and to assist the clubs that we work with.
The Mini behind me is not racing this weekend, but you can see the Adrian Flux Insurance logo on the side of the car. There's a few Adrian Flux cars to look out for around on the circuit, because, of course, a sponsor of Alex Brundle's team.
Yes, again, it's something that we're very proud to sponsor Alex's team, his motorsport team as well, and it's something we're really proud of.
Make sure you come down to the stand here. We've got the Brit car as well as the Mini, and it's great to have Adrian Flux Insurance on board.
Well, thank you to Ben, thank you to Danny, thank you to Ed. I don't know where they've disappeared to, cleared off presumably. Just Muggins left here, Alistair Douglas as well, rounding out the day here at Silverstone Day 1. So Friday is all about qualifying, and Saturday and Sunday will be all about racing. We'll be back on air again at 8:45. Don't forget, there is music on stage at the moment, and Natasha Bedingfield will round out the day from 8 p.m. Seems to me like a beautiful evening for staying here, having something to eat, maybe a beverage or two if you're not the designated driver, and enjoying a sunset at Silverstone and some great music from Natasha Bedingfield. She will be the final activity here on day 1. Until then, from everybody here, we'll see you again tomorrow morning. Bye for now.